troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Baby, leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. As long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Dancing on my own when you spill that ramen coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette, that is first sight. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Good morning and welcome to ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, powered by Intel. It's our third edition here at ESL 1 Hamburg and the 16th ESL 1 for Dota 2 in history. Welcome to the first day of 6 days of live coverage as we work our way through group stages into crowning yet another ESL 1 champion. And it's the start of a brand new season. I know we've had a few tournaments already, our friends at Dream League last week as well, but it's the first time we've had an ESL 1 Hamburg, and it's the first time I'm back on the road with Dota 2 since TI as well. So lots of things have changed. We'd love to hear what you've enjoyed so far in the early part of our start of our brand new season. Of course, the DPC season hasn't really changed too much this year round, and the patch hasn't really changed too much around. So tell us what you're excited by via all the usual social media channels, and we'll also check in with our reprobates here on the panel as well and find out what's changed over the last couple of months for them. We've got Nahaz and Capitalist alongside. Good morning, gents.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm doing excellent. Looking forward to some good Dota.
We're in a nice little chilled fish tank here in the ESL offices.
Oh, yeah. It's very
Hi,
nice.
guys. Hello, everyone that's out there. I like it.
I feel bad for the guys that have to work
above us,
behind
by the way, are called Radiant and Tide.
Dire.
Tide. Tide.
You got melon on the brain, Paul.
Tide. No, let's not go there.
Gift dire.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's nice. It's good to be back doing some Dota again. It doesn't feel that long, but it does feel... Do you know, I've watched a lot of the qualifiers.
Every year, the gap after TI,
Yes.
there's just this lull after the huge buildup, right? And you reset. But again, you mentioned it in the intro. First time that we've had the DPC remaining basically constant.
Yeah.
Teams know this year what it takes to get TI.
Yep.
And it's a top 6 major finish.
Yep.
These games matter. We're building momentum. We're just ahead of that first major of the year.
Absolutely. Before we get into today and talking about where we are in terms of Dota 2, why don't we check in and take a look back 12 months ago? Because Hamburg 2018 cap.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like, and Alan and I were talking about this before the show, it feels almost like Hamburg is the start of the season proper, in a way. No disrespect to everything else, but the teams that do well here tend to go on and do quite well for the rest of the year.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We had Vici Gaming and Team Secret end up in the finals of Hamburg. Obviously, they both did quite well for themselves for the rest of the season. And I think that it's a good opportunity for some Tier 2 teams to be able to get an early lead on everybody else. Obviously, we know that a lot of teams are taking a break for the first round of DPC events, but all the more crucial for these Tier 2 teams to come out. We saw a Tier 2 team at last year's Hamburg. Yep. They had a nice little standout performance in the groups. A personal favorite of mine, Team Aster.
Yeah. 9-1 last year. 9-1 in the groups, and then kind of bombed out.
Everybody hyped them up so much. Everybody was messaging me, "Oh, D-Stones, he's really cornering up on stage." Yeah. Then they immediately bombed out after the group stage. So
0-4. Yeah. That was
However, it is a platform to momentum. Alan, we've talked about momentum in Dota 2 tournaments, and if you can get off to a good start at the start of the season, you win Dream League, for instance, like Alliance did, or you come here and do well at ESL 1 Hamburg. The springboard is you then do well at the first major. It doesn't take much to get into the points. Nip did it last year for 4th place in the first major. It was enough to get him into TI.
You want to talk about the last 2 years at ESL 1 Hamburg. The team that has won has gone on to dominate the regular season. Virtus Pro in 2017 and then Secret last year. They were the best teams all regular season long. Of course, both disappointed at TI, but that's not an easy thing to do, maintain that kind of momentum. But yeah, you look at last year, look at what NIP did in the Kuala Lumpur Major with Mind Control as a stand-in, basically locking up that TI spot from very early on in the season. And you look at King Gaming last year, getting a spot at TI, basically off of what they did December and earlier. Yeah. This first major is huge for a lot of these teams because the cutoff is going to be around 1,000 again this year. You get top 6 and you are in.
It's a good point, isn't it, Cap?
Yeah, it definitely is.
Have a good start to the season when maybe a few of the teams are sleeping, like OG are not. Yeah, again, they're gonna. I don't know what they're doing, taking holidays or spending their cash or doing something or other, buying fast cars.
They can't spend their cash fast enough at this point.
But they've got
so much of it.
All we know is they're not here, not playing Dota at the start of the season. It does give opportunities to some of these other things.
So many opportunities, and the interesting part is we don't know what region is really going to go far in this first round of DPC events, and Hamburg will be a good test for that, right? Because we did have a lot of teams missing from the European qualifiers. A lot of talk about how the EU qualifiers were going to be weaker. As a result, we also saw DreamHack, Demon Slayers, a Tier 2, maybe Tier 3 NA team who didn't manage to make it in any of the DPC events qualifiers, right? They end up making it into the finals and knocking down several very strong European teams. So who knows what region is actually going to come out on top in this first round of DPC events, and as a result is going to come out on top when it comes to TI time. Get those invites.
Let's talk ESL 1 history a little bit. It's the 16th edition of ESL 1 for Dota 2. It seems incredible. We've had 15 events already. I don't know where the time's gone.
How many have Secret won?
Quite a lot. Yeah, 4, I want to say. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 4. 3 of the last 4 that we've held, because Keen are the only other ones, and they won in Mumbai, obviously, last season. So 3 of the last 4, not winning this one. So that's good.
Secret? No, they're not even here.
That's my point. It's like someone else is going to win an ESL 1 for a change.
Well, and the other team that we talked about in 2017, VP, comes into this as a huge wild card. We'll talk about that team ahead of the first series.
Yes, yeah, we've got plenty to talk about actually. Before we get into that, though, why don't we check in with another member of our broadcast team? Of course, he's a bit of a wild card himself.
Hey guys, Slacks here, where the group stage is being held at a beautiful hotel in Hamburg. We've got everything gamers need in this location. Computers, monitors, headsets, chairs, Mountain Dew game fuel. We're drowning in game fuel over here, baby. But most importantly, we got good Dota teams and we got good Dota. So I'll be bringing you all the interviews you can stand here today from Ground Zero while you guys are trying to sound impressive over on the panel. Back to you.
Very good. We will check in with Sir Action Slacks throughout the day and find out who he's collared inside some of those player booths as we get into our 2 group stages. We're going to review those 2 groups right now. We'll start with Group A, gents. It's the V group, I like to call this. It's got the 3 Vs in here. Vici, Viking, Virtus Pro, Fighting Pandas, Beast Coast, Alliance. There's a lot of meme potential in this group, I feel.
Yeah, there is. And this is also a group that has a lot of question marks on it as to, okay, let's start with Vici Gaming, right? Stand-ins. Virtus Pro, they have not stand-ins, but like tryouts, I guess, in that regard.
2 trial players.
Viking GG, I don't know.
Who knows?
I have no idea about them. Fighting Pandas, like,
What do you need to know about Viking? It's Bone 7's team. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice, Paul. I'm trying to start things off, on a lighter note. I'm not hype flame anybody at the very start. So, I'm going to give them a Fighting Pandas,
Wow.
Beast Coast, hype.
Real deal.
Alliance, hype.
Okay.
Those are the 2 teams that definitely stand out.
Alan, Beast Coast.
Beast Coast.
You've got a thing for this team.
I do. This was the team, of course, that played under the infamous banner at TI9. We saw them make a run to top 8. And, of course, at the tournament, and since most of the hype has been about K1, Hector with his Wraith King, he was 4 of the top 6 GPMs on professional Wraith King ever, all time in his 6 games at TI. But the rest of that team played magnificently. If you look at the 12-minute mark, which is the end of the laning phase, they had 3 different players in the top 5 in CS at the 12-minute mark, in kills and in assists. They were creating a ton of pressure in their other lanes, and that was what was getting Hector off to those great early farming starts.
You're talking about Hector, right? Like, what about the matchup against Alliance? You're going to have Nico Baby on the other side. Those are the 2 breakout carries of this last TI, right? And, K1 Hector, that's a name that transcends barriers. I've seen that name pop up in every single scene now at some point. People
he's a model all over the world.
Yeah, it's a meme now at this point. You just change your name to K1 Hector because that guy was a boss at TI. You want to be like him.
And you pick Wraith King,
I've
and the
seen it in
Skeletons
Europe.
farm the whole map.
I've seen it in Southeast Asia. They all love K1 Hector.
Yeah, they do. Without any context and without giving me too much detail, pick 2 teams out to finish top 2.
Oh, I already have my 2. Alliance Beast Coast. They're already at the top right there.
Alan?
Sorry, same.
Same?
We just saw Alliance in the last stream hack get through. That was the first reverse sweep, 0-2 to 3-2, since December 2017 at the Summit 8.
Okay, let's take a look at Group B's on your screen right now. Gambit, Ninjas in Pyjamas, Quincy Crew, Team Liquid, TNC, and Wind and Rain. It's a very different looking group, and some of those names you might be familiar with, but actually their lineups are significantly different from last season. It has to be said. Also, we should make a mention for Wind and Rain. Here is the Chinese qualifier, which is, I know it's slightly odd, but don't worry.
Replacing IG.
Oh, that's all I'm going to say. You know the score with visas. They're difficult to get hold of. Wind and Rain in there are a little bit of the wild card in there, but TNC also a little bit of a wild card. We've seen Team Liquid already in action, are the old Alliance, and that's why we've been talking about Liquid versus Alliance potentially being another thing here as well. Quincy Crew, I don't know what's going on. Samao is a world-class player. Somehow he's not been able to fit into that team for whatever reason. And he's here, he's here as a coach now. Come on, man. Don't bench probably the best player in the world. That's ridiculous. Ninjas in Pajamas, obviously, Peter puts together great teams every season, so you kind of expect them to do it. Didn't look that good, I have to say, a week ago. And then Gambit, which is an all-new roster again, by the one and only man that seems to be able to build a new roster in the CIS region every single year, FNG.
Yeah, FNG, ever since he came back out from his like year off, you know, like he's just been a monster. And I'm so glad that he's back because the CIS needed good leadership, right? Because they obviously have some talent. They obviously have some personality difficulties between each other.
Yeah.
And that's why these swaps just kind of go in a circle nonstop. And you're like, wait, didn't you two used to play with like 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Like, why are you on the same team again? But a good captain, a good leader can help solve a lot of those
Absolutely.
issues.
Are you surprised that he didn't end up on Navi in some ways? Because isn't that what they need? They had all these young players and they look really
I don't think
good.
that they know that's what they need.
Right.
That's the problem, right?
What do they need?
Leadership.
On the side of Navi?
That's what I thought.
They need the big captain.
I thought they were
Just
going to
the
put an
leadership?
FNG in there.
I think that to me, right, the story is we've talked about all three teams, right? You look at the end of last year, and it was the two CIS teams in Gambit and Virtus Pro, and really NIP became increasingly clear, especially at TI. Those teams were just done playing with each other. They kind of didn't want to be there anymore. They didn't want to be in game with each other anymore. And of those teams, we've seen two of those rosters that just got blown up. Gambit, completely new, bar FNG. VP is still sort of together. And so that's going to be my question is, how are these rosters going to gel right off the bat?
Okay. Let's check in with the schedule and show you what we've got coming for you today, because there's plenty of streams and plenty of memes and plenty of games as well. We're going to start things off with Virtus Pro versus Vicha. It's going to be a decent start to the day, isn't it? These two teams both made changes.
Yeah, both these teams are like legendary, especially when it comes to ESL 1s, right? Both of them had very successful tournaments, and both of them have some interesting changes. We've got Virtus Pro, of course, have two players that they're trying out, an Epileptic Kid as well as Save, and they brought in Resolution, who's playing off lane, so who knows how that's going to go. Right. And then obviously Vici Gaming, they have a stand-in in Xiao Yu replacing Yang. So, you know, these teams, you would probably rate them higher if it wasn't for the fact that obviously things haven't really been settled with them.
Well, I think we've seen Vici Gaming pull off this script before, right? We've seen them play with stand-ins. We've seen them replace. Fade, obviously, is a big loss at that 4 position, but you're bringing in PYM, a guy with a lot of experience. So I expect both these teams to be pretty good, but Virtus Pro, the biggest question mark.
All right, good stuff. We're going to get more from both of our panel members very shortly, though. Heading to a break here. If you're just joining us, welcome to ESL 1 Hamburg, powered by Intel. We'll be back very shortly with match number 1.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is through.
fuel. It's domination in a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
Come alive.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams out lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of phases, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel under peach yellow skies.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel. Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
That is right, we are back in Hamburg for ESL 1 Hamburg, powered by Intel for the third time in history. Our 16th ESL 1 Dota 2 tournament is about to get underway with our first match of the day. We're going to start things off with Virtus Pro versus Vici Gaming, two teams who were very successful throughout last season, of course, and come into this season with plenty of changes between these two. We're going to start things off with Virtus Pro, got Nahaz and Capitalist alongside. Gents, this is the biggest change that Virtus Pro have had in 3 years.
Yeah, and it's a bold change as well, because they're not going with known names, they're going with these big pub stars. Epileptic Kid was #1 in EU at some point. I think Save was also top 5 at some point in time. So these are two guys that don't have a wealth of experience in competitive Dota, but are really good at the game.
And also, I think the biggest surprise that we've got Alan coming out of TI, from all the things that we heard on the grapevine, is that Solo is still in Virtus Pro.
This was it was kind of an open secret since April. I was told by, I don't know how many different players and managers in the scene that, there was a small chance that the other 4 might stay together, not a big one, but the Solo was the one who was definitely gone. And he's back, and he's in that captain's role. And you wonder, there's a documentary released about VP, about how Solo giving up that captain's role might have really hurt him and the team. I'm curious to see what he's going to do. But yeah, as Cap said, you got the 17-year-old Epi Kid from Russia in his first big stage like this, and you got Save coming in. Roger, kind of a surprise benching. He's still on the inactive list here in Pro Dota, and these two both have some huge shoes to fill.
They have. We're going to talk about resolution in just a moment as well. But first of all, let's check in with Virtus Pro's changes, one of which, of course, is Epi Kid with Sir Action Slacks.
Hey guys, we're here with Save and Epileptic, the 2 new members of Virtus Pro. Guys, I just want to start off with a very simple question. Who the heck are you? I mean, Virtus Pro, one of the biggest teams in the world, picking up you guys. One of you has $63 in winnings. I believe that's you. So where did you come from? How did the team approach you? Tell me the story.
I was just playing pub, and I became top 1 in EU leaderboard. And then we have our coach, Bulk, and he added me to the friends list, and he asked me some questions, and then he called me, and I came to the bootcamp in the same day. I see.
And how about you? How did you get on the team?
Well, I was playing pubs also. I was like top 5 leaderboard, and after Epileptic Kid joined VP, he invited me for a test. I played like 5 days as a test, and they took me. Yeah.
Fantastic. So you owe him. When you guys win TI, does he take half your money then?
Yeah, we had that he gets like 20%.
Gee, nice job, Epileptic. You did great. All right, cool. So what do you think about the team in general? I mean, you guys are like the new guys. It was a very established team before. Now you're in there bringing new synergies. Do you like VP?
VP is like one of the best team in the world, and it's for sure like best team in this. So it was pretty nice to join this team.
Of course, it's like a very good team, and Sol is like a genius captain.
Well, it's better now that you guys are on, right?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Good to hear from the 2 new boys in the team. Of course, one from Ukraine and one from Moldova. And one from, actually, 2 Russians, 1 Moldovan, 2 Ukrainians. That's what their lineup is right now. So it's a real mixture of CIS talent and old and new. We didn't mention Resolution before the break. Jens, I feel like he's a bit of a journeyman now. He's had a bit of travel in him. He's played a few NA stuff. He's had enough of that now. He's gone back home.
Remember when Resolution left the CIS region?
I do. I didn't want to bring it up. But he did
never going back.
Yeah, he did
that
say
region's toxic.
It was a terrible region to play.
Then he went to North America, and then he discovered what true toxicity really is. I mean, just think about the start of the season. He was not on VP at the start of the season.
No,
he was on what, J-Storm, right?
Well, yeah.
Solo offered him a ticket. He's like, I can get you out of there.
Yeah,
but you have to play offline. Resolution's like, I'll do it. Anything to get me out of this hellhole. Anything to get me out of US East.
Is it
back to European pubs he goes?
Is it a surprise to you to see him playing the offlane now?
It's not terribly surprising, just because I feel like a lot of players, once they play enough years under their belt, it starts becoming like motivation and stuff like that. Like starts getting to you, and any sort of change really helps. That's something that we can talk about for both sides of this table. Is like players changing their roles over the course of their career.
Good point. Hold that thought, because we should check in with our opponent team in this particular matchup, Vici Gaming, and find out just what's been going on with them.
Not being able to qualify for the Stockholm Major directly awoke the team from their time of weak performances and made them win the StarLadder IMBA TV Minor and the following Stockholm Major. Reinvigorated, they also won the Epicenter Major and went to the International, not just as the strongest Chinese team, but also as one of the favorites to lift the Aegis. However, their TI run was cut short in the end as they were first knocked down to the lower bracket by countryman PSG LGD and then eliminated by the likes of Team Secret. The aftermath of the tournament saw star support player Fade leave the team and PYW coming in as the replacement, who had a very quiet season so far. With this new addition, Vici has to prove that they can turn themselves into a winning team once again, and maybe even excel their performance from last year's ESL 1 Hamburg when they finished with a second place.
On paper, this looks like another team that has been decimated, but it's not quite the same thing as Virtus Pro picking up a whole range of players because they've got a stand-in this particular team. So, gents, it's not as much of a change, but they have made a change.
Yeah, I think that the big thing you talk about, of course, we do have a stand-in for Yang at this tournament. That's going to affect them, Yang being one of the more dynamic offline players in the game. But the big question mark for me, that support duo last year of Fade and DY, they were the most dynamic supports in the game. They were tops on the board in all of these support metrics, kills per minute, assists per minute, the latter one especially, very strong vision game. How are they going to replace that level of play with a guy like PYW who does have some recent success under his belt with Serenity, but he played most of last year at the offlane position. He did play the 4 before that. I'm really concerned. I think we're going to see very, very early on from Vici Gaming in this part of the season whether or not you're going to get that same kind of dynamism out of the support duo.
I always find it interesting, Cap, that players, as they evolve through the game, you mentioned it already in terms of the cores, do tend to move further down the line in terms of farm priority, do end up as support players quite often. A number of the top support players now are former core players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, PYW here, he used to be a mid laner, then he went into offlane, then he went to 4, offlane 4.
And now he's a 5.
You know, I always kind of wonder about that kind of role change for somebody who hasn't seen the highest level of success, right? Why did you change from your role? And this is something, and unfortunately, language barrier, you know, I'd love to be in Slack's position to ask him, like, why did he move from the mid lane? Because for me, if you're a top tier player and you had all this success and over time you go down, that makes sense. But for someone like him, you leaving the mid lane role probably means there was somebody better than you.
You're saying that it's okay for Fatter to do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you also have to understand when you talk about the Chinese teams.
had some pretty good success.
I'm just asking. I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing. I'm just asking.
There's a lot more going
kind
on.
Of route.
There's a lot more going on with those Chinese team player transactions, right? You have the contract situation over there is a lot more complicated. And people get these forced role changes that are not necessarily even made by the players. That's the weird thing.
I do admire how versatile he is, at least, in that regard. Like, he has, like, both in his pub games as well as competitive careers, he has a pretty broad range of heroes. So,
do you feel like they needed to change after the end of TI? Because, you know, I know that they had a decent TI. In our eyes, it was fine. But being on home soil with all that pressure, they were expected to perform better, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. And I think that in some ways, both these teams did have to change in that regard. There's just so much that builds up on a team over time. when you don't have like the success that you truly wanted, right? Vici Gaming obviously had a lot more success.
I was going to say
than
they did.
VP.
They had a good season, and they were always considered the silver boys, weren't they? Before they was in second place all year. They broke that curse last year. I feel like they had a good season overall.
They did have a pretty good season, and I think they were one of the few teams that could have survived. You know, just gone the LGD route and just said, okay, let's go one more year, stick together. I think they're one of the few teams who could have done that. Yeah. Unfortunately, we'll never know with that whole weird fade situation.
Yeah. That was what I was going to say. That's kind of it was basically about that one player retiring. And that was all the information that I have about that was mostly his decision. That was not him being forced out. I think that's a bit different than VP, who were just clearly, again, there were these 3 teams at the end of last year that you could just tell, observing them in game, observing them interacting with each other outside of game, they were just done playing together.
Okay, well, draft is underway. As you can see, we've had our 3 bans either side and a couple of picks as well. So we'll get involved. Virtus Pro are on the left-hand side of your screen. We'll fix that, don't worry. Vici on the right-hand side of the screen as you look. Draft-wise, and obviously meta-wise, we've watched the qualifiers, we've watched Dream League. We haven't really touched on patch quite so much, but it hasn't really changed that much.
It has not. Obviously, there were some individual hero buffs and nerfs, but not much in the way of global changes since TI9. If you look at the post-TI9 stats, one of the things I'm going to be tracking throughout the event, there are 5 heroes that really stand out to me in terms of their win rate, where they've been picked, and what they've done. Leshrac is one of them. First on that list, 93 and 66. Void, Kunkka, CM, and then the one with a bullet is the Abaddon. I expect that hero to be incredibly contested throughout this event.
Well, I got 4. Lesh, Void, Kunkka,
does contested
Abaddon,
mean banned?
And Crystal Maid is the other one that's been really huge.
Yeah. I'm going to run down because we're going to follow those. We're going to track those throughout the tournament.
Depending on the region, there is a very strong focus on the 5 position. If you look at the European region, there's strong focus on 5s like Crystal Maiden, Keeper of the Light. Those kind of heroes are just kind of the go-to, because I think what a lot of this meta is about is the laning phase. And that's why oftentimes your first phase of picks is going to be the top tier offlaners and the top tier supports. Mostly 5s, but sometimes 4s. I think Leshrac is, well, from my personal experience in pubs right now, I think Leshrac's a broken hero. But obviously in competitive Dota, it's a little bit different. And this is a really sick combo that VP does have with the Omni Knight plus Leshrac. I think that for the most part, out of your off lane, you're going to want tanky heroes that can protect towers, and you want these sustained off laners are like insane right now. Both Abaddon and Omni Knight, I think, are kind of broken. Abaddon, when you say contested, Alan, did you mean like banned first banned
I think if teams are paying attention, it's going to be auto banned first phase every time. But yeah, statistically, and it's not just the win-loss record, you adjust for strength, you adjust for opponent strength, you adjust for match time. Abaddon just looks amazing on every metric. You mentioned the Omni Knight, though. Remember, VP were one of the first teams with solo drafting that experimented with that 3-5 flex Omni Knight. Solo will play that in the hard support position, and I think that makes that even more fearsome for them in the first phase of the draft.
That's true. That's where there is some picks that will offer you a little bit of versatility. I would point to one of the bans, actually, in Kunkka, as being one of those heroes that you can just snap pick up and it doesn't really affect you too much. Okay, there it is. Void finally getting banned. I was going to say that is the carry that I've seen so many regions just snap pick as well in the first phase, so I was a little bit surprised we hadn't seen it taken out yet, but finally it does, and there's going to be a powerful 5 position to try and counter the Rubik Centaur lane, which is pretty fierce. The telekinesis into Centaur stomp, decent amount of disable, really good at contesting CS. That's what that lane is going to do so well, is Fate Bolting and the Retaliate stacks building up on Centaur, allowing you to deny and get every last hit when you activate it. Just kind of crazy.
I do wonder if VP are looking at the Mirana at all, because Shadow Demon, Mirana is sort of the 6th hero on that list. She's win rate a little bit less, but she's the 3rd most picked hero since TI. And Shadow Demon, if you look at the stats, his overall stats have actually been very poor, except when paired with the Mirana.
Yeah, that's true. Well, they already have like, you're talking about Mirana for Vici Gaming?
No, for VP.
They already have the Leshrac though. I feel pretty strongly that's a 4 Lesh.
You think that's a 4? Okay, all right.
I don't think right now you're
I think
really
that's
taking your
I think that's a correlation. That's
support on the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll see. No, okay. We're wow.
Chen. That's another one of those 5 positions. Shadow Demon, Chen, and then what were the other ones that I was talking about? Coddle and Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
Like those I think are for me like the really game-winning 5 positions that can. They just so much of this meta is about the laning phase. I think.
Well, it's you got to look at this draft as Vici right now, and you got to say, how are we going to protect our towers? Because this lineup from VP just eats towers, and it has a fair amount of deep push to go with that.
Well, they've got a lot of lane clear. Thanks to this Grimstroke pickup, they're going to be able to have a strong, probably some sort of kill combo. I don't know what that's going to be, because I'm not sure if I like Juggernaut right now, given the fact that I see a Chen and a Shadow Demon. I just can't feel good about that. What are some of the other, like, go-to Grimstroke lanes?
Sven?
Yeah, but that's pretty slow.
That's unusual. Is that an Ori sniper that we're looking at?
Yeah, it looks like it. So they're going to be playing. There's no gap closer right now on the side of Virtus Pro, and they know they're just going to be like creaming through towers. So this is another hero that from a long distance can pull creeps off the tower, can farm. Really good high ground defense that is coming in. You don't have like a super good protecting hero, but Centaur is kind of adequate in that regard, and then he's a frontliner. I think one of the best things, VG Gaming really needs to make sure the Centaur has a good game, because he's going to be the one standing in front of your mid tower trying to prevent the like 8 to 10 minute push that happens.
Yeah, agree. And I think the sniper is a great solution. Like you talk about, they have wave clear on the side of VG Gaming. I think support wave clear is a lot less significant when you have these very squishy supports like the Rubik, like the Grimstroke, that are just very vulnerable. If they're ever out there pushing a lane by themselves, they're just going to straight up die to the roaming pressure of something like a Chen or even a Shadow Demon Leshrat combo. So I think the sniper gives them that presence where he can just be a turret. He can sit behind that tower, stop some of those pushes, and relieve some of that pressure.
Maybe, but I actually kind of disagree. I think that like wave clear is more important on supports in this sort of situation, just because of the fact that you then have supports that can push in the side lanes, and that's going to threaten VP like want to be able to 4 or 5 man a lot of this time, right? So having supports that can make that move for you and keeping your cores off map, whether they're farming jungle or they're actually trying to make moves anywhere, like I think that is very beneficial to any lineup that's trying to really snowball. And you're going to see a lot of snowball lineups.
There's the Jug.
Yeah.
They are going to come back to it, even though I think it's pretty countered if you look at the fight.
And the Lycan on the other side?
In a stand-up fight, I think Vici is going to be in a great deal of trouble, and I think our theory is going to be tested. Let's put it that way, Cap, because I think these two supports in the Rubik and the Grimstroke, they're going to have a lot of work to do in terms of relieving that lane pressure, and I think they're going to give up a lot of pickoffs in the process of doing so.
I don't think it's not going to be tested at all. I'm going with Virtus Pro here.
Okay, all right. Because I am too.
They would Juggernaut against Lycan, Chen, Shadow Demon, Omni Knight. This is a VP lineup that has really good snowball potential.
What about that lack of gap closing on the sniper, though? Are you not concerned about that?
That can be a problem if the game is pushed to like 35, 40 minutes. But I see this lineup taking like fast Roshans. I don't think they're going to lose their lanes hard enough for Vici Gaming to have a good window. Okay. I think the first 25 minutes of this game is going to be pretty well dominated by VP. Take some early Roshan, just get a tier 3, control the shrine areas, and just outfarm them.
So that's what's captured. You've been nodding along, Alan, but you also said you didn't agree. So
no, I thought Cap was going more biased toward Vici than he sort of finished with. I think Vici is the acid test is going to be at 20 minutes. Does Vici have less than a 3 or 4 tower disadvantage? If they can play to 20, 25 minutes only down 2 towers, they might have a shot. But I think VP is just going to play this whole match on the Vici side of the map.
Yeah, and if it goes long, if it does go long, Vici.
If it does go long, Vici at some point are going to look really good, because as far as late game team fights, if they find a way to deal with the Omni Knight and Shadow Demon, I think they're going to be okay.
It's still going to be, I think it's still going to be hard just because I think Lycan is such a great pick to gap close on that sniper while simultaneously giving you all the 5-man push that you wanted. I think they're just going to lack in some damage. Chen gets some of these magic resistance creeps, you know, and they're just like the Grimstroke and Rubik magic damage isn't going to do a whole lot. Sniper's not going to have his items ready yet. And again, this Jug does not have, he's like, doesn't have good spin options. He doesn't really, he has terrible Omni Slash options. I think it's a rough game. I think this was...
Let's find out.
It's going to have to be.
Let's find out as we say thank you to Nahaz and Capitalist and join your commentary team of Toby1 and Kyle.
Thanks, Rhett. Thank you, Rhett. This is exactly how I wanted to begin our day. VG versus VP, two huge brands going up against each other. Alan and Cap going up against each other in the way they look at the draft as well. But Kyle, it does really feel like Cap's got a very strong point. Virtus Pro, they're playing a faster tempo than VG's really drafted.
I love this draft, personally, and I think that when you consider the role swap of Rezo, the new roster, VP not having as much practice together as a lot of these other teams, I think it makes a lot of sense. There's the similarities, if you remember when EG swapped Sumail to the offlane in that failed experiment, he was also playing heroes like this in the offlane the last track. You know, effectively core heroes, but as the 3. And I like that they picked up a Chen because it's an easy way to equalize your lanes and ensure that all 3 of your cores should at least have a decent start.
Yeah, and that's a very important thing too when you look at the teams. I think the panel was touching on it before, that these teams have gone through some roster changes. VG Gaming had a decent, as far as a brand goes, result at the recent TI, while Virtus Pro kind of felt like, well, they were kind of already off the rails, already in the roster shuffle before they really got through TI. But either way, these teams, they're playing with new players, some of them just rebranded, which is Eurus. In case you didn't know, that is actually Paparazzi, who's playing that Juggernaut. So it's one of the heroes he likes to play. Weird side note, it's actually a, well, it could be known as 2 different things. It could be known as Euro Money, the Eurus.
I don't think so.
It's on Google, so it's a thing.
Okay.
And the other thing, it's the god of the Eastern Wind.
That seems a lot more likely.
It does seem a lot more likely, and that's from Greek mythology. So, side interesting tidbit for you.
Well, thanks, Toby. Of all the people to provide some sort of factual tidbit, you've probably
and I've got this great quote from a book that was done 20 years ago, and it's really important. Thanks, Kyle.
Huh? I don't know where you're going with this, Tobes. But I do like where no one went with the Lycan in the mid lane. I think this is a pretty cool matchup against Sniper. You have obviously a pretty substantial base damage advantage just because the Quelling Blade, and you've got that base regen. Nothing really beats Sniper anymore, it feels like, but Lycan definitely should at least trade here. And then once you hit 6, you just run at the Sniper. Any +1 should almost always land a kill.
It feels like too, like he takes it on the way, like he has to take the punishment. Leshrac then gets a real lane, and a Leshrac with no farm does never really feel like a proper Leshrac, and gives the combination with the Shadow Demon too.
You always want these self-sustaining cores in your side lanes when you're playing Lycan. You want to make the game easy. And it's always easier to play when lanes are pushed, but it also means that now you can farm jungle, and you always have options now, because let's say Leshrac's hitting a tower, Omni's hitting the tower. You can go to either lane, you can go push independently. You want to have that freedom to be wherever you want to be on the map, and it's always easier when you've got this sort of lineup around you. I also want to comment, we got a bit of a pause. I am not a fan of the last pick Jug in this case. You knew you were going up against a last pick overall from VP, but they already had 3 different ways they could potentially negate the Omni Slash. Could bounce to the Chen creeps, Shadow Demon Disruption, Omni Knight GA. It feels like this is a core that's incredibly dependent on the ultimate dealing full damage, and now with the Lycan pickup as well, VP, you've got so many methods of tanking through it, and no real damage steroid for the Juggernaut. It's good with the Grimstroke and lane, of course, but against SD Lash, it's not going to land kills.
Yeah. But it's like, how do you even look at it that way? Like, okay, well, I get a dual lane which functions, but you still have to look at it as a timing for a team. How many games do we have to see of Centaur? Okay, they're actually going to try and go for this timing now. So there's the swell up, but Resolution just lands the stun. Potentially could have committed Eurus with the Blade Fury, but it still wouldn't have been enough damage. It's a level 1 Blade Fury.
Would have been close though. They did have a stroke of fate if Diva was able to lay it down properly. Top lane, I like this little creep from Solo. You pick up the mana regen heal creep, and you don't wait. That's not a heal creep. That's just
a hill troll.
That's just a hill troll. All right, he may have misclicked. I'm going to assume that wasn't intended. However, it could be possible that it was. But
the hill tribes have their purpose.
Yeah. I would argue that the Ghost in that easy cam would be more effective if you want to grab that one, as it's got 15 more damage and a slow effect on the attacks, plus a much better BAT and animation.
Hey, house is not the question. So Sniper's having the time of his life in mid. 16-5 against 12-4. Like, it's still just really Sniper having that faster rate. And maybe that's something else we have to think about here from VG. The fact that no one really can lane against the Sniper, but you need to have that early farm so the damage output's going to be there. Is that 20 to 25 minute window that Cap was talking about, like the push that can come from Virtus Pro, is this the way that VG Gaming can actually have sustained by having damage in the Sniper? Oh boy, Solo. That's a lot of extra damage into you, but Purification available, so Epi Kid's able to keep him alive.
I'm not sure. I think no one, like 6 of those CS are Wolves. No one has actually fed all of his spawns away to Ori middle. Very just strange, really. Like, Ori just shrapneled and no one just harassed him with Wolves through it. And, you know, you don't want, Wolves can't die. That is, you know, they don't need armor to push your buildings, but they do if you want to lane the middle. And it's similar to when you see Beastmasters feeding away boards. There's just so much bonus gold, even right here. Like, he denies that one, but he's just getting him killed off. It's very weird.
Oh, Solar. Purification. Epi Kid's able to get it off in time. That level 2 Fade Bolt, maybe surprising Solo a little bit with the amount of damage is there. Hey, he's got the Ghost, so slow available against the Centaur, but they're still very, very low on life as they keep this battle going, and we get JJ to be really tested here as Observer. Watch all the lanes, JJ. As there's kill potential on all of them. Up on top, Xiao Yu. Low in the tree line, heading into the corner. There is no Purification. They've already got that damage out. A Hoof Stomp, and into the trees he goes. Still slowed up by the Ghost. That's why PYW trying to get rid of it. Xiao Yu actually low on life also because he burned his salve, and then he ran straight back into Epi and got it cancelled off very early on. They didn't have all the extra heal he wanted, and Chen's been forced to TP back while DY staying right on top of Resolution, but they can't reach him. This is the Juggernaut who just has to farm.
It's a very good lane against Grimstroke Jug. Formidable against any kind of melee offlaner, but SD Lesh, you get so much move speed on the Lesh that you can only really go for the Shadow Demon, and a timely disrupt. So long as you juke out some spin damage, preferably the Grimstroke stun, you're just not going to die. And you can't get super aggressive as Eurus, you know, no matter how strong that wind blows, and you go up against the Edict of the Leshrac, you're just taking full damage no matter what.
Nice.
Top lane, yeah, nothing. I mean, nothing to do. I would say a static game probably favors VP in the event they're able to pressure and take towers, and that's going to start soon. No one is finishing up his Helm of the Dominator and level 6. Eventually, he's actually very far away from the HOD, but when he hits 6, he can pretty much pick and choose a lane to go try and find a kill. But Ori having an excellent start, already with 3 Wraith Bands and total lane domination mid.
Yep. And you're just seeing it there. No one's out. He's gone jungle, just short of his 6. Solo doesn't feel like he can push at all. Like his progression through the level seems to be very slow too.
But I want to bring up what Ori's doing, where a lot of other less experienced mid players are going to try and push with this catapult wave, whereas he's just relaxing, denying, and keeping lane control along with preserving the lifespan of his catapult. But this is big because otherwise, if he goes on enemy high ground, he risks dying to any move plus Lycan ulting out of the jungle. And he knows this is a possibility. So look how safe he's able to play under his tower. You get the bonus armor because you're next to it. And now he's even going to play, like, look how safe he's playing even though he's crushing the lane.
He had extra information too. The Observe Ward that was planted down on the bottom rune, it scouted out the movement coming in from save, and they've got the defensive Observe Ward around the corner, but Leshrac, Resolution will be the first kill underneath the tier 1 tower while PYW completes his TP.
That's such a great play from a support there. You effectively are trading a teleport for 100+ second cooldown of that Lycan ultimate. Now Ori all of a sudden has 2 minutes of free space, and he can even look to start pressuring a bit. That's a really cool play, and what you want to see from your support. Don't let him make a move onto a tower, squander that ult. Even if he dies there, it's still a worthwhile trade.
And this is just not the start that Virtus.pro was definitely looking for. 7 minutes in, 1 kill on the board, 1,000 net worth advantage. It's going the way of VG Gaming. It's not going the way of Virtus.pro. It doesn't really feel like they're building up any level of momentum. Resolution has 3 points in that Diabolic Edict. He'd love to get some damage to the tier 1 tower, but DY is... like, it's still only level 1 Stroke of Fate, but it's really good at just clearing out the wave, slowing it down, and giving Eurus that time to get into a better position and get the D on.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mori hitting mid tower.
So he came up after the gank has failed.
Better late than never, right?
Yeah, well, while there's no shapeshift to work with, feel good about it.
Yeah. It's a really strange game. You don't typically see Dota this passive. Especially when you consider these teams involved. I mean, Vici, they're one of the slower teams, but VP, you know, when you think about their reign of terror throughout the last couple DPC seasons, consistently the best or second best team throughout the season, until TI, of course, they were aggression incarnate. Like, that was their strat. Lane domination, early pressure. And this is a little unconventional for them, especially watching no one, you know, farming jungle instead of playing as one of his traditional playmaking mids.
This is nice defense from Save. Very aptly named.
Yeah. It's cool too because the Edict keeps sticking even when he's under disruption, so you can't get too aggressive there.
He's gone for the wraparound. Disruption's already been used. They don't have a save available. Resolution can land off his stun, but then they get a quick silence off. Ori blocks him in the tree line. Resolution couldn't make his way through the trees, meaning both the Lashrak as well as the SD's gonna go down. The assassination won't be enough. And did Eurus just wait out his attack till we get the last one?
You can change your name, Paparazzi, but you're still gonna play the same Dota.
It's like, don't you understand? I'm the 1v1 champion of the world, as well as being able to carry versatile cores.
Yeah. Soon VP will hit. They're down right now, 3 kills, 2k gold, but no one. 100 gold away from that Helm of the Dominator. His ult is active. They need to get something done soon. And it looks like mid might be the place, but I love this warding from Vici. If you check it out, they've got 3 defensive wards placed around the bottom half of the jungle. They're just camping their Centaur top. He's on an island. Everyone else playing around mid.
Rez, he's actually doing this. He's sitting in the little Edict spot. Gets the fortification to be burnt. Just to stop it. It is a level 3 Edict, so it'll require some kind of movement back to stop him. But it's forcing rotations, and it looks like Virtus.pro want to fight. Shapeshift is up, but there is a lot of support here for Vici.
Is under attack.
The Wolves are scouting. They find their first target. No one quickly silenced up. DY looking for the double stun. Lycan, the shapeshift will come out. The stun from Resolution creating some space, but Ori just has more than enough damage. The save did not come in time from Save, while DY back out of the tier 1 tower will die to the Wolves. The support is there for VP. They have the numbers, they have the damage, but they don't have the speed, the distance, the range. It's there from PYW. Almost denied himself up to the Ancients running up the hill. While Ori is cleaning up the rest of Virtus.pro onto the tier 1 tower, claiming Solo's life. They really forced that Virtus.pro.
Yep.
And VG answered with Stampede.
The enemy of strategy is predictability, Toby, and Vici read that move like a book. They were prepared for it far in advance. Reminds me of watching last night's game between the Patriots and the Jets, to be honest. But
I'm sorry, not all of us are American or care.
Well, if you watched enough of the game, you wouldn't care about it either. However, my point is, VP, you know, you're making this move that's just, it's scripted, I get it, but, you know, Vici have seen the original too and they're ready for the sequel. You can't just make this sort of move against a team of this class. And you don't have 6 on Resolution. That's what really hurts. That would have been at least a faster kill on the Rubik. You can actually maybe take this sort of fight, but his damage output literally doubles if he hits 6, if not more than doubles. And you're making this move as 4 before you hit that power spike. It's just very low percentage play. And they'll group up bottom now, but same deal. You got both supports here ready to lane clear.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Eurus as well as Xiao Yu, they've been taking that tier 1 tower on top lane, but support just arrived so quickly. With the purification damage, Resolution just exploded, and they even get the extra silence onto the Omniper support. Now for Virtus.pro, we swing back the other way as VG Gaming retreat to the tier 1 tower. A bit more heal is there. Xiao Yu ready to turn around, gets a double edge off with them leashed up together. So much damage into VP with the assassination. Solo just goes down so quickly too. Now no one. What can he do? He's shape-shifting to run to the back lines, trying to close that distance on Ori, who just instantly TPs away and then cancels it, wasting the time so no one thinks about coming in once again. But they've moved to the trees. The ends protect VG, maybe with a stun. You have a little bit of an exposed Centaur, stampedes away, but dies during his own stampede. These heals just cannot be sustained from VG Gaming. And Virtus Pro feels like at least they're fighting back.
It's the same deal. You're making this move before you're 5. No one is not in range to ult forwards, and he's got a speed creep. You're already running as fast as you can. Why do you have a speed creep? If you're gonna go for a sniper, it's the 3rd time someone's tried to teleport out in front of him. That wolf, that would be very nice to pick up. You know, you've already got the 2. This one increases the damage out, but I think that's what he will go for to help the farming speed.
He's got 1 second before the Dom's off cooldown.
Give me a stun, give me a net, any sort of TP cancel if you're gonna try and make these plays.
Well, the Alpha Wolf is there, and VG Gaming, net worth-wise, they're looking pretty damn good. Not just with their own advantage, but 3 of the 4 top positions belong to them, and the Lycans behind. And we're talking about like Leshrac requiring farm. Resolution's had nothing, and I beg the question, just looking at the composition of the VP players. You know a lot of them well. You know Resolution very well. How does he actually function in the 3? Is there enough space on this map?
There
for all
isn't.
of
No,
them?
we watched this experiment already, Toby. We watched EG falter for 6 months because they forgot the. Look,
isn't this what Quincy also agreed to as well? Like, where they're like, hey, Samel's like, okay, I can't take the 3. There's not enough space for all of us on this map.
Talk to Seb about it, all right? Somebody has got to take it, all right? Somebody's got to say, no, you know what, guys? You take the good game. I'm going to go like this 1-4-1 LC. I'm going to go die to this Timbersaw a couple times. You guys carry me. You can't do it in a situation like this.
Purge out and Ori really slowing him down. Support's there from DY. They get chained to control, but the sniper will still end up falling with his bonus damage and the pulse over the hop stomp. Xiao Yu keeping Resolution and no one stunned up, allowing the rest of VG to get back under the tower. Resolution, he comes forward so far with his haste rune. He feels good and very versatile. They'll lose the Alpha Wolf of no one, and that's kind of where the push ends. You get the kill on the #1 net worth on the field. But what else are you going to claim from this?
Well, now the Lycan ult's down. No one is effectively not a real Dota hero, and you can freely pressure mid tower, no problems.
Disruption. Combination.
Wow, that's a lot of damage, Jesus. That was just a QW.
Shrapnel's down. Resolution out a little bit too far. Instantly drop back down again. Stampede. Xiao Yu just decides to run through absolutely everyone, and they stole Guardian Angel underneath the tower. They'll turn it on, but there's still enough magical damage from Resolution to get through Eurus, and he will fall. Now it's VG Gaming's turn to fight underneath Tier 1 tower, but with the shrapnels, they'll save. Move away. You don't have to come back to help out with that tower. Ori, his assassination's on cooldown. He can't see him, and they'll smoke for a wraparound and a bit of safety for the 15-minute runes.
I know it's denied, but Vici taking the first tower in a game against a Lycan Leshrac Chen lineup, that is not supposed to be how this is working out according to VP's game plan. And going back to this point about the 3 core setup, this sort of lineup works way better if you're taking towers. If all 3 cores have the ability to play independent on the map, like we saw in the games that EG won when they put Sumel onto the offlane. They'd have some kind of like DK mid and 2 other cores. And if someone was going to get sacked, it was always going to be old man Fear. In this case, I just feel, I fear for VP if their strategy is moved to putting no one on like what is really the 3 from the mid lane, because this guy was the perfect barometer for VP's success. When he was winning lanes and having high impact on playmaking heroes, on DP, on Tiny, that's when they were winning games.
Yeah.
This is a completely new play style for one of the best mid players really of the last couple of years, easily, I don't know, top 15.
Maybe you also feel the absence of people like Ramses. Like, you talk about having a lane that's sacked. Ramses was always so good at this, playing heroes like Lifestealer, who didn't really require that much in the lane, but could not have to have any support and still get a decent amount of farm for when the rest of his team created space. And that space never really came, right? Like, you almost want to push Chen to the offlane early on and say, hey, can you go and harass this? Can you bring attention elsewhere? VP, they're now doing it, feeding into the tier 2 towers. They rip through these with the Leshrac, but Ori, he's in the trees. DY is here too. You have the Soul Bind available.
Centaur canceled. He's all the way top now.
Are they going to come in? Well, with no Centaur, you have Stampede available, so at least he'll give that, but he kind of needs to bring the Crimson Guard. It looks like they decided to just do the tier 2 trade.
That's definitely good for Vici in a sense that they're evenly trading, but VP, keep on, like, this is still a lineup with incredible damage onto towers. You've got to be cautious if you're Vici. One mistake, one screw up, if Sniper and Rubik die, you can't clear waves anymore. You will just have VP launch an assault full of far more numbers than you can account for, and it's going to destroy your structures and then go straight into the Roche pit.
That 20-minute window is rapidly approaching. And VG Gaming, they're making the most of the timing they've got. There, of course, is a lot that VG can work with, but they decided not to even take the trade. Like, Eurus is just creep skipping out at the moment. Anything to delay Virtus.pro's push to allow his sniper Ori to get bigger and bigger, get towards the Hurricane Pike, he at least starts having an answer to this Lycan, not just in damage, in range, in position.
And do look at PYW. He's going to have GA up, just lost it. Thought they might try and take a fight before it faded, but he's had great steals all game.
They're here for the army. They're not even here for solo. They just wanted to destroy his army. Save. If there's a hoof stomp, yeah, it's going to be both a telekinesis and a hoof stomp to cancel his TP away to safety. And welcome to the damage output, increasing Shadow Poison level 4, stolen by the Rubik.
Bottom lane, Jug in trouble. He has no TP, and Solo knows it.
Yeah, without the spin, he's got Stampede available, back under the shrine. Now extra support's coming in. He's got the Shapeshift, no one, looking for his own fight. A quick slow, that's not going to do anything. But maybe it exposes the mid lane. Solo, as well as Epi Kid, they bet running around the back. They still are playing with no one, or no one's playing with them, keeping attention of VG down near the shrine.
You fought well.
It's another ult squandered by no one, though. I've yet to see him really utilize one effectively, which isn't necessarily his fault, but more a product of the way this game has gone thus far for VP. VG just playing their prototypical Dota around their two big cores, Ori and what used to be Paparazzi. I guess it still is. If you change your name, do you really change your identity?
You're still who you are, but as far as like what we have to do for him, as well as the public opinion of it, yeah, he's just going to throw away the branding of his entire life, and we'll start calling him Eurus, so we don't confuse anyone that's tuning in.
I mean, maybe he still plays as Somnus, and he'll always be maybe. Is that just because Somnus?
But he's also got the M at the end of his name too, so you're like, he still has like, it's just a tribute.
Gotcha. Centaur will be picking up a blink soon. Zhao Yu, of course, standing in for Yang at this tournament, having an admirable performance thus far. Once he picks that up, be able to make some plays, perhaps get a bit more aggressive. If you can get onto the back line of VP, it's much easier for VG to take fights, and it also creates this line of beef in front of your artillery in the form of the sniper of Ori from the back line.
I love this from Rubik. It's like, so what am I going to get? Okay, I'm going to get a 4-star, but he's just had that Aghanim Scepter in his quick buy. It's like, yep, this is going to be great. DY starting off, the Inkswell, unable to hit that stun, but he'll still leash up. Both No One and Chen together, both picked up, both thrown back down again. DY just trying to get out of range of the Wolves, able to do so. And then Zhao Yu, Centaur is there for his own stomp. They push him away with that 4-star, and Zhao Yu, he's pretty damn tanky. Stick charges as well. Eurus creating himself a body blocker, killing off those Necro units. And Virtus.pro really pushing hard, but onto one of the hardest targets. So much armor, so much life, and they just can't break him.
Plus the active from the Crimson Guard for the damage reduction and all those creeps, taking their damage down to 0. You've got a healing ward ticking. Avicii utilizing the cover and move concept incredibly well, where they just, you cast your spells, you just bait VP and buy time. The Force Staff as well to ensure that they could juke the Leshrac stun. It's really good play. And now they immediately smoke up because bounty runes have spawned and they're ready to rock and roll.
And they're hunting. With the Blink Dagger here on Zhao Yu, this will be the reveal, will be the stun, will be the under Observer Ward movement of Resolution. Another hero they want to make life difficult. Blink in, Hoof Stomp, follow up Inkswell, won't be able to connect because Save is in the neighborhood for the defensive disruption, but Resolution, the damage output just comes so thick and fast, and there's no way the VP can really get to the back lines. They can just sustain through the effect of the GA, but this wears off, and then you see the damage spill out across Virtus.pro. Epic is just watching on the hillside. There's not a lot he can do. He doesn't even burn the pipe for this fight. It would have been a waste of mana anyway. Buyback comes in from Chen, but they're coming high ground. The plus 259 damage on the Centaur. They want that damage as the buildings. Fortification will slow it up. No one. Here's your Shapeshift in through the back lines. PY, what's he going to get? Absolutely nothing. He's got Heavenly Grace currently stolen up. There's the slow up on Chen. Isolate him up. No one actually gets leashed with him running too close to it. And another jump in. What have we got? Purification, more sustain, plus the Stampede. Centaur looking for the target. They're going for save. They're trying to remove this SD. Great defensive disruption. Dodging the Hoof Stomp. That they stick around? No, they won't. In fact, no. Blink out. Do a little bit of double-edged damage into Solo. But that's a waste of a Shapeshift. No one's gone jungle. And that's for the right reasons. VG are not going to keep fighting this one. Juggernaut has to go down to the bottom lane. The tier 3 tower is taking some chip damage. But what do they get? Is there anyone they can really chase up to? DY is leaving the Ing Swan just to snuff the Omni Knight, but that slowed him down enough. The Diffuser Blade is able to connect, and that's going to be enough of a hit with a disruption. They'll come back out of it and end up killing off DY.
Wow, that is just so well played. They only lose the 5. And both side lanes already now being pressured out by VG. Just great play. And I want to comment, like I mentioned how Jug didn't like the pick because it would be difficult to get Omni Slash. I haven't actually seen an Omni Slash this game, but it's because he recognizes that he can't squander it, right?
Yeah.
Once you use that big ability, you're no longer a threat in the fight. And you can see Paparazzi, even with that Stampede, he could have maybe gone for the shouting, but the Disrupt goes off. Now all of a sudden he's in the base with no big damage ability. He's done a really good job of ensuring that he's kind of using his body and specifically his healing ward to help his team position properly, activating his sniper specifically to deal full damage in fights.
I will correct myself as well. I said Diffusal. It was most definitely Purge. Because I was thinking Diffusal, the Juggernaut's not going for this against the Lashrak. Instead, as you said, like he's trying to get as much DPS out as possible, finish up Mjolnir. That's his item builder for the moment.
Really good when you have a center on your team against all these creeps and tick damage. You think about every single Edict proc, every single Pulse Nova proc, you have a chance to ensure that that lightning damage hits 12 different units in the vicinity. It is a ton of damage. And of course, you do have the ability to actively get chain lightnings off through auto attacks as well. When your Centaur has near 2,500 HP plus all that damage reduction, there's some natural synergy there.
Yeah, just a couple of things that you started to list that took 30 seconds worth of synergy. So VG Gaming, they now start moving a little bit further up the mid. Roshan could start to be a bit of an option as well as the damage output becomes faster from VG. We've already seen how fast they move through the VP heroes. But they have to establish vision control first. So cutting through the trees, getting observer sentries down. There is nothing from VP Gaming looking for this. They got one observer ward on the Radiant side of the river, inside, like, well, just north of the camp. So at least they see the movements around that shrine, but everything else feels very dark. There's an obs on the Chen at the moment, but that's it.
I love the force stats as well from Vici. You know, new season, new names, but the same Dota, just very solid. If you're gonna beat, like, they're not gonna beat themselves, right? If you want to play up against Vici, you're gonna need to be the team making the moves, trying to get the jump on them, and they're just playing like a well-oiled machine, constantly with the beef in the front lines. Now making a move under the cover of smoke as Bounty Rune spawn up in 30 seconds. They're gonna find somebody.
Yeah, and VP's backing off. Well, okay, yeah, they do. They find the SD. They just had to back off totally then. Your Necro books were on cooldown for 15 more seconds as well, so VG had that great opening. There was smoke up. So VP again having no information. Too dark on the map for them to know really anything. Unless a lane's pushing in, they don't get information.
That should help.
And even then, their new observer what they plant down is defensive inside their own jungle.
No sorceries avail.
They get all the runes too, man. I know VP got the one, but it's just so. I'm sorry. I'll just keep gushing about Vici. I'm not sure what VP can really do to surprise them here. They need to make moves as 5. Their strength of the draft is the team fight.
Oh,
but
here we go
how
again.
do you win them?
Four staff trying to get Eurus in closer. Resolution will use him up and towards the air. The Centaur missing off and he's stomping that army. It doesn't live very long, so I was trying to TP out in time, but the pickup with the vision, telekinesis, is able to stop that retreat from Chen, dead for 70 seconds. They're looking for a little bit more. Resolution beginning his own TP out, and he's able to complete it. Okay, that's down for bottom.
Another TP. I feel like this is we've seen this a lot. It's kind of deja vu as Vici heroes consistently teleport out of danger. Ori, by the way, is about to finish a butterfly. This man is about to do incredible damage. Gem now on the Grimstroke. Everyone on Vici coming online.
Yeah, 26 minutes. Watch that clock continue to tick. And like, this is one of those times where, like, you remember the words back of the analyst panel and you feel really sorry for him, because, like, I still feel like Cap was right. If Virtus Pro were able to add more pressure, then this should never have happened. The only issue was the sniper, who now will help to get that kill in towards mid lane onto Resolution, a long-range assassination.
Hey, look, we're right outside of the Roche Pit, guys. Let's walk on in. And I gotta say, I love the double butterfly from Vici. It's pre-30 minutes, you got to consider you're playing against the Lycan. How is he supposed to buy an MKB? This hero wants to buy auras. He wants to go for this AC, then a BKB. He's going to be so far away from that item, and it's 35% damage reduction on both him and all of his creeps. It's just excellent choice. One thing I really hope we see in the new patch is a way to deal with evasion outside the MKB. It just seems like, I don't want to see Butterfly nerfed, but I'd like some way of dealing with evasion from a support's POV. Not just, hey, my carry needs an MKB, buy it, or we lost.
I suppose like that's always those indirect nerfs that end up happening, but what, new item, change to current items? Anyway. AC is the choice from Lycan instead, so yeah, not going MKB, trying to become, just having that little extra sustain. You do have the Aghanim Scepter on the Omni Knight. At the same time, like, Rubik's working his way towards that too. So they'll end up both having the same big abilities. This Lycan army is trying as hard as he possibly can to keep the split push going, to keep VG Gaming away from just moving up to the tier 3 tower and having the sniper chip your tier 3 tower down.
It's, 9k gold, it's just they're online. There's nothing Vici need. And one of the more basic principles in Dota is hit a power spike, get strong, spend your gold, and just go walk around the map as 5.
I don't know if I believe at this. He's pulse novering down. They're going to fortify the wave up, allowing Eurus just to move over. Resolution already using that Yule Scepter. Support came over. He walked right underneath the Observer Ward. And Eurus just kept enough range. The Resolution still wants to clean up this wave. They'll stampede forward. Support is going to be there in the form of Epi Kid. Assassination's in, but then Hofstomp.
Beautiful.
Zhao Yu able just to get the perfect double stun. The Rubik is the never-ending control battle. Like, working with the Grimstroke. You just can't escape this.
How cool was that, though? You see Papa hold the Omni. As soon as that stun comes off, he knows that the Omni Knight is no longer able to assist. Boom, you're gonna get 2 kills now because you've allowed support to get in range. They're just playing, they're playing perfectly. There's really no criticism I've got for the squad thus far. It's clean and simple. And one thing perhaps we neglected, it is still early in the season. These are newer squads.
Yeah.
VG's lineup is just much easier to execute. VP, this is so complex and difficult. You got all these big abilities with long cooldowns.
I think it would have
just rinse repeat.
It would have made more sense though if it was the aggressive kind of style. Like if Leshrac didn't have such a like a terrible matchup against the sniper in mid, then this lineup feels like it could have been a lot better. But the funny thing is, like, it's also just the way this Juggernaut has kind of played in, whereas this sustained damage pushing in, like, you're never going to lose the tower, the combinations, the dual lanes, they just focused for that on VG, and now they just keep going as well. The battle split between 2 different parts at the moment, where you're going to end up losing the Grimstroke down south. Save will lose his life as well. These teams split into 2 different sections, so supports will get dropped, but look at VG, they're ready to fight. Blink, Hofstomp forward, they'll pick up the 30-minute rune and then go and kill off Solo. While Lycan's back to pushing the mid, same for Resolution, almost killing off the Courier. It will get low, but not dead.
Yeah, Vici, the thing that they're doing that's quite nice if you're trying to become a better Dota player is the way this team shifts around the map. A bit earlier, they were 5 bottom, then a few staggered TPs. Suddenly, they're all spread out between the top and mid lanes.
Resolution blinks in, able to hit the stun at least, even though Ori did get the pike away, but he can't get the distance. Resolution self-closes the distance. You do have the Aegis of the Immortal. So spawned up and Ori's ready to fight once more, but VP, they're already up. They're very happy with what they've achieved. I don't know though if they have enough in the tank for another fight. You do have Shapeshift off cooldown in 3 seconds, Necro in 15. But it really feels like they need some level of sustain for that Leshrac. Like, he's, you get that nice quick jump and kills on Sniper will definitely help towards that, but only if they start rewarding with money.
It is always more fun when you're rewarded with money. I personally like to do things out of love, but it doesn't pay the bills.
Cracking a rock, does that really help you? Actually, isn't it just a rock?
No.
Do you think it looks like a rock? It's meant to be like, what, the heart?
It's a shield.
It's a shield.
It's an Aegis.
Yeah, it's a shield. But it looks like a rock, like a shield rock.
I don't know how you're going to try and make this work, Tobes, but, you know.
I'm just saying, like, it looks like it has rock pieces.
it might. I'd argue that they're more likely stone and or metal. Technically, you could argue that metal is rock-alike.
Really having a geology battle right now.
I mean, when Dwayne The Rock Johnson walked out in his vast and varied career as a professional wrestler, he would typically choose heavy metal music. So perhaps that's the link you're looking for.
All right, so all we need to do is just find a counter to The Rock.
And you can see Rezo sighing.
So what is this game? What is this game? A 3-position Lashrak.
Hey, it's not bad. It's just a really rough game, man. That mid-move just destroys the whole timing and tempo VP had in mind for this game. The moment you lose that fight around the tier 2, tier 1 mid, what, like 9-10 minutes in, you don't get a tower, you lose your mid tower.
And we're back. Pause is off. Centaur comes high ground. He's got a BKB coming on the courier too, and they'll make him sparkle with the disco. Disruption up quickly. Xiaoyu comes back out of it. No one. Again, looking towards the back lines. Resolution, look how quickly he jumps straight towards Ari. He needs to bring down this sniper, and they're really able to do it. The penitent man shall not pass. Xiaoyu also in the tree lines. The BKB will land and blink away, but DY no anywhere near as lucky. Perched up, slowed up. And Virtus Pro, well, a bit of a pause. They composed themselves, and maybe some words were exchanged to get VP in the right mindset. And they take a huge engagement against VG.
Perfect timing. Right after I almost thought they were out of hope, they just...
Res is going again. Blink, Your Scepter over towards the Rubik on the bottom lane. Able to get that control. Rubik will have a little bit of his own, just sending him back, but support is coming in. He bought the time resolution. No, Virtus Pro, they'll focus on the main objective, in through the mid. They need the buyback on the sniper and the tier 3 tower, and you already claimed this is a win. But Xiaoyu, jump forward. Sniper still not buying back the tower. No one will be able to claim it with his minions. And Virtus Pro are done. They won't force the buyback. They're just going for the shrine now. Really restricts the support that VG can bring to Roshan next time.
Immediately into the shrine. This is the threat of the draft, right? This is why you pick it up in the first place. No matter how far behind you are, VP can capitalize on just one little victory, and they get so much structural damage onto VG's side of the base. Goldie not changing too much, but definitely some new life into this dire side. And I liked the BKB in that fight from No One was nice. He didn't go for the AC right away, recognizing this item will not really help me. We're not winning the fractional battle here. We need to just get some sort of high impact item that allows me to find the kill on the key target. In this case, it is the sniper. Once he has his own BKB, though, that's when it gets real tough to take down.
Yeah, then resolutions like jump in, damage, and control doesn't help anywhere near as much.
He went for the full damage build, you know, Kaya after the Yules, Veil, the Blink. And the Blink's a really cool choice here, recognizing like we need to get onto these supports. We need to kill the sniper. And that'll work once, but Vichi's aware now. I don't expect them to move away from this fortified position on their own high ground until that BKB is in Sniper's pocket. He's TPing back to base to grab it right now because the courier's dead.
Always problematic. Well, VP will now take the second shrine. Edict's push on the bottom. Well, Pulse Nova push from Lashrak. Keeping all the waves in, but Eurus has entered through the top lane. Hitting the tier 3 tower will force Epi Kid to TP back. Eurus, it's like, this isn't enough. I'm worth more than just Epi Kid. And the TP will not complete from the Shadow Demon.
And by the way, Amina has an Axe. So
yeah,
that's a 10-second GA that also functions on structures, plus providing that 40 HP regen. He has had a Midas for nearly the entire game, and he is becoming a big issue.
I'm still wondering that, like, if you end up just having that nulled out by the Rubik, if he's able to get the steal with his own Aghanim Scepter.
That's a good point. That'll be a fun watch. I wish
GA versus GA, both Aghanim.
They just stand there, look at each other.
It's like, okay, truce, truce.
Another pause.
That's the man we were talking about.
Puppy not in the building, but his spirit lives on. As the teams now will have that a little bit of time to prep.
I'm sorry, there is not a fight that is 1 second away from happening, so you're good.
You never know, Toby. Danger could lurk around.
Like the pause before, like, well, okay, yeah, I guess this is Dota. There are global abilities. You know, actually, one of the other global abilities I'd like to have brought back is the restriction on Nature's Prophets TP. only explored areas you can TP to. It's not just anywhere you want to.
Okay, I suppose.
Yeah,
I don't mind that.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was a really quirky part of it. It was like the neutrals when they would sleep at night, and then we got that back as well.
I would agree if only there was a way. Like, the problem is that, there's little, maybe you want to TP into the trees. How do you ever know if you've TP'd into this spot but not that one? Like, you're supposed to just remember. You're supposed to drop a map like Magellan as you traverse the planet. What is the planet called also within Dota? Like, where are they actually playing on?
I'm sorry, like, Slacks is in Hamburg, and he's the one who can answer that question for you.
He's watching. I'll just keep up data with Twitch chat. You can always trust him for the lore.
What is the name of the planet that Dota 2...
no, I'm pretty sure it's Endless Carnage.
Endless
really
Carnage
ominous.
is the name of the game?
Yeah. I mean,
the name of the... Okay, the world would have had to have been changed to that name. Like, you don't just start a world saying, like, let's start with a very positive mindset of Endless Carnage.
But it is at least original, right? I want to harken back to the Han days. They had the very unique brainchild of calling the planet New Earth.
Yeah, because that hasn't been used in
newer
many...
Earth. Ha!
Yeah. I felt
they used it in the name.
Appeared in a lot of things before Heroes of New Earth.
Probably. Toby, just so you're aware, I was trying to be sarcastic.
Oh, okay. When you talk about Han, I always assume you're trying to talk in a positive light. Because you always talk about the good days.
Just because it was the most positive part of my life thus far does not mean that the entire community will look upon that game's reign in the same way.
Oh, that's cute. You think the game reigned.
Never mind. I don't know why I've got wrestling on my mind. I want to start talking about Roman Reigns. I have no idea what's wrong with me.
Who was Roman Reigns?
Man, get back. We're
okay.
on pause, Toby.
We're on pause. We'll resume this sidetrack conversation after this important game. So, Virtus Pro, retreat, no puppy pause. There's no instant fight directly after.
See.
So AC gets completed over on no one. A couple of items are starting to finally reach it. We're looking at Shadow Deep, we're looking towards an Aghanim Scepter. That may take a while. Lee Solo has a mech getting closer towards Greaves. They're getting a bit of better sustain into the pockets of Virtus Pro. While VG Gaming, they start their attention towards Roshan. Roshan may respawn in 20 seconds, so I don't know if Ori just missed the counter on it. But yeah, he's not a possibility yet. But I'm liking the double 4-stars arriving for VG. Just that ability to keep the distance, like, if they need to just push Ori away. It's like, Ori, turn away from the Lycan, we'll push and push and push.
Well, I mean, Rubik and Sniper have had theirs up since 20 minutes in. Yeah. They recognize, look, hey, we can never have too many of these, right?
Yep, so now you got Rubik, Grimstroke, as well as Sniper, who all have 4-stars. So yeah, triple 4-stars, not double. How do you even push this? Like, they're coming towards the mid lane. I put down an observer ward underneath the Radiant Sentry that's already planted as well. That's just sad. that's your critical vision that you need to keep up. Yeah, the ward just took damage. They realized something's not right. They plant down their own obs defensively to see it. But for Virtus Pro, they've been wrapping around the back while everyone's been focusing on de-warding. VG very clustered together. They found Resolution. He feels a little bit like bait, turning on the pulse, and maybe they have enough physical damage to get through Resolution. No, they don't. Mech, you've got enough with the GA not even being burnt just yet. Maybe when save goes down, Virtus Pro will think about retreating out this one. No one can't do enough damage when he gets choked up in the tree lines. And Omni-Knight, now he'll burn that Aghanim's Guardian Angel, and it is! He actually stole it! Rubik was waiting for it! You knew it was coming! And now another Hoofstorm, clean off the army, but they need to kill off Epikid, and they're able to catch him out too. Never-ending slows, add an extra stun, assassinate the guy for good measure. And now VG Gaming can push high ground with a stolen level 3 Aghanim Scepter Guardian Angel. Or they can just take Roshan in 47 seconds.
Ori's been watching some StarCraft recently because he has that perfect item of the BKB, puts himself within the trees, limiting the areas of approach for these melee creeps. And you can see BKB knows, like, I'm going to hit that sniper like I want to, but there's no damage from Rezo anymore because there's a BKB. So he just stands still, and VP realized they can't do a damn thing.
A Solar caught out underneath his own shrine. Burns the Greaves, he's there for 53 seconds. The army was pushed in by Lycan on the bottom. But they won't stop Eurus from trying to beat into the tower. Resolution's getting some level of rebuttal into the tier 2. Even if they lose their mid-racks, VG Gaming, they're not going to be out of this game yet because you're kind of in recovery mode for VG on your side lanes, and there are only 3 players at the moment, but it won't stop Eurus from doing it. A disruption. Backdoor protection has started to kick in. Have they got enough damage to get through it?
No one's in the base.
It's close, and yep, they have enough. Meanwhile, no one has taken the tier 3 tower.
Stolen GA though with the Ags, as you said, keeping the top lane and bottom lane safe.
Nice BKB from no one. He'll TP out onto the cover of that as well. And what have we got stolen now? It's going to be the... Well, it's the Wolves. How does that actually work with the Aghanims buff up? Does that actually function when you have it just sitting there?
It might. We're going to find out.
Because in 15 seconds, do wolves spawn?
Will you have wolf friends spawning in every lane for Radiant? That would be insane. I don't think... In theory, it should work. What do you think? Will it or not? I say will.
That's my drum roll. That's all I got for you.
Damn it!
Oh! Just when you thought it wouldn't happen. Wolf friends, everybody. Wolf friends.
Just when you thought he was wrong.
I also love how JJ actually picked the right lane as well. Like they spawned on the bottom lane. Into Roshan. VG Gaming go.
It's definitely better with 3 wolves in 1 lane than 1 wolf in every lane, because that just turns into free gold. Whoever's clearing the waves.
Well, Roshan's going down. Saves nearby. Can anyone jump in closer? Oh, the pickup. Rubik able to get the grab on Resolution. He can't get the jump in with a Soulbind. Lycan just can't run forward, even with a BKB. Roshan will go down. Aegis Immortals into the hands of the SD of all the heroes. Dire actually ended up killing off Roshan this one, and they're on top of Ari. No one. They need to bring him down. He's the big focal point. Resolution comes in. These BKBs are going to start wearing off, and Resolution will start to really be effective. The BKBs are gone. Watch this Pulse Nova. Maybe Xiao Yu can create some space with a great double half stomp. They just keep the pressure up. Lycan staying in. Disruption buying him some more time as Ori was focusing him. They're all still trying to retreat back out. Finally, a player's going to go down. Grimstroke will die. Rubik so low on life. Resolution just continues to jump in. He's spilling the damage. Ori will fall. Solo with the Omni Slash. It's so much damage. They didn't have the creeps. Eurus, he waited it out perfectly. Gets a rebuttal with no one as well as Solo. Both falling down, but they're not done yet. Even on low life, they're still ready to fight VG Gaming. They won't find their target. Resolution's TPing out at Arteezy's home. And Epic Kid looks like he'll get back to safety as well. But the mid lane's pushing in. Our friendly wolves are doing their work, beating into the range racks. And VP, they'll have to come and clean up.
What a fight. You can see the BKBs. They're getting lower. Again. Yeah, this is all, like, VP they recognize, look, we're G8, and Rezo has absolutely no fear. He knows this BKB is fading, and you have to get aggressive. It doesn't matter if you're a little behind in the fight, whatever. If you can't get on top of Ori, you will lose the fight, and they've got to continue to pursue.
Welcome back to live. We're just picking up where we left off. Omni Knight picked up, throwing down. They had that stun control, but here comes Resolution again, right on top of the Rubik, looking for the damage. The Stampede being used from VG Gaming just to disengage. And Virtus Pro, now the ones who wish to carry the conch, be the aggressors against VG Gaming. You don't care if they were almost 15,000 net worth up and 15,000 experience up. You start to swinging this back your way. You're only 1 melee racks down.
You are, and Toby, take a breath, my man. I'm welcome back. But this is just day 1, game 1.
Sorry, Carl. I didn't realize you like to talk during games.
Well, it's tough to get a word in when they're continuously battling. Even with Ori dead, VG just said, why not? We'll keep getting in there. MKB is next up for no one. He's got the AC complete. The items for VP rather, starting to become very relevant when you consider that the BKBs of VG are fading, and when evasion is no longer a threat, you've got Ori actually going for the Abyssal Blade on his sniper.
Well, it's the only way he can stun the Lycan when he gets close, but I'm also liking how he gets that control. Then you get the Nullifier, which has just been completed over on Eurus.
And Jay just taking us through these level 25 talents that are going to be coming up soon.
I was surprised with all the pushing around. He doesn't go for the knockback distance over the assassination cooldown time. I mean, cast time.
That's a good point, actually.
It's a weird thing, but like,
it's a rare good point as well.
Thanks, Kyle.
No problem. So, Octarine soon to come on the left track. The big timing for him is level 25 for sure. You're going to have that double edict damage per cast. You also have it up faster, of course. And 6K gold on Epileptic Kid. This is a lot of money in the bank. I'd like to see him pick up an item, but he's got to, it's tough at this phase to think about what is actually the highest impact item? I'm not even sure. Do you go damage,
right now
survive?
maybe Gem, because they saw the sentry ward being placed. They didn't actually see him properly. It was Solo doing a smoke ward mission. But yeah, you saw that, okay. Smoke breaks, blink, hop stomp. They caught out the Chen. He planted the sentry ward down the hill, but didn't actually see VG game, but VG saw the ward. So they got information knowing that VP were up on the hill. Find the pickoff, and now that's a minute without that big sustain, without that hand of God as well as Grief. But can they push back in time?
Find out. Nullifier up on Eurus. This is huge. I wouldn't mind seeing him grab some kind of initiation tool just so he's able to get that off fast. You want to try and... it's tough. You can't really stop VP from saving their ally is the issue. Even if they go for the Omni, who you want to kill, there's an SD behind him.
His initiation really feels to be either Stampede or just this never-ending combination. Like PYW as well as DY have been right on point with their synergies. Yeah. The second a target is soulbound, like PYW just going ham on him. It's like, oh, we're going to pick both of you up. We're going to throw both of you away. We're going to like get you totally controlled.
Yeah, and the status quo in terms of who can actually control these fights of a long duration is going more and more towards VP's side. They have this Ags GA, so no matter what, if you get a couple BKBs out of Vici, you just pop GA, the fight's extended. No one has any fear. There's no method of dispelling it. What are you supposed to do as Vici? There's no magic damage. You're just gonna have to sit there and wait. And VP, like their cores are so tanky. No one, 3,500 HP, soon to have the MKB. Leshrac, soon to have an Octary level 25, nearly 3,000 HP. Omni Knight, 3k HP. A Chen with Greaves and SD behind them. You just don't have the damage any longer as Vici unless you find a pickoff initially. That's tough under the circumstances.
Well, coming into that fight, the MKB is completed. And Lycan thinks about a target. Blink Your Scepter Resolution will stop this just like VPF before, but BKB TP out from Xiao Yu will get him away to safety. The damage output was still pretty good, but they hadn't enough to get through 3.7k of a Centaur.
And you can see Vici fear the hard commit now. Throughout the mid game, they were confident, even into the vestiges of the late game, but now all of a sudden, they fear this threat because VP, they don't really need initiation necessarily. They just run in.
So VG, Shapeshift's burned.
Yep.
They come out again. This is the small window of opportunity they have. The Abyssal Blade is completed on Ori coming into this fight, but if you keep your eye on the buyback menu, the only one who's really got it right now is Centaur, but it won't matter when they exploit Resolution. He has buyback of his own, but VG Gaming want to move from one to the next. Chasing Virtus Pro over into the trees. Maybe they can force the buyback over on Resolution. Stampede forward, another Hoof Stomp Solo to be caught out once again, near where he died just a couple of minutes ago.
This is probably what we're going to see repeated for whatever's left of this game. VP going to try and find some opportunity to blow every single cooldown, force that huge fight that they can take. Vici want to avoid it at all costs and then immediately have an offensive of their own with the cooldowns waiting in the wings for VP. That Lycan LT is the one to watch, specifically 70 seconds on it, and without it, no one has a very hard time sticking around in fights.
Well, the fight will be forced. The mid-range ranks isn't enough for VP to really fight over, and VG know it. That's why you got Xiao Yu on the bottom lane pushing to the tier 2 tower. Build up his retaliate stack and get ready to fight. 27 seconds until Resolution is up. That's more than enough time for VG just to head up to the high ground. There is no glyph available for VG Gaming at the moment. And that tower just evaporates, plus 427 damage on the Centaur. The Shrapnel clearing out the tree line, so they know they're going to be safe. What ends up getting stolen, Purification. So 2 lanes of Rax to be the sacrifice the VP will have to make for VG Gaming's 2-hero pickoff.
It's a 21k gold lead, Toby. It does not feel like that much.
It's only because, like, if VP take one fight, their push strength is so good because you like it's Leshrac, Lycan. Like, screw everyone else. Like, Leshrac and Lycan are gonna be the ones that just rip down a lane. But as long as VG Gaming have buybacks available, it's never a huge threat. And unlike before, now everyone has buyback available for VG Gaming.
And now their initiation is so much stronger. You can see the 25 talent from Xiao Yi picked up. 1.5 plus seconds on the stun instead of the Retaliator. I like the decision just because they need to find that lockdown to get any kind of kills. Omni Knight as well. 8 seconds less on the Heavenly Grace cooldown. You can now have that up on 2 targets with 100% uptime, disregarding cast time, of course. Quite nice, but they really need it on Leshrac. Rezo is just a quarter level away from being able to pick that up, and then all of a sudden he gets real powerful. Gonna hopefully finish his Octarine soon as well. And yeah, there's a big gold lead for Vici, but when you get all these cores to 6 slotted, it really doesn't matter who has more savings.
Let's watch Roshan. We've got a Rubik illusion in there. The Wolf Keel's over. He'll spawn in 3 seconds time. Virtus Pro were the ones who were able to kill him and claim the Aegis last time around. Of course, it was in the hands of the Shadow Demon, not the one they wanted, but at least it stopped VG Gaming from having it. But VG, more than likely, will be a little bit more cautious this time around.
Fresher Orb.
They're looking for a pick.
Enormous, whoever can pick this up.
My God, Resolution is such bait. 9-second BKB, he's ready to take it.
Look at Omni, he picked up a refresher. I actually think this is perfect because the GA effectively wins you 10 seconds of the engagement. Now you've got 20. You actually cannot fight into VP with all of their guns loaded. You need to just bait it and get out.
GA.
Yeah.
So what, start the fight off with Centaur and then just disengage?
Yep.
Oh, Roshan is up, the Wolf kills the Haste Rune. Eurus is actually really hoping for that too. He moved the bottle into place of his phase boost, so he's able to grab it. Not a lot of slots for VG Gaming to work with, but they bring Roshan down just above 50%. Virtus Pro, a little bit further to the south. They're not taking the bait just yet. They'll just keep sending one Wolf after the other, gives them all the information they need. And thanks to their Observer and Sentry, they're also very much aware there is no vision from VG Gaming on that side, but it won't matter. SD gets that jump in with the Blink Dagger. Disruption on Ori. If they can bring him down, Satanic, actually just a lot of lifesteal back up again. Ori, get up the hill and away with the Stampede. He's actually gone and forced himself over through the Aegis. Begins his TP away to safety, but the Yule Scepter, the BKB immunity did not last long enough. Resolution catches him out. Buyback is available. Now I'll finally be committed as Leshrac is falling down. The GA comes once again. This is round 2 for him. And Xiao Yu, he actually has enough damage to get through Resolution. Buyback in from him. They need that extra damage. Ori still trying to walk himself back up through the mid lane to bring it in. The Shrapnel's there in VP. They've overstayed their welcome now. VG Gaming, if they can kill Resolution, it will be absolutely massive. But disruption from Safe, keeping Eurus off his tail. Same with FB Kid, bringing Resolution back to relative safety. But now Roshan becomes a big opportunity for VG Gaming.
Dude, huge miscue there. Just lack of coordination. They overlapped the disrupt with the GA. It was a quarter second afterwards. When you're banished to the Shadow Realm, these positive buffs don't affect you. He just dies.
And they actually get the pick off with the Half Stomp defensive disruption. It's there. Resolution pulled back in by Solo, but the damage output still enough to get through the Omni Knight, but buyback is available. Leshrac into that BKB, but the damage from no one. The back lines, he's going in. He's almost killing off the Centaur before starving him away. All the damage output went to the biggest, tankiest heroes of all. Virtus Pro, they're going to lose 3 heroes. 2 of them do not have buyback, and that is GG. Virtus Pro, they put up a valiant effort and pushed this game to 15 minutes, but VG Gaming, slow and methodical push to a Game 1 victory against Virtus Pro.
Oh yeah, if there's anything ROT squad can be looked at as, it is to try and be as mistake-free as possible. Really excellent approach to the way they play the game. Even just the double force staff on Sniper to get him down to the low ground, ensure that the Leshrac would die on the high ground. A little bit of a miscue from Virtus Pro. And at the end there, just, you know, no one chasing a Centaur with 1 billion HP and Leshrac dying as Ori stands there. Unfortunate.
Yeah, fantastic start, however. VG Gaming, 1 game up in the series against Virtus Pro, starting off the ESL 1 Hamburg run.
Yes, indeed. Good start from Vici. Took him long enough, though, didn't it, to get into that one and finally finish them off after a very good start. We'll find out from the Hazen Capitalist alongside me what they made of our first game at ESL 1 Hamburg in 2019. Obviously, 2 other matches going on as well, which we'll also update you on as we go through this particular part of the show. Gents, you said Virtus Pro, they needed a better start than that, didn't they?
Yeah. Virtus Pro needs to wake the hell up. Let me just say that right now. That was some just awful,
some sleepy Dota,
awful stuff to watch in the first 15 minutes. And I don't know what exactly happened in that game that made it so awful for them to take towers. There's so many situations where that very first Lycan ultimate that ends up being totally squandered because Lycan runs into 2 supports. That was pretty terrible. There's a lot of things.
There were a lot of things, Alan. If Virtus Pro were going to win this, they had to do well in the early game, but they also didn't want to let Vici go late game because we kind of saw that they just couldn't kill him anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is kind of the win condition that we talked about at the tail end of the draft for Vici, is that you do have these 2 heroes in Sniper and Juggernaut that are more than happy as the game moves on, just building pure right-click. And eventually that's going to outscale, even as tanky as those cores on the VP side have gotten. But you see, early game here, I really question the decision of later in the draft rotating the Omni Knight in the safe lane. This is your new player. This is EpiKid, your new position 1 player. You force him into a lane matchup of Omni Knight against Centaur. He is out-farmed for basically the entire game and never really able to have an impact.
You can see in some of these fights,
Smart
right?
doing that from the other side of it. I know, tough on him, but smart the other way around.
I think it was Vici Gaming needed to be able to have a strong start for Centaur. It was the only good way for them to be able to stall out some of these pushes in a normal world. In this world, somehow Sniper and 2 supports managed to defend far too many towers against a Lycan and Leshrac, who could just kind of run in. But Vici Gaming did have really good itemization. The early butterflies that they got were obviously very effective and really limited. Grimstroke also got so many great ultimates. I think DY and PYW both played really well in this game. I think their support duo is already off to a great start. Vici Gaming had some overall decision-making that was like a little bit questionable, but Virtus Pro was far, far worse. I mean, how many times were we watching no one just kind of like run around chasing the Centaur while there's this Sniper who's just loading up? I don't know where all their damage came from, but apparently it was on a Sniper with a bunch of Wraith Bands early on, just standing there and gunning people down. Could never seem to get on top of him. Didn't really take towers fast enough.
The angles that no one is taking into those fights, just to me, there were a couple of them in a row that just didn't make sense. And as a result, I believe there were 3 straight fights from about 10 to 20 minutes where no one popped Shapeshift. And by the time he was in wolf form, he was already at 20 to 30% HP because he's just got this Sniper plink, 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 or he runs into the 2 supports and eats their their spell combo. It just looked like the VP cores especially were not on the same page at any point in this match. And I do have to say that Cap's right. The bright spot in this one was the support position play for Vici Gaming looked like it really picked up from what we saw last season. Their vision game in the first 15 minutes was great. That's a lot of why they were able to stop these early pushes with Sniper and 2 supports, as they had that vision information. And then as the game goes on, you saw late, VP were able to take one pretty big fight, and it looked like they might swing the momentum, but Sniper and Jug were just too far ahead at that point.
All right, good stuff. I'm going to get more from our 2 panel members, of course, after the break, which is headed your way right now. 2 other matches going on both streams, B and C. We'll be heading into their second games very shortly as well. We'll see you soon.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
So this is it. This is where it all started. The great business of DHL.
You remember when we still use these?
We have all come a long way since then.
Hey, Effie, my little buddy. I got a special job for you. And this is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it, 'cause I'm out here staying. It's last of my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So much passion, baby, I can never get enough. So don't you try and stop me, dance until the sun comes up.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics.
Welcome back to Germany for live coverage of ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. It is the third installment of ESL 1 Hamburg, and there is some good news and there's some bad news. The bad news is you've missed game one of the tournament. The good news is we've got 5 days plus the remainder of our first day here of enjoyment as far as Dota 2 is concerned. It's early in the season. We're trying to figure out what these teams look like and how they're going to perform, and it has to be said from our opening game, there's a little bit of work to do for both of these two teams. Vici versus Virtus Pro is our second game, just coming up in just a moment's time. Of course, draft just around the corner. And if you're interested in the other matches that are going on simultaneously, you can go and grab those on Stream B and Stream C right now. Alliance 1-up in their match right now on the other stream. And I'm just seeing, I think the Fighting Pandas and Viking are in their second game. They're in the draft, actually, for the second game as well. Gents, we're going to get back to the two Vs. Vici and Virtus Pro. There needs to be a better performance in Game 2 from Virtus Pro.
Yes. The good thing is you missed Game 1.
That's the good news. Sorry, I was doing good news, bad news.
The other good thing
and actually, it was good news and bad news.
Hey, the other good thing is I have faith that Virtus Pro is a better team than they showed in Game 1. They're going to wake up. I also want to give a shout out to Zhao Yu. We never gave him a shout out.
No, we didn't. And he did have a very good game.
Yeah, we talked about the supports, but I think his performance on the Centaur was great. He was put in a good position where he got a lot out of the laning phase, but he used that really well. He made himself a good target. He protected his towers as best he could. He tried to protect his sniper. I think that was a pretty good performance by him for a stand-in.
And that's a Yang hallmark, right? That's what Vici Gaming counts on Yang to do, is just get off to that good start in lane and control the tempo of the game, especially against a draft like VP's. He was able to do that. You talked about it, you brought it up, right? This was not a flawless performance by Vici Gaming, but at the end of the day, their stat sheet looks exactly out of the playbook from last year. You got DY in particular, 4, 6, and 25 in on 29 of 33 team kills. That's exactly the recipe that brought them to major success last season.
Yep, we should update you as at home. It's Virtus Pro versus Vici Gaming. It's game number 2, but this is the end of the series as far as the games are concerned. It's I guess you call it best of 2. I hate best of 2. Alan and I have had words about this, but it's not really a best of 2. It's more a series of 2, or a 2-game series, a TGS, if you will. So that's what we're going. It's 2 games, just accept that it's 2 games and that's it. End of series. No one wins or loses necessarily. You can go home with a point apiece. But at this stage of the tournament, Alan, you want to be putting points on the board. You want those 2 zeros on day 1. one, don't you?
Absolutely, and especially considering your VP, you're a team that comes in with a lot of question marks. I mean, let's face it, this is a team that everybody thought would basically have a walkover in the CIS major qualifiers. They came out, they were given a bye to start off, and they didn't win a single series in the major qualifiers out of 3 2-game sets that they played. There, I'll use your preferred term for it. Now, they were able to rattle off a win streak and qualify for the summit after that, which they sort of puzzlingly bowed out of. English is hard. But nobody really knows what's going on with this team.
It's early, though.
You know what, though?
You can't put too much
I got to
stress
say it.
on
I was going to wait to bring this up until at least day 2 of the tournament.
Okay.
We have not seen Rezo have success on a team where he's not the primary farming core.
Have we seen anyone have success where they switched to being a 3 and still being the primary farm? That's not a thing, is it? It's not really been a thing. I'm struggling to think. Like, Kyle brought out Samael as a good example of a player that you don't take out of a world-class position and put him in a position where he can't be a world-class player anymore. You don't do that. And Rezo, I feel like he's in a similar kind of mold, isn't he?
Based on past history, yeah. I mean, Rezo has been an elite world-class player.
I want to clear that up because I don't know if that was clear enough for the fans at home that would listen and think, well, what are you talking about? I'm saying he's basically now got to be a priority 1 offlaner, and that's never worked.
That's
never worked.
Not over an extended period of time.
It's definitely a lot of pressure on all 3 cores to somehow divvy up the farm a little bit better. I think Resolution did an okay job for himself in the first game in his target priority in team fights. I think his rotations had the right idea to him. Just little things messed up. There's a lot that happened in the first 20 minutes that Virtus Pro just stumbled one after another, and they were never meant to be behind like that. They were never meant to lose their mid tower against a sniper like that and stuff. But fresh game, Kunkka Rubik. So that could be your 3 position for Rezu, which will give you a hero that is able to get a lot of farm while simultaneously making good moves.
Yeah, I think that it was Zai that really brought the 3-position Kunkka to the 4 toward the beginning of last season, and it has never completely gone away. Of course, Viable is a mid hero as well. Can lane against a lot of these heroes like Gyrocopter in the off lane. I just am looking at the VP draft, and you got to give Epi a game, man. This kid he's playing on this kind of a stage for the first time in his career. The hero variety for him has been good. There's been a couple Void games, couple Naga games, very nice Bloodseeker game here in the recent past, but I just don't know that you ask him to play safe lane Omni Knight in his first game in a tournament like this.
It's a big ask, isn't it?
It's a VP special, but again, we're talking about VP before he joined. Yeah,
that's tough. So Rubik Kunkka, the Kunkka was banned out first round, last time round.
This feels pretty good.
I felt like it was something like Vici wanted to run last time as well.
Oh, I mean, you have Ori on your team. Fade used to be a good support Kunkka. Yeah. That's the other thing that their 4 position looked perfectly solid in the last game. PYM stepping in there without missing a beat. Yeah.
Easier to do, arguably, than a core, though.
Yeah, you have to get rid of the Pugna, I think, at this point. Whenever you grab this Leshrac, you immediately go into the next banning phase, taking out Pugna. It's just too hard of a 1-to-1 counter. And I think that's... honestly, that's I look at this a lot of these drafts, especially the Dream League drafts. There were so many drafts where I felt like the teams were just trying to orient themselves to win the laning phase, and so you would just watch this they pick this this is their offlaner. Okay, well now we'll pick a safe laner that beats it.
Are you surprised that coming out of TI? OG had this drafting strategy at the last couple of events and continued at TI where there was a lot more variety at the back end of their drafts. But what we've seen for most of the teams at TI and then almost exclusively since, the 5th pick for almost every team in almost every draft is your mid. We departed from that a little bit in the last draft, but I'm a little bit surprised that you've seen there are I think 18 different heroes since TI that have had 20 or more picks as overall 5th phase. And only one of them is not a mid. It's Wraith King. So that's something, teams are protecting that laning matchup. I think it went with what you said. This is an interesting Keeper of the Light pick, though. You talked about this here yesterday, Austin.
Yeah, I think this is a 5 position that got a lot of love post-TI.
You were expecting it earlier, weren't you?
Yeah, I think it's like one of those 5 positions that you can snap pick up because it does win your laning phase. Blinding Light, level 1, is an incredible tool, making the enemy both miss CS and secure range creeps with it because it does decent damage. You've got really good teamfight combo. There are a lot of combos that work really well with Connell. This Kunkka one is going to be pretty nice. You know, this nice general AoE. You're going to be controlling a big area of this team fight. It's also a disable that is going to be able to catch the Tidehunter. Right? Like, he's not a hero that likes to be able to have these either small continual disables or the disables that go through his Kraken shell.
I actually really like that Ember Spirit pick there. It keeps...
You catch him with the Ignis Fatus.
The other thing we have, you speak of combo breakers, the other thing that we have seen from Epi is we've seen some Naga Siren games.
Yeah.
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 Don't know if that makes sense here.
What have they played since they've had Epi on? Because they've only played like 14 or so games, right?
Right.
So it's difficult to draw too much from it, isn't it, in terms of what they could pick?
I think one of the interesting things for Vici Gaming here, because they know this is the mid-melee matchup, I don't know how Tidehunter does versus Ember Spirit, but it might be a possibility that they could still do a side lane Lesh.
Really?
And have a mid-tide. We're seeing like more and more of these these mid-lane melee versus melee matchups once you know it's an enemy mid.
Ooh, Alkban followed by a Centaur pick, so that's the
okay, so now
offline?
side lane Ember Spirit and mid Kunkka. Which I think maybe you did want more priority in your Kunkka pick simply because of like the tankiness combined with the catch and damage potential on these squishy like glass cannon heroes like Lina and Leshrac.
What have Vici put in the mid then?
And I think you needed a pipe hero for sure. And VP, like Kunkka offlane just doesn't really give you a good pipe target. Centaur is much better for that.
No, it is Ori, so you go back to thinking about heroes like Puck, Razor, Death Prophet. Those are his big picks in these situations in the past.
What are they missing? What are Vici missing in that lineup?
They have Alked in the recent past as well.
Yeah, Alk got banned the last pick.
Yeah, that was
okay.
That's been a China thing for that's been like one of the differences of the Chinese region is they're more likely to pick some of these harder carries or Alk.
The Void's gone as well.
Yeah, Void's been gone. And you could, of course, you could go super safe and pick DK. Oh no, super safe! I don't think so.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? An Ori Huskar to finish the draft off. Does that work?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of people trying Huskar lately, and I don't feel super great about it.
Doesn't Coddle like hardcore screw with him?
By the way, I love the mouse.
The light up mouse?
Yeah.
That is very pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Why? Because of the blinding light?
Between blinding light and Ignis? Like, that's a
Coddle mouse right there.
They could be problematic for sure. They've got early Roche taking between Lesh, Huskar, and Tidehunter. This is definitely a lineup that's like looking to snowball pretty quickly.
All right, it's baffled our analysts, that's for sure, here on the panel. Let's find out what our commentary team made of a very interesting second game draft.
You know what do we make of this, Kyle? We look at these teams, we look at the draft coming in, and there was one big thing. There was one big thing that we I think stuck out in game one, and I think it's sticking out in game two, where Vici Gaming's drafts just make sense. They have consistency to them.
Yeah, if they keep it up at playing like this, it's going to make dollars too, Toby. There's $300K on the line. VP, trying something a bit more conventional, but unfortunately all three of their cores are countered by a Huskar, especially once he picks up the BKB. The panel doesn't believe, no surprise there. They haven't done their research this morning, but I do, because Ori's Huskar is one of the best in the world, and he's going to go up against no one mid, and he's going to crush him.
We still love you, Paddle. Well, at least 50% of this casting tour still loves you. I'm just liking the fact, like, with like VG Gaming, you're able to have someone like ROTK that just really becomes that backbone. We talk about these teams changing players, transitioning to a new DPC season, how they remain good. What's he drafting for them? Things which are so easy to execute, and things that play to his player's strengths, like, okay, Ori Huskar, you go ham, it's gonna be fine. And it feels like the old dog really understands how to work with a new team. It's something I think a lot of Chinese teams are really, really good at, but when you got someone like ROTK there in the coach seat, it just makes it so much easier.
Dota can be improved much like your life if you kiss it, Toby. Keep it simple, stupid, all right? That's all you gotta do. Make sure that your lineups have that ease of execution that anybody can play the more complex lineups, but you can't play them up to 100% efficiency quite as well. Whereas in this case, the only person on Vici that's really got like a tall ask is going to be the Tidehunter, and timing is Ravage. Everybody else, just play around, let the game and the fights develop in front of you, land your stuns, burst down big targets, you know, let Ori's Huskar have the space to do some work. Bottom lane, this is going to be dangerous. This is Gush level 1. That's an Ember with 2 armor. That's -4 on the Gush. This is very dangerous if they fight here.
Yeah. How fast do you go with Sleight of Fist? Disruption already going to happen here from DY. That's going to combo easily with the lean to hit the Light Strike Array with the Gush, and Solo, he's dead. Welcome to game 1. I think it's time to recalculate those odds. VG Gaming off to a good start, and it feels once again too, it's the simple combinations. They can move it between all the different lanes as well. It's just easy to execute, easy to maneuver draft from VG. Not that I want to start talking like this game is over. There's still other things that VP are capable of doing, but it does feel like they're having to do it the hard way, not the easy way.
Oh yeah. Trust me, it's hard. Never mind, we're not gonna go off that point. Let's get into the game here. I really want to watch this mid lane specifically, because this is where you're gonna need to see no one make some moves. CS-wise, he might be able to stay even. He obviously picks up the first salve. He'll have to keep spamming them to sustain in the lane against Dory, so he's got to be cautious here.
He can also be cautious for save. Already forced out the top lane to pop off that salve. It's a simple combination every time you got disruption of disruption into the split earth for all the damage that you want.
And this has got to be, I believe, Resolution's first game ever on Centaur. I mean, maybe he played it 1 or 2 times out of the safe lane, but this is the first time I've seen him in a game as like the offlaner. I'll be curious to see how he performs.
Yeah, as opposed to just something like a Lashrak who's like, oh, you know, I actually can push. I can do different things. I can be the aggressor. Because Resolution was the highlight player. Still remember his run with Team Empire back as the previous TI, where it was all just like, okay, Resolution, what would you like to play? What would you like to carry on? You be the superstar.
I mean, that was a bit different, though, to be fair.
Hey, Mr. Stand-in.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They're playing, you know, life is much easier. It's easy to perform with no fear. That's just how it goes. If you're scared, if you got those happy feet, you just don't have that same level.
Ari? Okay, what? He skills up the inner fire. He's going to push back no one. He was pretty low, and no one thought he had something. Manages to at least lose the aggro of the tower, but 4 burning spear stacks. It won't be enough to kill him. And he'll end up just salving up as Ari fights in the tree lines. DY on the retreat from Resolution and save. Courier is finally bringing out a salve, but it's still going to take some time, but you don't really care if you're Ari. He's still got a base regen of like that 11.5? It's starting to drop now.
Take the salve off. Gotta be careful not to get a cancel. He's gonna be fine. Yeah, this lane will stabilize a bit for Ori now. Bottom's very careful. You
nice Light Strike Array. If they can keep the control up with the Anchor Smash, not enough damage into Solo instead. Epic Kid, he can just keep going.
Nice juke on the stun. Yeah, they're doing a good job. If they had landed a stun earlier on the Ember, they would have had a secondary kill. Slight miscue there, but the thing is, this lane does not get easier for VP as long as they're behind in the Mana War. Also, Coddle Ember is just such an odd lane combo. You're gonna get the spammed out slights, sure, but look at the amount of damage pressure that the Vici lineup's got. 2 points gush, by the way, on Zhao Yi. He is here to dominate this lane. Top lane, they get saved, trying to interrupt the pull.
Yeah, a little too easy on again. Disruption, answer. No one has left the middle lane now. I think he's got much of a choice. And you are right that that spam is nice from the Ember Spirit, but it's only gonna be nice once Solo's got some more levels in it.
God,
An 18-second cooldown for it, and then the Dragon Slave from Lina with a 1 point up in Inner Fire. He's gonna come underneath the tower, trying to hit the Light Striker right, able to do so, and actually takes him down, getting the kill before his own death, which means Solo gets, well, really nothing.
That was sick. It's just actually a crazy lane in concept. Like, Tide traditionally was this defensive offlaner, just this fat watermelon. You'd have to just poke and prod, never actually burst. Whereas now, when he's going this 2-0-2 build, that's so much physical damage.
Ooh. I like that with the Blinding Light, pushing him back in range of the Tier 1 tower. Zhao Yi, as we've now been told, is he's pronounced, not Zhao Yu.
Yeah, and this build, this Coddle Ember lane is great if you can play aggressively, like 2-on-1, but you have no survivability. And these two heroes pump out, they both have 2 different spells that deal damage. Like, plus a ton of stun and slow, the minus armor on 2 heroes that both go to negatives. This is a tough one for our boys in orange. Used to be purple, back to the traditional colors, thank the Lord.
It's all right, they'll change it again once the season's right. For the 5-minute rune, Solo, he could have grabbed both, he would have lost his life if he tried to do that. So they'll just be happy with the 2-2 trade-off. It's nice when you're able to run this safe lane Leshrac and actually get him bottle charges as well.
I love
that
to build into. Pick up the bottle, heal yourself to full, grab a rune, you have a full bottle still. It
and
already
also support
pays for
DY.
itself. Yeah.
Like, give more mana for this combination to work, because you still supports the heroes too.
Now mid lane, look at, you can see that's the disparity is Ori has 16 denies in comparison to the Kunkka's 1, and that's where you get punished as a melee hero going up against Huskar. You're forced to leave the lane as well once the Huskar hits 6, even though Ori skipped the ultimate. He's gonna farm jungle and lane. Stacks already coming out from the Shadow Demons. Well, I wish more 5s did this. I think heroes like Shadow Demon, like Venge, should really be abusing this ability to always efficiently double stack. You get so much bonus gold once you stack the creeps. Like, I don't know. It's so hard to make money as a 5 nowadays. Like, let me get it. And everything's so cheap too. So the idea that stacks, every stack kind of just pays for a ward. Now you're free to buy actual items. It's good times.
Solo's gonna make his way up towards the top lane. They're gonna try and have a crack here at Eurus. DY is nearby, and Eurus is already feeling it as well. They back off quickly. But it's probably scanning the bottom lane to see if Ember is wanting to retreat.
Even though it's just a 4-1, it's a 2k gold lead for Vici. The CS is a bit misleading. And they are also the ones with more formidable side lanes in the sense they just have that natural survivability. Ember Spirit, level 5, has the maxed Flame Guard at the moment, but...
And they're really into that Tier 1 tower. Wolfstorm comes out. Level 2 Fade Bolt's already being committed. And who really has the advantage underneath this tower? No one. They'll all just decide to back up.
Now Ori's getting super fat, just always farming this one jungle camp above his mid lane and getting near every creep.
3.2k net worth, gonna go in for the armlet to begin with. Oh, they really are going on Epi Kid as well on the bottom lane. Zhao Yi's in pretty deep. TP already out from the Lina, trying to just escape back out. Tidehunter will have to play it his own way, but with the arrival of no one, there's too much damage.
Or is there?
All right, he's got 1 stick charge. He'll burn it quickly. He's got some phase boots for the speed. No. Continues to run clear of the Keeper of the Light who TP'd him. And then there's a movement also there from Ari if he wants to try and save his Tidehunter. And he's just going to walk it off. It's like a stitch.
Well, that's what we call hashtag space created, Tobes. You get 4 heroes stuck on their own side of the map, even forcing a couple TPs. That's the dream.
Especially the big one. Like, this is going to create more distance between the Kunkka and the other cores of VG Gaming, who are already branching out ahead. Like, Tide goes for his long walk. He's at 3.1k net worth, 3.7k over on the Husker. You know, in the last game, I felt really, I felt like there was something that Virtus Pro could do. They're going to give it a shot right now on Ori. Pops the inner fire. We'll see how tanky he will be with the helm. And now Ravage. He'll trigger over on 3, allowing Ori to get up the hill. Stampede as well. Man, they really want to commit to the fight, but Ori is very happy to stand himself.
I'm surprised he didn't just turn and fight there. With the maxed out Berserker's blood, I actually think he might have been able to turn it. But either way, you trade a Ravage for a boat. Big rotation coming out from VP. And once again, they make a move into this mid lane early, and it goes wanting as top aggro Glyph. They're going to pressure with the Edict.
And now they're going to kill Resolution if they can. Try and start up with the catcher. Disruption. It's not enough mana. Was short by 10 mana when he threw out the first catcher.
Don't think there would have been enough mana to close, especially with the hood on the way. But either way, mid lane, no one forced to teleport out. Now that Ori's got the ultimate skilled, he can apply that pressure from afar. Get on top of him. 4 wards placed by VP, all trying to control this mid lane. They are terrified of Ori and where he might move onto the map. Looks like he'll be headed towards top lane. You want to control those bounty runes. You need to see the line drawn on the map. I'm actually just stopped for some stacks. They already got both bounties bottom and a 3rd up top, so ideal for Vici. They're going to claim 3 out of 4.
I'll say he's going to give it a shot, but Disruption. Save just walks in. Resolution realizes there's nothing he can do here. That is one very dead Rubik. And it seems like life's getting harder and harder for these Virtus Pro supports. The difference in net worth, like, PYW actually got a hell of a lot on the map too. Like, he actually just had the bottom lane while the rest of VG Gaming were going for their Wonder, because he also TP'd out, didn't die. He's almost got as much net worth. Like, okay, he's 600 behind that of the Ember, but he's the combination of the Rubik and the Coddle almost.
And I love Lina as a 4. Well, you really just need these arcades, because now you're able to self-sustain and farm around the map. Top lane,
beautiful Blinding Light. Actually pushed Eurus into Resolution's Hoof Stomp, but they brought 4 heroes to find that kill on the Lesh.
Yep. Yeah, this is definitely dangerous, VB, just because they're a big playmaker. Epic Kid, he's forced to get involved, sure, but he just doesn't have the farm.
No one really trying to find enough damage. Burns everything to try and kill that Lina.
Armlet on the way for Huskar, and he's already moving towards the top lane. This is a very fortuitous timing.
No, they caught SD out already. Disruption from DY. He'll get a little bit more distance. Got 9 one-charges available too. He's going to burn them so he stays alive through the Illuminate.
Ori's coming. Somebody play the Jaws theme. This is going to get real scary for VP if they don't get the hell out of here quick.
I'm sorry, do we have soundboards? I would like soundboards. Soundboards are now requirements for casters to be entertaining.
For some of them, at least.
Ember sees it and backs off. I don't know if they looked quick enough to see the reveal of the armlet. But either way, Virtus Pro pushing another tower is going to be a little bit more difficult. But they are the ones to at least level up the towers with 1 apiece. Both safe lane towers down.
Bottom lane. Nothing really happening. Rezo just finally getting some space to recover. You hate to see the arguably tankiest hero on the team forced a static farm bottom side, but that's what you're left with. On occasions such as this, VP all constrained on their own side of the map, as Vici, I think, should be looking to make a move shortly. They've got Ravage, level 6 on the SD. And look, yeah, the Ravage is coming up
right behind
Oh my God, the positioning.
If he just burns it right now, Blind Light pushes it back, but Ori's ready to fight. Starting over on the Kunkka with a Will-O-Wisp. Solid tries to create some space, combining with the Stampede. They'll get some level of distance as Rubik keeps the SD under control underneath the tier 1 tower. VG, they're taking too much damage. Epic Kid trying to get through the rear. Another Blinding Light. VG having a hard time getting their damage output in, but now the sustain, they just keep going. Push him back, another inner fire, creating more space. Kunkka, he'll be the first one to go down. No one has buyback available. Eurus got through another one too, and Resolution, he's burning. 2 is the hero he played in game 1.
That was, I mean, the fight, you can see Vici, they just wanted to fight at any cost. The Ravage was great. The positioning was excellent. It was too early, of course, but it gets the fight going. That's key. and Vici are able to take a huge advantage now in this game. Once again, they take out the mid tower first, as theirs still stands at near full HP. This is ideal. You can have an Aether Lens complete on your Lina. It is 13 minutes into the game. You've got 4 cores to 3.
And this is just so many other heroes from VG that can be effective on the map compared to Virtus Pro, who just seem to always be in this defensive kind of mood. It's like what VG did in game 1, right? Like, we have a battle around a tier 1 tower. What are you going to do about this? Okay, you're going to come and defend? Sure. Give it a shot. But is there something the VP can work to that makes this work? Like you're getting a Spirit Vessel from No One as his item build. He's doing a quad stack of Ancients at the moment.
That never feels good. And I know that Kunkka can utilize it in his item composition. I understand, but this is No One on Kunkka. You know, this is the guy that popularized that DK Kunkka double bracer Radiance build. And now all of a sudden he's going for this like tier 3 utility item. And who's supposed to pick up the slack in terms of DPS output? Your Ember's not even got drums as we approach 15. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, Toby, I don't know.
Thanks, Kyle. Thank you.
No problem.
Spirit Vessel, Spirit Vessel and drums are the items your cores are working on. It's like, yeah, they need a little bit more time. Meanwhile, one of the big items that we flagged before, not to mention Tidehunter, Xiao Yi being a little bit too far out, but he's got extra help. DY is going to be there. Ori's already moved over. Same with Alina. The Will-O-Wisp comes down. Solo, I really don't know if you want to try and fight this one. Tidehunter is Ravage in 3, 2, 1. He's ready to go, especially when Eurus is able to land that stun. Xiao Yi, he's able to get the stun, actually hitting all 5 heroes and dodging the attack, living through the tree lines. Here comes Ori, his life break forward. Resolution trying to get them all back out there with the Stampede. Thanks to their observer ward, they at least can see VG coming, but what you can see, you can't stop.
Bounty runes have spawned bottom. They've already claimed both top. Alina from VG, go grab those. We'll see. And yeah, as you say, like, they're trying their best on VP, but they just don't have any damage, man. These cores are too tanky.
Now, at least,
what?
With the Stolen Splitter stun, the ST as well as Alina. Hey, you want a freebie? We got vouchers.
Questionable movement from the supports. Not sure if a Centaur should be able to stun 2 heroes without setup, but...
Oh, it wasn't even Centaur, it was the Rubik. He had Split Earth stolen. He used it on them sitting on the high ground. They didn't see him. Now Ari's going to hang around and just try and man up. He's trying to go full Arteezy, but doesn't have enough life to do it, all the space. And it seems we have ourselves a game getting a little bit closer with VG Gaming losing 3 heroes in 1 minute.
However, they did claim all 4 bounty runes, so the gold loss is not felt in terms of the net worth charts. They still obtain both, or all 3 rather, top positions of the net worth. Now No One's
Resolution comes towards the mid, DY. They try to start this over on No One. The ship's coming in, and with the X mark, they'll pull back DY. And this opens up the opportunity to attack into the tier 1 tower, but the Lina is still very, very good at cleaning up waves.
He is. They gotta be careful mid. There's a Tidehunter with a pipe and a Ravage in
Coming
50
around.
en route.
His Ravage is on cooldown for 50 seconds, but that won't stop him from walking into the middle of Virtus Pro, who will pick him up, throw him back down again, missing on a couple of their stuns, but it looks like they got extra control for days. X-Mark will pull him in too. Eurus will arrive. The Will-O-Wisp trying to create a little bit of extra space. Resolution cops the Laguna Blade, still surviving through all of this one. No One. Eurus is now focusing him down. The Stampede, No One needs that distance. He has no urn charge. He's got absolutely nothing. The lightning will slow him down quickly, and a blinding light creates a little bit more space.
Oh, nice.
They'll get rid of the observer ward.
Yep. Solo was aware. He saw that split lightning and was like, wait, that's not cool, man. I know what's up here. Immediately puts the sentry down. I'd like to see that. I did not see it much in the qualifiers. You would see obvious wards that should be dewarded, just ignored blatantly by 5 positions. Too intent on farming more gold. You gotta be selfless. And if anyone knows that, it is Solo, the man who popularized the now famous buyback into fight around the Roche pit.
These TPs, that one's not going to happen here for Eurus, but DY is going to be there. Can't save his teammate, but Xiao Yi moving over, so is the Lina. Under another X marks the spot. DY will be pulled back in. No One doesn't really want to fight, but he'll turn around anyway. Tidebringer up so he can at least pick off the SD.
This is the VP I've been missing, Tobes. Like, this is what we're talking about.
Is it the VP?
You run it up. You go for it.
Okay, I don't know if this is the VP you've been missing, considering I don't think Resolution has actually landed a hop stomp in the last like minute and a half. He was missing him in the mid, he's missing him on the bottom, and VG Gaming seem to run into the middle of him.
Intimidation factor.
Oh,
all right?
okay.
That's
Are we outframe this,
consider.
are we? Is that what this is?
Look, they're just continuing. Just keep getting more. Never stop, never stopping.
Yep. As long as they have the damage output. Xiao Yi walks it off.
There is a Ravage. You got to be cautious, but I like what VP is looking to do. You got to just play aggro with these heroes. You're not going to win the farm game against a lineup comprising of a Huskar and a Tide, who at some point you're going to get this BKB on Huskar. Like, that's when things get real spooky as we approach Halloween season for VP.
It's 200 gold for that some point. The BKB is almost here.
Yeah, that's go time. That's when you're going to see a smoke. The thing I love about ROT-led teams is that they do the little things right. You're going to see him. He's got 15. Going to get the BKB. There'll be a smoke on the courier as well. And Vici are going to look to make something happen around the 20-minute boundary and spawn. It's perfect timing.
Meanwhile, the rest of, Virtus Pro. Push out the top, get some support, some levels. VG Gaming. Like, if they're going to commit, like, it's like, what, the tier 2 tower on bottom lane, which is already pretty low, so that's a pretty welcoming target. And you've already got the Yule Scepter over on Lesh, so he feels a little bit more comfortable.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ah, here they come.
Yep.
And Coddle comes a little too close. Ori doesn't keep the vision up. So, no target to jump to. And Lesh with the BTs is able to defend the top lane against the Rubik. Already going to set up with the Yule Scepter into the split earth, and we'll see what Rubik's got as an answer. Nothing. Nothing is the answer.
It's, the early bots here, a huge fan of. Whenever you can get this item early on the core, Lesh, you just feel so good because all of a sudden you're getting like that kill, the whole top wave, that's all bonus.
So, Flooding Line's back, PYW, so he's able to take the bounty room, but the courier is stalking him. Solo knows if he turns to attack the courier, he's going to die anyway. Now the SD's coming over, the Shrag's coming over. 4 heroes together. Okay, let's just say, okay, I don't need to be there for this one. Space has been created. Bounty runes have been stolen.
And there's the smoke. You go back up your Huskar, who's all the way bottom lane. This is a bit of a weird play from Vici, though, because the lanes aren't pushed is the problem. You've got Ember Spirit top with the defensive remnant at all times, constantly forcing this top wave into the tier 2. Bottom was just shoved out hard by Rezo. They did a nice job of controlling the waves. You can't fight Vici right now, but you can farm. You just got to keep him chasing you, like Jerry does Tom. I miss cartoons, man. That made the good old days.
Dire's top tower.
Sorry, I just got flashbacks to Looney Tunes. Stop looking at me like that, Toby.
Hey, I like Animaniacs. For anyone who has any idea what the hell that is.
Ags is going to be the next choice on Huskar. I don't see that very often. Just increases the damage dealt, lowers cooldown on the ultimate.
Wonder why he actually chose that over everything else that could be.
Yeah, it's a really good Satanic game. That's an example. Just go straight in middle.
Oh, yep, okay. Blink Dagger over on the Tidehunter can believe he can solo kill solo. Huskar not wanting anything to do with it. They were actually farming. Meanwhile, no one BKBs. And TP's away to safety. That's his 10-second BKB burnt. And Rezo is like, he really wants to have a Blink Dagger of his own. Like, that top kill would be impossible.
Yeah, it's the same deal as the previous game. You're playing against an SD, this Lina, 1140 HP on Lina. If you can just blink on top of her with Rezo, follow up Torrent into Whiplash from the Kunga, like that's just a kill.
As he really knows how to bring the tide. Huskar, is this, yep, this is what he wants. Into Roshan they go. At the same time, very difficult, no one. He's already going to X-Mark, so he can X-Mark and Torrent and just see what's going on. Relative safety. VG Gaming have a very good observer ward that's also down. It's just a little bit further up near the shrine. So it's actually managed to dodge the 2 sentries. Oh, never mind. That sentry just caught it on the edge.
They've got Blink up as well on Rezo now. Maelstrom on the Ember Spirit. We've seen the new Liquid use this combo quite a bit with the Cuddle Ember, where you just slight immediately, Chakra, and just slight again. Tons of damage output. Vici, they want to force a fight right now, but you can't just stand in the choke point. You got to make a move like this. Smoke around, try and find a pincer, get some sort of initiation to give yourself an opening. Now he's going to run straight to the Rubik.
But he's into the trees. They don't have the vision to get the jump. And a Torrent able to create a little bit of extra space. Another blink forward. Zhao Yi, unable to find these targets.
Long fights.
There will be some side lane pressure at least, but you see Eurus as well as no one. It's like if Shrek wants to push just one wave too far, they're ready to fight.
Yeah, but I like this. They push out bottom. Eventually, you force someone to show, and now you get into the Roche pit. Already at half HP. Solo.
The Solo's back at it again.
No.
He's put the Will-O-Wisp right in the middle of the pit, trying to play around it.
It even works on Roshan. I didn't know that.
Oh. I like how he also like crouches down, being pulled into the vortex. Yeah, but Roshan's dead. They got some information, but yeah, Virtus Pro understand there is no stopping this. But with the Invis rune from Lina, more information. Doesn't have the Eul Scepter available, but is more the Scouter, following resolution as best she can.
Now with the Aegis, you can play way more aggressive. Invis rune on the Lina. He's hunting Rezo bottom. Teleport coming in already from the Tide. They need to land this stun preemptively. Nope.
Oh, Gush, Stampede away, and Disruption from DY. Had just enough mana to get that off. Now hit the LSA and every bit of damage they've got to get through the 2-1-4-0.
That is, yeah. Good dotes from Vici, playing around the map. Again, the bounty runes spawning. They're going to be able to control these two. Huskar mid, shoving that wave alone because he's got Aegis. You already got both towers dead bottom. Your Lesh has got a Kaya, soon to have a BKB. Things are going well, but you got to make sure you hit your timing.
It is still feeling like Ember is getting more and more space, so he's able to keep this split lane going. Yeah, he doesn't have BTs, but for the moment, he's just been hanging around the top lane anyway.
This isn't the old Ember of way back when, where you'd go for the the bots, double Battle Fury, Daedalus. You're gonna get space here, but his next time is BKB. It's not damage yet, and that's what they're gonna need to kill these Vici cores. Like, look at the HP pools on Tide and Huskar.
Yeah. I just miss all the old builds, even the crits that would come on a Kunkka, like the Shadow Blade as well as Crystallis, and then you can just like get like one hit down supports if you get the target right. Now it's BKB, it's Spirit Vessel. Mass sentries being planted around. Everyone's looking to see him before the fight begins. Information that will win you that engagement. Epic Kid needs to get out of top lane right now, but barely missing from Eurus. He guessed right, he knew where he'd be farming, just 1 pixel too far to the left.
Alas. It's again, just Vici, they swarm so well around the map. They're playing one lane, they're immediately into the other. They still have heroes in the third, shoving it out, trying to ensure that they can throttle VP, find openings to get on top of structures. It's really cool. BKB now finished on Eurus. He's going to run straight out of the base, look to join up with his team. Probably, yeah. He'll go to bottom first, then TP wherever. The rest of the squad already top.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Resolution.
Tower is under attack.
He's currently doing a survey of the northern kingdoms.
Middle tower has fallen.
Anthony to try and slow down this pressure, but you've still got a creep wave and a half for VG Gaming to help him push in. Solo's trying to do something about it, but he's out too far. Trying to get back underneath the tower, but you've got Catcher on him, you've got 2 stacks of poison, and you got a Tidehunter.
Now you got creeps in the base too.
They back ready to fight. Epic can't TP over. Epic Kid doesn't have a TP available. Centaur doesn't have a TP available either. They have to walk their way back to base. No one will be there to help with the defense. Fortification from VG kept their creep wave alive a little bit longer. They're really trying to buy more time with the blind life, but oh boy, no one.
He had BKB. He has buyback, but damn.
had no life. Are they willing to sacrifice this? The melee ranks taking a hit. They're pinging out the fact that ward was placed. It's only a sentry, however.
Tier 3 is the big win, Toby. We learned this at TI. There's just too much gold in these shrines. Creeps are not strong enough. And look at this kill. Immediately the stun from a mile away, and he's just dead immediately. The follow-up from the Lesh, immediately, you've got no Kunkka. Now you've got 2 buybacks down on VP, and there's still the entire VG lineup ready to fight. They didn't squander anything big. They stood BKB up in 30 seconds. Aegis will persist for another 50, but you know, you've got what you came for. You've got a shrine, you've got a tier 3. The gold lead just jumped up to 11 from 6. It's all about the slow and methodical victory for VG Gaming.
Feels like a rinse and repeat of the strategy, the focus of this team. And Virtus Pro, that aggression that you said you wanted to see from them is pretty much subsided.
Yep.
It's like, hey, we got ourselves a Spirit Vessel, let's get charges. Nothing to really gain on this map apart from waiting for VG Gaming to come in to fight you, and even then, like, that's a telltale sign. No one, BKB TPing out in the trees. Lina stuns the area like 1 second after the TP was done, but you can see the mindset. And then all that can happen is like Epi is trying to push out the top lane as far as he possibly can. The Aegis is timed out. So VG's ticket of aggression is starting to slow down. So the fight's not impossible for VP to win. Just very, very difficult.
Radiant's bottom shrine is under attack.
Wow, Toby, you make it sound so promising.
Yeah, I meant to be the optimistic one, right? Like, you're meant to be the negative one.
I mean, the problem is they just can't make plays. If you don't have better team fight, and you don't have vision on the map, which at this point they actually have none outside of the one ward placed within their own base.
They're going to give it a shot anyway. They 4-man smoke up. VG Gaming are right next to them. They smoke as well. They're trying to hide near the tree. Smoke's going to break over on Solo. If he's the first one, jump. That Will-O-Wisp needs to be their controller. Hopstomp, double. It is going to be in there for a resolution with a Will-O-Wisp. The control is good. No one. Also dropping down the boat. They'll buy more time, but so will Xiaoji with actually getting that big ravage into the back lines. We still need to find ourselves the kills. The fight splits into 2 different parts. It will be the leader to die first, and they're going to stay on those supports of VG Gaming. Virtus Pro with their 2nd kill, but now it's Eurus' turn. Epi Kid, that BKB wearing off in a second. Husker, he's a huge target. They're able to get through him. He couldn't toggle with that permanent stun the Virtus Pro were looking for. Xiao Yi still nearby. Sleight of fist searing, just holding him in position. X Mark, wait for that torrent. Now it will come back, but defensive disruption from DY. Protecting the Tide Hunter with a buyback from Husker. Virtus Pro are happy to get the retreat on.
Is that really worth it, though, to trade a buyback on your Huskar just to save the Tide, who could have potentially survived anyway? Check out the replay here. Great job from the 2 cores of VP, Epileptic Kid, and No One, getting into the back lines, immediately taking out the 2 supports. As we discussed, that's what's necessary. They recognized it, and now Huskar's BKB fades, the stun lock comes out, the Ravage not really useful on that high ground because the Stampede was there to counteract. Really, really cool play there from Virtus Pro. Just good target selection. That's what Dota a lot of the time comes down to. You want your strong heroes to kill their weak heroes. It's a lot like watching lions hunting gazelles in the Sahara.
And watch that hunt happen. BKB from No One. He'll TP away in time. Ori initiated on him, but Lina read the situation right. He knew he was going to X-Mark back. They forced the BKB once again. But this duration is now down to 6 seconds on the BKB. That immunity is not really there, even though Virtus Pro, like, they're working hard to get themselves into this, but once again, they're getting fought on multiple sides of the map. Solo is dead so quickly. Support will be there, and now resolution. Eurus, they can't keep him controlled enough. Epic and Eurus trying to work together. A quick little stampede. Save will finally die up on the top lane. They pull back the SD, so at least they can claim something. But 2 supports for 1 support.
Yep.
I suppose when you're this far behind it is sort of worth it.
The later this goes, the more easily VP can play the game. Specifically just because the Ori BKB will get to such a low duration. You'll actually be able to kite him, you stampede away. And now, you know, Huskar's big flaw is that into the super late game, you do fall off because it takes too long for you to deal your damage. And you got the boat buff you can fight under. You have a BKB soon on Rezo. The Ember Spirit is becoming a problem with the BKB. Lincoln's next. Curious choice. I feel like maybe you would have wanted more damage, but just choosing the survivability option here.
When you actually think about that late game, it's a 17% win probability if we believe Dota. For that chance of Virtus Pro to win.
It's about the same chance as a bash. In fact, it's exactly the same.
Where is...
Just in case you didn't know that.
Where is that? Thanks, Kyle. Thanks. I think I've just, for some reason, blotted out all memes in all history. No one ever knows what 17 means.
I'm surprised you can live with yourself under the circumstances then.
I can't.
Roshan
I'll
is
just
up.
retire now. Roshan's been taken down. Roshan up, Roshan down.
Yep. Leshrac finished Doctorine.
It's so close, but they're not there in time. They blinding light the Huskar, and then, here we go, Tidehunter. He'll blink himself forward. Solo just evaporates, and he's the big factor when it comes to keeping VG out of the base. Blinding Light as well as Coddle Blast is just not existing anymore. Yeah, remember that one.
And there's no buyback on that hero either. So you know now, as Vici, you can go high ground. There's no threat of potential Ignis Fatuus counter initiation. You can look to get aggressive here. The Octarine, it's so early up on Eurus. It's actually insane. His damage output's nuts. And this draft is just so formidable. You consider the innate survivability of the course. And Ember? Okay.
Enough to clean up the wave. They'll fortify up as well. We get our trio shot. It's not stopping Ori from hitting into the tower. They really need that backdoor protection or something. It won't exist in time. Now onto the melee racks.
There it is.
Yeah, finally kicking in.
Wave is on the way, however. You've got BKB Cheese up on the Lesh. I don't know how you approach this fight if you're VP. There's still a Ravage waiting in the wings.
They wrap around the back. They look for the rear. There already goes your Will-O-Wisp. The Ravage will trigger. It only connects over on the Ember Spirit. He has buyback and Valve. Going to use it very instantly. And here comes your ship to negate that damage. What if you end up getting stolen? Okay, well, it's not going to be... Well, yeah, it's that Demonic Purge. That's pretty good when you hit the Life Strike Array too. The stun combinations just continue on. Ori can stand a little bit stronger. The Torrent will pick him up and they break through the Aegis, the Immortal. Buyback sticking fast from both teams with the Sleight of Fist and Searing Chains, trying to slow him up with the Hopstone from Resolution. Maybe they do just have that control, but the cheese, he'll end up being consumed. All the mana comes back as well as the life. That should be the game. It's an ultra kill from Ori. They haven't got him the rest of it, but VG Gaming, they have broken Virtus Pro in this first series, 2-0ing them up.
I should never have doubted the Axe on Huskar. Oh my god. He used it like 7 or 8 times in the last fight. Picks up a triple kill. He's got so much maneuverability within the fight. And even with multiple buybacks from VP, they've got no hype. And you can even see, they're cracking smiles. They know what they just did. Took out one of the favorites in this group with a decisive 2-0. Hell of a start to the season for VG here.
And Virtus Pro, they have so many great players, but something that VG and VP seem to be separated by is just this cohesiveness. Like VG, they're connecting right, their timings are perfect, their drafts are all synced up, and they just seem to really know what they came here to do when they entered this game. I'm not even talking like the tournament. That's something Virtus Pro can think about a little bit more before their next series, and maybe they can just say like, okay, what is our identity? What do we do?
Something different, I hope. Something new, strange, special. At this point,
something that
yeah. Let's ask the experts.
Experts?
Yeah.
Experts? Do we have any experts? I don't know. Experts, please.
I don't know. Do we? They were a bit confused at the end of that first, the start of the second game when we went into the draft. So maybe they're less confused now. Nahaz, Capitalist, talk to us. Or do I have to do another John Travolta impression?
It was pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
Pretty on point.
How's your disco, Paul? You ready for that? No. Oh boy! Wow.
No good.
Okay.
No good.
Cut.
No good.
All right, back to the game. Yeah. So, VG Gaming. I mean, they just did pretty well for themselves. I think the Huskar last pick into the Kunkka. Like we saw how that worked out. Kunkka obviously did not have much of a laning phase to be able to work off of, and with the current VP. Especially in this meta, it feels like this meta is going to be really bad for them. When the laning phase is all important, you're just not very likely going to walk away with being able to win 2 or 3 of your lanes to be able to give that kind of divided up farm that you need for all 3 of your somewhat greedy farmers. Yeah. You know,
I think they make it harder on themselves though with those drafts.
It feels almost like back a couple of years ago with EG, where they had those 3 kind of greedy. cores that you just couldn't feed them enough.
If you want to talk about going back a couple of years, it feels like you go back a couple of years with VP itself. The difference statistically in the last 2 years with VP at TI, they dominated the regular season and they come into TI and they fall flat. And the big statistical difference that stands out above all others is the failure to secure the safe lane. They won multiple majors by locking down Ramsey's safe lane and consistently pressuring the opponent. And they go into TI and all of a sudden opponents somehow figure out how to pressure their safe lane when it hasn't happened all year. And this is, I'm trying not to read too much into one best of two set, but man,
it is just a couple of games.
The last pick Centaur. I mean, if there's one player as VP that you got to be thinking about, we need to get this guy going, it's your brand new one position in Epi. And he's not getting draft priority. He's not getting farm priority as the game goes on. He's not getting protection in these fights. You got to do something about that.
Okay. Pick an MVP for me.
Let's go for Ori.
Yeah,
I liked Ori's
in both games.
Performance in both games. Yeah, I think it was really solid. That being said, like moving forward, I'm definitely keeping an eye on this new support duo, Vici Gaming. Look awesome. Their offlaner, Zhao Yu, this is a pretty good performance by him so far. If he can kind of continue this, he may be able to leverage this into better team opportunities in the future. So.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what we're saying 5 days from now and whether we're still talking about him or maybe we're talking about someone else. But it's fascinating watching some of the new kids in all of the teams. I mean, the 2 new guys in VP, difficult to assess them after one game because they haven't really had a chance to shine, have they?
I'm going to give them an incomplete because if you graded them based on this series, it would not be good. No, but
they didn't show up. They didn't show up to class, Professor. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I am saying. There were some skipped lectures there. I think.
There may be an attendance issue. Let's leave it at that. Yeah, tricky game for them.
Well,
but, let's credit Vici where it's due though, because that's a couple of very well played games. First one, I think you could say, Kat pointed out, it looks a bit scrappy at times. It doesn't look like a tier 1 team, same way as it did last season necessarily just yet. But game 2 was a bit more clinical though, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I the dead Yang strat lives on for sure.
Without him even
stand in for it, right. It doesn't matter, man. Your off lane is just stable. No, I think, the first game, obviously, there were some execution mistakes in the early game. They locked it down at the end. The second game, the Husker laning advantage was just decisive. This is what you want to see out of Vici, and at least through the first set, these questions about are that support duo going to be able to have the same impact that we saw last season? Absolutely.
Seems okay, doesn't it? Yeah, seems okay. So are there harder tests in this group ahead for Vici?
Certainly. I don't really think that VP was very high on that list. Who else is in their group again? I'm sorry, I forgot.
I can give you
to put you on the spot.
That's the Alliance Beast Coast group, right?
Alliance Beast Coast. So Alliance will be a good
Coast,
test.
Fighting Pandas, and I've got Virgin GG written on my card.
Wow, where's your head?
Yeah, Viking GG. I think I was with Kyle when I wrote that. It's actually it's Viking. GG, obviously in that with Alliance Beast Coast fighting
that all the time.
Vici and Virtus Pro. So, sorry, Kyle.
Alliance will definitely be the biggest test, especially since I believe they just beat Beast Coast in one of the other streams. So they look to be the front runners of this group. I think Beast Coast themselves will still be like the second place of this group and will be a better test for Vici Gaming and their skills.
And Virtus Pro, where based on that, are they going to struggle?
Well,
okay.
Pretty low down.
Again, if they play like they did in this series.
All right, okay.
Really low.
It could be a sticky run for Virtus Pro. Still plenty more matches for them to go. They're 4 matches of series of 2, so 8 more games to come. Before we wrap up on this particular series, let's cross over to Sir Action Slacks and find out who he's with.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Xiao Yu from Vici Gaming. How you doing, boss?
What?
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you very much. So you're standing in right now for Yang, right? So it finally happened. He actually died, or?
I don't know. Maybe he says sure he died.
Oh my goodness, that is hard-hitting facts, sir. No, but you're standing in for him. I want to talk to you a little bit about yourself. There's not too much info on you. How long have you been playing Dota? What teams are you on?
I've been playing Dota like 4 years.
Oh.
And I'm playing at VG second team.
Oh, the Vici Gaming Potential, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So you were, brought up to do just this, to go onto the main squad one day.
I don't think I can, but I try my best.
I think you can. You just won that game against Virtus Pro. In fact, you were Centaur in game 1. They tried to copy your Centaur, and you destroyed them. How's that feel?
I don't know. I feels good.
All right, fantastic. So we're going to be seeing a lot more from Vici Gaming, a lot more from you at this tournament. Anyone that you're excited to play up on this Tier 1 Dota, this high level?
Play with who?
Yeah, who would you like to play against?
Like Secret, EG.
Well, they're not here, so anyone else at the tournament?
You mean in this tournament?
Yes, in this tournament. That was my bad.
Alliance, NIP.
Okay. Well, I think your dream might be coming true soon, sir. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it, and great series. I'm back to you guys.
Zhao Yu there from Malaysia, who's standing in with Vici Gaming and can't play EG or Secret. Not this week, anyway. We wish him the very best of luck this week with his new team. Gents, let's just wrap up on this series and look forward to the next one as well.
Can I talk about that?
You can talk about that if you wish.
Dude, Zhao Yu is adorable.
He is so cute.
Oh my God.
Yes. You want one.
I'm going to become a team owner, and I'm going to build a team around Zhao Yu. Holy shit.
Wow.
That guy's great.
Yeah, he's got a lot of charisma. He's a lot of fun. I think we should interview him more.
Flabbergasted. Like, I just want him in every interview from here on out.
Is that the first time you've seen him on camera as well?
Yeah.
Because he's come out of nowhere for us, isn't he? I mean,
Yeah.
he mentioned the Vici potential and all that kind of stuff, and he groomed to go into these bigger teams. But we don't know what goes on in China. They just seem to have a conveyor belt of talent that comes on, and they go, do you know what, guys? I need a couple more mid laners. Yeah, throw them on, please. And they throw them into these tournaments, and they do well.
I love the fact that Slacks is like, this is what you're supposed to do, right? Someday you'll end up on the main team. He's like, I don't think so. I don't think I'm good enough for that. I just want to pinch his cheeks, give him a hug. It's going to be good. You're great, buddy.
Final thoughts, Alan.
Well, this better not be VP's final form, or we're not going to see too much of them, not just at this tournament. I don't think it will be.
Back, baby.
I do think Vici. I think Vici might be the second place team in this group after that series. Sure. Obviously, one team didn't show up, but the hallmarks of their play that made them successful last season appear to be things that they're going to stick to.
Yeah, and obviously without Yang being dead, they might have been even better. As far as Virtus Pro is concerned, it is just one series, Cap. I don't want to. We shouldn't be that harsh.
It's one series for both of these. We started off this broadcast talking about Hamburg 2018. Hamburg 2018 had Team Aster, who went 9-1 in their groups. Like groups don't necessarily mean everything.
That's
so
true.
VP just need to, shake off the rust a little bit, wake up. Solo's got to prove that he was the captain of this VP squad in the first place before he abdicated his throne over to Ramsey. He's got to prove that he can make this squad work.
How low have we fallen that Cap is the positive guy on the panel?
Who knew where that was going to go? We had no idea that was how we were going to end up. We're going to take a break here at the desk at ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. When we come back, though, we'll have our second series of the day. Don't want to miss this one.
很搞笑的走后面那个。
Nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
domination in a can. Aw, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Jealous guys, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. I was dancing on my own when you spilled that ramen coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette, that espresso, the way you looked at me, couldn't
ESL One Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
A dominant performance in series number 1 from our Chinese friends and an extra Malaysian standing in for them as well. Vici Gaming come out on top against Virtus Pro. We're moving on to our second series of the day. These are all series of 2 or best of 2s or however you want to talk about it. They play 2 games as far as the group stages are concerned against every single team in their group. And we're moving on right now to a very interesting matchup. And we also welcome back a very interesting man to the panel as well, a man who's been here many times before on ESL 1, of course, and it is Kyle. How you doing?
Doing great. How you doing?
Always nice to have you fresh and ready in the mornings.
Yeah.
For the
I
panels.
heard you were talking smack earlier.
No, didn't talk any smack at all.
None.
Didn't
happen.
Nothing. Definitely didn't call you a virgin.
Well, I don't know how to respond to that.
I don't know why. It was one of those weird. I was writing stuff down. I just wrote right. It was all.
The thing is,
and
at
then
least,
Cap kind of alluded to the fact I must have been thinking of you, and I was like, well, let's just go with that then.
At least for me, there's a chance it might happen.
Yeah, maybe.
You guys, unfortunately, are on the bottom of the bell curve.
Thanks for that, buddy.
Wow.
Do you ever think
you even worked the bell curve in there? I'm so proud of you,
Do
son.
you ever realize that, like, there was a day where you were the most attractive you'd ever be, right? And that was like 15 years ago. And now it's just...
I don't think of myself in connection with the word attractive at all. So.
Well, you seem to think that beard's been working. You've been growing that thing for like 6 months. So we'll have to ask the viewers at home what they think about that. Please, what's the hashtag again?
This got out of control very quickly. The hashtag is vote for Alan's beard. That's the hashtag that we're using right now. Enough of this nonsense, though. We're going to check in with the 2 teams. First up, let's check in with Alliance. Talk to them about switching roles.
Here with Fodon33 of Alliance now. Very interesting change there, guys. Congratulations, by the way, on the new team. I do want to talk to you a little bit about NIP. Now, back in the day, you guys had a lot of synergy on that team. Now, you've done a role swap, am I right? So, do you think that synergy is going to be a little different? Talk to me about how playing on NIP is different than playing on Alliance.
For me, everything is different right now just from playing a new role, obviously. It's hard to compare because of that, because, yeah, everything's new.
You feel like you're kind of getting used to it, the new role now?
Yeah, I mean, at the start, there's always, you know, like, you play it the first time, it's like, what am I actually doing? But which is also kind of exciting and new, right? Because you feel like you're learning something new, and you have so much to learn, you know it, and it just made me kind of motivated. And I think like I'm slowly getting the hang of it, and yeah, I'm enjoying the experience so far.
All right, we're being real cute here that you're slowly getting the hang of it, but didn't you guys just win a tournament like a couple of days ago? Clearly you're not just getting a hang of it.
A bit faster than expected.
How's it like coming out playing with this man here? Does it still feel the same, or does the role change really change anything for you?
I like it more when he's playing 5. I think his course we didn't synergize too well. Don't really know how to explain it, but that was kind of the feeling on NIP, that me, Fada, and Ace didn't match too well as core players.
Sure.
But I think now it's a lot better, and especially with Nico, which I think he's a great core to play with, and I think Fada is doing a great job as 5. It's a lot easier to play. He is, I think it's easier for him to lead the game when he's playing 5 rather than for mid. So I really like that.
What about your other teammates? You talked a little bit about Nico. He really came out there swinging in other tournament. Still, you feel like he's pretty good? Could he be like top tier in the world soon?
Definitely.
Dang, that's high praise coming from you. Is he better than you, 33?
Ooh, it's a rough question. Are you putting me on the spot like that?
That's what we're here to do. That's a tough interview.
In some aspects, yes. Some aspects, no.
Ah, perfect. Well done, well done. All right, gentlemen. You think you're going to go pretty far here? You just came off of a big win, so you expect to get grand finals and all that jazz here at Hamburg?
We will take it day by day. First mission is to get some sleep, and then we can see about playing Dota.
Yes, indeed. Playing some Dota indeed. And they've been playing some very good Dota so far. Alliance having really come out of the blocks very quickly indeed. They've been the best starting team of the season. It normally bodes well for the start of everything that happens in Dota at the start. If you come out firing, you can almost secure a place at TI straight away.
The first reverse sweep in a best of 5 since December 2017 at the Summit 8 was Alliance in that DreamHack 12 final. And a lot of people don't realize at home how good Fata has been at Dota for how long. He needs 4 more wins. More than likely that'll happen at this event. He will become only the 6th player all-time with 1,100 career wins, joining S4, Kuro, Fly, Puppy, and No-Tail. That guy has played some Dota.
Not a bad selection of players to be in the company of.
Yeah, decent. It does help that he's got the best carry in the world, at least for now, until these top teams
You like
join
Nico,
the scene.
don't you?
Huh?
You like Nico?
Oh, yeah. I thought it was insane he didn't get more offers. That guy, first off, when you find someone who doesn't choke, especially at their first TI, that to me, like, you jump up like at least 1 tier because it means that you can count on this player to perform when it matters. That's why I think about like resolution, right? Why was he always looked at? It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a team, he falters throughout the season. No matter what, he's always going to be in that can compete as a champion category because he's just done so well at TI.
Always did that before, along with Empire as well. Alliance getting themselves set and ready to take on another ESL 1. There was some good history here as well. They go up against a team which I don't even know how you categorise their opponents right now. Viking GG, you know, it's the return of Bone 7. Great to see him back. Great to see him back in action. But does this team give you the sense that they could build something?
Right now, I think they look more like a stack than a team. They are playing with 2 stand-ins, including Frost. I know, Kyle, you know from your Han days, he was a guy that came over to Dota with the Final Tribe last year. They were very excited about him. Ira moved to the support position to accommodate him playing core. A lot of people still think this guy has some potential.
Really?
And then, I haven't necessarily seen
phrases like that. Economists around the world love it. Some people believe this. I have a friend that said this. What does that even mean?
Here it comes.
What is some? There's 9.4 billion people. You can find 2 guys to say anything.
I can tell you that the TFT guys all last year were talking about this is a guy we really believe in. This is a guy we think's set up for long-term success in Dota. Again, people take different paths.
How is that team doing now?
Well, not great.
It doesn't exist anymore. It actually merged with Godsend, and now it's the reformed squad there. Bet you didn't know that, Alan. There's no stats on that.
Thank you, though.
I will say I think that Frost's big issue is eerily similar to one he had in Han, which is that he is one-dimensional in the sense that he farms. And I feel like nowadays, again, to continue to praise Nico, baby, the thing this guy does so well is to aggressively optimize his influence on the map. He gets a lead, and then he uses it to prevent you from catching up while he continues to grow in net worth. Like, it's about map control. It's about towers. And these carries that have rotations that remain on their side of the river, I just don't know if they've got a place in the current meta.
All right, we're talking about meta. We're into the draft for game 1. What are you making of the changes of it? Because patch hasn't really done.
There were no changes.
No, it hasn't really done anything for us. So, are you okay with that? I mean, did you enjoy TI? Is it okay to carry on like this? Do you want to see things altered?
I'm not sure. I think Void needs a nerf. Faceless Void, 69% win rate,
and
since the start of the major qualifiers.
And the Abaddon.
Those are the 2 heroes we learned in the last series. As Alliance dispatched Beast Coast easily, you do not give Abaddon or Faceless Void to Alliance in the first phase. Because they got given him, they took him first overall, and they crushed.
Yep, Abaddon's just utterly broken at the moment.
I agree.
It's like, remember when Beastmaster was picked every game because of how fast you could shred towers? Yeah, Abaddon has that aura ×2 when you get the full curse off on a tower, on a structure, and even slows the attack speed of the tower. It's just not balanced.
Yeah, I mean, his team can 3, 4, 5 man into your towers at any time, and he's just such a difficult hero to fight into under any circumstance, tower or not. Is it frightening to you when you look at Nico, baby? The dude has Medusa tattooed on his neck.
I was like, you could ask another question. I was like, but
wow. That's a carry right there.
I love that.
It's not the first time you've seen that, is it?
No. We all saw it at TI, but still, it's just When you see it at the right angle, it looks damn intimidating.
I actually had dinner with him at TI and sat opposite him, because you kind of find your eyes going from his eyes or his face down to his technical, because they are incredible pieces of artwork. But it always felt a bit odd as well, because we're kind of staring at his neck a lot.
Hey, there's worse things to get caught staring at, as I'm sure you know well by now,
Paul. Let's be careful now. Wow. Legion Commander first pick. Okay.
It's another attack speed steroid, strong laner, really good in the way that Alliance likes to play. And I want to also I know Limp. I know him for a long time. Good friend. Didn't have too much success together as teammates. And Nora, but the thing he's always been missing, what we always lacked in complexity, what they continued to lack even after they kicked me, was a carry player that could win games of Dota 2. And that's where the compliment of Nico Baby is just so perfect, because you suddenly have a guy you can say, yep, here's the keys, you drive, we'll ride shotgun, we'll make sure that you get us home safe.
Well, as you talked about earlier with these rotations and being active along the map, I mean, the concept of leverage is so important in Dota. When you get out to a lead, when you're given an early game advantage, are you able to leverage that advantage? Are you able to turn it into a bigger one? And, that's what Limp throughout his career, I think, has had some trouble doing. He's such a gifted technical player, but he doesn't necessarily have that killer instinct sometimes.
I'll translate what Alan's just monologued into an easily digestible soundbite. He's trying to say Limp's very good at laning, but doesn't know how to win games and occasionally throws them. Often throws them.
Gee,
I love the guy.
Kyle.
I love him. But I've seen it too many times. The blink in, die, buy back. You're like, oh no. When he doesn't have a read on what his role is, when the game breaks down, which as nowadays they often do, you have these chaotic clusters around objectives like Roche around the 30-minute mark, it becomes very difficult to plan out what your actions should be optimally.
And this is another trap, though, that we fall into. Just looking at this draft, right? Undying and Urshiga, Undying especially is a hero that's spiking right now in pubs. Looks very, very strong in pubs. But this is just not an opening that you'll see from a lot of pro teams. These two heroes, especially in response to the LC. Now on the other side of things, I do think we're falling into this trap when we talk about carry players and we talk about their rotations on the map. There's a lot wrapped up in your 3 through 5 position play, and are they making it easy for you? We just talked about that with Vici in the last series, how their 3 through 5 are so active around the map, they make those rotations easier for you. It's obvious where to go. There you go. Oh, Paul's just, all right, he's in his happy place.
Yeah. It's
I can just
solid.
see it.
You're up against 2 melee heroes already. You have to assume at least one of them will be in the off lane. Good synergy with Legion Commander, a ton of damage on top of the duel. You have tower pressure, and I think it's one of the easier heroes for new 5 position players to play for 2 reasons. One, natural. Yeah,
for sure.
Well, it's got 2 things that you want, which is wave clear, that's easy and cheap, so that, hey, I'm a 5, I've got nothing to do, especially when you're a player like, like Fada, where you're used to being this hero. He's played Jakiro his whole career, right?
He's played it mid.
Yeah. So you just shove lanes. If you die, you're a 5. Who cares? But you also have the ability to check high grounds with Ice Path, which makes it much more efficient to counter ward. And a lot of times when you have that tool, you'll see, especially nowadays with sentries being scarcer, newer 5s can just overspend, overplace. Now you can make it a little more efficient, check that high ground, and grab the extra ones that are placed to juke out that one sentry
push
spot.
as well, and also you've got a little bit of catch.
And it's not just about the warding either. It's you have this sort of built-in vision mechanic that lets you know when you have a hero like Legion Commander on your team that's a natural snowballer. It lets her know when to commit to these mid-game fights that are so crucial to her ability to continue to accelerate. They did go Jakiro in the last match, first phase. It was after a Void, though. Obviously a very powerful combination. Somewhat less synergy here, but I'm still okay with the pick.
I guess it provides a little bit of flex. It's not usually played as a mid, but
I don't think we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna see Core Jakiro
My point
outside
is more that it does give them something to think about, and if they ignore it and they forget about it, then you can take advantage of it. But it's very rare we see it as a core.
There is a man we have not seen in a while. If I'm not mistaken, this is Bone 7's first international LAN appearance since
it's been a while.
TI5.
No.
He might have been. I think one of those Kai-P teams might have had the odd LAN appearance somewhere in there.
No, it's not on
he did a couple of
page,
stats,
so it didn't happen.
But he's
verified.
The thing is, Bone 7 was actually, if you go purely by the numbers, he was actually a pretty darn good offlaner. Now, unfortunately, he was a pretty darn good offlaner in the era where Universe was just so major than anybody else.
He was at World Cyber Games last year.
Okay.
Or earlier this year, actually, June.
Okay, let me rephrase.
Yeah.
A major international LAN.
Okay.
This is not something to get caught up on, guys.
Major international LAN. Okay, all right, yeah, I am genuinely having to go back quite a few months.
Years.
Possibly.
Look, the point is...
2016 WESG.
Maybe, we talk a lot about getting new players to Dota.
Oh, yeah, it was Europe and CIS finals, so it kind of counts, I guess.
Maybe we just need to convince all the old players to come back.
Well, Bone 7 is the final member of the Prophecy, isn't he?
He is?
Of the Cloud9 Prophecy?
Oh, Lord.
What's that one?
Do we not go back to that team?
What, are you going all the way back to like the Sing Sing era Cloud9 team?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't he the final part of the Prophecy of winners of TI?
I don't know.
Something like that?
I'm pretty sure the world ends at the end of that prophecy.
Hey, I think Sing Sing is probably the biggest winner from that team.
My boy Sing, he's doing all right.
A variety streamer now. That's great.
Yeah.
I'd love to just play.
You're seriously trolling right now.
Guys, talking of
really
variety streamers.
What?
The Nature's Prophet. Bulldog will be happy.
There you go.
Oh, Lord.
Dude,
Pig is a jack.
You kidding me? I would play, I hate scary games, but I'd play a scary game if someone was paying me like $20,000 to do it. That's the dream.
Yeah. You just scare everyone that plays with you.
I know, they're intimidated by my drafting
I didn't mean it that one.
No, that's definitely what's going on. God.
Yeah, the Prophet's interesting, but like there's so much wave clear and hunting. Like you typically don't want to pick a hero like Rostin to Prophet, but when you have Jakiro LC already, you've addressed him.
Right.
What?
Yeah, well, I was going to ask
What's
you,
the MO?
what was the point? Yeah, what was the point of the Prophet? Because it didn't seem to be something you'd want to pick into those two. But
Speaking of the Prophet, the Prophecy. Perhaps it's just Bone 7 with something up his sleeve.
Who knew?
10 seconds remaining.
I'd love to see something that hunts now. You need something that facilitates Prophet's aggression, that finds the kill, then gets the tower. I do love NP Undying in the sense that they will have utter dominance. Like 5 to 6 minutes into the game, these two heroes can take on 4. The problem is, then what?
Right.
You need everything to go flawlessly for the first 15 minutes, and even then, you're still one mistake away from potentially just losing the game.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the problem with Nature's Prophet through many, many years now, is he just, in a lot of these games, becomes this gold bag where he's so easy to kill from 15 minutes onward, and you get a lot of resources for doing so. That's part of why that, the sub Nature's Prophet, which is either way over-farmed or way under-farmed early on, ends up being so good.
Just give you a little bit of props as well. Kai was right. Bone 7 has not played in a Premier LAN tournament.
Premier LAN, okay.
Since August 2015.
Say that again for the people in the back. Just the first 3 words.
Kyle was right.
That's it, baby.
Boy.
Thank you. We can move on now.
It's 3 words, but that's okay. We'll go with that.
I did say 3.
The theme of prophecies, signs of the apocalypse continues on this panel.
You can't count, but I'll let you off.
I was spending too much time in Great Britain.
Well, here's your favorite hero in all of Dota, Kyle.
Huh?
Here's your favorite hero in all of Dota.
Well, that's right
blue
there,
pony.
baby. Disco Pony.
How does this hero get so far in this draft?
His favorite Dota hero is actually Joker.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't get it. Oh, that's supposed to be funny. Laugh.
Okay.
I was going to go with his favorite hero in Dota would have been Gambler.
Why?
Because it's never been a hero in Dota. It's a Hon hero.
No, it's not.
No, it was a Dota.
It's a Dota
original Dota. God damn, it is.
What are you doing,
I've blown that one.
You're working
Can we fix this in post?
This is a Kyle in the house pad. You gotta bring your A game if you're gonna hang here.
No, we had the A team earlier. Austin and Alan were on the panel. You weren't here.
What?
Austin
Fighting
and Alan.
words.
A's.
And speaking of fighting, this Alchemist
Lesh, Elk, reply.
Yeah, this is the dream. You already have all these stuns, all this team fight. Viking are saying, look, we're going to try and push early and often. Alk takes 11 minutes to come online. And God forbid you ever want to push a tower. He could just be there, throw down acid spray, pop ult, and now what? I love a hero like Alk, and the lineups of Alliance always comprise this core hero that possesses a lot of gravity. And to explain that concept, because Alan's a big fan of it, the idea is that you have this hero that when he shows up, he brings other heroes into the lane. You need more to deal with him.
So it's more, what you're saying is he's more like a gravitational pull.
Correct. Well, he has a lot of mass, you know.
Right.
Alchemist, especially when
Does
he's
he
got
not
the third
have to
item.
spin on the spot, though, to produce that gravitational pull?
No, he
I
doesn't.
thought you
Mass does
started
not
so
need to
strong,
spin.
Kyle.
Yeah, I did
because
too, and then went with Raywind.
the idea that Alk can stop a push and that's so valuable against the spiking lineup is wonderful. The rest of what you said.
It's about as good as your shirt, mate. Really?
This is a great shirt. Thank you very much. Can we focus on the game, guys? The community really doesn't enjoy this aspect of our broadcast. They've told me personally. Some people have said this.
I think you've misunderstood. They just don't enjoy you.
On
the broadcast.
An important distinction.
There's a few words missing that you forgot.
Nobody tell the tournament organizer.
It's fine. We fooled them. It's all good. No one's listening right now.
The Viper ban from Viking. I don't know if that would have been an option, but it is a hero that Limp does play quite proficiently. They banned the Timber. Now you get a playmaker for Limp. You put Nico on the Alchemist, and you are ready to rock and roll. Plenty of options, but
feels like you can
knowing
pick anything
Alliance,
here.
you go what?
Feels like you can pick anything here.
Yeah, but
That
it'll
feels like you-
probably be Alina.
I was just
or a
okay.
Tiny. This is
I was
Limp.
going to
This
say,
is what you do.
this is a Limp Tiny, isn't it?
It's Limp, Tiny, Lena. TA is probably not the best pick. That's the other. That's the other one in his
because
wheelhouse.
you've left the Lena open as well.
You've got so much chaos that's going to be created
And
in
Lean is
front.
the
You
easy
just want a spellcaster, something that just does damage. And
Yeah, that's.
Ooh, Lena this way.
It's just that's the easy call, and Limp is just so confident.
Oh,
in
it's
this hero.
easy now.
They
could pick
I'm sorry.
anything here.
I
They can
didn't.
do anything.
I did not mean that as a dig. I did not mean that as a dig, man. Honestly,
It's Fire and Brimstone from Alliance. That's what it is.
That's just-
Find out what Viking are going to reply with. For the final pick of the first game draft.
I mean, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do to win this game?
I
as Viking?
honestly
like, what's
don't
the?
Well, win early, I think now, isn't it? They have to win early. They've got no other option. Have they got
you
any
need a
out late?
meatball.
But even
They
yeah,
can't win this
you do.
late.
You do.
You need something-
You need a Meepo Huskar or something.
You need the
something
game changer.
cheesy. Yeah, it's just something cheesy that just destroys them now.
But Lena takes that away. Is the problem?
Yes, as does Shakiro LC, but you need something insane that just turns this game on its head, and all of a sudden we're not talking about the draft we see in front of us, but whether this last pick changes it enough.
Right.
If you go for something standard, like if I see like a TA here, I don't know if I have faith any longer in Viking.
I mean, TA. This is the thing. TA is going to win the lane, but what's the trans? I don't even. You know what? That may not even be true. Oh boy. You just went from a win early to a.
Want to take it late?
It's nice in the
Not
sense
gonna-
that you can kill Limp now, but at what point, right? You need a Manta Diffusal to come online. You're going to have Radiance, BKB, AC on Alchemist before the Spectre has a Manta.
I mean,
what in the hell are you supposed to do?
I feel like the Alk is set up in this game to be a steroid for his entire team. Because they can just fight around him so easily, and there's just until the Spectre gets 3 items, there's just going to be nothing that you can do to kill him. That's tough.
Yeah, we'll see. This is Alliance. They're coming in hot. As Fada said, they needed some sleep. They literally won a land, got on a plane. Now they're here to try and take another. I think they've got a huge edge in this draft. I think they're the better team. And as long as they're playing like they were a couple days ago, I don't see any way that they're going to lose this. In fact, I'd say they're going to win it by 25 minutes.
25 is pretty short, but it's tough. This Spectre needs to get going early. She needs to be no more than 1 item behind the Alk at that crucial 25-minute phase, or there's trouble.
All right, good stuff as always from both of you, Kyle and Nahaz here on the desk. Going to hand you over to our commentary team for this second series. It's BSJ alongside Toby One.
You know, I heard from a few people that are really happy that panel is over, and now I actually have BSJ up here with me, replacing Kyle, so everyone gets a win right now. Welcome.
Upgrades all around, man.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Like, soon I'll be upgraded into OD Pixel, and then everyone will get what they do want.
Oh man, I'm known for my self-deprecating humor. I guess why not join the party here?
I don't know if anyone ever remembers the tweet that Owen put out, like at his first TI, where he's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna kill Toby so I can take his position. It's like, dude, you have to do that.
That aged well.
Okay, well, hopefully that did. Well, if that aged well, like that would actually mean he may succeed in his task. let's avoid that one. And let's actually look towards the game. So Alliance, as the panel was saying, coming off the back of the win, everything looks really stable. Legion opening, Alchemist up, a lot of D push, a lot of push themselves, just all well-rounded lineup. While Viking, we were sitting here saying, hey, these guys could actually go for a push, like I'll toss their Joe Rangers and stuff in there. And now we get Spectre. Final pickup, and the panel were installed. Kyle was one-sided. Can you give me something that's a little bit more understandable?
When I look at this game, I just see the Alk lineup is always where he gets that Radiance BKB, and once he gets that timing, how do you kill this guy? Like, your only damage is really Leshrac in the mid game. Like, Earthshaker doesn't really do all that much damage. He's mainly lockdown. Spectre needs a couple items, already having an engagement at the runes, but if he hits that point, Legion's gonna save him. Oh, Game's easy. They're not going to get the bounty runes and the kill, are they? Yeah, Nico's going to get in front of him. Meanwhile, Jakiro is going to die as well, so it's going to be... What is that going to be? That's a 2 for 2. Okay. As far as the bounty runes trade-off goes, but yeah. All I was going to say is if this timing from Alk, if he can frontline for his team, it's really easy for Alliance to play the game. So we're going to have to see some serious snowballing before that timing of the Radiance BKB comes out, because Spectre's not going to have any space on the map if Alchemist is able to just run around with a Legion Commander behind him, running at the Spectre once he gets these core items.
I was mentioning this like casually to you before, like during the drafts. Like I love seeing like this Blightstone, like Nature's Prophet come out, harass the lane out. Alchemist doesn't have a lot of armor to work with to begin with, and then the ES is an even more like old school combination, just like Bone 7, the old school player, having ES babysit Nature's Prophet duel off.
The way Alliance plays, we know that 33 is probably just going to build a pipe on Legion Commander, because most of Vikings mid-game damage is the magic damage. And once, like, if you combine that with all the items coming out from Alchemist, like, you said this, instead of going for this push shot, they went for the Spectre. Do they win the farm game once Alchemist gets these core items? That's what scares me about the fluidity, or, you know, the coherence of their draft. Like, where's the game plan? When's your timing? When do you plan to win this game? They have to either win it at like 15, 20 minutes where Spectre just snowballs with them, or they win it at like 60 where they've outlived the Alchemist power spike.
Do you actually think, like, you said like 33 would build in for a pipe. Do you think that's actually possible when you still need a proper catch against the Nature's Prophet?
I think if they're getting farm on Alk, they're okay.
Oh boy.
That's how I feel. Oh, the easy TP on the mid lane because this is battle.
Yeah, Bone 7's going to come in to finish that job. Mastermind. That's a nice start for Viking. 2 kills to 0. Bone 7 being actually taking both of them so far. He killed Fada as the first blood on bottom lane, and then instant follow-up into the mid 2 minutes later. Well, instant 2 minute later follow-up. It's the other form of instant. That's like, this is fast food, but I'm sorry, your order's been delayed.
That's something where you haven't played against. You don't play against Nature's Prophet very much this year, and you usually go for these like heavy trades in the mid lane, and you just don't expect that random guy to be TPing behind you and giving the trade in favor of the other opponent mid laner.
And then the ES just soaks up the experience in the offline. It's like, so what did I really lose? Oh wait, nothing. So Spectre's off to a good start with the CS. So is the Alchemist. Is the other then point to look at is the prep that happens for Nico. Does Fada need to start prepping stacks? Is this something that Viking should be looking for as well?
Yeah, they have so much D-push to protect the stacks. Since they have so much push on the dire side, so much engagements in these. Yeah, this is just a back and forth. A lot of like tanky heroes in these lanes. Undying doesn't die, doesn't really kill anybody that well. Same with Spectre. Legion needs levels before she starts dealing damage. But yeah, I think the stacks are really important for the Alchemist since they have so many ways to defend him while he takes them.
Yeah, unless that just turns into an all-out aggression style fight as well.
We could easily see like a 6-on-6 fight at stacks for, you know, at the 7-8 minute mark.
Yeah, you may want some couple more points into your bigger team fight though. Like I'm watching Flash deny himself to the tier 2 tower on top lane at the moment. He is not even level 2. Yeah, this is not a fun game for an Undying. He's taking such a beating, so Frost is able to get something out of this top lane. CS is looking good, his levels are looking good. But the former teammate of Frost, Hanskin, is just hovering in the wings, hoping for his own chance to battle him. Fada's actually locked in with a fissure on the bottom lane too, as the Treants of Bone 7 microing in front of him. There's no level 3 on the ES, however, so he doesn't have that secondary stun just yet.
I just love playing Alchemist against heroes like Nature's Prophet. The way you're scared of playing Alchemist is these heroes that can just kill you. They just like run you down these Slardar type heroes. But against these poke damage, harass type offlaners, you love to just sit there hitting creeps, buy armor items, and eventually you're just going to leave the lane when you get level 6.
My God, Hanskin. He's been hit a couple of times by Decay, doesn't have a lot of life, and Frost will get his first kill of the game. While down on bottom, Nico trapped in the tree lines. Quick fairy fire, still not enough to keep him alive. No other rotation in from Mastermind, adding that extra presence.
As I said, he
will have
isn't going to die
up.
in this lane. He dies in the lane, so I'm starting off well here.
A good start. Keep with the predictions.
You don't expect that random mid-Leshrac with the haste rune coming down at 4 minutes into the game.
Not unless you have a ward looking for it. 10 seconds to bounty runes. And, well, you can start off with the shackles, allowing for a light strike array follow-up. Rune's gonna spawn in a second. Leshrac still looking to try and help out as well. Flash, even with the soul rip, there won't be enough life to survive. Legion Commander will also die, but maybe Mastermind doesn't really feel like he's got enough life to stand there with Frost, but then again, you've always got that extra help from Nature's Prophet. TPing in, getting in front of Lympho, again, another body block from Bone 7. Always stay on Alliance like a hot rash, and he cannot make it towards the shrine. Not in time for 33 to arrive and give him the press the attack. And 7 kills to 2. Viking really trying to stick it to Alliance. If they're tired, if they're slow, Viking are trying to capitalize.
Bone 7 is owning, but this is giving the Alchemist, despite the death, 37 CS at 5 minutes and 40 seconds. So while some of that may be a small camp stack, Alchemist doesn't care what the creeps are. He gets tons of gold anyways. So we were talking about, that's the scary part for Viking. And when I'm a Spectre player, I don't love being the only core with a really good start. Lesh already had to rotate. Prophet already had to rotate. Spectre's a hero that needs 2 items or so before you really feel the impact of her in the game. And that's what I mean by if she's the only hero with farm, I'm still scared they're just going to get outpaced despite this early start for them with a 3-0 and 2 Nature's Prophet. Are some stacks in the jungle being made already? Just one, it looks like.
Nico kind of just stacked for himself, but Flash ES here as well, looking for a fissure block. It's like they don't really care about the Chakira. They want to go for more. So there goes that fissure route. TP support underneath the shrine. There's way too many heroes here from Viking. Nico's already dead. Fada will join him as well.
That's the 6-man fight we were talking about. Just a stacked camp. It's funny how heroes like Alchemist just changes the game that much. You can't let them have stacks. You got to treat it like it's a tower almost.
And now you got to worry, like, where's Nico? It's like, okay, we'll go towards the top. And this is going to be a pretty good one. They're going to get 2 triple stacks. In fact, I think that's actually going to be, is that a quad? I'm seeing Centaur status. No, it's just 2 triple stacks. Meanwhile, Mastermind actually getting killed off. So Limp putting Laguna Blade to work. That extra pop damage you need just to find the pick. Puts him now second on the net worth board.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, all these stacks are going to feel so juicy for Alchemist. He already gets his level 6. I'm curious if we'll see the Spectre Diffusal Blade as like a Manta Diffusal type build, because now that the Alchemist ulti doesn't give you mana regen, the mana burn really hurts him in the fight. You pretty much can't use any abilities unless you BKB. That it's something that's definitely noticeable when I've seen Alchemist as the game goes on. It hurt his ability to scale. He's no longer tossing out all these concoctions and acid sprays during the fight.
Do you get it like over Manta, over like do you almost stop on some other?
I almost wonder if you go like Yasha into the Diffusal Blade as a way to try to match the pace of this Alchemist. Because you need to probably get 1 or 2 crucial kills on him before the BKB timing. You're probably not going to be able to stop the Radiance timing, but I think it's viable that you can get him before he gets his BKB.
Everyone's battling for the stack. Kill it up and keep Nico away. The Fissure actually blocks him out of it. You'll lose the Legion Commander, and Hans can realize he's shackling against 3 heroes with no support behind him. Has to just walk away. Now, Alchemist is still #1 on the net worth, but Viking 8.5 minutes in, keeping just a little bit of the 1K advantage their way.
I think they're doing what they need to do, but the emphasis is that none of these towers on the Radiant side are at threat of dying. They're so busy contesting these stacks that they're not able to shut off the map through towers, and that does concern me a bit. They do have the Leshrac as well as the Nature's Prophet, so if they do manage to get a few more kills, these towers can start dropping
Here
fast.
we go again.
I love the Disco
Double
Pony.
Leshrac array looking for his target. No, Limp doesn't go for that to begin with, but 33 will be there to allow the duel, but a double stun from Mastermind, giving him the distance to get it back over, and now Nature's Prophet. Yep, sprout him up. 33, wondering where the rest of his team is. They didn't go for just a straight up lockdown. He's trying to hold it to get the guaranteed bonus damage against him. Meanwhile, Frost, no Spectral Haunt for 12 seconds, has moved to the bottom lane.
Both carries just trading farm. He is going for the drums, so he's electing to try to have that mid-game impact we were talking about him needing to have. I just don't know if Spectre's a hero that's capable of supplying the mid-game pressure that a hero like Gyro or something. I think that's like what they needed was a pace setter, and I'm ready to be proven wrong. It's Spectre, her kit alone doesn't do a lot of damage, and their mid-game damage, like I said, is just going to be struggling.
I remember
Legion,
the early fights with Spectres, like when you used to get the blade melt on Spectre.
Yeah.
Obviously, like that build's kind of like gone the way of the dodo, but it's it would give you that early presence.
a lot of carries now like that semi-carry build for the mid-game don't really work. Like you want the carries that innately have mid-game that then build for the late game. That seems to kind of be the popular carries right now.
This is not a good game to be Hanskin. He gets hit by the decay, but you could just see the intention. Like, okay, we'll battle around the rune. We have 33 or we have Hanskin. And the instant they just profit TPs into the west, like, we're cutting him off.
Positioning's hard enough as Shaman, and then you just have a guy showing up behind you. That doesn't make anything easier.
And that's a double bracer, Nature's Prophet. Very difficult to kill, so we can actually go for these deeper TPs in.
Oh,
now
mid.
ES, Echo Slam is up. They get the easy chain control. Stuns galore to make sure Limp goes absolutely nowhere.
Quite a convenient invis rune for him to use that Echo Slam.
Yeah, it's a haste rune, invis rune. It's almost like they're called action runes for a reason. And let's see those actions. I'll drink to that.
Well, I mean, the only reason you need a Blink Dagger on Earthshaker is so you can do that. Who needs a Blink when you can just walk in invis?
I always like the old analogy of like the Aragon kind of build. Like, just get tiny, toss me like a dwarf. Get me in there.
They are putting a lot of pressure on multiple towers from Vikings. Since we talked about how much D-push Alliance has, you kind of need to do this. Jakiro was defending bottom lane himself, but now that he's forced to go mid, Lina had to TP bottom. I'd like to see the dire side punish this TP from Limp bottom. He's pinned here. He had to do it in order to defend the tower. And if they can capitalize on the fact that he had to TP here, are they going? They're going to go to top, actually.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Bones haven't actually TP'd down. Meanwhile, on bottom lane, Limp is trying to get a solo kill over on Frost. He'll make a break for the trees, TP out. He's got Spectral Haunt, and they'll probably use it to kill 33 up on the top lane. Limp unable to connect on his last attack, and they didn't actually catch out 33.
He has a Blink Dagger on Shaker, by the way. Brown Boots, Stout Shield, Blink Dagger.
Sure. All right, 33, you've got your movement speed trying to close the distance here on Flash. He'll run himself up the hill. The duel will begin. Master Moors trapping Mastermind in. They'll keep the shackle going too. Spectral Haunt, Frost jumps to the front lines, and Hanskin, goodbye. Dead so quickly, and another great Sprout from Bone 7 using Mass Serpent Wards and the Sprout to really just choke up that point in the mid. And Limp has arrived too, but so has the ESB. Doesn't have Echo Slam, and the Blink Dagger still hasn't arrived either. Limp trying to move away, Bone 7 with another great trap. Frost moving forward. Now that Blink has arrived, he gets the Fissure off, but doesn't block anybody in. And that's the reveal of the Blink Dagger for the ES.
They're going to have to use that Echo Slam ASAP. It's up in 25 seconds. The Alchemist almost has his Radiance. The timing is coming. We talk about this ultimate late-game Spectre hero, but you have to get there first. And Alchemist, even though he has the nerfs to his Grievel's Greed, is despite that going to get a 13-minute Radiance.
You can never keep a good Alchemist down.
Yeah, they are smoked up. They're trying to do exactly that, but it's broken by the Lina.
Hi, Lina. Fissure. This one will hold her in position. Lightning for an extra slow, but Mastermind still can get the stun. But don't worry, Bone 7 will be there. I like how he tries to preemptively Light Strike and ready to break free of the Sprout, but even then, still going to be a tier 1 for a tier 1 tower trade, or maybe the fortification will allow Vikings to save their mid tier 1.
I will say the Prophet is owning. There's so many times that the cores might have gotten away from these ganks that he TPs behind them, or the Shadow Shaman. He's died like 5 times to those types of ganks too. But I'm surprised. It's just This is what Prophet does, but is what that good enough?
33, the blink, the Echo Slam, able to catch out Fada as well as 33, but the overwhelming us doing some decent work. 33 trying to get away. The tier 1 tower's been taken out by Mastermind, but now Viking, what else have they really got to give us an answer here? Spectre is only now just joining in for the fight. The visual creates some space. Undying will die, but he was almost down near the tier 2 tower of Alliance. So it's all about the defense of the mid lane.
They couldn't kill Legion. This is a hood Legion. That's what I'm talking about. The bracer hood, kind of the new style of Legion that people have realized that, like, in good Dota, people don't die to out-of-position duels. So rather than relying on your duel, rely on being this tanky, almost a Baden-like hero. You can't go on her. You can't go on her teammate that's next to her because she saves them. And, I mean, that's just... Now all of a sudden he's full health on Legion Commander when they tried to use pretty much everything to bring him down. And Alchemist has the timing. The pipe's almost out. The BKB's already on its way. What did Spectre choose to go? Still no items after the drums. Has not shown anything.
Yeah, just got the 2.1k banked for the moment. Probably still tossing up if you, like what you said, Diffusal, Manta. Like, is Radiance even an option?
It's like... You want to scale with the Radiance, but then at the same time, you can't just out-farm an Alchemist. He's going to have 4 items by the time you have your Radiance, as Kyle kind of mentioned. He does queue up the Radiance.
Oh, here we go again. TP forward, Bone 7 going to use the Sprout to keep Hunt's going to limp out of this. 33 will look for his own battle. It was all for the 15-minute bounty runes. There's 2 of them on the bottom. Yes, we'll already make a run for it.
Look at the levels. This Stakiro 5 position is level 10. He's just been sitting bottom while the Alchemist has been jungling, and looks like they might gank him here. He's a pretty big kill, honestly. But he might just macro pyro the wave and get out. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Good play. There's something that whenever you have a heavy jungling carry player or carry hero, you really want to do this as a 5 position.
I just want to keep my eye on Bone 7. Even with these levels, like, I always wonder, like, what's the effective presence that Alliance can have on the map when you have an Aegis Prophet split pushing? Like, Lina is great at clearing out waves, but this isn't like that support Lina you're looking towards that can just be tossed into the side lane.
Absolutely, yeah. Lina's, because of the Nature's Prophet, and her positioning is so much harder to have be like, the distance for her to be out of position is so much lower now. So it's really hard for her to show on lanes at all.
I got Bone 7 as bait. There are so many heroes moving towards the top lane here from Viking, but they haven't found Huntskin over in the tree lines. Now, Earl Scepter up, Legion Commander will hit the deck, instant from Mastermind. Have they got the follow-up damage? 33, Grave Fisher. Can they get in closer with the double stun? In from Nico, he holds them in position, working with that duel, and you never got the Eco Slam off. It was over in the trees, far away from everybody else. No Fisher to give, and Bone 7, well, he's gonna stand his ground. He's gonna sprout up as much damage as he can. But Bone 7 will still end up going down, while Spectre gets caught underneath her own shrine. Nico, Baby, and Fada going to work.
You just have to have mixed damage in this patch. That's what I've seen has been like the crumbling factor for a lot of these teams in their drafts, where this Legion has a hood and you can't kill her. Like, they went on her with everything and she just doesn't die. And now the mid-game damage problems we talked about already coming to be like the major factor in these fights, and Alchemist hasn't even hit his like core items past the BKB.
Oh, he'll get it soon. Like, he just took himself 2 double stacks.
That feels good, man, after a fight.
The net worth is now 14,400. Fada finding himself his own target up on top. Bone 7 trying to just solo up Fada, who begins his TP away. Concoction stun arriving from Nico, and Bone 7 stunned up, but you'll have the extra help from the Earthshaker. Fissure out, now the Alchemist. Trap for a little bit. Chemical Rage will last for a very long time. Mastermind, however, he won't. Limp gives Laguna Blade damage, and they're able to get the kill with a quick little shock, and then into Nico Baby's final burn damage. And he's got Concoction ready just to go. Once again, forward into Undying. Sprout him up from Bone 7, but the Quelline Blade cutting Nico Baby free. Up into the tree lines, flash. Yep, that won't be anywhere near enough life with the Soul Rip to keep him alive.
Not overreacting.
Since we're in a pause, you can show a cool little thing I learned from Eternal Envy personally, but in the Legion Commander inventory, has the hood locked so that when they're in a fight, you can activate the hood, then unlock it, and then use the pipe. It gives you 2 separate barrier things. I just noticed that, and it's something, you know, to fill the time. Usually I know you're accustomed to Kyle, who fills the time with just random tidbits of irrelevant information. So I tried to really step it up here.
I almost feel like I learned something.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't want to overwhelm you, but
yeah, I don't handle knowledge too well. Remember?
Well, back to this Alchemist who is effectively double the net worth of anyone else in this game.
Yeah. Do they have enough, do you still keep beating into the tier 2 towers now? Do you look towards Roshan before you break high ground? I know we're 18 minutes in and we're having this discussion already, but with an Alchemist, it always feels like you really want to make the most of your net worth the second you get it.
Yeah,
So
the game
what's the
accelerates
objective?
really fast. I think Roshan to probably... You're two choices. You're going to take Roshan because of the DD, the classic. You're either going to go tier 3 top, or you're just going to make a move to take over the bottom half of the map where you take the tier 1 and the tier 2, and then you just close the enemy team on the map, and you just say, we can either use this Aegis for high ground, or we can accrue a 30k gold lead with our Alchemist by the next Aegis and win the game then. So it kind of boils down to what the team thinks their potential is. There's really no way to punish them going high ground other than the Echo Slam, and that's like a one-time volley, which isn't very good against an Aegis. You also have a Legion Commander save, so I think they're quite capable of going high ground with this Soul Cuirass on the Alchemist. That's what I need on my team. I always stun myself. I can just get a Legion to purge it. Oh.
Sorry, you can't have nice things.
Yeah, sometimes. They do almost have the Sacred Relic on the Spectre, but when I saw the pipe being built on Prophet, I'm like, the Radiant doesn't have a problem killing these Dire heroes. The Dire have a problem killing Radiant, so the pipe feels much more impactful for the Radiant side. Did they have to use Echo Slam for that kill? They did. They did have to use Echo.
They did. And now in mid, this is a return. But it really feels like Alliance gets so much more out of this. Plus 56 damage on 33 already. He feels unkillable, but he's just getting that natural damage increase. And your Echo Slam is down for 2 minutes. And that's 2 minutes against a team that has that extra life, that Aegis the Immortal on Nico. So they can just take the tier 1 and tier 2 tower and bottom lane, removing all outer towers if they just shift to the mid.
It's just so easy from a carry player's perspective at this point. What are you scared of on Alchemist? Like, what do you die to? Like, come up with this magical formula of how Dire kills Alchemist, even one time. And it's maybe right before he gets his BKB off, no Legion behind him, and they blow everything. And when you can't picture a way that you die, it just makes the game way too easy to play mid lane.
Yep, Yule Scepter up, the Shrek will hit the ground, and Mastermind a little bit too far out. Has the Yule Scepter of his own, but he can't do much when Limp gets the chains done. There's the Ice Path, there's just no real follow-up, and then towards the top lane, Hanskin already starts at Hexed one, Shackle the other. Nico able to jump in through the back lines, right on top of Frost. No way for him to get out, and another Yule Scepter goes to work. Bone 7, he's got a Sprout in 1 second time. He'll have to play a good positional game to get out of this, but it won't happen. Hanskin's there with the Hex. 3 heroes die for Viking, 33, not even involved, he's pushing the mid.
You can tell Limp's played this matchup against Prophet a lot. I didn't think about that in the draft at all, that it's a hero that can naturally get out of the Sprouts. And maybe next time you see a Nature's Prophet against Arteezy, you need to pick a Lina support for his team, because that Sprout doesn't do anything when you just stun on top of your carry.
Nice LSA from Limp. Find 33 that distance. They'll yield him up. Look for an extra stun over on the ES. Won't get it, a little too late. But it does mop up the Tombstone. So it's down for over a minute. Alliance, if you're looking for even more reasons to push, you've got him. Nico's having the time of his life up on top. The Courier's about to actually buy the rest of the Assault Cuirass. In fact, it's already done so. And we'll fly north. Bone 7's trying to backdoor the tier 1 tower. That's not going to happen this time around, with Master Open Wards already adding pressure to the tier 3 tower on top lane.
Those aren't going to be in range of the melee racks.
Well, Undying, definitely not living up to his name. 8 deaths on Flash.
Who's winning, him or the Shaman on the death count? Oh, no, Shaman only has 5, okay.
Okay, well, now you got 9.
Oh, he bought back even, that's unfair.
And, no, there's the duel out as well, holding the Shrek in position. Well, we said this game, the intensity rises when the Alchemist is ready to fight, but it just feels like all of Alliance are ready to fight. They're walking in, and what started off as a good hunting game for Viking is just turning into a brute display of force from Alliance. 23 minutes in, Bone 7's trapped down. Sprout himself up, they cut free, they'll see him, Ice Path, this game's over. Like, they're taking a top lane of racks, they do not have to leave. Alliance still actually have the Aegis of the Immortal over on Nico too.
He has no mana.
Yeah.
This is like a classic Alchemist problem now.
It's like he wants to die, but no one's actually willing to kill him, or no one's capable of killing him.
That's a real Nico baby problem, it feels like. This guy's like K to D in the last like qualifiers plus Dream League has been insane.
That's the way he jumps forward. It's like, I'll blink on you like I have mana for concoction. There it is, the bottle charges.
I think 5 and 2
that's how you
like,
get him mana.
Yeah, I think the 5 and 2 K to D is almost bad for him. This is like below his average. But yeah, I guess that's the solution. You have Boots of Travel on your mid.
Going up to 33, but Alliance, they want Viking to come out and feel like they have themselves a chance. So then they would take this fight so they can end the game. The visual creates space. Blink Echo Slam is available, but it's only Nico. It's the Aegis, the immortal target. They keep the Tombstone alive a little bit longer. There's a good Ice Path over on the side, and the first one to die is Undying into Lashrak. Also caught outside the base. That's a big problem as the trap holds him in position. Frost can't go anywhere. The Echo Slam will arrive with some good damage. Nico will finally be burnt just as the Aegis, the Immortal timed out. They waited for the right opportunity, but it feels like the sacrifice was just too much. GG is called. Alliance take game 1. Solid drop, solid performance. Viking at least had a little bit of fun at the beginning, but it still ends with Alliance being 1 up in the series.
Yeah, it's not enough to kill them. You have to take their towers, shut down the Alchemist farm. He's just too much. You saw the Alliance had a clear game plan, 4 wave clears, protect the Alchemist, while we all talked about Vikings lineup and say, what's their win condition? What's the plan here? And we didn't really feel it. You kind of saw it play out there. Kyle actually predicted that game ending at 25 minutes, which was astoundingly accurate.
No. We are not throwing it. Like, just think of Alan. Think of Red.
Think of the people.
Don't feed the beast. You're going to unleash the monster. Oh, we are so sorry. So sorry.
Sorry indeed. I'm not sorry, actually. That was about as predictable as the tide and the moon, wasn't it? I think we've all been there before, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen this game before. We've played in this game before. Kyle's future children have played this game. We know the outcome of this game is basically what I'm saying here.
Yeah. It's... I don't even know how to break it down. People who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it.
Or appear on panels.
Kyle Wisdom. Oh,
Very
well,
true.
that applies to us, doesn't it?
My point is simply, what's the plan?
Well,
how does this win?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, though, they had a plan of things early-ish game, didn't they?
Did they, though? Because you know that a draft is really in trouble when you see things going in their direction early game, and you're like, does that really matter?
It's 8-2.
Right.
It's 6
Yeah,
minutes.
I mean,
in,
Bone 7 is getting kills.
Yeah, which we also predicted was probably what would happen early game. They looked like they had a reasonably good early game lineup. But what do they do afterwards? Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Where do they go?
That's the problem here, and I don't think that there was ever an answer to that question. I think the differential, again, the entire game was arresting this differential between Spectre and Alchemist, because if Alchemist gets 2 items or more ahead, Kyle's right. They're going to be able to end the game at 25.
Let me ask a different question then. Was there something better they could have picked instead of the Spectre? Because a lot of these things come down to simple draft picks and what have you. Was there something different, or was it lost early?
It had to be something. So the thing about Alchemist, you got to think of this as it's like a superhero lineup, right?
Right.
They got these 4 heroes that can make space, clear waves. They're support, utility type heroes. And then you need the rock, and that's the centerpiece of your lineup, right? That you're playing around. You need to draft something similar on the side of Viking if you're going to win this game that has a similar power spike potential. That's why I brought up like a Meepo.
But that's the problem. When you look at the Alliance picks up to that point, when you look at the Legion commander, the Lina already on board, even your traditional, that takes away a lot of the Meepo appeal. It takes away a lot of the sort of cheese heroes. And then you look even like at the Jakiro and the Alchemist, which really punish a TA.
Yep.
Even your traditional snowballers are really awkward in that spot.
It's, when you think beating out, it's creeps, minions, clones, and just illusions, right? How can you pick a hero like PL, like Naga, into LC, into Chikiro, into Lina? You're just blocked at every turn.
Naga was the only hero I could think of that might have given them some kind of clever way to play, because at least it's a reset button. But yeah, I think you're right. It's not ideal either.
These heroes, like when Alk, if you think about his first 2 item pickups, right? Radiance and BKB, they not only increase his damage output in team fights and his farming potential, but BKB is like an offensive item because you're just so strong.
Yeah.
So he's naturally increasing DPS while increasing survivability. Even if you were to song to slow it down, how do you stop him?
You got to be able to contest his side of the map, and that's just not what their heroes were done.
Good stuff. Time for us to move on, take a quick break, pay some bills here at ESL 1 Hamburg. We thank you for tuning in. We hope you'll be back with us to what hopefully will be a much more competitive Game 2 after the break.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
So this is it. This is where it all started. The great business of DHL.
You remember when we still use these?
We have all come a long way since then.
Hey, Effie, my little buddy. I got a special job for you. And this is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge.
ESL One Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics.
We are one. Welcome back to ESL One Hamburg 2019, and one is quite appropriate right now because there is only one team in our second series of the day. All of best of twos coming for you today through the group stages, or series of twos, or two-game series, whatever you want to call them. I don't mind, it's fine. All we do know is each team plays each other twice throughout the group stage over the next 3 days. Day one right now happening as we're going to drop you into the second game and the second draft of our second match as well. Usual suspects are back here on the panel with me alongside is Nahaz and Kyle. This has to be a much better display by the Vikings, otherwise this is just another L, isn't it?
You could say that again.
I mean, I'm trying not to be too mean, but that wasn't a good performance, was it?
You're not giving yourself a chance to draft.
I'm trying to think, like, that was I think Sisyphus has a better chance of getting the rock up the mountain than you have winning that game with that draft against a Nico Baby Alchemist. That's simple. This is Alliance's bread and butter, all right? Fada's played the Alch over 100 times.
Yeah.
He's now supporting. Obviously, this team understands the draft. They just want to LAN using it.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I think on the Viking side specifically, we've seen in both two different team matchups, but the same problem in the last couple of drafts is it's very hard to make your off lane your win condition. I mean, there's a reason that like 75-80% of drafts since TI, the mids have been last picks. I mean, securing these solid 1-2 position matchups, especially vis-a-vis the laning phase, is incredibly important right now. And when your best response against an Alchemist is just to last pick a Spectre and hope you can take the game late enough, like that's going to be a very strategically weak draft.
There are, unfortunately, numerous meta picks that they can't afford to give Alliance either, and the Baden being one of them, and we'll presumably see the Void ban
those are the two big ones.
What I'm trying to say is there are limited things that they can do here in the draft.
Well, the one that worked for them, and it was in the hands of Bone 7, the last 3 games of the qualifiers for this event, was the Mirana that they picked up. He played it 3 games in a row against, I believe it was Windstrike, and they were able to win all 3 of those. They need a better solution, and there it goes. Alliance knows that too. Alliance knows that too.
Yeah, Naga Mirana.
Turns out, it doesn't really take much time to look through somebody's Dota buff page.
Who knew? Who knew that was a thing?
Yeah. That is one thing I will say, huge pet peeve of mine, even when I was playing, especially on the desk, is when I see something. If I, in 3 minutes of pre-game prep, can tell you, all right, so they're going to pick this when it's available, then it's not banned, and I don't see, and then I see a minute and a half of thinking before the picks. They've first picked this hero 7 times last 20 games. You don't have an opener canned and waiting?
No, I get that, but I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit here. Is that not when you get in a bubble? Is that not what happens? Because sometimes the team, you get in a bubble, you get so fixated on something, you go down a road that you're thinking about. Do you not see the wood for the trees sometimes? Is that what happens?
It's true. I don't think, you're right. It does happen, but if you're trying to be the best, I don't think it should. No. Dota, the beauty of the game is that no one plays perfectly, and everyone's always wrong. You can only try and get a little less wrong, not right. You're never right on Dota because it's always shifting. You play Dota, you stop playing for a week, suddenly you come back, starting items have changed. There's a new meta counter.
I feel like there should be a Twitter bot out there. You know, like coach quotes. There should be like a Kyle quotes bot of some kind out on Twitter, throwing some of these out there. Because that was actually quite, I like that one.
You think
you can never be right in Dota?
See, what I heard last was, you know, there was for many years, when did EG throw last.com. There needs to be when was Kyle right last.com. It just,
they'd
be updating it every hour though, surely.
Yeah, it's just the thing is,
I don't think you need a fast server, brother.
You gotta keep in mind, like, it's different. The only people that are immune from this belief are, of course, us on the desk.
You're right.
It's our job to take
right.
hard stances. We get to say when people are right or wrong.
We get to be a bit more black and white about things rather than the murky greyness that these guys unfortunately find themselves working in. The Kunkka ban as well. Again, we've talked about how strong it is at the moment.
It's a perfect hero for Limp to play. Alliance it's perfect to their play style because now Limp all of a sudden you can scale a bit. It's ideal mid-game, strong laner, and it combos with effectively any carry / win condition you could possibly pick, and Undying first pick.
Yeah, they're going to go right back to that.
It's been very popular in pubs, but if your strategy comes down to, hey, look, guys, if we pick Prophet Undying and we sprout the Tombstone, they can't attack it. I'm going to need something a little more fleshed out.
Yeah. I mean, this hero, I do think it's pretty strong, but I don't think it's, if you look at the way that it's being played in pubs, I don't think that it's necessarily going to translate over into the pro ranks as well. I mean, I think it's, when you look at Peter picking it last year for NIP and really exploiting the Tombstone on death, really exploiting the Tombstones on high grounds with other sort of vision aids, I think that's one thing. But you have to have something with immediate synergy with it. I think Undying Earthshaker, I don't think is going to work.
Yeah, it's just boxing in your opening. There's no more lane or role versatility available. Right. And specifically, it gives you this free Jakiro pick from Alliance because they're like, oh, well, there'll be a melee here on the off lane. It'd probably be an Undying, maybe both. Well, we have a anti-melee. Yeah, LC again.
There you go.
No surprise.
Yeah, the Leshrac is still out there. Crystal Maiden is another hero that statistically since TI has been very, very strong, and we haven't seen as much of today.
Have we seen any CM? Yeah, at all. I don't think we have.
Nope.
In any of the games?
Well, not in any.
Certainly not the ones we've watched on the mainstream.
I haven't seen it in the. I have a feeling that it had to have been picked by now, but I haven't seen it in other streams.
I will have a look when we're going through the draft.
Sure. You know, the other thing is you could pivot back to like a Mag Jug duo. I mean, that's something that I guess not after an LC, but that is something that statistically has been strong in the last couple sets of qualifiers. I just want to say I want to see. I don't know how you feel about this against an LC, but I want to see Bone 7 back on a Bat Rider, more tempo controlling, initiating kind of hero. I know. Kyle's giving me that look.
Oh, what's that open? Oh, you're looking at Bone 7's hero page. Let's see, what heroes he got most played? Oh, Bat Rider, 161 matches. That's almost 50 more than his second most played hero, Alan.
Yeah.
Wow, you're onto something.
But that was true of him 4 years ago, man. I mean, come on. I don't have to look at Dota Buff to know that.
Why is it open? Why do you need this information, huh?
Oh my lord! Okay, Kyle.
Some of us
got
remember,
me, buddy.
All right, we don't need notes.
Wow, you got me. All right, so Gyro is another. Gyro is the most picked hero since TI. So he's sitting at 240 picks. Rubik's just over 200, and there's nobody else over 200. So
that's more like it. That was all off the top, by the way, for users at home. Alan proven. His memory hasn't left him just yet.
Not quite
Only
yet.
his hair.
I lose a few brain cells every time we're on a panel together, Kyle, but they're not quite all gone yet.
Did you know that every 7 years,
Red's really trying.
all the cells in your body will have been replaced by new ones?
Yes, thank you.
So are you technically the same person?
No.
What do you think?
And this is why every 7 years, men and women change in relationships.
How's
called the 7-year itch. You know heard about this?
No, please
you should
explain.
check into this. This one is something you have to go and do some. It's fun. So technically, you're right. We're not actually physically the same people anymore on the outside.
Interesting.
Wow, this is really deep.
As well. We are. It's quite. Well,
So
we're in
you're saying
second phase bands right now, Alan. So
you're saying like different.
But also, the most disgusting thing about the fact that we actually shed every cell in our body is that if we keep the same mattress for 7 years, you're literally sleeping on yourself.
That's very interesting. Did you know?
Thank you.
You ever see light?
Every one of our listeners is better off for having known that, Paul.
Did
Thank
you know
you so much.
most dust is just dead skin
Yes,
cells? Have you ever seen
that's my
light
point.
coming into the window
That's
and all
my
the...
point.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you actually sleep on yourself after 7 years of the same mattress.
This
so you
is
should change your
wonderful
mattresses
information.
every 7 years.
It's all about
At
love,
least.
guys.
Yeah. Well, we've done an admirable job of getting through that second phase of dance.
You better really hurry.
We've done very
Oh,
well
my
indeed.
Lord.
Focusing on some more of these picks for second phase. What do you think here? Elk? Still available if they want it?
I think...
Jakiro ban?
It's still solid.
Love seeing a Jakiro ban.
The problem with Alk at the moment, it like, again, needs to be nerfed, waiting for the patch, fingers crossed. Anybody watching at home with access to the servers, please load that up. Because it's a hero that effectively just isn't balanced. And it can't it really can't be. Real quick, Alan, right now a lot of concepts that are broken involve abilities or mechanics that are not replicable.
Unreplicable mechanics.
Exactly.
Yep. But that's true in any meta, and I think the big difference that I see, right? Let's actually get more positive for Viking, because I do think that Gyrocopter puts them in a much better position than they were at this time in the last draft. The big thing that the Gyro does is he locks down at least one of those lanes. He's a very difficult hero to take out a lane in the safe lane hero pool right now.
Especially with the
how's the IO Gyro now?
People have gone away from it for sure.
Takes too long. IO
Takes
getting to 15 was a nice timing. To get to 20.
20 is hard, isn't it? Yeah.
I like the way that
You're
OG
asking
did
a
it with the
hero
core
that
wisp
no
was really
longer
cool.
has an XP talent to get to level 20. That's pretty tough.
Alliance taking a chunk of time. They're already down to near 20 seconds of reserve.
Oh, that is so nasty, because that's a flex pick as it is right now, and it just... Dazzle right now, even if you believe it's probably a support, there are so many heroes in the mid pool that it can just dump on in lane.
You'd imagine that's a support.
It could be both. I think that of one of the few players that I think is still proficient on 5 Dazzle, it's really fallen out of the meta over the past couple of years, is Hanskin. But I know Limp also loves the hero. If you look at pretty much any Han hero that he's got experience on, of which Dazzle is one, he's still incredibly good at, understands it quite well. Really good here. You pick a Tiny into it. It's curious. They go Ember Spirit. I love that combo. Whenever you have hard save with Ember Spirit, Slark, PL, any hero with an immediate get out of jail free card, if you can just keep them alive until they're able to activate it, you can almost guarantee their survivability, and it's a great matchup in this game so far.
So by the way, in the last series, Alliance played Dazzle and it was Limp on it. Yeah, and the thing was, it's actually a kind of nice deny pick there too, because Ember is one of the heroes that can get really hurt by Dazzle in lane. So you take the Dazzle, you know he's off the board.
Yeah, and now they go OD into this. It's a nice counter pick in the past to Dazzle, but oftentimes that was when it was a support, because you could let the Grave go off, and now all of a sudden OD's just getting a bonus 20 int off some extra right clicks. However,
but Pugna and Sniper are both still in the pool.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Look, it's gonna most likely be. I think this is Dazzle support.
Yeah, it is now. It is now.
It is now support, because you're going to have a higher value mid pick.
Sure.
And it's just perfectly fine laning bottom now with your Ember Spirit. You're totally cool with this. It could go top 2. Really, either support could lane anywhere, but I think you want the stronger laner with your Ember.
I just think OD is going to get lane countered. And a lane countered OD is a game losing OD in most situations.
And why is that, Alan?
The hero can just, if it has a bad lane, it can't do anything. It's very
There is
simple.
no right answer. Anything you want to say is good, because OD, you don't farm jungle very efficiently. You can't find kills. You can't really manufacture gold too effectively.
That's actually such a good...
You're nothing against BKBs.
That's actually such a good Enchantress ban right there. Like, that's one of the only things...
Purges the Flame Guard.
Yeah. That's exactly one of the only things that could have brought it back for Viking here is that GG offlane hero, and Enchantress might have been that. But man, oh man.
Because now you have this conundrum where I assume this will be a Tiny 4, could be the 3 as well, but where's the utility?
It's got to be Tiny.
That's what's missing to me. Like last game, we saw the LC go for drums straight into pipe.
Yeah. That's not bad. That's not bad.
It counters the Dazzle.
It counters it. I think it's okay against the LC as well. Like It's not bad. The problem is if as we expect, they pick like this hard lane counter to the OD, do you have enough in the roaming Tiny Undying to relieve the pressure in that lane? Because that's going to be, man, if Mastermind just gets destroyed on this OD, I think the game for Vikings becomes impossible.
Keep in mind, that does put Alliance a little out of their comfort zone. All of a sudden, you're going to have Limp on your win condition hard carry. It is a sniper. It's excellent here, to your point. The only real answer you have to him right now is Blink Initiation from Axe or Tiny. To your point, you don't have the roaming potential early game. And you're now in a scenario where he's going to have a strong laning phase, free game almost, and he gets to a point, especially with the BKB, where he's nigh unkillable. It's a tough test for Vikings.
I think Limp just ruins this game. I think Limp on Sniper here is game ruining for Viking. I really do.
But he's saying it's a good thing, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, a positive thing.
Yes, I think they have put Limp in position where he can just. You want to talk about free games from your mid player? This could be one of them.
Okay. Sensing Kyle might not have too much disagreement.
It's definitely closer.
Yeah. Okay.
It is closer than game one.
All right, well, it's closer than game one, but it is time to jump into game number 2 and see whether the Vikings can pull something back as we head back to BSJ and Toby 1.
Closer than game 1, I'll take that. That's a positive mindset leaving the panel and coming up to here. We were having a great time up here as well, predicting every single pick that was arriving.
That was funny. I was like, I think they're going to pick Dazzle, and you said, OD looks good for Viking here. And then you're like, how about the last pick Sniper?
Yeah. It's like, wait, let's go for one of the old classics, kind of like Sniper versus OD, gives you a fantastic matchup. They have no real easy way to jump into the back lines, but then the Axe kind of gives you that option with like a toss forward, who then helps hack out the shallow grey, like all these cool little mechanics to bounce back and forward.
It's going to be this interesting timing for me because they don't really have like this re-gap close on the Blink Axe Tiny. Like you have the way to get on Sniper once, but if he gets like a Force Staff and disengages from your initial initiation, it's kind of how do you get on top of him again and then he can just wail on you? So you're going to have this timing where they're going to have the Blink Daggers, maybe they'll pick him off once or twice, and then you're going to have this like Hurricane Pike BKB Sniper that's not going to die for another 10 minutes. And then if you can get past that point, maybe it's easy for Viking. And I think I'm on the same page as the panel. I like this draft way more than the first one from Viking. There's kind of like this clear cut. You have the late game scaling from the OD and the Gyro. If you can get on top of this Sniper, like you have the counter to the Dazzle Grave. Legion Commander Save doesn't work against Axe Call or Astral or Tiny Avalanche or Toss. So like, the Legion Purge is not nearly as good as it was the first game. I like Vikings draft a lot more, but the last pick Sniper with only blinks is really hard to deal with as the game goes on.
Oh, hello, Tiny. Yep, you can walk into the middle of Alliance and say hi, but there's 4 heroes ready to say hi straight back towards you. And that'll be the first blood going the way of Nico, baby. You know what, I still like some of the things the Viking has to work with. I think that, like, what were the numbers, like 4.5, I think was the odd in favor of Alliance to win this game. That's still not bad. Like, I'll take the value bet at least.
Yeah, I don't think they're completely out of it with this draft. Last game, we were all kind of just shrugging, saying, what's the plan? The one thing I will say is that Dazzle, while being countered by this Axe hero in terms of call going through Grave, Axe, Undying, and Tiny all have like no armor in the laning stage. So this Poison Touch is pretty much going to secure this Ember a free start to his game, and that always concerns me when a hero like Ember has a really good laning stage. And I think I want to see what Nico Baby is like in this like pace-setting carry hero. I'm yet to watch a game personally of him on this type of hero.
It's kind of funny. Like, do you see him as the pace-setting hero after we had like a Sniper in our first series of the day, whose farm was really going to be like what gives us our pace-setting? Oh, Bone 7, TP. He was trying to go to the tier 1 tower as well, but telekinesis was available. Bone 7 will. Guys, in the trees, trying to make sure Nico Baby gets his second kill of the game. And now moving in towards mid, Tiny. He's got Toss available. He's trying to isolate Limp into the trees. Well, he got him. Pulling him back over to Mastermind, but where's your damage output? Okay, you got an imprisonment. Fada will arrive. He's got his own poison, and now it's Mastermind who's in a little bit of trouble. Poison dump, can't break free of it. Fada really considering diving underneath the tower for this one because Hanskin sitting in the tree line wanting to help out as well. They just can't get close enough for it, or can they? With the creep wave underneath the tower, Hanskin, yeah, you see the pings coming in from Limp. It's like, hey, do you want to help me here? No, oh no, I've got this all by myself. Maybe now we take out the Tiny.
The courier!
Wrapping around the back.
The tower shot just murdered that courier. It was like slow motion. Oh, it's just, you know it's coming too.
Alliance lose it. Had a salve on it, right?
Yes, I believe it did.
I think, well, actually, no, Limp's already consuming a salve, so maybe it was able to deliver.
Yeah, actually, it was on the retreat. It was on the retreat, so it did get rid of the items. But he does have a lot of gold after getting that kill that he's going to be postponed and being able to get those early Wraith bans, which
see, that's one of those things
impact.
that like Carr was making requests of Val before. Like, spectator-wise, it'd be really cool if we can go back to being able to select dead couriers. Because when you could do that, you could actually see the items they had on them without the need of an API. Oh, Bone Seven's in trouble once again. Support's going to work. And with the slowdown from Poison Touch with no Dispel, there's no Legion Commander on your side this game.
Yeah, it's just so hard to play Axe from this position. Kind of a feast or famine type hero that either just gets this like level 6 at 5 minutes because he's cutting creeps and farming jungle, or he kind of just relentlessly feeds, and we're getting the latter of those two options in this game. The supports are kind of free to do whatever they want. They can leave Ember alone if they want to. If they want to just come gank, conveniently kill the Axe, that's easy too. And now Axe is being forced to jungle, which means the supports can go stack, they can rotate mid, they can pull for efficiency. And while both carries are free farming, the supports on Radiant have to do nothing, while the support on Dire has to chase around this Legion Commander who's still able to cut creeps because they really have no
they're coming
stuns.
for him. 33, he has to turn around to keep the creep aggro or buy time for Tiny to arrive. He's only got Toss available, but it won't matter. 16 decay, that Legion Commander was at 460 HP and was already down a fair chunk of that. I do like how this strength is still on the Undying, even though Legion once respawning has it all back again, mid lane. Yep, goodbye Limp.
That is convenient that if they get the Astral off, that 4 seconds is plenty of time for the Boost Tiny to walk in and get that toss. He is very vulnerable to that, so we talked about it being a good sniper game as it goes on, but if he dies a few more times in the mid game, he's still winning the lane, but not by a large margin by any means.
You know who Creeps reminded me of right now? It's like classic Jimmy Tidehunter moving with Bottle. There's this like Bottle boots. I'm here for the 4-minute runes, and he's able to grab it as well. Just enough to get the mana up and then just be a real nuisance.
About the most useless rune of roaming Tiny can get though.
Very true, but he gets the 3 bottle charges at least, and he'll be able to smoke ward. And Bone 7, like when your Tiny has more levels and more promise and more influence on the game than your Axe, who's now level 2 jungling, level 3 now. Oh, there's your toss back at the Tiny. Really able to bring Hanskin closer underneath the tower.
Look at that, Axe even got XP. That's strategic jungling right there.
It was like, what, 50 points of experience?
Yeah, he's feeling a little bit behind on the levels. He's just gonna suicide to neutrals, by the way. That was intentional. I don't know if that's good. Like, I don't know if that's what you want to do. He did like buy out, bought the tangos and the boots. But that does not feel good when you're level 3 Axe killing yourself.
Flash kills himself at the tier 2 tower on the top lane. Axe kills himself at the jungle. He's just dead for so long. 5-minute bounties, 33. Frost. Things about having a crack at this one. That's a level 3 Rocket Barrage. Good damage into 33, but 33 just level 2 press the attack.
He's just so fast.
Oh, hello. Mastermind's moved over. Level 3 imprisonment. This will do some good damage. They've already taken some of his life off thanks to the 8 decay. So, yep, Orbs will do the work, and Mastermind gets his 3rd kill of the game. Once again, Viking off to a good start when it comes to kill counts, especially for their mid. And there's no Alchemist, like, that's just building up on the other side that they have to worry about.
Dire's middle tower.
That's one of their upsides.
Like the mid-game, late-game timings are not nearly as imbalanced this game as compared to the first one. So when it's an even game that we're seeing this time around, I'm much more confident that Viking has a solid chance of taking this game. A lot of pressure being applied with the catapult. OD, pretty much one of the worst mid-D pushers. A hero that always has to be concerned about losing his tower early, or at least taking a lot of damage. He wants to be rotating between jungle and lane, but he can't really do that when he has an Axe that's already jungling.
Turns for the double poison touch. Hanskin as well as Fada making sure it stays on him as long as possible as Bone 7 moves to the Radiant side of the river, stranding him up. And this will just allow Nico to come in and finish the job on Bones.
He's already level 6
He's
on
dying.
Ember Spirit safe lane, 6 minutes in.
It's the point of diminishing returns for an Axe. He's 4 of the 6 kills that Alliance have claimed.
Yes.
So far. 1,500 net worth, but he's still got the same net worth as 33. For all 33's pulling and interference, he's still the same net worth as the Axe.
I will say that Axe is not like the Centaur Legion type hero where they will do their job regardless of having a great start. Like Legion can still save teammates, Centaur can like ulti for his team. Axe needs items to be a hero. Like he will not be a hero in this game if this continues. And Gyro may be able to carry the mid game, but it's not going to stop in this bottom lane. Like this is effectively his danger zone for Dire. As you see, they just keep walking in, trying to soak as much XP as they can, and it's just unapproachable. None of your heroes can survive this area yet.
The new Viking mascot is now just Kenny Loggins. Nico, he is #1 on the board for the moment, a full 1,000 in front of his second, which is Limp. Oh yeah, well, here we go again. See, I was just sitting here going like, I'm not exactly certain why he's there, like what objective you're looking for from the Tiny, apart from, hey, everybody look at me.
As a player, it's so weird. You see nobody on your team occupying the bottom lane, and you're just like, I think someone's supposed to be here. And so you're kind of like, what am I doing here? Oh, I'm dead. And that's probably about the process that occurred there.
Towards the mid, it's just sending Mastermind forward so we can get the imprisonment up. The follow-up Avalanche, just keeping Limp under control. And this is the downside. Even though Sniper is a great matchup against the OD, you have simple ways to close the distance for Viking through the power of the Tiny.
Yeah, it's really important that Frost gets active in this game because
forgot another one. Toss him back over. Another imprisonment. Not the greatest synergy, however. Frost is already in with a rocket barrage and support has arrived. He'll turn the flag cannon on Nico. He's going to arrive 4 heroes in here from Alliance to kill off this gyrocopter. And the biggest winner out of all of this is Bone7 getting, Sniper TP to bottom lane. No space created.
He might actually die here.
Assassination. Does it arrive?
My God.
It does in time while Hanskin has his own battle in the mid lane. He was gonna be a winner.
Definitely spoke a bit too soon there. I was saying that Gyro getting active here.
Everyone TV's in the mid. Flash can die there as well. It's just like, where's the first place Bone7 goes? It's like, finally, I'm the only one of my team down here, but they all just committed to TP.
Freedom!
Like, it was 4 heroes in mid. Freedom was taken. The British have arrived.
I was like gonna be so happy that like, oh, Gyro's getting active in the mid game, his Axe having a rough time, and then he dies too because they kind of overlap their skills, like you said with the Astral, and that does not bode well when your one hero with a really good start just feeds in the mid lane like that. On the other hand,
it's good. Hanskin. Oh, nice pickup. But hey, Mastermind. He has the Eclipse. He had Durastol on it, but it does not matter. He just needed to secure kill on Hanskin.
Okay, they're rotating the bottom tower. I like this. They need to make plays on the opponent's side of the map this game, force the issue themselves in a way that actually takes objectives. We didn't see that last game.
Going to die before this really begins. Of course, Dazzle's being initiated on no points in Shallow Grave. That's a level 3 Fada Dazzle. Bone7 now sees everybody else, goes for the call. That's level 1. That's not as effective. Same as Flash, who gets assassinated down by the Sniper. Shrapnel, a little bit too short. Coop only gets slowed down for just a little bit. And now 33's the winner up on top lane, getting the space.
Yeah, he's already got more than half of the phase recipe going, as well as the bracer. I just feel much more confident, like I said, playing a hero like Legion with no items than I do playing Axe. You're not going to ever get dual damage, but you do have 2 very powerful cores.
Homing missile on bottom. Gonna set up, try to slide a fist dodge, but now they can toss in for the call. Bone7 is very uncertain about that, though.
Yeah, he's like, I'm doing it. He's like, don't do it.
You ready? Are you ready? I'm not ready. Are you ready? Are you not ready?
This is easy. Definitely like internalize their conversation. You're imagining exactly what's going on there.
He's underneath an observer one too, so Alliance see everything. It's like, Nico's like, why am I even here?
Tombstone for vision. Okay, they just want to check and see if anyone's defending. They're heavily investing in this tower, but I don't think this is particularly bad. It's going to open up the map, allow the Axe to potentially recover.
Toss me. Oh, hello. Nico came back. He's taking the tombstone while the rest of Viking are trying to chase down this Dazzle. He has a point in Shallow Grave. There is the 6 over on Axe, but Axe is dueled over with 33. With the call down combining, a quick jump away. Nico. It's 2-Spirit, 2-Spirit.
They're not even going to get this tower.
No, and they're going to lose more heroes. Assassination's going to kill off Flash in the trees. Nope, it'll be the solo rip to give him a little bit more life, but Hunskin's going to cut him off at the pass. Whoops, hang on. I took the wrong path, but you'll still end up getting Flash. Thunder.
I love how much Alliance is throwing into defending this tower. They know that the Axe is not very strong. You saw him just walk in and die there. The OD doesn't want to participate, so they're pretty much playing 5v3 if they fight there.
They just knew what they're up against. This Observer was about to time out, but has seen all of the reinforcements that Viking has brought, so it's just next to the Ancients. It just sees so much of the movement of Viking.
Yeah, they have all the necessary information, and they just have a good read on the situation of the game currently. Like, they are aware of their strength on their cores compared to that of the Dire cores. Despite OD having, like, a pretty free farm start, he's not going to be there. It's kind of like the Spectre we said. It's going to take him 1 or 2 items before you really feel his impact in the game. And when their only real free farm hero, I mean, Gyro is having a good start, but he's not enough. Like, Gyro, if he's getting ran at and has to just flee as your whole team's there, he doesn't look very powerful.
No.
Needs a little bit of backup.
And if your team is fleeing, like, at least you get some more strength. But like, you see the build from Undying. Yeah, I got 1 point in Tombstone, 3 points Soul Rip. All right, am I even a factor?
3 points Soul Rip, huh? That skill, I guess it's mainly for the cooldown. Interesting.
He's probably just trying to keep his cores alive at this point. It's like he's trying to play like the Dazzle on the other team. But so his Tombstone is a lot easier to manage.
Yeah, they don't really have an amazing way to kill Tomb either, so kind of curious. Maybe they feel like they can't force a fight under it.
Just need to slide a Fist Searing Chain just to slow down Bone 7, then they can go into the duel. But they're deciding just to chip away to begin with and just focus on the tower
Yeah,
instead.
they're doing like a, let's see if they TP and we can back up if we force an overreaction. Otherwise, we just get a tower for free. I like that little poke and prod. Both teams getting a tower. Oh, looks like Alliance wants to fight here, bottom lane.
Yep, pick up Tiny, bring him closer. He does get a good avalanche over on 3. Needs a little bit of a way out of this one. The duel has begun. Flash tries to Soul Rip and bring him back up again, and they will not get the duel victory. But the kill does still belong the way of Alliance. But now they got 5 heroes practically on the southern side of the map. Limp, the only one not really there, and that's because he's taking a double stack at the moment. It's actually so easy for Sniper just to sit here, farm, and hold his tier 1 tower in mid.
I really want to highlight Legion Commander's like contrast between first and second game. Last game, you had this Alchemist. You know you're going to be sitting behind him, and so it's your job to just tank up and be an enabler. You don't need this initiation item, but this game, you have this Sniper. You need to go in and be a barrier for this hero. So he's going to go first item Blink, and I just like 33 is so good at recognizing his role in the game. And it shows in his items. And it looks like they're smoked up mid. Another Undying Death.
Yep. That's going to be his 5th of the game. Support is coming in quickly. He gets the Tombstone down before death, which will definitely be of use. While Axe looking for the glory call, but there is no glory to be found.
Come back!
7 instantly regrets his decision. The assassination will be cancelled.
I think he would have killed him with the Sleight of Fist. I think he wasn't aware that there's going to be like more damage follow up there.
No, but they had to stop it so they can kill off the Tombstone. Like, Sniper had to change his targets up. Like, okay, Axe doesn't want to be part of this one. Sure, walk back to base. He can't buy back and be involved in the fight. So you get guaranteed this tier 1 tower. Unless OD can do something. 3 stolen intelligence. The imprisonment's already out.
It's really hard because they have no save for OD. So like OD is the only save against the Legion duel. It's really hard for him to like walk into fights. You have the Sniper bopping you the whole way through, and then if you get in range of the Legion. So like that's the problem, right? OD can absolutely carry this game, but at this current moment, Alliance is just far stronger, and you're seeing it in the way they're playing, right? They contested the bottom tier 1 immensely. They're pushing the mid tier 1 now. Bounty runes are coming out, so I assume they're going to try to make an aggressive move one way or the other. But yeah, like I said, oh yeah, this is unfortunate with no dual damage. I thought they had the damage with the stolen toss, but not quite enough.
It's the, well, would you believe it's Soul Rip, right?
Like, oh, there you go, the maxed out Soul Rip.
Yeah,
that's what happened.
Level of play. But it makes sense too, like when you think about the way the fight needs to be approached from Viking. Like you say, like OD needs to carry this game, but then like the extended drawn out fights where he's able just to build up more and more in, he gets stronger and stronger as time goes by. Like this becomes more problematic for Alliance. You got saves to the duel if Alliance want to be the initiators. If you do want to have that blink in from a Legion commander, OD, who's already got blink, who's already going to have that positional advantage, can get that quick counter. But Legion actually is now looking at Halberd. He's not even looking at Blink Dagger anymore.
I think he has the blink because he had like 1,000 gold earlier. Oh, he went drums. Okay, I'm just saying he had to have some item because like he had a lot more gold than 200 earlier. So he actually invested in drums. That's interesting. That's still kind of the same theme as the blink in terms of I'm going to run in. The pipe build, when you go like pipe medallion kind of thing, you're just sitting behind your core. So it is the same idea, but maybe he thinks since he's pretty neutered from his beginning of his game, if he blink duels, he's just going to feed. Maybe so he wants to be a little tankier as he runs in.
Like if he blink duels, it also feels like a little bit odd, right? Because there's enough answers it seems Viking has. Like you've got Avalanche, you've got Toss, you've got Imprisonment, you've got some saves the Viking can use either just repositioning. But we come back into the game. Toss is available. Here comes your Imprisonment. The hammer will drop. Rubik dies pretty quickly. They look to follow up straight towards Limp as Alliance. And
that's looking like a puppy paws right there. I don't know.
And then the battle for the runes begins. Bone 7 moving quickly. Are they going to get all 4? 33's got such great movement speed. They get all 4. So lose 2 heroes.
That's really well played by OD. Just Astral the Sniper, like, you just want to ignore him until the other heroes are cleared out of the way. Because right now, Sniper dishes out a lot of damage, but he's super squished. So just take him out of the picture, and then right when he comes out of Astral, he's just going to evaporate. Well played there by the OD. He did have a lot of time to think about exactly what he was going to do there, though. So it's always a little unfortunate when pauses have to happen right before that kind of stuff.
I do like that OD also then just goes straight into the jungle directly after. It's like, oh, I've already got my essential items I need to fight. So Bone 7, you try and take the bottom with Frost. Undying can finally reach some levels out of this mid lane. Like at least create some space for the rest of his team as opposed to soaking it up himself. And if they're ready to fight once again, everybody group up. The mid tower will be denied by Undying, but it's still the tier 1 tower. All tier 1 towers now down for Viking.
I am a little bit fearful for the Viking side that they have really no like team fight sustain item builders. Like their Axe is going like Blink Blade Mail, their Tiny's just going Blink. You know, Gyro OD obviously don't build these types of items. So as the game goes on, that may be a little bit tough to compete with like the Legion Dazzle sustain, but OD is one of those heroes that you can't really sustain. Like eventually he just two-shots you with his ultimate. So it's going to be interesting as this game goes on to see exactly the impact OD's able, like whether or not he's able to carry. I think Gyro's going to be more of this like meat shield setup for the Axe to get a good call. They have a lot to chew through on Viking. Sniper might not deal enough damage this game. They have a lot of tankiness. Even the Tiny becomes naturally tanky as a support.
That's very crazy to say, like, Sniper cannot deal enough
damage. That's what I mean. Like, he might have to hit too many people, and then by then, like, his teammates may be dead. You have pretty squishy supports. If they get on top of Ember, OD's a hero that's going to shred you.
It's almost like he needs to merge with Dro's ultimate. It's like, I need to hit 3 targets all at the same time.
Yeah, Frost even went for the health town on Gyro, so he's under the impression he is this meat shield. He's kind of embraced that as well, knowing that with a hero like OD, you're not going to have damage issues. And Undying about on pace for last game. He's at 6 deaths, I believe that is. Yes, 6 deaths. Last game he had 9 and 25. That's actually about exact. So consistency.
Yeah, where's those like little stack crafts that we need to bring up on the side?
Death per minute.
Death per minute, and it's just like one of those little like running races. Like you have horses going around a track. Like who's gonna win? Like, what was it, you know, like those ghost runs you'd have in games, like you gotta follow your ghost?
Yeah,
like,
I know what you're talking about.
Like, can you be...
Back in Mario Kart and stuff?
Oh, yeah, like they did in Mario Kart. Like, am I beating my ghost on my lap time?
That was the solution to having no friends, you know? Who needs to compete against friends when you can just compete against yourself?
It's like, I just need to clone myself, but I can't have a real self, so I'll just have something a little more mediocre than myself.
Yes, exactly.
Lovely. Well, Gyro looks like with that very large stack that he's just been able to farm up, should have enough, just 45 gold.
Interesting skill build, by the way. He went for like a max rocket back, or 3 points rocket back into flak. You could tell he intended to participate, which I don't know too much about Frost other than him being on TFT last year. Kyle was saying he doesn't generally participate in mid-game fights. He's more of like a hard carry type player, but this game he's kind of been showing a different style from what I expected to see.
It's interesting to see him do that as well against, like, he obviously doesn't play middle anymore, but Fada used to be that homing missile mid-gyrocopter kind of player. It's like, let's get a spam, get a donk, and then all of a sudden everybody else comes in and finds the kill. So it's just the big setup to the early damage.
They're hitting a timing. Gyro Ags, the Axe Blink is online. Bone 7, despite the 6 deaths, has his core item.
So with the Blink online, it means that Tiny doesn't need to be as needed. He's actually not far off with his own Blink dagger too.
If they can get on Sniper and fights, this is going to be hard for Alliance because their saves don't actually counter the save.
They're coming to Nico.
Aggression.
I don't see a defensive spirit down. The courier's making his way up too. Smoke on smoke. Dire Observer Wall gets planted. They see so much information. But where's the blink? Where's the choice? Somebody go for somebody. They'll go over towards Sparta. The homing missile will be able to connect. No TP out. Tiny will ensure that one. They'll in fact just toss him and kill him. The blink, call, able to catch Legion Commander. The courier also very uncertain what he wants to do. And same with the OD. Mr. Arcane Rune, they need to protect, and he's able to do so. Defensive imprisonment. Keep him alive. Spirit jump forward. Undying. Dead very quickly. 33 already burning the duel. Now Avalanche, maybe with the help of everybody else. And the call down. And the OD ultimate. Goodbye, Nico. A huge spree to end. Mastermind follows up with another one. 33 still wants to keep on the front lines of the battle as Ember Spirit will buy back to rejoin the engagement. They look towards Mastermind, but once again he gets dogged. And the Axe Call able to hold Legion Commander. Culling Blade him down, and Mastermind then gets just enough space to get away from Nico. The same thing will not happen for Limp, however. He just got caught on top of Bone 7. Yet another dunk, another kill. A double for him. His only 2 of the game, and now Viking really standing toe-to-toe with the Lions and coming out the better.
Yeah, Sniper's just not at this fight yet. He just TP'd in here, so already losing the Ember Spirit and the Dazzle before he's even here yet.
And you lost Ember twice. He bought back in this too.
That's a disaster. Suddenly a 3,000 gold lead for Vikings. And like I said, this game, we talked about the Alchemist last game. I couldn't think of a way he died. Like, I couldn't give you an exact sequence of events that Alchemist was going to die. But this game, the Legion Commander W does not remove Call. It does not prevent the Culling Blade when you have the Dazzle Grave. Yep. If they get on top of you, you will die. So, like, this game is much easier for Viking to execute in terms of their game plan. And you're seeing it here, that the fights are actually winnable for them at this stage in the game, and they're doing it. They have the Blink Tiny, the Blink Axe. The Sniper suddenly has to be concerned about his positioning. I assume he's going BKB. He almost has it. Yeah, 200 gold.
The OD just completed his, so he's got that Blink Axe as well as Kaya.
I think Sniper with the BKB is stronger than OD with the BKB, but when the next item, the Sheepstick or the Shivas comes out on, yeah, he's going for the Sheep, that's when OD is going to be by far the most powerful hero in this game. But the fact that he's 2,000 in gold ahead of the Sniper means that this Blink is basically a free item for him in terms of comparing his strength to Sniper. So that might make him be at the advantage right here. It really all comes down to who gets the jump. And since Legion didn't go for a Blink, I don't really see how Alliance reliably starts fights in their favor. I think it's bound to have Vikings get the jump on whoever they want. There's really no way to prevent that. Ember can't walk in. He's just going to die if he does that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I think it's really hard for Alliance to take fights right now until the Sniper BKB.
Yep. And Sniper can even kill himself. Blade Mail just got completed over on Bone 7. I don't think Bone's got enough life and armor to survive through it all. And he's actually going Shadow Blade as his next item. They really want to hit that back line and control the Sniper. Even if Bone 7 doesn't kill him, like, just bring him low and that'll be enough.
Yeah, remove him from the fight and you'll win it.
Well, they potentially can. Sniper thinks he's safe thanks to the Observer and Sentry. A fresh Observer being planted by Viking out of range of both the Obs and Sentry vision of Alliance. If they don't find their target, Limp doesn't like it. He's backing up. Now they'll get rid of that Observer Warden Sentry. So Viking can take the tier 1 tower up on top, or can they? Alliance is working for their own engagement.
Their tower push is pretty terrible. This might be a huge throw. We're going to have to see.
The Observer was playing. He doesn't want to deward it because, like, there's no vision on the hillside for Viking. So they're fine with that, but they need to have the vision on the hillside because that's probably where the tombstone of Flash is going to end up. All right, now they get rid of it. Avalanche jumps in. Quick BKB from Sniper. As Coop's in a little bit too deep, but now they got the toss over on 33. The tombstone is down. They cannot reach him. 33 is already dead. The rebuttal will be in the form of Tiny. As Bone 7, here we go again with Mastermind. Blink in, BKB still needs to build up that in. Has a Sandy's clips available as the BKB has worn off. Limp, the Shallow Grave will try and keep him alive. Axe is too far away just to blink in to get the culling, but Sniper is already dead. OD needs to drop something. He never let the hammer go. Viking down 3. The gyrocopter barely surviving back to the shrine. Ember Spirit's looking for him, but he won't find him.
They forced a Legion buyback, but this is exactly why, now that I have time to voice my thought of why I thought that's a throw, they have no initiation on Alliance. Like, they're never able to take a fight that they choose to take unless you bring it to them. Why are you giving them a fight? It's very strange. You get this OD sheep, and suddenly they can't play the map. Legion might be diebacking here. Nope, he's just going to walk away. But
it feels alpha. That's what it feels like right now. It just feels like Viking's like, hey, you know who the boss of this map is? It's us. We're coming at you. We don't care if we're under your shrine. We don't care if we're battling from the low ground. We're going to take this.
If that's like on even footing, I can't imagine Viking ever losing a fight, but they fought into the high ground where Sniper can reactively get his BKB off. You, like you said, you have the shrine. And you can buy back and TP the Legion. It's like, why give them that fight?
Well, there's your call out already, so they'll end up killing off Hanskin. Looking for a second one. Avalanche, someone needs to get closer. You can see him turn around. He's starting up the toss back towards Flash. But it won't connect. The courier is coming out as well. Do not lose that one. That's got Mech for Fada sitting on it. Yeah, Fortify's up as everyone's like, does this belong to you?
And Tiny queues up a Shadow Blade as well with the Axe. I'd really like to see Tiny build like a Vlad's or some cheap item like a Glimmer Cape that enables his OD and Gyro, because OD and Gyro are very stationary. Once they go in, they kind of just man up and hit you kind of heroes, and giving them these like auras really benefits these heroes. I'd like to see something like that on Tiny, because nobody else is building it right now.
I like to actually see it on Axe. Like,
that's what I mean. It could be Axe, but he's not building it.
Make him tankier. Like if Bone 7's going to be on the front lines doing the blink call and being the one who's trying to aggro the Sniper with his blade mail, he needs to be able to survive somehow.
Yeah, I think them both going like the same type of concept is not good for their scaling into the late game here.
Maybe it will. Yeah, he's changed it up. We're gonna secondary blade mail.
Oh, of course. That's what I. That's what I meant. The team item. He does AOE damage to the opponent. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work. And then you just like chain from blade mail target to blade mail target, both being initiators. Smoke out from Alliance. They're gonna come into the pincer of Viking. I think they saw Gyrocopter for a second. The smoke does break on Nico, so they know they're up the hill. Smoke also breaking on Hanskin. Undying just walks in, drop the tombstone. The call, it's good. Over on the Ember Spirit, combining with the hammer. There goes your Ember, dead for a long time. Thanks to type it before. Legion as well, same situation. Limp can TP away. Fada can't save anyone. He started the Shallow Grave, but not enough time for the animation. Viking get the jump they want, and a huge window opens with a 1 minute downtime.
That was a sick toss. It's like, you join him, buddy. I mean, that's I think two heroes with that basically die back there.
They, it's their long death timers from before, yeah. So it's taken some time to get there, but both the Legion and the Ember Spirit, because it was the Ember who bought back on that top fire, it was the Legion who bought back, it was the Legion who bought back first, then the Ember who bought back. Either way, it's long death timers, and that allows Aegis the Immortal to go into the hands of the OD.
And this game does not get easier. There's like no natural... I think it was Kyle that talked about irreparable mechanics. Like, there's no item they can build to deal with this Axe call. Like, you're not gonna... You can maybe build, quote-unquote, like, Satanic on Sniper, but... that's not going to help you against this OD. You need to be dealing damage. They have serious damage issues and survivability issues on the Alliance side, which that's just going to take too many items, I think, to sew up these problems. And you're down by 7,000. Not only are you behind conceptually, but you're behind in net worth. And once this OD gets sheep, how do you play the map? Like, you have the 5-man, and then once you're 5-manning, you're kind of just sitting ducks until they choose to go on you.
So you can't kill the frontliners. There's too much disable. You got a Satanic build coming in from the Gyrocopter as well.
Yep.
And he's only 600 gold away from completing that. He's all mounting problems that Limp needs more damage to deal with, really.
Yeah, at this point as a Radiant Core, I just died in an Axe call. So that's so hard to play Dota. That's just so hard to play Dota when that's how you die. It's a 12-second cooldown, I believe. 10-second cooldown, BKB piercing disable. That if you get caught by it, you die.
Oh, they're going again. The Dire Observer Ward that gave Viking so much information before. They see Limp walking away. He's pinging like they can see me. And, well, he's right. There's a sentry ward there. But I don't know if they actually... there's no obs in range. Oh, yeah, it is. Just around the corner. I'm blind. Now they get rid of it. Tiny's ready for his own jump. Shadowblade ready. Gotta stay out of range of the sentry ward, so walking up that hill is not an option. But having fun to walk directly into him, that'll work. Toss me. Kill me. Save me. Observer and sentry's down, but that just allows Alliance to see Viking walking at them.
Yeah, I don't know how, coming from Alliance perspective, I don't know when they're stronger. I don't know when this game gets easier.
Man, this is just salt in the wound.
I mean, it's the same, like, it's not just Axe Call. I didn't even mention it. You died a Tiny Toss on pretty much every Radiant hero as well. Maybe Ember can get out of that, like maybe, but all the other ones just straight up die. I don't think
it feels like a positional nightmare. Even if you do want to get out of it, it's like, oh, I'm able to spirit back out, but then you get tossed back in again. So like,
yeah, the problem when you're behind a hero like Axe like this, you can't just BKB and commit, like kill the OD to win fights. Like you're not only scared of dying yourselves, but
Cole's good. Avalanche control. Have they got enough?
Yeah, no reason to hold it. Like, if he dies and he has to, like, he's not gonna buy back because he's already crippled, and now he's dead for 60. You're gonna have your sheep stick done now by the time he's alive, and this is just getting out of hand. And like I said, you can't commit on the targets either. That's like why it's so hard to play against a hero like Axe when you're behind, because you're so scared of dying and you are so scared of ever trying to kill anybody.
Oh, 33. He's gonna go after Flash. Flash got a decent amount of life on him. And now with the help of Frost, the cooldown, 33 wants to run away. The homing missile will chase. And stolen cooldown from Hanskin. Only one of the missiles will connect. And there's one TP away, Donk. TP scroll is on cooldown for 33. He's got another homing missile chasing him. They are staying with this Legion commander until death. And dead for 50 seconds as well. Long death timer, was just looking for the money to finish the BKB. That's why he was taking the risk on the offlane.
Usually when a team's behind, you can kind of identify this item or this timing is gonna be their go-to. It's like, what does a BKB do for the Legion? It enables him to like press the attack, but you can't even press the attack your teammates if they're BKB'd. And it just feels so awkward to play this game at this point. The Viking is doing a good job of pushing their lead, containing the Alliance squad of just like, if you cross this line, we're gonna kill you. And now they're glued into their base with maybe just the Ember Spirit being able to leave, but even he will just die to a Blink Sheep from the OD. Aegis is expiring, but I think it's pretty much done its job at this point. They have effectively taken over the map on the Viking side. I think Alliance is going to try to make a move with this Aegis expiring. Maybe they're going to wait for the BKB, but...
Nico's trying to finish this. Here's your Blink Hex. Nope, doesn't even have the time. Nico Spirit's all the way back to his tier 3 tower on the top lane.
You just have to play so scared, and you know it too. Like, this is what I was saying. They have so many ways of killing you. Any combo of like 2 heroes on Dire, if you're not including Undying, kills you. Like any two.
But so if Viking get the jump, then it feels like Alliance are going to lose one at the very start, no matter what. But you are starting to reach the 3 BKBs from Alliance. Can Alliance then be the aggressors? Can they come out and try and take a fight against a team which is so maneuverable with blink daggers and saves?
I almost think buybacks are going to be like their only way to win the fight. They're going to have to fight on the Alliance side of the map, and they're going to just have to throw somebody in. Like, if you think about positioning, like you said, it's a positional nightmare. Somebody's going to die. You just have to have... You can tactfully choose in terms of positioning who's going to get gone on, and then they buy back and try to turn the fight that way. It's been done. I'm not like just, memeing about this. That is about the only way I can imagine them turning the fight, is getting the buyback on like a Rubik or a Dazzle type hero, and then the cores now have their BKBs after the Axe is already initiated.
Well, now's the time. Buybacks are all available apart from Ember, who's 450 short.
Yeah, I don't think the Ember or Sniper can ever really afford to buy back. I think those heroes need to continue to scale with items. It's going to have to be the Rubik or the Dazzle, maybe the Legion after the BKB and buyback, but I imagine it's going to have to be a support.
Rubik got just enough money, he could finish up a Yule Scepter, and
it's nice for the Axe call, right? But then the Axe is going to have a BKB at 700 gold.
It's just to take Axe out of the fight. Like that's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
be
the
it.
goal.
Like he comes in, maybe Tiny jumps in. They don't have any kind of block. Like no one's running a Lotus Orb or anything like this. Even then, like they just need to have the vision to see the Tiny coming in with a Shadow Blade or the Axe jumping in, and then you have some level of answer. So the supports can be something. So the cores can then do more. It looks like Alliance are trying to set up a bit of a trap just on the northern side of the mid lane. Now Viking are enjoying the southern climate.
Bone 7 does have the BKB at base. If he can get that off preemptively before the Eul Scepter, he's no longer able to be removed from the fight. They have no real way of dealing with a BKB Axe other than just like canceling his blink before he gets in there. This Invis rune might be an opportunistic rune.
Yeah, you look for the sentries.
He does
really
know there's a
around.
sentry there.
There's one on Flash. Feels like Dazzle is just playing his bait for 33.
This is such a nice luxury gyro game in the sense that they first rounded it. He doesn't have to buy a BKB. That's like a really good feeling as any core like a gyro that has no innate survivability mechanic, and he just doesn't have to buy a BKB.
How many times? Like this Observer Ward, this watching Alliance's maneuvering, they had another one before that saw everything else. But yeah, here comes Tiny. Like two players, both together. There's a toss back over on Hanska. Defensive Eul Scepter up. 33 does get his BKB off, as well as the door trying to keep the OD focused on him, making sure there's no extra intel coming in. But the damage output, Limp has the space. He has the damage output. You say goodbye to yours. You're undying. Double buybacks are coming in, so we're putting the theory to the test. But Bone 7, the blink, he got 2 on the call with the Avalanche. They're buying more time. Can he get a dunk off? No, he can't. Limp's BKB and damage output. It is going ham. Can't reach over towards Coop, but it won't matter if he can kill off the Undying as well. A huge fight for Alliance. It cost them 2 buybacks on both the supports.
And what do you know? Both supports had the buyback for them to win a fight. And that's like best case scenario. Sniper was just freely wailing on him the whole time.
Viking battling uphill in exactly the same position that they tried to do this before. But they did it because the Observer Ward was there. They saw so much.
This looks awfully familiar for sure. And despite the fact that you're seeing so much, you chose not to go on the Sniper, who effectively was just standing his ground, wailing on you. And
they didn't see him. He was just far enough to the south. I think he wasn't in range of the Observer Ward.
Suddenly they're down by 10K, 9K, but they're pushing high ground. Axe no buyback because he bought that BKB. Obviously, if Gyro buys back, you do have to run, but at this point in the game, generally speaking, you do value buybacks on cores more than just a tier 3 if you think that's all you're going to lose. They need to set up for Roche with this tier 3. Deny! Oh my god.
Limp got it. I just like that start that the Legion Commander had. 33, target identification. Let me remove the OD and make him hit an immune target.
I want to harp on this Tiny build, man. You have 2 hard carries. Can't you just buy like a Solar Crest, man, and like make your OD attack for 80 attack speed? There's no way any item you can build is more impactful than giving your buffs to like Gyro and OD.
This is actually an auraless game.
That's what I'm saying. Like this is not like, I'm not saying it's going to cost them the game, but these types of builds make it just so much easier to throw. Like, if you just sit behind your cores and give them extra item slots effectively, like, suddenly your OD just has an extra 4,000 net worth effectively, and like he'll carry you.
I'd even be fine if you went volley style build, like over having exactly the same kind of approach as the Axe. Because they're both back to Shadow Blades. Like, was like, hey, what role are you playing? The same as you. Wait, but I'm playing this role.
Yeah, it's very strange to me.
We both can't be the protagonist.
There can only be one main character in this story, sir.
I am Spartacus. No, I am Spartacus. Now I've just got a battle of identity.
Okay, so it's funny because both teams kind of forced to not go auras. You do have the Greaves on the Dazzle, though, so low cooldown. Those are nice. If they can keep the fight going, that's a level 22 Dazzle.
Undying is close. They have the high ground. There's the Ember Spirit, but now Gyrocopter. Oh, where's your BKB? The jump in. Undying's losing a lot of life. Nico focusing him down. That Sniper, where is that distance? Already having to buy back and TP out. The damage from Viking was good. And if they can find some kills here, Viking, it can work. They get the control. 2 heroes down, 2 of the big cores. Sparta into the shallow grave. He cannot TP out. This Avalanche doing the work. Tiny with a quick little toss. He'll end up killing off Hanskin. He'll probably die to the poison tick at this point. Limp, however, he's in the back lines. Bones have been trying to reduce the distance, but he can't do it. Nico is holding him there, and Limp is battling through the blade mail. He doesn't care. He'll find the kill. Tiny is waiting for the small rebuttal. Won't happen. The buybacks are coming in. They're looking towards Roshan now. 3 heroes dead for a very long time. We'll need a hallelujah play from Alliance if they'll contest this.
Yeah, Sniper popped his BKB like mid-animation of the OD ult going off, so he might have been one-shotted by that if right when he bought back, but instead...
Have a quick look at it again.
Yeah, buybacks are going to be the answer, I believe, for Alliance. You're seeing it here. It's really the only way they can win fights.
So we come back to
see that part. They did buy back to secure Roche. I think that's pretty important because, like I said, since buybacks for Alliance are kind of their way to win the fight, that's the same concept as an Aegis. You know, you get a second life. That's a main approach to kind of surviving this initial volley. I'm not. This is gonna be the last time, I promise, Toby. Okay, hold me to this. Okay.
Okay.
That Tiny spent that entire fight after Blink initiating walking around. Can't you just have auras? Like, can't you just be an aura carrier? Like, watch that fight back if you want to. Like,
he's got 2.4k. A Bracer can switch out for it if he needs
like,
it.
I'm just saying, he's literally walking around. Like, you are an initiating toss combo, and you're doing a good job of that. Now, like, continue to be useful past that. And that's, I'm holding myself accountable to never mentioning his item build again.
Okay.
Unless they lose the game. Then I'm going to say, you know, you're up by 10k and you lost because of some greedy item builds. But they are still looking very good. Aegis on Gyro, who they give the cheese.
They're still looking at
OD.
about 10,000 advantage. For all these back and forth fights, the only thing which is really moving is the experience graph back up. Like, it's 6.5 to 7,000. Still in favor of Viking. And their new items are also arriving. The Butterfly is now in on the Gyrocopter.
They have worn through the buybacks of the Radiant, though. So, like, the only reason these fights have been contested is because Alliance keeps buying back on crucial heroes that get initiated onto. So now they can maybe punish this lack of timing, but man, is it hard to go high ground into Sniper.
Yeah, that's very, very rough, especially with the early damage on Gyrocopter. He's being picked up, he's thrown down. I suppose he got a Satanic anyway.
Oh, the toss save.
Yeah, that's some extra safety. Little do you know, 2 layers of protection is still only as good as 1.
Yeah, that is a problem. How does Viking actually end this game against a hero like Sniper? They don't have, like, Gyro can't really siege. Like, he's traditionally a hero that can siege, but against the Sniper combo with, like, the immense amount of poke damage that they have, it's not as easy as it usually is. No saves, like I said. Only the OD Astral, which, maybe it's enough.
I still don't know, man. Like, if you can't get vision on the hillside, which you're not going to, the sentry wards are already in place looking for those easy obs wards inside the base. A suicidal jump from the Tiny, maybe that could make it work for someone who's trying to de-ward one of the obs. But that's still a bit of a stretch. It's Alliance who, if they're in position, dictate the defense.
Okay, so we've seen the Ember have a Lincolns for a while. This does allow him to at least split push pretty survivably. He is pretty much the only team on, or only player on Radiant that can leave their base. That will hurt, like, over time. They are just going to lose slowly but surely the net worth advantage. Or the net worth advantage is going to grow for Viking, is what I mean.
Didn't actually realize, too, that OD has almost as much dual damage bonus as the Legion Commander.
To be fair, he isn't a hero that exactly capitalizes on it, and it's kind of Legion's job to run in and duel the OD. It's really their only way to deal with the OD BKB, so he kind of has to. But yeah, that's not something you're looking to do. That's not the stat you're going for. That is only 1 duel win, actually, because Legion's duel at level 3 does give 26 damage. So if you think about it positively, the Legion has won 3 duels, while the OD has only won 1 duel.
Yeah, a 3-to-1 odds, but unfortunately the first bets were only 10.
Yes, you're about even.
The blinds have come up since then, and all of a sudden I'm earning so much more from the initial.
Yes, your triple down timing on your bet size is not well timed here.
Hey, Tiny got the Aghanim Scepter.
Another team item.
Hey, at least he went the tree volley. He didn't just go. Well, actually, no, he got the Shadow Blade as well, so it's not like it's getting any better. The Axe has the Shadow Blade as well. Sorry, I'm the one doing it now.
Yeah, you're
Sorry.
doing it.
Oh,
I just think if that's Vlad Solar, they could actually go high ground. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. I don't think Gyro can go high ground without that extra bolster to his eye. Like, the point of these team items that I'm trying to emphasize is that it gives these Gyro OD heroes effectively 7-8 slots worth of items. And these heroes do so much with 80 attack speed or just like some lifesteal or some armor against like the Dazzle minus armor and the Sniper physical damage. But now you are effectively limited to 6 slots on these cores, maybe even 5 if you consider the boots, 4 if you consider the Aegis. You know, we're really narrowing it down here. The Gyro does have a backpacked BKB at this point. Looks like Alliance is just content to sit in their base. They say, we dare you to come to us, but...
Both teams are counting down the buyback time, and that's... Like, it's like, well, let's just wait. We've got another 2 minutes before we'll get to have any action. So if now's the time you need to have a weak bladder break, go for it.
Yep. We'll call you back if we get gone on a Dazzle.
Yeah. You do it like you just play like sports on the TV, right? And all of a sudden you hear the commentator getting a little bit more excited, like, oh, let me go have a look at that. See what's happening. Smoke up. This is that moment. Come back now.
The double damage Tiny with the eggs. They're going to find the bottom bounty runes with the smoke.
Where are they going?
They're going for the bottom bounties.
That's the 40-minute bounty rune that's still sitting there on Viking's side. If someone crosses over, it's too late. It's going to despawn.
The value is lost. They did scan that, by the way, so Viking is fully aware of what was just happening. And they're going to use this time to get the
destroying that tier 3 tower with 3 hits.
Yeah, that was not even 5 hits.
They had to fortify for it. That wasn't part of the plan here from Alliance, for sure.
That's what happens when you leave the base. Lesson learned. Back to the game plan, boys.
It's like, wait, guys, okay, what did they achieve? Where were they? What were they trying to do? They picked up 1 bounty rune. I don't think that's what we thought they were trying to achieve.
Well, it's not. That's what scan's really nice for, is they scan bottom. They're like, okay, they're either smoking at us or they're smoking bottom. And okay, well, Tiny is caught. Is he actually dead? He has no backup.
Yeah, he's dead.
Wow.
No invis to hide inside of. The control extra time that came from the avalanche stuns of Hansken.
But he does have that axe.
Nice. He's also dead for almost 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, he's super high level, and he obviously bought back a last fight, so... Once he gets level 25, you're going to have the triple toss or the long avalanche cooldown, whatever he chooses to go for. Probably 3 toss charges.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of people hitting 25 soon. Even Fada is approaching his 25.
Yeah, it's a pretty lame.
the one taking it, but here comes Flash going right on top of Fada. Inside the tree lines, pick him up, throw him back down again, let the homing missile charges fly free. Fada, he's going to try and TP out, but the missile or the stun's already going to connect. So that Shallow Grave won't be able to help. 2 heroes down for Alliance, however, the bigger heroes to die is just the fact that Sniper is already gone. Buybacks are available. Bone7's got himself that double kill. As Nico left a slight dodge, or he'll just let the Lincolns do it for him.
Yeah, Sniper just got hunted by the Shadowblade Blink Axe. It's impossible to position against, and then OD easily follows it up with the Blink Sheep. And that's plenty enough to bring him down.
All right, if you're Ember, do you want to commit? Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Bone7 gets the Blink call out. Yeah, why? There's the extra damage. Remember, he's fighting with 28 stolen int already, and he's got the Eclipse available. Mastermind, the duel, 33 has to hold him in position. Don't let him get the hammer off. He's able to do so. And with Limp's buyback, they got the extra damage they needed.
We're going to see when Roche is spawning in about 5 seconds. We're going to find out. If they can get a Roche...
Oh, they go straight down mid and force a buyback on the OD. That'll be even bigger.
Is, if you force the buyback, can't you just die in their base?
It's a 19-second Roshan. This one, I believe, also comes with either the Aghanim's or the Refresher.
It does.
So we'll have to keep a close eye on which one that's going to be.
Oh, this is, yeah, you're right. It's a super short Roche. If they notice
they're pinging the Shrine, and it's a Refresher shot. It's not an Aghanim's upgrade.
Check it, Limp. Nice.
Got
This
him.
is so lucky. If like Dire might not be ready for this. Like you said, it's a 19-second spawn. Like,
it's fast.
They just have to. At this point at the Dire, unless you check manually, you have to just assume it's not up in the first 30 seconds.
You can't fight it anyway. With everything you can't fight it.
Yeah, you have to buy back, and you have to be there ahead of time. Like, they do a pretty good chunk of damage with the press the attack.
Yeah, it's like Undying's the only one who really should be checking that, because then he's just able to Tombstone 1, die, get Tombstone number 2, and then they can try and fight.
Yep.
So who gets the refresher? A full Aghanim Scepter, I think, is there for Nico on the Courier. Actually, no, he hasn't bought it yet.
I would be surprised if Sniper should take this refresher. It's only going to be used for BKB charges, I'm pretty sure, in these fights. But they're gonna elect to put it on the Ember. I almost feel like if you put it on the Sniper, once he dies with the Aegis, you put the refresher shard in his inventory, and then he refreshes BKBs, but...
I'd almost wait to see like the double dual control coming in with the BKBs from Legion Command. It's just like, okay, we hold this OD on the sidelines. No matter what, he has to stay here. Shrine will be taken out. Viking, you know exactly where they are.
Dire's top shrine.
It does refresh charges with the refresher shard. So once he gets Axe Scepter on Ember, he can like 5 Remnant charge for 1,500 damage and then refresh it.
God.
So that's worth noting.
Smoke up from Viking. They come close. Ember Spirit's going to break it on Flash. He doesn't see him, however. He's in the tree line. And Dire Observe wants so much information. Tombstone number 1 is down. They've already deleted Nico. He has to get back to front lines if Alliance have any desire to take this fight. And they do. They found him. But the BKBs from Limp, making sure he can't be tossed back. But it looked like Coop was only baiting it. Now the TPs are coming in. The volley flies forward. Limp getting stunned up. Another shrapnel charge down. He cannot afford to die. The Aegis Immortal will break. 33's into the front lines looking for Mastermind, who's still got that hammer ready to drop bomb down. And there it goes. Goodbye, Sniper. He came back to die just as fast as he actually respawned up. A Sleight of Fist will get some kind of rebuttal. Axe will buy back to negate that one. But Nico's down to 2 big heroes from Alliance for 2 minutes. Fada's being tossed around by Coop, allowing Frost to close the distance underneath the shrine to kill off Fada. A quick shallow grave. Bone 7 will arrive to Culling Blade him down. This game, it feels like you just have to push down. This is the quick little retreat to try to come in from Limp. Oh my God, that Sniper, he just could not stand his ground.
Yeah, that's why I didn't really like the Ember having the refresher shard, because once Sniper comes out of Aegis, if he doesn't have BKB, he's just going to die again a second time. And he doesn't have buyback based on timer, so they know they can just go high ground here. This might just be game.
Hanskin's trying to play with Tidy. He'll blink and TP away. Hanskin just wants to clean up the wave.
Yeah, but they have
going
a full
for the
wave.
tier 4s. They're going
yeah.
straight GG push. The tier 3 tower's already been taken up on the top. If there's a buyback to be had, they're looking for it. The split towns will do some decent damage, but everyone's coming to finish the job and level this 2-game series at 1 apiece, with Alliance having no buybacks available. It means they cannot mount a defense. 4 heroes down. You may as well call it. This game is done.
Oh, the triple toss for the effective building damage.
Huge! Massive.
I like the fact that they addressed the Legion Commander first round. You can't say from Tiny Toss, you can't say from Axe Call, you can't say from OD Astral. It's actually a game where you saw the Ember run out and just get gone on and die, and that's something where you have a Legion Commander that's not meant to be able to be happen. And as the game went on, it was easy for Viking to execute their lineup, and they showed it. And I think it's really important when you're considered the lesser experienced team to have that in your draft. So I really like their comeback in game 2 after a rough game 1.
Well, it's a good start for them. Alliance, they may be tired, but they're getting kicked while they're down. Viking able to draw the series, get themselves their first point in the group stage.
Yes, indeed. Plenty of smiles inside the Vikings booth right now as they've drawn 1-1 in the 2-game series versus one of the favourites of the entire tournament, not just in their group. Alliance taking the first game, but the second one, as you can see, the smiling Vikings. They've done well there. Alan, you weren't necessarily a believer right up to the very end in that game. You still thought Alliance had something in it.
I thought they had a very difficult lineup to push high ground against, but I really have to take my hat off to Coupe on his Tiny. This is a guy that has bounced around in his career, has $1,600 total in career winnings up to this point, and he just played a near perfect game on his roaming Tiny. He messes up one of those early rotations and dies to Sniper, and they probably lose that game. But as it was, he was that pressure release valve in that unfavorable matchup, the OD against the Sniper. He secured Mastermind's early game, and it drastically changed the composition of that game, even with Bone 7 behind.
Okay.
What?
I would say that's... I think the mid game is more important. I also don't think OD Sniper is terrible as a matchup until level 6-ish. Because OD has an active ability to CS. In addition, I think it's stuff like this, right? You get this hard initiation. You've got an Axe. BSJ was talking about it. You've got real initiation on the Dire team and an Ember Spirit on Alliance. There's no real playmaker. They can't take fights that they want on their terms.
No, I
it's a
think
huge...
BSJ did a great job articulating it, that at some point in the game, at farm parity, as the Radiant cores, like you die to Tiny Toss, you die to Axe Call, and they're just, the cooldowns are too short, right? You can't play the fights anymore. The problem is, Axe just got completely taken out of that bottom lane. It looks, I mean, he was in the jungle at like level 4. It looked like he was going to be completely non-impactful. If OD is also behind at that point, and I'm talking about, so he can't function as that release valve between levels 6 and 8. OD is supposed to get knocked out of lane, and then you have OD and Axe splitting jungle, and that's just a disaster scenario. As it was, they were able to keep OD in that lane. He was dead even with Sniper the whole way, and that just changed the complexion of the game so dramatically. Kyle, all right, you're trolling me. I love you.
What? It just, I just can't. He's got so many words. It's like the same point. He's just gonna beat it and beat it until it's over.
Okay,
I love it.
Well, tell me what your point is then from that particular game. Were you not impressed with that final game?
Oh, I'd say that this, I agree. Look, I don't want to take anything away from Viking, right? They did play well. I'm glad they got their first W here at ESL. But this, to me, is revealing the flaw that Alliance will have now and forever with this roster, which is that if Nico Baby is not activated and he's not on the 1 and he's not the win condition, this team will not be top 5.
What are you talking about? I mean, Nico Baby was fine, man. He played great.
He's playing Ember Spirit. He can't. My point is, he can't win the game. He can't win the game for his team like he could as a Void, like he could as an Alchemist. He's playing an Ember Spirit from the safe lane. He's like 4th in net worth at a point in the mid game. It's not the same game for Alliance. You have this LC, but who's he playing around this time?
I realize. Okay,
who's the beefy frontliner? With the gravity.
I realize,
you gotta have the planetary power if
I
you're gonna
realize
win
we're all
games of
hot
Dota consistently.
on these panels.
It's not
I
a hot
realize
take.
They've been playing together for a month, man. Come on.
And this is a team with 2 stand-ins. Are you going to talk to me that they're inexperienced and that's an excuse?
You're killing me.
Fada, how many wins does Fada have? He's about to be number 6 all time. He doesn't have enough time together with his team. Limp, Hanskin, these guys have been in Dota for 5 years plus.
No, I'll take my lumps on that. I'll take my lumps on that one, man. I thought Limp was put in position after the draft to really own this game. I thought you're right that he was a bigger part of their win condition than we've seen them have success with so far. And they stumbled, but I mean, come on. You can't take a team that's been playing together for less than a month now and pass judgment based on a game like that.
You just repeated the same point. This team's been together for like 2 days.
So because one team has been together for 2 days, your logic is not coherent.
I'm just saying, mark my words, Alan. Revisit this. Play this clip back in 9 months. Tell me that it isn't going to be one of the major criticisms for this squad. And you have an identity formed around getting a Nico Baby on these Alchemists, Voids, Nagas, etc. If he's not on one of these heroes, this does not look like the same team.
I mean,
Alan, anytime you want to use the safe word, just let me know.
Okay. Broccoli?
Okay, all right. Okay, the safe word has been activated. We're going to rescue him. Let's talk about the disappointing side of this from Alliance's point of view. I know they've just flown in and there's going to be a little bit of tiredness there and lethargy and whatever, and they're going to take a little bit of time to adapt, but they can't afford to do that if they want to win this tournament. Can't afford to slip up like that.
No, they can't.
Is that fair?
He doesn't want to. That would have been a good point for Alan to use earlier, trying to back up his boys. They are tired, a little sleep deprived. We do know that affects us. Even on the desk here.
Yeah.
That's why Alan's still shocked.
He said broccoli again. I heard that in my ear. We're going to let him recover and meanwhile check in with someone from the player area with Sir Action Slacks.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Frost from Viking GG. Or is it okay to call it Viking? It's technically Viking, right?
Yeah, that's all right.
All right. Thank you very much. So I just want to talk to you about that last series, man. Incredible game, too. You guys really, that was a grinder. How are you guys feeling in the booth?
We're feeling good. Like going into the game, it was feeling pretty rough after the first game, but slowly we're getting into the second game. We got our items, we got our timings in, and we were hitting the fights we wanted to hit.
Absolutely. Man, a lot of people considered you guys the underdogs of the tournament, but you guys just took out Alliance, who, might I remind you, has won one of the only events to happen in the entire Dota season so far. That's got to feel pretty good, right?
It feels good. Like, I think we consider ourselves the underdogs as well. We don't have too high expectations going in here. Me coming in as a stand-in, last second replacement from Sheppy. So we're just here to have fun and play some good Dota.
Well, it seems to be working out pretty well. I know it's a tough question, but I did want to ask you about game one. It was a stomp. It was brutal. But you said that you kind of feel like it wasn't so stompy.
No, from our perspective, the game was going fine until we hit that fight where he got his Radiance. And I had 3k gold in my bank. So we weren't utilizing all our resources for it. But before that, I felt we were doing the things we wanted to do, even though the Alsk was getting farmed.
Well, you certainly seem like you're doing the things you want to do so far, beating out Alliance in one of those games, and we're going to see some great stuff from you. Thank you so much for your time, and back to you guys.
Frost there with some action slacks on the end of that particular series, which has finished 1-1 between these two. Perhaps a little bit surprising if you're just joining us. We're going to wrap up things here with the MVP, gents. Alan, actually, do you want to take the MVP in that game?
I will still take Coupe. I think he was very, very good in the early game, and I think this was a game that could have gotten away from Viking early on very easily. If you look at the set, Alliance actually did more total hero damage in that game than Viking did, but they got to the point where they were at parity in the mid game. They had this nice 10k lead that they were nursing, and the tankiness of their heroes really kicked in.
And Coupe played his part well.
Yep, some toss backs, toss ins, toss outs, quite nice. I like to watch Tinies that understand that this hero's not about maximizing combo damage a lot of the time, it's about repositioning. Just a good job synergizing with Bone 7. They oftentimes didn't overlap, but rather followed up at that ideal time once the other had initiated. A really good tag team there. Reminds me of the Ice Climbers. Just fun to watch. Good to see the name of the game being followed, which is if you have stuns and you can kill the enemy, you have a much better chance at winning Dota 2. They opened up a ton of fights with just pure brutality, turned into fatalities.
Love it. Do you know, I'm surprised that there isn't a no context Kyle Twitter account out there. Perhaps one of you would like to create that one out there. Anyway, we've got more matches coming up. Of course, we're going to switch our attention over to Liquid versus TNC. A spicy affair, I'm sure. It's coming next.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
domination in a can.
Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
ESL One Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Series number 3 about to get underway from ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, our third ever event here in Hamburg, and our 16th ESL 1 Dota 2 event has day number 1 stamped all over it with just the usual kind of stuff that we're expecting. Some fun results, some fun matches, a few mistakes here and there, and maybe a couple of tired eyes as well amongst the first 4 teams of the day. We're going to move on now. TNC versus Liquid, 2 notable names from the history of Dota, but very different lineups now after the shuffle at TI. We've also shuffled our panel a little bit here as well, as we welcome back Blitz and Purge. Gents, how you doing?
Good.
You're good? What have you made of the first 4 matches of the day and teams, and maybe even the qualifiers, because then we've all watched quite a lot since DI already.
Yeah, it's fun to watch just because obviously qualifiers are a huge deal, but it's still like online stuff. It's different when players are playing in person. You get to see how they interact, how they do on LAN is really important. And a lot of teams are still kind of fresh, with the exception of some one of the teams we're about to watch. Yeah. But so you get to see like how are they settling with their new teammates and their fresh faces and new stars that who knows can win TI next year.
Absolutely, it's always exciting this time of the year, isn't it? Liquid. Let's start with our boys Liquid, because they were Alliance, now Liquid. It's a complete change for the organisation as well as for the players.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a surprise, but pretty radical one. But the bones of the team have stayed the same. They haven't really changed anything too much. Roster's been the same for like almost 3 years now. But I think this will be one of the first ESLs where they actually have their full team. The previous one that they played in, they had Madara because Koikva had to have surgery. So this will be the first ESL that they play in a while. I think they're pretty excited to play in it too.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, we were talking about this earlier, it's one of those tournaments you want to win, isn't it? That iconic trophy, always in a big stadium, the MVP by Mercedes-Benz. There's all these little things that add up to make it a special tournament.
Yeah, plus ESLs just hold a lot of prestige with players. For whatever reason, outside of the DPC, sometimes you look at these tournaments, you're just like, whatever. But players really do care about ESLs. Like, it's, for example, like we had Hamburg last year, pretty much everyone wants to go to that event. Like, this is the one event that people will fish for invites for as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's the same for me. I want to show up to these. Nice hotels, great food, good player management, everything. All that stuff is great.
Okay. TNC, on the other hand, what do you make of this change for them?
I don't think it's that weird. I mean, they've got excellent players. Yeah. I think the only player on their roster that looks a little unproven is March. And just because he had a great TI run at TI5, that was a long time ago. He had to go for Army for a couple of years, and now he's back. And yeah, he's getting a lot of good offers. And he's playing on teams with other good players. But I feel like I'm waiting for his next big result before I can feel confident and say like, oh yeah, he's on the same level as Gabby or RML or these like top C players that have been there. Tim's as well. Fantastic players, have been like the best in the region for years in a row. I don't put March on the same esteem, but when he does get a win in there finally, I'll be like, okay, you're good now.
All right. Okay, so he's got a little bit to prove despite the fact that he's got plenty of experience, Will. Is the biggest surprise not the fact that they haven't kept Heen? I'm just baffled. I mean, was he not the answer to all of their prayers? The guy that could unlock the potential that this team had and all the skill that they have and all the things that they were missing? Was it not wrapped up in what he brought?
I think he brings a lot to the table, but fun fact. So the way that we originally got Heen on the original Liquid roster was after ESL Genting, Crow said, like, I need help with drafting. You can't help with drafting. Like, I need somebody that can help. I was like, okay. And actually, the first person that I went to was March. Out of the two, I went to March. I was like, I really respect you as a drafter. Do you think you can do it? And he's like, sorry, I have like military service. I can't really skip it. And so Heen was actually the second option in that regard.
Okay.
So I think it is a loss, but like we valued March quite highly. Like we think that he brings a lot to the table. He kind of already has a coach's mindset. He already coached before. He did it for Wind and Rain. They were like one game away from eliminating OG from even attending that TI and how different history would have been. But I mean, I value coaches quite highly, like just saying. But,
but I would expect nothing else of you.
But I think in the beginning of the season, we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Plus, Heen has other plans.
Yes, indeed. All right. We're going to get more from both of our panel members in just a minute as we look forward to our third series of the day. But talking of predictions, why don't we check in with the players and find out what theirs are?
Is it except us or with us? All right, I can.
So for me, I guess I would say Gambit, VP, Vici. Yeah, and then maybe TNC is also
TNC is
probably top 4.
Okay, so first is obviously us, then Alliance, then VT Gaming, and I think Gambit is up there too.
Probably VP, Gambit, and TNC, I think I'd say. Yeah, TNC strong.
Great.
Vici. Yeah, Vici would be in there. TNC and us.
TNC, VP, and Vici.
I mean, it's the beginning of the season, you don't know, but probably Vici Gaming, Alliance, and TNC. TNC, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, I'd say probably Vici. Vici, Alliance.
Alliance. Then one of Liquid or us. Yeah, let's say us. So we put us.
Honestly, haven't given much thought about other teams.
No, it's like Vici, Alliance, and +1, right? Like Alliance just won a LAN. Vici are obviously...
No, they're not full squad though. They don't have Yang. I don't think...
It doesn't matter. They're the only tier 1 team in Dota playing. Like every other tier 1, except for Dom and EG, are taking lanes.
I suppose.
TNC, Vici, and I'm not sure about the last one.
Yeah, I agree pretty much. The last one, I mean Alliance just won. We'll put them top 3 for sure.
Alliance, because they just won the last tournament, Dream League. And maybe the new team Liquid. I just think they're just a good team. And for the third team, maybe I think the Flying Panda, because they just qualified for the major.
I don't agree on A team. Maybe I will choose BG.
Oh yeah.
Okay, plenty of cool predictions in there. Let's find out what our two panel members think of that lot as well. I think the top team was Vici in the end, which sounds about right. But I'm surprised there wasn't more for Gambit, gents.
Really? I was surprised that nobody said Liquid, except
got
for like one
right
guy.
At the end. 1 point.
It was like Liquid and his ally. The other guy's like, nah, I won't include them. I was surprised. I thought there'd be more for them. And there was so much for Gambit. Gambit is good, but they're not quite super proven yet. So
okay. Was a lot of that recent bias, Will? Was it because of what happened at Dream League?
Oh, we're garbage right now. Let me just...
I wasn't going to say it, but, you know.
I mean, I can flame. If anybody can flame, right, it should be me. It's like, yeah, we're bad.
Okay.
I'm not that surprised by it. Like scrims before the major, though, we only scrimmed CIS teams, and we thought Gambit was the best CIS team. We played them
I mean, secretly in the background, that's what I've been hearing. Everyone's been saying, like, Gambit are tier 1 right
Gambit's
now.
really good.
Yeah, Gambit are really tier 1, and the rest of these guys here maybe spread between tier 2 and tier 3.
I would have said, like, Gambit, Alliance, Vici was probably, like, it doesn't really matter the order. Maybe Alliance #1 because they're like probably, they have the most momentum, right? They got first in the major quals, they won Dream League. They probably just, like, have a lot of confidence coming into this. But right after that, like, Gambit or Vici, like, coin flip it.
Okay. It's going to be interesting. Kevin, you got any strong opinions about highs and lows here?
No, I'm not really solidified yet, I guess. I mean, qualifiers are definitely one thing, but I feel a lot more confident identifying teams when they've had cross-region play at majors, at minors, that kind of stuff. Especially because it's so recent from TI. Teams formed maybe a month ago. There's still a lot of things that are going to be figured out. The meta hasn't shifted that much. And a lot of that's going to change after the major hits and the patch inevitably slams down on the table afterwards. That's when things really change up. And the teams, whether or not they were good a month before, it's going to completely change.
Okay, well, let's turn our attention to this next series, Will. And we'll start with Liquid because it's... I don't know if you can talk about anything else right now with this team because it's the whole hype of the first month after TI seems to have been about new Liquid and old Liquid and old Alliance and new Alliance, and these two teams seem to have crossed over. Well, this is the team that have gone from one to the other.
Yeah. What do you want to know about them? I'll answer all questions.
Why did they lose?
Oh, that's probably on me. My understanding of Dota right now is real garbage. You can 100% put that on me.
All right, I watched the replays. It felt like the last pick wrecked you guys both games. It was like a Lycan game 1, and then the game, I don't remember what happened game 2.
I mean, part of it is like my game understanding is just rusty. It's pretty cool because they still trust me, but like you got to get back into it.
They're like, it's okay, Will. You can take a shot at this one. See if you're going to win Dream League for us.
Yeah, it's like,
and you messed it up.
Yikes.
But they're not going to do that at the major, you don't think?
I mean, the cool part is like they have faith, but like that one's more or less on me. So I mean, the players are like really talented.
I was going to say they are a super talented bunch, aren't they?
And probably like the best part about them is like they're just really chill. we lost. Like nobody blamed me. Everyone was like really.
I mean, you saw the clip when Insania picked Gyrocopter.
Oh yeah,
and they didn't blame him either. So I think you got a ways to go.
It's just
to
a
mess up.
positive team. Like nobody really gets tilted by anything. Everybody's always like win or lose as a squad. It wasn't anybody's fault. So
that's
All
cool.
right. Well, that's we've heard one side of things, of course, from a man inside the team. Let's hear from the team themselves.
Hello, gentlemen. We are here from now Team Liquid. Gentlemen, how you doing?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. Great.
All right, fantastic.
Yeah, I'm doing good too. How are you, Slacks?
Oh, no one ever asks me. I'm very depressed. No, I'm just kidding. I'm doing.
Oh, really? How?
No,
We're at an
I'm
ESL
great.
event.
I'm
ESL is
actually great.
amazing.
Exactly.
How can you be sad at ESL?
Wow, yeah, ESL event, Hamburg, I'm pumped. So first question for you guys, well, really the question for you guys. Everyone's interested in, of course, the new team. You guys, we don't know anything about that as, normies who don't go on teams and stuff. What's that process like? Did they approach you? Did you approach them? Tell us a little bit of the background.
Basically what happened was after the last season, we kind of decided that we want to try something new, try to push our team forward, get into a new environment, get a new experience, try to improve in a new way, experience something else. So we decided that we were going to leave Alliance, and then, the Liquid deal kind of happened right away afterwards.
Yeah, interesting. Nothing to add? Did they send you any spicy emails,
No, it was just like we were just pretty lucky, to be honest. At the same time, when our contract was running out, so.
I hear that. Okay. How's it feel like to play in that org? You guys do have some shoes that you have to step into. And do you feel like extra pressure, or are you just doing your own thing and trying to be your own boys?
I mean, it's not really our first time filling TI winning shoes. And Loda's a huge figure in the community, and Old Liquid as well. So I think for us, it's more of a motivation. It's also part of the reason I'm so glad that we can be a part of them is, we have the old team to look up to and aspire to be. And I think it's a huge motivation more than anything.
Yeah. Do you feel like the transition period, you guys are getting to the end of that? Do you feel like you're settling in more, or does it still feel like you kind of new kids on the block almost?
I mean, for me personally, I feel more motivated by playing in a new environment, and especially I was also a huge fan of Liquid. But even when I was playing in Alliance, I was so having a new goal for myself. I just feels like for me, I feel like I can work harder than I did.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that work here at Hamburg. Thank you so much, guys.
Yes, indeed. Big old shoes to fill as far as Team Liquid are concerned. I'm sure these boys will be up to the task now, but they're going to maybe need a little bit more time. They finished runners-up, of course, at Dream League just a weekend ago, and now face off here at ESL 1 Hamburg in our third series. They're going head-to-head with TNC Predator, a team that we waxed lyrical about throughout the season because they were very exciting to watch. But do you feel like there's more potential with this new lineup, these two, I mean, particularly with KP in there?
I personally think that KP occupies some weird zone because people flame him pretty often, especially because of the type of off laner that he decides to play. It's very aura based, team fight based. So sometimes he can get shoved out of lane, tri lane, and he looks quite bad. But this guy got top 2 at a TI with Newbie not that long ago.
Yep.
And then you get a guy like March who dragged this ragtag band of Koreans. He figured out a meta that no one else could, and I really feel like they're a super underrated team.
Yeah. Okay.
I would agree with that. Like I said before, I have a lot of faith in them just because they have such star talent on their team.
Sure.
The only person I could criticize really was March, and even that one, I expect that's going to change once they do well at a tournament or win a tournament. I'm sure they'll get at least one here. So I have a lot of expectations for them. I really don't know how they're going to match up against Liquid. I think it could go either way. They're very talented here.
Yeah. I mean, aren't we back to what we were at before, Will, with TNC, in a bit of a kind of a... Sometimes they can look spectacular, and then sometimes they can look pretty average.
It's some of the same players, right?
Yeah.
Still got
Armel.
Armel.
It's 3 of the core players. Tim's has been there now, nearly 3 years, I think. And Gabby and Armel are obviously the crossovers from last season as well. I'm just, I don't know. I'm still a bit beaten up by the fact that they've not kept Heen in this group of players as a coach.
I will say that the one thing, especially about a player like Armel, is I feel like as much as he can do outside of the game, I think he needed a stronger leader inside the game. I felt like having somebody like March will really kind of rein him in. Because if you think about the evolution of Kyo as a player before he started playing with March and after he started playing with March, this guy, like, it felt like he had no idea what he was doing. And then after he had some direction, it really felt like he set him on the right path for success.
But these guys don't lack direction, surely, Will. They lack maybe consistency. Maybe they lack a bit of. What did Heen tell me? He said that it was they weren't. They were great at most stuff. They weren't always entirely sure when they should go.
Yeah, but that's what a guy like March will give you, right? This is a veteran. He's been around. He was a legend in Dota 1 even. He was playing in like old school Dota 1 teams with like Demon and stuff like that. I mean, this guy's been around for like 12 plus years.
He's done his military service now.
Yeah,
so
exactly. He's completely clear.
He's
completely clear.
It's good to go.
No obligations.
Yeah.
So I think they're in a much better spot. Or at least like I like their ceiling a lot more than I used to, because I felt like they were sort of capped by that. They were sort of capped by the fact that like they needed Heen at all times. But like Heen can't play Dota for you.
Yeah,
and I think KP also is going to strengthen them in that way. Like I think, like I look at their squad and I look at all of their players as just stable at this point. They've had multiple teams. They've always performed extremely well in those teams. At some point, if they just get some of the team organization stuff down, they're going to be major successes.
I mean, in some ways, does KP not enable Armel and Gabby a little bit more, perhaps? In the role that he's got in this, because he will make space for those two, won't he?
Yeah, I mean, Cuckoo, he was a good player, but I think that if you're moving to transitioning to offlane is like one of the hardest things that you can do, because naturally what ends up happening is you're not used to being the guy that's sacked. You're not used to having the lowest net worth and consistently having to make plays. And you're not used to facing against tri lanes. Whereas a guy like KP, he's used to that. He thrives under those kinds of situations. Cuckoo, maybe not so much. So I could see him enable his two cores a little bit better in that regard.
And the combination between Tims and March, how do you see that panning out?
Oh, I mean, I think Tims is, when they win like a tier 1 LAN, this guy's going to be seen as a tier 1 player. Yep. He's so good at Dota. Every single time you see him play at whatever LAN, he's always making impact. It feels like this guy sort of just shines brighter when the lights are on him. Like, he just feels like a very consistently good player. Doesn't really make a lot of mechanical errors. He's just so annoying to play against. Like, as a coach, when you have to prep against this guy, you're just like, this guy is annoying. That's the best compliment I can pay for. Like, this guy's just a bother to play against.
Especially because he has a couple of heroes that he just plays better than almost anybody in the world. That's an incredible talent to have. It helps in the drafting stage. It helps when you're actually in game. He does things that you're not necessarily expecting, gets away with stuff that you don't necessarily anticipate. So it's another advantage there.
One of the things that we haven't talked about, and we probably should actually, because mentality was such a big thing at TI. Obviously, we talked about OG and how they approached it and everything else. March in the team, he's such a happy-go-lucky kind of character as well. Is that going to have an impact on this team? Are they going to be less morbid, perhaps, at the start of matches? Because there were times I saw at the start of games last year, particularly at TI, they looked very stressed. They looked like they weren't coping very well with that kind of pressure.
I mean, it's probably very difficult, especially at TI. The kind of money that's on the line is insane, but he might help. Who knows? It all depends how well they get along with each other. I mean, a lot of times Southeast Asian teams are majority same country of origin. This one's a little bit more multicultural, so maybe it'll hurt, maybe it'll help. Who knows?
I personally like March for this team a lot. I remember when we were in Korea, he was always just, like, even when they lost, he was so gracious. Yeah. Like, he would always shake our hand. He was always really nice. He gave us, like...
Everyone was nice.
Yeah, they gave us, like, good support and stuff like that. I could see that easily transfer over. I mean, this guy's only ever been kind to us. So I could see that apply to his team, no problem.
Plus, I mean, he was March has some really big highlights. He was the only team to defeat OG on LAN right before they won TI8. Yep. Beat him in a best of 5. He's got a lot of cred, dude.
It's quite a nice.
You guys weren't there. I was there.
No, I mean, that's nice to have you in your arsenal, isn't it? On your CV.
Yeah.
We beat a TI champion in a best of 5. We're just waiting for the start of this particular series. So whilst we wait, why don't we check in with TNC and find out what they were chatting to with Sir Action Slacks.
All right, here with TNC, of course, we got Kai P and March. I want to talk to you guys about the new team. I know things have been a little different for you. You especially. You've been kind of an intercontinental traveler lately, you know? You've been going, New B, MPV Phoenix back in the day, Mineski, now TNC. Talk to me about the region a little bit. It seems like you've been in there for a while, right? I mean, from Mineski now to TNC instead of China. Do they have that identity? Because people are always talking about like the C culture, the C games. Do you notice a big difference?
This team specifically, I noticed a big difference because like stereotype for like Pinoy players, they're like really loud, like and there. So for this team, like the 3 Pinoys, they're really loud. They're like really fun to play with. Yeah, they're just really happy.
Yeah, we don't get too much of that in interviews and stuff like that. Your teammates are typically pretty conservative. Are they actually like energetic in the gameplay and all that?
Yeah, they're the loudest teammates that I ever played with. And
Don't be fooled by the interviews.
Yeah,
They're not like that.
Okay.
they're shy at the first, but once you get to know them, they're crazy.
I get you. So I want to talk about your journey a little bit too. We've seen you in that coach role. Now you're back to playing. Is that exciting for you? Is that all you think about as a coach, is getting back in there?
Well, during the time at TI, Coaches of Fnatic, I really thought about continuing as a coach, but the opportunity came up, and then Kaipi and I used to be teammates back in 2015, so yeah, I was excited to play again.
Coming back. See, everybody does it. Why won't you?
It has been a long time since you played on LAN.
Yeah.
So yeah, welcome back, March.
Is this exciting for you though? Seriously?
It's fun. It's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
So, all right, guys. Well, welcome to Hamburg. It's great to see a new squad with this team. You guys got a lot to live up to, but I'm sure you're going to deliver. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll see you some more here at ESL Hamburg.
He's one of the great characters in Dota 2. He's dragged his region, never mind his own country, his region up from the absolute bottom to compete at TI. And of course, that top 8 finish is memorable now, of course, from a little while back. He's done some military service since then, as well as our friend March, but he's now back playing again on LAN. Well, that's got to be a thrill as well, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm so excited to have him back in the scene in general. Remember that?
He's going to be a bit rusty to start with, though, surely.
I don't know, man. Come on, he plays 5. But
what are you saying about what?
Quelling
mechanics?
No, come
Are
on,
you saying like 5s don't need mechanics now? Will?
I pick on dying and I decay the off like a 4 times.
There's at least one button to press there.
I was very talented.
It's pretty straightforward.
You have to get it right.
No, it does take a lot. And I think that I think he still had like some free time and he was grinding Dota.
Yeah, he was playing still.
Yeah. So I think he's going to be just okay.
He's been done with Army for at least like a year or two.
I want to say 2 years now.
Yeah, because he did what,
Yeah, I
2
feel like
TIs ago he
yes.
worked?
Yeah. Yes.
And that was like, I believe, right after he got out, maybe. So he's been on a couple teams since then, basically.
Yeah, I feel like he's been out for at least 2 TIs.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the more accurate way to put it.
Yeah.
Although he was coach. But
Yep, sure, but definitely out of military service and all of that kind of stuff's done now. I guess some people will say he's in the twilight of his career, and this may be the last shot he gets at playing in a top team. But
depends how he does. That's how it changes the trajectory on everybody. Like he's got the proven past. As long as he can show himself doing semi well or competently, there's always going to be people that want to play with him going forward. If not, other players in a similar situation. Like let's say this team dies and maybe Febi's team doesn't work out. What's saying they don't make another South Korean hybrid team or something? There's always connections if you are fun to play with, nice person, relatively competent in the game, or you have a useful skill that people need, like being a good captain, willing to play 5, that kind of thing is always very needed in the scene. So I think March is going to be fine as long as he doesn't have a atrocious showing or ruin his relationships here, which is pretty hard not to mess up.
Going to get into the draft momentarily, of course, and see what their drafting skills. Who's going to draft on this team? Is it going to be March?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
With some help from KP?
Mm-hmm. I think that KP probably has really good ideas. Normally what you want is, you don't want too many cooks. You just want one or 2 guys.
He's a really good theory crafter. We've stood around Damien a few times in little pools of people, and you hear him talking, and he's a smart guy.
Yeah, I think that he's probably the ideal draft mate that you want in there.
By hear him talking, do you mean that you came up to him as a low MMR player and gave him your ideas and asked for his feedback? Is that what you meant?
That was actually Seb. I did that to Seb.
Oh, okay.
And that's never worked, bar once.
What do you mean it doesn't work? Like your ideas
normally
were
I go
not
to him
good?
and go, Seb, I've got this really cool idea. And he goes, man, that's rubbish.
Yeah.
Like almost every time.
Yep.
But it has actually one time he actually went,
so
that might work.
What's your success rate?
The
Like
5
1
win
out of
ranger.
15 or something? Okay.
Probably about 117. Yeah, 1 in 7. But the 5 win ranger was the one that he took from me and went, actually, we're going to try that. And it worked. And then he was like, oh, that's really good, actually.
More like,
So I was
it,
like, wow,
it worked in
I
like
got
2
one.
scrims, and then he played an official with it, and it sucked really bad. And they're
No,
like,
he did it. No, they did really well. They did really well with it. And then a few other teams played around with it a little bit, and IP took it a little bit. And
and why aren't they playing it now, Paul? Because it was bad.
it was bad. It was bad, Kevin. I admit that. But they obviously just got lucky and won a couple of games. We are in the draft, thankfully, which saves my blushes. Meta-wise, I haven't had a chance to talk to either of you too much about the meta right now. It feels very similar, doesn't it? With a few tweaks here and there.
I mean, honestly, it all kind of blends together in my mind now because there was like some slight to moderate Night Stalker nerfs. I think the thing that sticks out the most that I think about probably daily playing Dota is Phase Boot's armor reduction is down to 4. Chainmail's only 4. It's really impactful. It's giving, what, 66% of the armor that it used to? And that's like a common item that a lot of heroes were buying in the last 2 months. Phase Boots was like the boots to have, and now it's a little bit less, and it affects what kind of strength heroes can be popular and viable.
Only Morphling pick alongside the Shaker and Shadow Dome on the other side. Yeah, a little bit of cheese early.
He's going to buy an X.
You all right with that?
I mean, it's the probably what makes sense about why they picked this, right? Against the Shadow Demon, it's not kind of a reaction thing. This is something that they've been planning, or that they have a planned opening here. Just got to get the eggs, you turn it into Earthshaker, you get the bonus damage, the fly around jump. It's really effective. We saw it a little bit at TI. I think Vici Gaming used it once. Paparazzi played excellent on it. Should I refer to him as his old name when his name was Paparazzi at the time, or is it more clear
I don't know.
if I say Eurus,
Dude, look, I'm still
formerly
on the whole,
Paparazzi, played it at TI?
Do you know what? I don't care because I still call him Maybe.
Are you talking,
2 years after Somnus has been...
the other player?
Yeah. So, like, what is Somnus anyway? He's Maybe. Everyone knows him as Maybe.
He ruined such a good gamer tag. His gamer tag Maybe was such a good gamer tag, and he just ruined it.
And I think Paparazzi is a similar kind of...
I don't like that one as much.
Eurus is like the god of the Eastern Sun or something, isn't it?
I think somebody earlier tonight said...
Isn't it a Greek god? I'm going to look it up
Wind
now.
from the east, aka
Wind,
the opposite,
wind from the east,
of the
right.
Zephyr?
No, it is. It's an Eastern wind god from
Am I
Greeks.
right? Opposite of Zephyr.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And I'm going to look it up in a minute just to be sure. But yeah, rubbish name.
Not the base. I like shortened, like, 4 to 8 characters, simple
but
word.
Paparazzi's a bit longer.
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I don't like Paparazzi.
So you like Eurus better?
No. They both suck.
Good. Kevin,
Paparazzi's
we're
better.
friends again, that's fine.
It's better than Eurus.
Axe second pick for Liquid. Alan picked out 5 heroes, by the way, earlier on, which I want to test both of you. He picked out Lesh, Void, Kunkka, Abba, and CM. We haven't seen an awful lot of CM today.
What about the 5? He just picked 5 heroes and
he
said...
just picked, those are the 5 that we've got to look at this as part of the meta. not these 5 have to be picked together.
Is he just trying to count? What is he? This is a math thing.
He's sat somewhere just going, bloody idiots, I never said that.
I assume you implied, like, good heroes, right?
Yes, these were 5 meta heroes that we felt that would probably be featuring quite heavily throughout the tournament.
CM is the only one that that didn't immediately say, like, yes, I see the hero a lot pop. It's a sometimes hero, definitely, but not the same as, like, Faces.
But it has been very popular recently.
Yeah, it's a good hero. It's a pretty decent hero. You can pick it in a lot of cases, and it just works. I definitely agree with it being viable, but we'll see. We'll see if something else becomes more obvious.
A Void ban?
Yep, it got banned.
Void ban.
Yeah, Faces Void, pretty good. Pretty good laning. Chronospheres are good. He gets amplified well by all the common items at the moment, so good hero.
What's the mentality here, Will, for Liquid? Without revealing too much, obviously, but what's the mentality? What are they looking at and why?
So I think like the bans are pretty prepared, just because Liquid knows that they play the Enigma in both ways. They're trying to get rid of all the two-way heroes, like offlane Night Stalker plus carry Night Stalker that they did in the quals. Enigma runs both ways. TNC really like Chen, like that's just from the ban angle. I don't think that Team Liquid were probably not prepared for TNC to go 1-2 Morph Earthshaker.
Yeah.
The region that likes it by far the most though is C. If you recall, March picked it all the time for 23 Savage.
Oh,
like they were the ones that did it like literally every game. So they probably think that the combo is still busted. I think it's very good. So the question is, like, especially in this kind of draft position, is do you think that the Axe counters either of those heroes? And I think the idea behind it, or what Liquid will most likely do, is look to go for some sort of aggro and give this Axe like a one-on-one, because Axe beats almost every other offlaner in a one-on-one position. Like if you think about LC, Centaur, all those, you get to drag the creep wave into another set. You just double up on everybody else's CS. That's why the Batrider was banned right here. Like, I don't think there's any other reason you ban Batrider there, unless you're thinking about giving your Axe a one-on-one, because it's like the only one that beats it.
Yeah, rare hero, because he just does magic damage, follows him, doesn't have to.
Yeah, you kill the Axe really easily. So TNC right now, they're going to take the Undying. Liquid take Tusk, which lends even more credence to the idea that they might just straight up go for a 3-on-3 and then give this Axe a one-on-one matchup.
Just because Tusk is a good tri-lane hero.
Yeah,
Above
you don't
average.
necessarily have to because you can defensive tri-lane as well. But when you take these 3 heroes like off the bat, you feel pretty confident. Plus, like Tusk is one of the few 4 heroes that you feel like, aside from maybe like Leshrac, that can straight up kill the Undying. He doesn't just get to trade decay hits. Like you actually put pressure on the hero.
Is it difficult trying to be careful what you say?
Incredibly so.
Yeah, that's why I thought.
Yeah, and that's
You
why
didn't say
I
much
don't
at the
want to put
beginning
you
of
too
the
much on the spot. It's more your thoughts.
Yeah, but I'm
as
trying
if
to-
you were.
I'm trying to give you guys
helping them
also
now.
like,
Yeah.
like once they pick, I'll tell you everything.
Okay.
Because then it's kind of like
You're gonna let me take the easy things to say. That way I don't just say nothing the whole time. It's like trying to be on a draft panel with like Black and 1437. I just sit there and they just talk the whole time, and I'm like, God, I don't know anything compared to these guys. So next pick is for TNC Predator. They have a really crappy lockdown outside of Earthshaker right now. Lane-wise, obviously the Undying Nebula, they do a Venomancer.
Yikes.
good against all 3.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever tried going Tranquil Boots into Arcane Boots Venomancer and then following it up with an Octarine Core and a Kaya?
No.
That's Slax's build. It's
What
really
the
bad.
hell?
It's really bad. They're not going to do that. Nobody should either.
Why did you just put that out there in the
Because it's
world?
been on my head and for too long. I had to argue
Holy
with people
crap,
on Reddit why it was
Kevin.
bad. It was bad, dude. Anyways, the hero is pretty decent if you don't go that garbage.
All right, so I told you they were going to aggro, right, when they took the
Yep,
X,
yep.
and they took the aggro hero. So they will 100% aggro this morph. They're going to scout early on to figure out where the laning phase goes, and then they're going to save their TPs. I'll just tell you everything now that it's been done. So
Okay.
SD, so you take SD, you take Axe, you ban out Batrider so you have a good one-on-one matchup, Axe versus anything. Then you take the Tusk because he's like the best tri-lane hero because of tag team. Then you follow up into the Visage. I think the reason why TNC took the Earthshaker there as well, like the Earthshaker morph combo, is because Liquid's probably like one of the cheesier Brute teams. Like that, they'll take it first pick as like the overall 4th pick. And so when you take the Earthshaker right there, you have the option of flexing him into mid as well.
Yep.
So then you don't really hard lock yourself. Like that's March's way, I think, of preventing the cheese later down the line.
While also giving them a good combo.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
so it's like accomplishing 2 things at the same
Yeah,
opening.
which I think is really clever.
And then Visage is a good tri-lane hero because of the high damage from Soul Assumption, right? So
Yeah.
they
So
have
they
kind
take
of the
OD
perfect
now
thing.
as like the core counter to the morph, and it just once you get, I think what Liquid's probably thinking is once you take this OD and he gets BKB, he should be the strongest hero in the game. And so now TNC, if you have second pick, you need to pick a hero right now that you feel like just overall wins you the game. Like that's the point of second pick, is you might have 2 weak lanes, which they probably will, but they'll have one really strong overall, like this is the game-winning hero.
What is that hero?
I think it's a pretty good. I'm trying to think of the heroes that Armel plays. Like, I don't think it's a very good. It's a good TA lane. Like TA versus OD feels okay, but I don't know if it's a good TA game because there's just so much lockdown for her, and there's a lot for her to get through, and she doesn't burst very quickly.
A lot
here.
of those heroes look kind of hard to kill, even Shadow Demon included. It's like, and they have OD banish too. I don't think TA works very well.
But whatever hero it is, it has to be like this wins you the game. There's no counter to it.
Is there room for an Invoker? No, a Puck. Okay. Well, a Puck is one of Armel's heroes.
It's really nice here because there's no instant disable, and most of the Pucks nowadays they're good enough to dodge the Axe call with phase shift, and I think Armel's just a really good Puck player.
And even like silence and anti-mobility against the enemy team is good. They have saves, but they can't necessarily save and then disengage against Dreamcoil. So I think Dreamcoil could also keep people away from Tombstone. It makes it easier to land Earthshaker combos. Like Morphling's going to be able to move in and out of the fight without getting caught as well. So there's some really good things about Dreamcoil this game.
Yeah, I think that they probably needed another, because I think the Earthshaker is always like a nice way to start a fight. Don't get me wrong, but I think that it's even nicer when the hero gets space to play. Like sort of how PSG LGD do it for FY, where it's like you get to play the Earthshaker, you can wait in the back line, come in with some game-winning Echo Slam, but you need a hero to start that momentum for you at first.
Okay. So do a couple of on-the-spot predictions. I already know where Will's going. Kevin?
I don't remember the drafts, but I'm going to pick TNC Predator.
Okay. Why?
I don't know. I just have a lot of faith in anybody that doesn't play Slax's type of Veno, and also just Puck
What was
Man.
that build again?
I don't want to repeat it. It's dead.
Phase into
It's dead.
Tranquil.
Yes,
it was
two
awful.
boots.
Yeah, that was way too crazy for my liking. Anyway, we're going to move on from the nonsense and get into game number 1, which means handing you over to our commentary team, Capitalist and BSJ.
That's right, Brian. We're going to be casting together, I think, for the first time, right?
Yeah, you know, other than without the random people blocking out the synergy that we're definitely going to have.
We've been on many couches together, but now finally you and I are going to have some alone time. You got the warm up with Toby. How was that?
You know, hopefully, I was expecting you to be a bit more of a challenge. You know,
I was going to say that. Casting with Toby is casting on easy mode.
Yeah, it is.
Right? You can say whatever analytical stuff you want.
And then he just screams, black hole!
Yeah,
and then just doesn't matter if you're
It's
right.
going to be nice and easy. But here, your analysis is going to have to, be up to snuff. Otherwise.
Exactly. You're not going to distract them enough for my incompetency to go unnoticed. But
I actually like TNC's draft a lot. What I want to talk about real quick with the drafts is it just looks like the long drawn-out fights are in huge favor of TNC. You have hard initiation and hard saves from Team Liquid, but none of their heroes really operate where if the fight lasts longer than like 10 seconds, I think they're just going to get kited and inevitably turned on by the fact that they have no disables for Puck. Veno's obviously the king of long drawn-out fights. And so it's all going to boil down to if they can snowball this game where Morphling gets bursted because you have OD combo plus Axe. The Venomancer gets off to a rough start because you have the Tusk kill potential with the, what do you call that ability?
Walrus Punch plus tag team?
The tag team. Early game tag team, obviously mid game, the Walrus Punch with it is ridiculous damage. Right now in the meta, I favor the team that likes longer fights. I think it's just hard to rely on winning very short fights. And this last pick Puck against no disables, I'm going to trust Blitz's judgment on the fact that Armel can just, if he has timely phase shifts, how do they kill him before the sheepstick coming out from OD? So I'm not a huge believer in Veno, but I actually think it's a really nice Veno game.
Well, we may have our first blood here already as March does sacrifice himself to be able to pick up 3 bounty runes for TNC. That's going to be the trade-off. And Team Liquid give it to Insania, the extra bit of gold for him. We saw the odds come up, and it did heavily favor the Liquid crew.
Really? I did not notice it myself, but I'd consider this game pretty even. So either team that was like heavily unfavored, I'd be perfectly fine to risk it all. No, I'm kidding.
What do you think about this aggro tri lane that's coming out by them?
A lot of teams have been doing this to enable their safe laners, their off laners in the safe lane, because if you're against the Undying, it's pretty rough to be the Axe against an offline, or like an Undying plus a hero like Morph that can contribute to the kills once he's level 2. At the same time, though, I think Venomancer really likes this 1v1.
Yeah.
And Visage, I think Visage needs the early game momentum while Morphling can kind of spend his game recovering. So it's kind of weird to me. I think Venomancer loves this situation a lot. And as a Morphling, I'm not like happy, but I'm like content with somebody else making space for me, you know? Puck has a good game. Veno is a hero that's naturally going to turn this advantage into like early momentum. He pushes towers, but Axe doing a good job here. You definitely just dodge the lane. Once Veno gets level 3, 2 points Poison Sting, you just can't ever, no hero can sustain through that.
But I think it's a lot harder, right? Because he's in his safe lane, so cutting the creep wave there's a much smaller distance to work with. Gabby taking a lot of damage here. It's actually going to be overwhelmed, just could not adapt into strength fast enough. Taiga almost being the return care there thanks to a hefty amount of soul rip damage, but 2-1 now for Liquid as their aggressive tri lane does continue to keep the pressure on that Morphling.
Yeah, the tag team plus the Soul Assumption is like just a boatload of damage. And in the current early levels, you're going to see this Morphling struggle. And you're going to have to see the early movements from TNC basically be away from this Morphling.
Yeah.
And the one way to deal with Undying, I think Tusk is a nice way. It's Tusk and Dazzle that come to mind.
Yeah.
They're just 2 heroes that make you, like, when you activate Tag Team, when you use the Poison Touch, Undying actually has to run away. So these heroes naturally can man up with the help of their teammates. And that just makes it hard to play Undying. Your job is to literally walk at them, as you're seeing here, and he just dies.
Yeah, he just gets popped. Just like that. I think another good addition to that is they're both skills that do physical damage.
Yes.
And Undying is pretty low on armor.
Most heroes lack the ability to do enough physical damage early on.
Yeah. Tag team and poison touch being small exceptions here. Boxy is going to try and cut the creep wave just like he did last time, but KP immediately TPs onto the shrine, forcing Boxy into an awkward maneuver back over the bottom lane. Insania is going to be chased down here, but they do get a really good charge, blocking in Gabby. Gabby trying to linger away. Insania surviving just a bit longer. Tims is not going to be able to chase him to the tower. So again, another successful bout there for Liquid as they bring down the carry Morphling.
Yep, this is, as a core, something we don't talk about very much, I think, as casters is these carry players have to know that half their games or more are just going to be crap lanes. And you know in this game as a Morphling, you first rounded it, so you're going to have a rough start, but you have this Morph Shaker, and if he's going to be able to have this time in the mid-game to recover, it's perfectly fine what's happening right now. They just have to, like, slow down the bleeding. You can't just keep feeding over and over again. Eventually, you have to have the time to catch up. Mid lane is pretty heavily favored for the puck. And the big thing about Veno in this game is it's really hard to play Blink Initiators versus Veno, and Axe is really their primary source of catch. I think they have to build pipe, and I think it's probably going to come from the Visage. Yeah, it's just weird for me. If you keep neutering this Morphling, I think it's good for their game plan on Liquid, but
yeah,
this Veno, I'm just imagining going to be a big mid-game problem. They're not going to be able to fight into this Veno ward combo, but I may be underestimating the Visage.
Shards blocked in, tag team just slowing him down time after time. It's nice little combos that they have, whether it's the disruption with the illusions. Later on, it's going to be the Visage familiars. There's a lot of things to be able to play off of this tag team and the Ice Shards block in.
Yeah, this tri-lane never ceases to be scary. Their damage is all ability-based, so it will just keep coming and pouring out.
Do you think TNC should swap cores here and try and put Veno in this lane, or do you think they're happy just winning basically the two other solo lanes? It looks like Armel is going to try and finish off this OD. Mickey fighting with the Fairy Fire, but it's not going to last long enough unless the imprisonment, he walks away from the coil. He is going to be fine.
Yeah,
Barely
the problem
surviving.
is when you tri-lane like this and you lose the other lanes.
Oh no, he spotted Fisher.
No.
Oh, that didn't actually hit him. I'm not sure if it would have been enough anyway. It was a level 1. Still though, Tims is going to stick around as he sees Boxy. He's trying to clear through some stacks right now. Steals what little he can.
That's a lot. He just stole a big creep and maybe, oh, okay, it was going to be a lot when he stole that medium creep, but now it's not.
At least getting some of the experience as well. 47-0 is what Boxy's at on CS, obviously. Heavily elevated by the fact that he's been neutraling a lot.
Yeah, it's interesting. He has a lot of more CS than the Veno, but he's losing by 600 net worth-ish. So, and this is the big thing about Veno. Turns this early lead into towers, and I think losing towers to one hero like this, you're eventually going to have to leave this Morphling alone. That's what I mean by when you asked earlier, are they gonna like move this Morphling?
Yeah.
I think you're just content saying, are you really just gonna keep dedicating 3 heroes to my Morphling when you're losing a tier 1 to a Veno? And like you're getting so much off the map. Puck's having a good start. Solid, what is that? 1,100 gold above the OD in the mid lane. When you tri-lane, the core, the 1v1s are way more important in my opinion. Because those guys are getting solo levels, you know, like they're going to accelerate the game much faster than the Visage, who's level 4 at 6.5 minutes in this one tri-lane. And yeah, he has a medallion, but he's still only level 4. No birds online yet.
At some point in time, that Puck, who is going to be kind of over-leveled, and the aggro tri-lane is going to be under-leveled. He makes one rotation, wipes, you know, all 3 of them with a good coil, and then all of a sudden it feels like the last 7 minutes of tri-laning has gone, you know, down the crapper.
Yeah, this is so interesting. Your Puck is lower level than the OD, but yet winning by 1,000 net worth. Weird game that
nice
is.
Fisher block in. That's going to be able to keep them from retreating. Mickey has to turn and fight, but is not going to be able to get anything off before he gets down. TNC not going to be able to chase down Insania, but still applying the pressure on that mid lane. Continuing, oh, the orb not quite nicking Insania as he continues to try and fight it out. Trying to protect his mid-tier 1 tower as best he can. Looking to be able to pull the creep wave back. Another Fisher block. This time, not going to be able to catch Insania. Blocking him in. Another orb. dodges that one, but the puck is going to jump over. Armel is able to finish him off, and now they're going to be able to slow down Taiga as well. Taiga blocks out the puck, though, and maybe the puck, can they go for Armel? He has another orb, jumps away. He's going to be fine. Slowed down a bit by the battle hunger, but otherwise, that is a hefty push that came in from TNC. Got a couple of hero kills, but in the end, didn't actually result in a whole lot of tower damage.
Yeah. Earlier in the last series, I talked about how like Spectre having free farm doesn't really mean much for the first 10 minutes of the mid game. Like your Spectre's not gonna have a massive impact with phase plus some other item, right?
Sure.
But this Venomancer, level 8, took top tower, and the big deal about taking that tower, right? It's like a gateway tower to taking mid. Suddenly there's a ton of pressure on mid. He has boots of travel on Venomancer. Lanes are gonna be shoved. You have so much space for the Morphling being created. You're seeing it like slowly but surely in the net worth. All the cores on Radiant are climbing, and like you already saw there, without any survivability items, Puck's like almost impossible to kill. Just an orb away is pretty much invulnerability here. Rotating to Gabby to enable. There's so much tower pressure. You have a 4 position level 4 Earthshaker free farming the lane top. Just the map control you get from having a Venomancer have the start that he has. One of the most impactful heroes with just levels, and that's why it scared me initially that the 1v1 for Veno versus Axe that Liquid chose to have happen.
The Fisher looking to be able to block out the Axe, allowing him to TP away just outside of the range. Good play there from Tims. I like the fact you're talking about the map pressure, the Veno, also the defensive element, right? This is a very unique hero in that he's an agility hero that can actually defend towers very well, right? And most of the time we're thinking about like their Centaurs, Abans. Those are going to be the heroes that can just stand in lane. But Veno's got this nice dual pressure where he's protecting the mid tower, simultaneously getting a little bit of chip damage. This frees up, as you said, that top lane. You know, the Tims can farm that as the Earthshaker. They've got the Puck who can rotate around the map, making plays. All this is opened up by just a great laning phase start.
In high-level Dota, I think a 4-position greedy hero farming the opponent's safe lane at this stage in the game is like the biggest sign of being ahead. Like, you're really far ahead when this is the occurrence. That's, like, these 4-position heroes, like, he has a tome, he's gonna be level 6, already 800 gold towards his blink, and that's at no cost of a core. Like, nobody on the core side of TNC is suffering to give this Earthshaker a better game. It's like he's just occupying this free part of the map, and now, you know, this Puck can just come top and cut some waves. They're going to have a lot of pressure on the mid tower with this catapult, and as you said, like, when Venomancer at this stage in the game plants himself in a lane, if he's alive, that lane is like a dead zone in terms of the opponent can't do anything. You can't fight into these wards, you can't push into the wards, you're constantly having to defend your tower against the wards. In mid lane, they're going for the call, but he does get the adaptive off. I just like the way Veno's moving, right? They now are letting the Morphling take over the mid lane. They're saying now that Visage is level 6, we have a 3k lead. They're not going to get anything on Team Liquid. So he moves his priority from pressuring mid to what you said, right? He's just going to defend his tower, bottom, put the wards there and say, yeah, try to push into me. He's going to force Team Liquid to have to like 4-man dive him here. That's what's going to have to happen. I expect Puck to always have a TP ready for the bottom lane. He does. Has the Veil complete, really good synergy with the rest of his lineup. It's just very natural what TNC is forcing out of Liquid. They're forcing Liquid's hand. I don't know how else to better word it.
The map is getting smaller and smaller for Liquid. They need to take an objective somewhere to be able to open it up. And sadly, they just will not be able to take that safe lane tower very easily. So from your perspective, BFJ, what do they need to do to break this deadlock that is currently happening from TNC?
That's what I'm saying. Like, they're forcing the hand on the side of TNC. Like, they know that when you're this far behind, the natural rotation is to go to the opponent's safe lane tower. That's like the easiest tower to take. And so KP, being a very good player, has planted himself in his lane, and he's like, okay, my Morphling's gonna farm mid, like, we can always collapse all 5 heroes on mid. The goal for TNC is to be able to have 5 heroes at all 3 towers, and now that it's like you have this wall bottom, it's like, Liquid just has to brute force it somewhere, but I don't
so
think
you're
they
saying
can.
like maybe Liquid needs to go for like some sort of good smoke gank
They
that
have
surprises
to.
the Veno, or
Maybe wait for the Axe Blink if he's going one, which he isn't. He actually went for a hood.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's like, just, you know, you ask like what is Liquid's plan? I don't think they have one, and I'm not like flaming. I'm saying
They don't have a plan right now.
Yeah, they
right?
can't do
don't
anything
have plays
yet.
right now. They have to wait for some more farm. Right?
Yes, and while this is happening, Morphling's just working his way towards the Yasha Ags. I mean, that's just the dream, right? You're going to have probably around a 20-minute Ags on Morphling.
Yeah.
And suddenly this hero that you slaughtered in the laning stage is going to be... I think Morphling with Ags with a Shaker on your team is probably the most powerful carry in the entire game at that stage.
Yeah. Some would say that's a broken combo.
Yeah. I mean, they first rounded it for a reason.
Yeah, nobody else is like first rounding Morphling except for when you pair it with an Earthshaker.
Yeah,
There's a good reason for that.
The heroes you first round are heroes that, despite how good or bad their start is, they're going to do their job in the game, and that pretty much the only time Morphling can do that is, even if he's countered, is when he has the Shaker.
All right, well, TNC, they staved off the pressure long enough at that bottom lane that they eventually just made a rotation themselves, punished Taiga, who so painstakingly set himself up to try and catch out the puck at some point, and ends up getting caught. Now they're able to pressure the bottom tower while simultaneously defending mid, thanks to KP's Boots of Travels, which I think is... You know, I haven't seen like a ton of Venomancer in this current meta, but I think it is like a nice twist. We're seeing lots of Boots of Travels lately, and Boots of Travel Veno looks really nice. March is going to get caught trying to get some aggressive wards down, and good ice shards does come out from Taiga. And maybe this is the kind of things that Liquid needs. Sometimes when you're just kind of stuck in a situation where you know you can't make moves, you just have to wait, keep farming, and
meanwhile, top though.
Yeah, look at this. Charge out, that's gonna be a coil, catching out the Axe. Axe just gonna turn, kill whatever creeps he can. He knows he's dead.
I'm gonna be as concise as possible with this analysis. They took bottom tier 1 on TNC. That makes it really hard for bottom tier 1 to be taken by Liquid. So that forces Liquid to play top, which is like no tower there, you're in dead man zone, like you're alone. And suddenly there's ganking this level 11 Axe, and it looks like he's just feeding. And that's like such a forced play by TNC. They're executing perfectly their lineup. And now you see the movement by Liquid in the mid lane going on Puck, but that's a Puck with no stuns.
They do manage to get the Walrus Punch. That will finish off Armel. So Armel does die. KP does get a decent ultimate off. That Poison Nova is going to make sure the rest of Liquid is going to be chased away. Taiga tries to go for a cheeky teleport out, but...
That's my problem with the Liquid lineup. They have this Visage hero, but once you get these kills, now what? That's my emphasis. They have so much damage just to throw at you with the Undying, the zombies, the Venomancer DOTs that you talked about. And this is all before TNC's hit their power spike. And usually you can't really go bots on Veno because you're like, your job is to push towers and defend towers. And usually you kind of like feed though. But since he had such a good start, he didn't have to buy any of these like 4 staves or these types of items that keep him alive. Boots of Travel is just a way to enable himself to be in any lane he needs to be in, whether it's defending, whether it's pushing the lane. And let me tell you, if you want to understand where to farm on the map, if you're like trying to practice this as like an off-lane pace setting type player, this has been a flawless performance by KP. He's recognizing, he's shutting down Liquid's objectives, and whenever Liquid's objective taking is shut down, he then proceeds to go to his own team's objectives and say, okay, we need to push here, do this, like show up to these kills. He's been everywhere on the map, and Venomancer, not really a hero you think like this hero takes over the game, but I mean, I think this has really been a Venomancer show so far. Like everything in this game has been dictated by the pace this hero sets, and he's going really good enabling items for his Morphling's timing. He has the Urn going into Solar Crest. I really like the lining up of timings that TNC is setting up here. Halfway to his Ags already, should be about 20 minutes like we said. And then, I guarantee the way I've been talking about this game, there's gonna be like some random throw and they're all gonna die, and everything I said just doesn't matter.
It is one of those situations where Liquid is kind of checkmated when it comes to moving around the map. They're just forced to let TNC farm up, but all of that could get thrown away by TNC just making one mistake when it comes to a team fight, getting a little over-aggressive, pushing into a high ground without vision. Something like that could just kind of throw away.
So you could easily get like 3-man called and just blown up. And that's something that I think if the Veno continues to itemize properly and just be positioned correctly on the map, that's never going to happen. But like you said, one false step and there absolutely is potential to just immediately throw this game. But Earthshaker already has a Blink Dagger 17 minutes in the game. And that's the effect of Veno that I'm trying to emphasize. He's not a hero that you see taking over the game because he's like 8-0, you know, almost godlike, highest net worth in the game. Everyone else on his team, the Morphling that was crippled, now the #1 net worth in the game. Earthshaker, 4 position, has a 16, 17-minute blink dagger. That's what the impact of having this Veno hero is and everything that he's done in this game.
A reinforced bottom, TP's in the mid, pushes that out a little bit. Now it's up at top lane, joining the rest of his team, going for this kill onto Boxy, who is going to be saved for a moment here by the imprisonment, but he's just going to come back to his doom as he's far too slow and far too low to be able to get out. So TNC.
That was smooth.
Look for a few more kills. Thank you, thank you. 7-7, but certainly not an even game as TNC holding a 5,000 net worth lead and controlling most of the map. And look at that, our Boots of Travel's returned. Armel, boop, shows up to the bottom lane, deals with the creep wave that's pushing in. Koifa's gonna get 0 damage on that tower. And it's very, very soon, Liquid's gonna lose their mid tower. And once they lose their mid tower, like all semblance of map control is gone on this team.
This is the best Dota I've seen so far today. Like in terms of, this is just tier 1 Dota in my opinion from TNC. Like it's just everything. The way I envision tier 1 Dota is like, it's like this is exactly how a perfect game would look for this lineup, and how they itemize, how they're playing the map. Like the fact that Puck now has bots, she can kind of take over the dangerous farm while Veno plays with the team. He has a Solar Crest. Everything just, all the pieces of the puzzle are coming together so nicely. Gabby, what's his status on the Ags? Oh, he went Manta. Interesting. So he went more of this like luxury farming item. He's thinking that he wants to delay out the game a little bit longer, I think. Like he wants like a 7 or 8K net worth lead rather than the 4 or 5K before he starts fighting.
Do you think this is as a result of them just being so successful in controlling the map? He's like, I might as well take advantage of all this space that we have.
Yeah, I mean, Veno and Puck are just unkillable at this moment, unless Veno oversteps, but unless that happens.
Taiga not quite hitting that Walrus Punch thanks to the Dream Coil coming out from Armel, but a blink forward from Mickey. He wants to be able to win this fight, but can they actually do it with the KP? Immediately throwing out the Poison Nova Hammer drop, but not quite finishing off any of these heroes. Boxy coming in fast, does have the Battle Hunger speeding him up. A nice ward block. KP's he making it up. They see him, but they can't kill him. He gets away. To the fountain he goes. All of TNC retreat, except for Armel, who has nothing to fear from a Liquid who has expended every single bit of resources they had to finally try and get a good fight, and it ends up getting them 0 kills.
That's just crippling. Like I said, you need to kill this damn Veno. And that fissure block was insane. Like the Soul Assumption, just not quite enough damage. That value Belt of Strength and Bracer, I mean,
oh yeah,
holy moly, you just had to get that kill. Like it's not like you win the game with that kill, but that's a necessary step 1 to the process.
Yeah.
And
would have alleviated a little bit of pressure on the map. Maybe you could have gotten a bit aggressive
maybe
during
get a
his
tower,
downtime.
maybe you get a Roche or something because you have this Visage hero.
Get better bounty control. They're going to be able to find Boxy here as they make a smoke up into the triangle. Now Mickey is here, does have the imprisonment. They've already used the Shrine, though. The Snowball is going to try and pick up the axe instead. He managed to blink himself away, but that's perfect for Armel. Now, with the axe right next to the OT, they get a beautiful Dream Coil. They're going to try and run him over. Disruption by Mickey, bit of point, but there's Tim's entering in with the Blink Dagger. Echo Slam to finish off the 2 cores, and a Fissure to be able to block out the Captain Insania. And look at that, KP immediately TPing up to the top lane. They are giving Liquid absolutely nothing. They will not take any damage on their towers despite that split push from Koifa. Win the fight, defend your towers at the same time. This is just beautiful Dota from TNC.
Yeah. Their lineup conceptually is just so good against what Liquid has. Like, Liquid has all these saves. You have the Shadow Demon Disruption. You have the OD Imprisonment. And you have this Puck Veno that just thrive in these long fights, like throwing out all the nukes from Puck on low cooldown. They have no immediate stuns to kill the Puck, so he can just play super aggressive. Venomancer is just going to wear you down over time. The Poison Sting, a ridiculous amount of damage as a passive. And now he's built to enable his course first. It also enables Roche whenever they want to take it with the Solar Crest. And now he's like, well, the only potential way we lose this game is if OD just goes off. So I'm just going to itemize to screw over OD. I'm going to buy this Halberd, and then eventually you might even see like a Shiva, something like that.
Making himself tankier as well.
Yeah,
like,
it just makes it
any
harder
chance
for the
of him
enemy
being
team.
bursted down with the Heaven's Halberd plus the Solar Crest, he's got just way too much HP in armor.
And he took the Poison Sting slow. I like that a lot because you have the Axe, OD, and Visage, all 3 cores with no innate mobility. So that 12% slow is slowing them, right? Like, they are going to be consistently slowed on all of their mobility spells.
Oh, the smoke up, they're going to be able to instantly jump on the Venomancer, trying to pull him up, the snowball on through, continuing to chain stun him with Walrus Punch, is able to finish off the kill. They're going to deal with the Tombstone and then start marching forward. Can they finally take a tier 1 tower 23 minutes in? Liquid looking to finish up that mid-tier 1. And with 35 seconds on the clock for a Venomancer, they might just be able to do it, or maybe TNC. Oh, they're trying to make a fast play. Armel thinks he's free up here in the top lane to go for that tier 2, but caught by Boxy. They have the snowball. They're going to try and chase this puck after he jumps away, but it's just too far out. He's not going to be able to make it in time. And that means that mid lane push, they still get the tower.
Yeah, the problem is the only way you're killing this Veno is with smokes.
He still gets bursted down, gets a little bit too close trying to protect that tower, and Liquid, they may not have gotten the kill at top lane, but still a decent win between the Venomancer and that mid-tier 1.
I'm curious to see if Boxy considers going for a Shadow Blade here. Usually when you're against Veno as a Blink initiator, you almost need the Shadow Blade because you're walking through Veno wards in order to get on top of this guy. If you don't have a Shadow Blade, you have to be smoked like you were there to actually get that Blink off. And wow, that's the right move for Liquid. They had to do that. They had to kill the Veno to get anything done. But like I said, you're only getting those kills when you're smoked, and that's just rough. You do have the Ags already done on Morphling. His game is accelerating like crazy. Yeah, Visage suffers against these split-pushing type cores, and you're against Morphling, Puck, and even a hero like Veno. You do have a pipe, though. So that's really nice for the team, the sustain aspect.
Let's say 5 minutes from now, maybe less, we've got BKB on the OD. Can Mickey carry this game for them?
He can carry, but it's going to be off the back of some boxy like 2 or 3 man call.
Right.
That's what it has to be. Like I said, once he comes out of BKB, these long fights are so in favor of TNC. So it's not really in the OD's capability himself to make it so he can destroy them during the BKB. Right? Like
you need that good initiation.
Yeah,
and that's why the Shadow Blade is all important for Boxy.
He has a BKB queued up.
Okay.
Well, it's his job to throw himself in, but I think if he doesn't get a 2 or 3 man call, it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah.
If they see the BKB from OD, you're just going to see a hardcore disengage with the Ags Morphling, the Puck.
Oh, Tombstone coming out. Insania's not sure which one to do. He's going to try and back away from this Tombstone, but he's very clearly caught. Oh, Jesus.
Yikes.
That's the power of that Morphling. He's going to be jumping forward as that Earthshaker thanks to that Aghanim Scepter. There's a buyback already from Insania. He knows how important this fight is to be able to win. Snowball protecting him. Gabby gets Walrus Punch. Can they blow up in time? The hammer's not quite enough. He goes back into Morphling form and does manage to survive. Barely. Now turns on to Taiga. Will be able to finish him up. But Fisher slowing down Migay, who has the damage over time on him as well. Even as he's saved by the disruption, there's nothing really to get him out of here. He can imprison and disruption and do all of these things, but there's so much AoE damage. Gabby jumping even farther forward to be able to catch Koifop next. A stun onto Boxy as well. Gets the call onto Gabby, but Gabby being healed up by the Soul Rip means there's no chance to be able to claim that kill. Jumping forward again. There is no escape from the Aghanim's Morphling. Once you have been broken, nobody is getting out of the fight. An Aghanim's Morphling with an Earthshaker on his team will catch every single hero trying to retreat.
Yeah, I mean, the turn potential, that's what I meant when I said they win like long fights. Their turn potential is insane. The Puck Coil, the Shaker, the Ags Morphling, the Veno Ward slowing you as you're trying to run away. They have to win the fight in the first like 5 seconds. That's what I was trying to explain in the draft. And this Morphling has this like critical threshold, undying with the clutch Soul Rips on March, like saving Morphling not only during the OD ult so you could get his replicate off or whatever it is that you switch from back and forth, whatever the actual active on that's called. Yeah, if you don't get him instantly, you're just going to lose the fight.
They got an initiation on Armel with the Walrus Punch. No, a Fisher comes out from Gabby to be able to stop that one, quickly blowing up the offlaner, and now turning back towards poor old Taiga, who has nowhere to be able to run to, and Liquid, they're just bleeding out now at this point. Hemorrhaging kills, hemorrhaging buildings. TNC will back up as they see a buyback coming in. No need to get greedy. They've taken a tier 3. They can go for Shrines next. This game is well in hand for TNC, and it would take an epic throw to give Liquid even a chance at coming back.
Yeah, it's definitely... their draft is not meant to be at this pace. That was a bit confusing to me when they picked like this Visage OD combo. OD a slow hero, Visage a hero that wants to set the pace of the game. And this Veno pick was just so good. But yet they picked the Visage into the Veno. I can see why you have this pipe aura builder to sustain, but in my opinion, there's just like no such thing as sustaining against Veno. Like, it just doesn't work. Eventually, as long as there's some other hero to actually carry the game, the Venomancer is just too much of a problem. And I know I'm highlighting him despite us watching this Morphling jump around with Ag Shaker and everything, but he's the one that set all this up to happen. And now Gabby obviously just taking over the torch, or he passed on the torch to Gabby, whatever the saying is. And it's just easy pickings from here, I feel like. They have the Scotty done on Morphling against OD. He couldn't even burst him when he didn't have the Scotty, the extra int, the extra health pool. And now you also have the Scotty against ranged cores. Scotty was really only nerfed against melee cores, but they have OD, Visage. So, with the Aegis going satanic.
Oh, just happened to land right on top of Insane. He almost gets one shot by that Enchant Totem and will be finished by the Dagon.
That's a BM Dagon, man. It's a level 5 Dagon coming out there.
No, I think you're absolutely right, by the way. Like, I think you did a great job highlighting, like, what KP was doing so well and how he was able to create all this space. And they are going to find their initiation on a Gabby. Gabby, who does have the Aegis, so Liquid cannot overcommit for this one, but they can't even finish him off in the first place. The imprisonment goes down, but he's going to come back where he'd enchant Totem to way out into the back lines. And now jumping back in. Gabby getting dangerously low for a moment there, trying to go for Koifa. Has a horde of zombies on him. Liquid going to have to give up this lane of barracks, it looks like.
I didn't know that interaction when you said he was going to show up on the other side.
Yeah. What a beautiful Manta. And that is Elena Barracks, and TNC give up nothing for it once again. I mean, how many times have we said that? TNC have made a good play and have given, 0 kills, 0 towers, just very clean Dota by them at this tournament.
Yeah, I can't even fault Alliance. I think that they kind of got, ever since the laning stage, they set the pace of the game on TNC and they never let up.
Yeah.
They have, like, if you have a superior game plan and the lanes go your way and you play flawless Dota, you're just not going to lose. Like, that's just Dota in a nutshell. In these types of situations, teams will really only lose if they kind of just give it away. It's like, it's TNC's game to lose, right?
Yeah.
It was never, in my opinion, Liquid's game to win. It was just at any point they were just at the hands of some poor positioning by TNC. And at this point, the ease of execution for TNC is just so
that's
high.
gotta hurt. And now Gabby quickly joining Armel at the pickoff onto Insania. They're gonna be able to blow up this OD. He has his BKB, but honestly, what's the point? The physical damage of Gabby would quickly overwhelm him one way or another. 2 heroes down. TNC continue to just run back and forth around the map between their 2 Boots of Travels and the Aghanim's Morphling, allowing you to be able to quickly move across vast amounts of terrain. There's just not enough space for Liquid to ever get outside of their base. And if they don't get outside of their base, then eventually they'll find their tier 3s falling.
Yeah, this is what I like to call shepherd mode for TNC. You got the sheep on Liquid and you say, your fence is here. If you cross this area, we're just going to remind you you're not allowed to go out there. And Liquid just 27,000 net worth lead for TNC. Look at all those tips for KP. I mean,
TNC agrees with you.
Yeah.
KP was the reason.
You have to rely on your offlaner to like take over a game like this. I think in this patch, it's very important that the offlaners are versatile, that they can be these save type heroes, or they can be the hero that's just going to pave the entire way for your game plan. And that's, I think KP has been nothing short of just impressive ever since I've watched him this whole season. Obviously before that, a little bit of lackluster results towards the end of last year.
I think last year's wasn't the greatest KP that we've seen.
Yeah, but he's obviously been a very well-known player and very successful player throughout his career, and I just love watching conceptually flawless Dota, and KP has done that. And then obviously now we got the luxury of watching the flashy or Morphling, but maybe for some people it's more like PTSD than actually enjoying that aspect.
He had a position here. Liquid trying to jump on him real quickly. Heavens Halberd buying so much time though. KP finally it wears off on a Mickey, and he will drop the hammer to be able to finish off that Venomancer. But look at Gabby and Armel into the backlines they go. Already finished off that Shadow Demon. Now using all that physical damage. Jesus, look at Mickey. He takes the Morphling out of the fight for a moment and will manage to finish off the 5 position of TNC. But nobody can deal with Gabby. Neither can they deal with Armel, as they just don't have the disables to be able to rock him. Unless this call from Boxy, they don't have a whole lot of damage to be able to follow it up, especially as the Echo Slam coming in to be able to finish off some of these heroes. Mickey with a buyback, looking for any kind of kill to be able to claim after the Morphling is dead. He will be able to get the imprisonment. Looks to Armel. Armel jumps away. Tim's, he's trying to get out of here. Blink Dagger's not going to be up in time, though, and he will fall. Liquid finally get an okay fight for themselves, but that's only because they had 2 different buybacks on their 2 cores.
Of course, like right as I talk about that, Veno gets caught out and, you know, has to buy back. I thought they were going to win that fight anyway.
Yeah.
Once Veno got caught, just because he got his ult off and they were taking so much damage, but the sustain from the Visage is proving to be a bit of a nuisance, but it might just be a little too late here.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's like, yeah, that was a good fight, but you had to use 2 buybacks, and OD just doesn't have an answer to this Morphling's physical damage whenever he just Enchant Totem jumps on him.
He's queued up the refresher rope, by the way, on OD. That might be the play. I can't even fault that at this point. You might just need double BKB, double ult, but this is a dieback from Mickey. That's an Axe coil. And
yeah. They try and snowball save him. He's going to go in here, and he does have the Blink Dagger. Blinks away, but the Blink follow-up from KP. Tries to hit him with the Gale. Doesn't quite land, though, but the orb over the top will make sure that Mickey does fall. Boxy does manage to get the call onto Armel. Armel gets bursted down. Can they grab more? KP trying to slither away, but Koifa's Birds hot on pursuit, but they can't chase for long. They know Gabby's got to be around here somewhere. And Taiga, poor Taiga, zombies, poison slow. They're going to leave him to die here in Sania. I'm not even sure if you could turn around and save your ally. Disruption going down, but obviously he's coming back to the same spot he was before. What a beautiful Fisher. Finally, Gabby shows up once again, hunting down Insanian at every turn. Beautiful Fisher block coming in from Tim's as well to be able to catch Koifa. Make sure he's not going anywhere. Gabby with the double damage. I want to see him one-shot somebody. You know, Insania, who's bought back.
This is almost got one shot.
Non-stop.
The Gravekeeper cloak were down, and he almost got one shot.
All right, Boxy. Oh, there he goes. Insania. Oh, it wasn't quite the one shot, but he does finish off with the Adaptive Strike. Boxy's going to fall as well, and that leaves no buybacks for Liquid and just Taiga all alone in the Fountain. TNC. Oh, I guess they did get enough gold for Boxy to be able to buy back, but it won't make a damn difference. Gabby with the Satanic pickup and an ultra kill for game 1. What a dominant performance by TNC. BSJ, I think you pointed out very rightly all the things that were going good for TNC, and there wasn't just a whole lot of mistakes. So I want to take this back like 33 minutes ago. Should they have shut down the Venomancer instead? Should they have gone the tri-lane into the Veno and just said, hey, Boxy, you're going to have a bad lane. Sorry, bud.
I think they had to. It's odd to say this, but earlier last series we saw the Axe come back from like a crappy start because he had like a pace-setting gyro that was able to take over the game. Visage is a hero that can do that. You don't have to take over the game as Axe. You can come back and let your Visage set the momentum. So,
yeah.
But looking forward to game 2, TNC with some good Dota.
Yeah, TNC looking great as we're going to head to a panel that I'm sure is just going to lay on even more praises on beautiful game from TNC.
When it's played like that, Dota is a beautiful game for everyone except for those involved in the team that's getting beaten, of course, one of which we have on our panel right now. Will, that wasn't pleasant for Liquid fans, was it?
It was not. They got stomped.
How does it feel, man?
What do you mean?
I think it's fun to like rub it in, even though that's unfair.
Why?
I don't know. Because you're like actually
it seems kind of just mean.
You're like, yeah, a little bit, but you're actually on the panel, you know. So we get to like tell me your emotions right now.
I mean, it sucks. I don't feel good.
It's not over yet, though. You guys can still win the game.
That's very true.
Let's talk about the game itself, Will, because you were very vocal about the fact that the boys were focusing on that Morphling all the way through the draft. Seemed to have the answers, but didn't matter.
I think the bigger issue is that you pick the way that you pick because you think you're going to win 3 lanes or at least 2. So the way that it goes is you open the SD, which is just a safe hero. They take Earthshaker Morph. Then you take the Axe. You ban the Bat Rider. So you think that the idea is that you put your Axe in the safe lane, and no matter what, he wins the one-on-one matchup. But March was really smart. He takes the Venomancer, who completely destroys the Axe. Suddenly, Liquid are in a position where they lose that lane off, right? They pick the Puck, which you take the OD thinking that OD has no bad matchups. You think like any melee hero that they pick, TA, you have enough control, like you're fine. But then you take this Puck, Armel is just such a god. Playing the hero, and suddenly you have 2 losing lanes, and it doesn't really matter that you won the tri-lane because the 2 lanes that actually matter that you picked for ended up losing.
And after you win the tri-lane too, you need to go pressure the Morphling to delay his Ags and other item buildup, but you can't do that because the Veno takes his early advantage, and he just super defends the tower in a really good way because KP has very good game sense. He knows where to go. He knows how to make sure that ganks are hard, and when you have a lineup that is greedier, and you do a good job, and your opponents like don't get enough ganks, don't pressure enough, it's like the games just feel over. You're in those games, sometimes you're playing against an Alchemist, you never gank him, all of a sudden he pops out, he's got all the items in the world. And KP effectively did that with his early laning stage and positioning. So it was like just good pick for the game, and also amazing play too.
Yeah, I mean, that's the combination, Will, isn't it? Perfect combination. You want a player in form, and you want to give him a good hero, and KP got that.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely carried this game. Like, with the way that he moved around the map, he immediately takes top tower, then he gets the travels, he makes his way towards mid. Anywhere that they decide to try to put the Axe, he's always there. That's the benefit of having the boots of travel, is that you can play this mobility style game, and you never give anybody a free lane. That was the big thing, is that you didn't trade farm on the side of TNC at any point. They just suffocated you. That was just really well done by TNC.
Yeah, it was really well. I mean, I don't want to lay it on, but could Alliance have done anything different?
Liquid?
Sorry, Liquid, yes.
No, I want to.
That's the first of many I'll do this next 6 days, I'm sure.
I don't know, because maybe you rotate the Tusk up to top sooner, but the problem is, like, Veno's not that easy of a hero to kill.
Yeah.
Like, even though he doesn't have a lot of HP, if you don't burst him immediately, he just lives.
Yeah, I mean, once you gel people and get away from them, if they don't have like a range here that can kite you down or something like that, once you leave melee range, it's like he's gone.
Yeah.
And he also, his skill build was like very ward heavy as well, so it was very easy for him to keep vision around places that he was farming, and also like push creep waves rapidly if you wanted to. You could also sit back, let the wards get the last hit, but still be in experience range. So there's a lot of abusive things you can do that just make it more difficult, not to mention that you outlane right at the start of the lane stage.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much. Time for a break here at ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. Plenty for Team Liquid to be thinking about in that break as well, as they suffer a shock surprise first game defeat. They get another chance to go head-to-head with TNC after the break.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
So this is it. This is where it all started. The great business of DHL.
You remember when we still use these?
We have all come a long way since then.
Hey, Effie, my little buddy. I got a special job for you. And this is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We never
ESL One Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics.
Welcome back to ESL One Hamburg 2019. Day number one continues in our third series of the day. One of the favourites, or one of the big team names, has gone down in game number one. Team Liquid look to bounce back in game two against TNC Predator. Over on the other stream right now, also a bounce back required, as Wind and Rain have taken the opening game in their match against Gambit. The highly fancied Gambit, it has to be said by a number of our panel members and, of course, our analysts and players alike. We're going to head to draft number two very shortly. We've got fine gentlemen alongside me, of course. We've got Blitz and we've got Purge. Gents, we've also had a little bit of bad news, which we can't go into too much, but one of the Quincy crew players has fallen unwell and has gone to hospital, unfortunately, which means they've had to forfeit. So we're going to change up our games at the end. We're going to do TNC versus NIP now as our fourth game of the day. It's always a shame when that happens. I know, travelling, you know, foreign country, food, all sorts of things happen.
Yeah.
Can't really, you know, do anything about it. I think all we want to make sure is that they're okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of germs in airports. You have to go through a minefield to get here. I'm not surprised. It's just unlucky that it happened during the day. Sometimes the illness hits you. Happened to me at TI. I was like mid-panel, and after it was ending, I was like, I need to go home now.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible, isn't it? Yeah. When it just hits you like that, unfortunately.
Yep, happens sometimes.
Yeah. So, yeah, commiserations to them. And also, you know, hopefully everything's okay and the player can return tomorrow and hopefully carry on. But if not, you know, just be safe. Whoever it is, we don't know who it is right now. We've not got that information, but we hope they recover fully, and we wish them well. So as I said, we'll do TNC versus NIP. Right now, though, we're focusing on our third series of the day. It's Team Liquid versus TNC. Will, your boys are going to step up right now.
Yeah, right now it's pretty disappointing considering like the history of the org and how big it is. Like this is not the way that I think everybody wanted to start, especially. Like you come into this tournament, you're already off to pretty rough start. Like, because the first draft is always supposed to be your best. It's the one that you can prepare for the most, right? It's your idea about the game. They knew that TNC really likes taking first picks, so they take that away from them. You go into it pretty confidently with your first two picks, and then you just get mauled like that. It does not feel good.
Smart draft from March, though.
It's a very smart draft from March. I felt like he addressed everything perfectly with the later picks. Like I thought the Veno pick was pretty brilliant.
Yeah, he adjusted really well, but it was also that they opened with something crazy. You know, like they defined the draft with their opening, not so much. Whereas on the Liquid side, they're like, we're gonna pick a Shadow Demon to open, and then we'll try to react to you. So it's like they didn't even get to start with their strongest draft. You could argue they came into it thinking like, all right, we're gonna try to outdraft them. And they didn't force their opponents to play into them. And, yeah, they just had a little bit of a misstep.
What's the pressure like, Will, for these boys? They are stepping, I mentioned at the top of the show, they're stepping into big shoes, a very successful former squad for Team Liquid. Liquid are an organisation which are used to, success across all of the games that they compete in. They won't want to shy away from the fact that they, in the top 2, 3, in the running for every tournament they go to. That's the kind of teams that they like and love, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, especially with like how everything started, and pretty much like old Liquid fans are going to love the previous roster. Sure. Everyone hated them for a bit for the whole alliance bit, but like right now, it's they're in a kind of weird position because I think they don't really know where they stand anymore in the community. But like the best way to get that love back is just to win.
Yeah, just head down and get on with it, isn't it?
Yeah, everybody likes a winner.
Yeah,
come on.
Once you get into that kind of groove, you'll be all right.
I think it's easily going to look better for you as a squad if you change rosters rather than kick a player. I think roster swapping is definitely maybe not more toxicness. Toxic is the wrong word because teams do need to swap players sometimes. But I think they did the right thing. Sponsor hopping, whatever. People are going to get used to it. It's just going to be Paul over here saying Alliance a little bit too much. And
I hope
and they're going to have to change all their jerseys and their Twitter pages, and that's about it. No big deal.
Yeah.
And
yes,
win.
plenty of pressure on these guys. Also, though, Will, it's early, right? I mean, because the expectation is high, obviously, for them to do well because they look like a good team at TI. They didn't look like the best team in the world, but they look like a good team that were progressing and were hungry. They've been together a long time. There's some stability in there. They've got Boxy and they've got Mickey. They've got players that look really flashy at times and they've got lots of potential. But it's a longer-term project than just, September and October of 2019, isn't it?
Of course. Something I really like that Seb always preaches is always take a long-form view of the situation. Like, everyone will make fun of OG. I'm sure, like, for example, if they're playing right now and they're doing poorly, like, oh, they're trash again. And, if they up and win another TI, does anybody really care?
They're going to fluke another TI or fluke another major.
Yeah, and by the time, like, they win their 5th one in a row, everyone will be like, baby, this is the one that they finally fall off.
But it's almost like they spend
it's amazing that they fluke 2 TIs and 4 majors. It's astonishing that they were that fluky.
They spend the whole year channeling their spirit bomb to do well at TI. So basically, Liquid, they could be shit for another 8 months here, and it's going to be fine.
The way that I look at
it, they have to be good.
Is like, if you bomb 2 tournaments and you do okay or if you do well at the major, like, does any of the players really care in the long run?
Again, context. Finished top 4 at the first major of the year. Pretty much guaranteed going to TI.
Yes. So, I mean, you're trying to take a long form view, and really what the rest of the year is trying not to, like, mentally tap out, because it's so easy for lineups. You get a rough start like this, and it's so easy to just, like, blame and start to get really down on yourself. So this is where you have to treat these games what they are. Try not to get into your own heads too much.
Were they guilty of that before, do you think? As the Alliance squad, did they get a little bit mind screwed themselves sometimes in the drafts?
In the drafts, yeah. I mean, I think especially with, like, remember the whole gyro situation and stuff like that happened.
That was what I was
yeah,
thinking
sometimes stuff like that just happens.
Yeah.
It's just where it happened that was so unfortunate.
The for those who don't know, the accidental pick instead of ban. Yeah.
This time it's a proper pick.
Yep. I mean, gyro was not that popular leading up until TI, but then like a month before, everyone kind of like came to realize that he was one of the best cores in the meta.
Well, because before that, people were spamming in with the IO.
Yeah, because like basically Gyro's buffing and nerfing had been tied to IO, literally and figuratively, for so long that it was like difficult to give him buffs because you're like, but IO Gyro's busted. Why would I buff Gyro? Right. So Gyro kind of sat in this weird place for a while, and then eventually IO got nerfed so many times, IO goes away, and then people are like, wait, he works by himself. We just need to buy the right items and play him in the right way, and then it's fine. And the itemization helped a little bit. People buy ags, that kind of thing. Finally came into its own. Now he will get nerfed.
I really like that assessment. I hadn't really thought about it like that.
That's because I've always been a big fan of Gyro myself. I've been advocating for the Ags build for a long time. You probably know. I probably talked to you about it. But like anytime I read a patch, I was waiting for the buffs, and they just weren't going to come until the pairing got bad.
Yeah. You know what's fun is that whenever I think like Kevin's an idiot, like he'll read a patch and say, I think this is good. Like in the moment, I think he's a fool and no one does it, and then like 4 months later, it comes back around.
1 maybe.
These are not
called
like
Clinks pre-TI 2 TIs ago.
Yeah. It eventually swings back around, and I look like the fool.
But a lot of the times it's like I'm calling a B hero or a B plus hero. I'm like, this hero is going to be good, and then it just takes like a couple of the A minus heroes to get nerfed, and all of a sudden that B plus is like an A minus.
It's a bit like Kotl, isn't it? Coddle has been a bit like that in the past, where he has those phases where he kind of goes out of the meta but doesn't really get changed too much, and then suddenly he's back in the meta and everyone's picking him. You're like, what?
I mean, was he even picked at TI?
A little bit, but not much.
Like almost. He was like, there were just like 5 heroes left and Coddle was on it, and then he got picked a little.
Yes.
But like since then, yes, he's been played. But that's because all the other best supports nerfed a little bit, and all of a sudden there he is. He's an A- hero now.
Yeah. Haven't been picked. I haven't seen him here yet. Seen a couple of bans on him, but not picked, I don't think.
There was one earlier today.
Maybe in one of the other matches. On the other streams.
Maybe it was a different one.
I haven't seen an awful lot of Void today because it's been banned an awful lot, but it has been given out, and it's TNC they've got it.
Yeah, BSJ thinks it's a broken carry hero. What it is secures you team fight no matter what. Like this hero scales at all parts of the game. You never feel bad about having Chrono on your side. His talents are pretty good. Late game, if you don't have a save, it almost always feels like Void just pops Chrono BKB and he's gonna make the fight at best 4-on-5.
And it also just like guarantees so many kills. Like even in the early to mid period of the game, just because Chronosphere is so reliable. You buy a lot of attack speed items. The Maelstrom Mjolnir build is really effective, and he's got good talents too. Just does a lot of damage right now. I think the Time Lock Bash talent with your proc chance is just fantastic.
And he's also taller now.
Sure.
I don't know. It just seems weird. For me, I don't know, it's an optical illusion, but he just seems taller now.
His feet are very close to the camera. It seems he's clearly standing in like a flying V. He's trying to look bigger.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's probably just pushed forward more.
Yep.
It'd be weird if they changed his height all of a sudden out of nowhere.
I mean, he looks bigger than Ogre right now.
Yes,
and he is not bigger than Ogre.
Which is
again.
why I say, like, just
He's a little
I don't
guy.
know why. How did he get so tall all of a sudden? Anyway, Centaur on the other side for Liquid. Will?
I think that's a really good, like, I was trying to think about like why they decided to take that. I thought they'd pick something like Pudge or something, but I think the reason for the Centaur is just high base damage, really nicely in the lane against the Faceless Void. And I think the idea was that they probably thought it was an Ogre 5.
Right.
But now what they're showing is that it's an off-lane Ogre and a safe, it's going to be a safe lane like Void plus Undying combo. So now you have pretty good lanes again for TNC. Like, I really like what March does.
Yeah.
Like, he's trying to keep things as open and flexible as possible. He's actually, by doing this, taking the role of first pick, and he's putting Liquid into a weird position, because normally here you should be able to counter pick once again. But now it's a little bit weirder in terms of like the draft order. Because now TNC once again get to pick like their overall game win hero while putting Liquid into a weird position.
What is it about those MVP boys, by the way? Because nearly all of them have been drafters or coaches in the last couple of years, and they're all bloody brilliant at it.
I think they just have good ideas about the game.
Yeah.
They probably learned a lot from each other.
I mean, we can take a lot of credit for this. We went to Korea and we basically
that's what I was trying to dig at, Kevin.
we slapped them around for 3 months,
Yeah.
and we forced all the smartest, best players to form under one team. That
Like a
was the
super
only
team to beat us.
possible way they could beat us. And then once we were destroyed, disbanded, and struggling for money, then they went on the international stage, and now they rule the world. That's what happened, Paul. It was
And
us.
now they're just spread across a number of different teams doing great things in drafts.
Exactly.
Okay with the Lycan?
It's very good against like Undying Lina, low armor heroes that are anti-mobile basically, because you can run them down. That aspect is very good. He's also pretty survivable, so he should be able to lane mid semi-good. We don't really know if the Lina's mid or 4. Obviously, for Lina, very, very popular in China. She's got really high base armor right now. Good right clicks can be effective too. I don't know how it does mid against Alina. I'm guessing it'd be semi-okay for Lycan.
And a Grimstroke final pick for Liquid.
Okay. Grimstroke with homing missile can be good. What else? Decent with Rubik too. The anti-mobility is really fantastic too. The ultimate should stop time walk. Is that correct? If you're latched to somebody, you probably can't time walk. Because it should be a leash. It functions like other leashes typically. I might be wrong, but I think that's how it works. The other thing, it is actually it's a support that actually is decent against killing Voided lane as well, because you just use your Inkswell and then you throw the silence on, get the stun follow-up blast afterwards. It's like one support hero that can easily set up on Void. Maybe not super easily, but with some levels you can. So between Grimstroke and Centaur and Rubik, they have burst potential, they've got wave push, and they can lane against the Void. Although maybe he'll just be 5, who knows, but the option's there.
What's the winning hero for TNC here, Will?
So it's most likely going to be a Lycan. They could do Lycan mid. They could do Gyro mid. So you're playing up against either of those two. I think there's a pretty decent chance that it's going to be, oh, it's an Alk, then you probably do gyro mid so that you can at least pressure. Unless you feel comfortable going for 50-50. Okay, so it's going to be...
And Alina support. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Yeah, okay. So yeah, Tim's on the Lina.
I kind of like this because KP as an Ogre Magi is basically being able to plant his giant character model in his lane and get tons of farm and basically be a little bit difficult to kill.
He's going to be a pain, isn't he?
Yeah, especially against Lycan. Lycan's not going to be able to do much damage because he has so much armor. So if Gyro's there, it'd be easier to kill him. But if it's Lycan, as we suspect, then KP should be able to just buy the defensive items he wants and try to make his team win the early mid fights and then buy that time for Alk to become the monster that he is.
You fancy TNC for this, Kevin?
Yes, it is very easy to predict him this time because I've seen with evidence that they play very well. Good Dota players, easy prediction, TNC Predator.
Well?
Yeah, I actually, funny enough, I do like TNC's lineup a lot because I think that the Alk is probably going to outpace. I could see a world, though, where if Liquid gets the first Roshan and they're able to get map control around mid tower, I could see it, but I feel like they might be a little bit too farm reliant themselves.
Time to join our commentary team who are waiting to bring you game number 2, BSJ with Capitalist.
That's right, TNC, they have shown, if you guys have been watching some of their drafts heading into the qualifiers, they've shown some interesting stuff. They brought back Underlord, they've done Safe Lane Night Stalker, and here they're going to pick up an Alchemist after already having a Faceless Void, and our panel likes it quite a bit. BSJ, what do you think?
I am a little fearful for this Alchemist pick. Up until that point, I thought their draft was like way better overall. The one concern I have about this Void pick is that other than Lina, you have no D-push against this Lycan Gyro combo that just like this really strong mid-game and the Lycan obviously offering all the push. So I'm looking at this game similar to how I looked at the Alchemist game earlier, and that's just that if they can snowball the objectives on the map for Liquid before the Alchemist BKB, which comes after the Radiance, their lineup looks really good. But if TNC is able to hold the fort, I don't see how they can scale against Alchemist Void. With the Ogre Steroid, he's not only going to have the Bloodlust, but he's also going to have probably a Pipe, a Solar Crest, a Crimson.
Yeah.
These types of items that just effectively give extra slots, right, to the Alchemist as well as the Void. So I have to give late game to the Radiant, and I give like the 10 to 25 minute window to Liquid, and the rest of the game is TNC. So that's what I'm looking for. I do think this draft has better potential for Liquid than last game, but they definitely have a fire.
And that is something that Blitz kind of touched on, right? Is that he was saying the one way I could see Liquid winning this is taking control early and getting that first Roshan. And that's going to be the really big window of taking objectives, trying to take control of the map. And choke out an Alchemist lineup. We're going to an even split of bounty runes this time around. It will be the Gyrocopter mid and the safe lane Lycan dealing with the Ogre Lina lane. When I saw that drafted, I was like, yeah, I guess that probably is a hero that is tanky enough, has enough regen that could deal with Ogre Lina. Do you think it's good enough?
I don't think any carry can quote-unquote deal with Ogre Lina. Like, it's going to be a hero that can retreat to the jungle somewhat early, and I think he's going to do okay, but I don't think there's really a carry that wins the game or wins the lane against Ogre Lina. Like, in the entire hero pool of Dota, I don't think there's one that does. So you kind of just got to survive the lane. That's the power of picking this Ogre core. You know, the hero doesn't scale as well as a lot of other cores, but his laning prowess is insane. You have the setup stun for Lina to get the Light Striker Ray, and then pretty much any carry in the game just gets right-clicked by Lina, and it's super annoying.
Yeah. You could see they're actually dual laning right now against Armel, and Sania is going to camp out here, maybe in part because of what you're saying, that this is just not a lane that you can really beat or deal with, so maybe it's better focus all your efforts on trying to deny as many creeps away from Armel as possible. Meanwhile, they've got the aggro dual lane, the Rubik Centaur classic duo. But Boxy already taking a lot of damage. The retaliate stacks are being built up, though.
That's genius.
See whether or not he can actually get some good CS from it. I don't know, man. I'm not sure if I've ever seen Grimstroke successfully in a mid lane dual lane, but they will manage to get the first blood as he just gets a bit too close. Mickey does get stunned up by Tim's, managed to draw off the aggro of the tower and will survive as a result. A safety fairy fire just in case, and Insani will pass over a healing salve as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really important to force out the Lina rotation. Now that gives Lycan like 1 or 2 creep waves for him to get that extra. Like once you get level 4-5 on Lycan, you can just rotate between jungle and lane to defend. It's just those early couple of levels that this hero's really weak.
Yeah.
His wolves scale very naturally well as his passive. So
it feels a lot like the safe lane Beastmaster, you know, where your summons make it really hard to beat this hero in a 1v1 because he just can out CS you all the time. But those first couple of levels, those summons are really weak and just can be free gold.
Absolutely, yeah.
And Koifa just being patient, biding his time, waiting for, you know, whenever the Lina leaves, get some CS. Otherwise, bottom lane, trying to go for a kill here onto Marge. They're going to pop the all those stacks that he had earlier from the Retaliate. They're going to use that against Marge here, finish him off.
Earlier today, we saw a true 1v1 between an Ogre and a Lycan, and pretty much what you just said happened, where the Ogre won early and then the Lycan just naturally scaled better in the lane. But that's not really going to be the case here because Ogre's been free farming with the aid of the Lina. Like, this isn't a true 1v1, right? You've been given a nice head start on the Ogre, and I think that's just going to prolong his advantage and thus pretty much securing it until maybe Lycan 6 where they can look to rotate. I would like to see an early Crimson Guard from the Ogre. Other than Gyro, their early to mid-game damage, like from Rocket Barrage, other than that, there's really no way to deal with that damage mitigation.
Jesus, they just will not leave Armel alone. Time and time again, Insania shows up with the Inkswell alongside the homing missile. And
is Alchemist like really the hero you want to be shutting down, right? I talked about this with the Morphling. This is the hero that the rest of the team is responsible for making space for.
Yeah.
So as long as the other 2 cores are having a good start, you're eventually going to have to deal with these other 2 cores, and you're not going to be able to shut down this greedy hero anymore, right? So I don't know. Like I think I would want to prioritize the Void and the Ogre. I don't think the Ogre is really abusable, and then Centaur is against an Undying. I mean, Gyro and Centaur are getting the starts they need. So I think all in all, like, Liquid is set up to potentially ramp up the pace of this game quite fast. I like this Bastion a lot, by the way, on Void. Any carries that lack creep wave push, I really like to buy Bastion in these types of games. Like I talked about, they're going to be under threat of being pushed against a lot, and they want to do as best they can to fight against that. Bastion doing a lot for that. But yeah, top lane.
From behind, an easy kill on Tim's. Doesn't actually get the telekinesis throw back. And as a result, I think they're going to miss that kill. Very unfortunate, rotating both supports up there. That should have been a kill on a support, and then Koifa just kind of free farming the lane. But with the 5-minute shrines coming up, Lina is going to be able to stay in lane with this Ogre, and
the race
may come about that time. The race to the bounty runes. Boxy does manage to grab it. So another 2-2 split.
Pretty funny that a level 2 Undying is like man fighting a level 4 Centaur.
Yeah.
It's just crazy when you have strength heroes against Undying.
0-2, but TNC holding that slight net worth lead. Now they're putting both supports again here in this top lane. They're going to try and go for the Inkswell stun onto KP. Can't get out of range. Koifa joining them a bit. Managed to get the Wolves body blocking until the LSA comes in from Tim's. And back to farming it goes, and they're just going to leave Boxy alone in that. I guess in that bottom lane, they've given him enough space, enough levels that he can contest with the Undying a little bit better.
This is some serious greed from the Ogre, by the way. I don't know if you saw his item build. Like, I think he bought boots now because he had like 1,500 earlier, but I mean, Yeah, he bought boots. I'm like a little confused because I think your lineup's already very greedy. You have Alchemist and you have Void. I'm not saying to not buy a Midas on Ogre, but maybe go like, Phase Bracer Midas or something.
Yeah. Something that would allow you to use that advantage to dominate the laning phase a little bit more.
Yeah, and now you've kind of thrown away your advantage, I feel like, against this Lycan, who's now putting a lot of pressure top. You do have the Lina to D-push a bit. I'm not 100% sure I don't like this. I just, usually, based on what I just saw last game from KP, I'm surprised to see such a drastic shift in, like, mindset.
He's definitely saying, like, I want to be able to farm up. I want to be able to scale better late into the game, but they don't really need that. With an Alch and Void cores, I don't think they have to worry about late game too much.
Yeah, to be fair, once the mid game rolls around, he's not going to be hitting a creep for like the rest of the game. So he does need the Midas, right? Because that allows him to still gain net worth over the course of the game while pretty much just becoming a nuke and bloodlust bot. But
with the phase bracer, like, you wouldn't be chased away by these wolves, right?
Yeah.
You would turn and you'd be right-clicking the wolves every single time. Trying to farm up the jungle as much as possible. Mickey had some stacks spotted out by Insania, and they will take them away from TNC. This is supposed to be the recovery for the Alchemist. Of course, Alchemist does have other options. The triangle was stacked up for him as well.
We saw this earlier where the opponent team was taking the Alchemist stacks. Now this needs to turn into like somewhat early objectives. Sometime before maybe 12, 13 minutes, they need to take a couple tier 1s and not only be slowing down the Alchemist timings, but also be slowly but surely cutting off the map. Because even if Alchemist gets a Radiance, if the rest of his team is stuck getting nothing on the map because Alchemist is taking all of the limited farm that there is, then you can deal with just an Alchemist being farmed. But you have a Void going Midas, you have an Ogre going Midas.
So who's moving where, in your opinion, for Liquid? You're saying we need to take objectives. Whose job is it to move out of their lane and to put that pressure to start?
I think it's 100% gyro rotating. It's just a matter of if he wants to go to the Lycan with Lycan ult. I think I would go away from the Centaur because Centaur contributes to the fight without actually being there. So I think gyro rotating to Lycan's lane or vice versa is definitely going to be what happens. It's whether or not they think mid lane or top lane is the priority. Oftentimes you rotate to your off laner's lane, but oddly enough, this game, Lycan's your tower push and gyro's kind of like your mid game strength. So I think it's naturally going to happen around the mid lane.
Yeah.
But they seem to be content. What is Lycan's timing on the Helm Dom here? Okay, so he did just get it. Okay, he's going bottom. I almost would have preferred mid, but if they want to punish bottom too, that works for me. What's the plan here to kill this Void? Maybe force the time walk?
Yeah, trying to force out the time walk. Gabby knows what's coming, so he's running the opposite direction of Boxy right now. Runs to the other side of that cliff. Does throw out the Chronosphere and TPs away. So that it, they force out that ultimate and very likely are going to be able to take this tower as a result. Because I don't know if TNC want to be able to defend, especially given the greediness of their lineup and no Chronosphere.
Well, yeah, they happen to rotate to the one lane I didn't list in the 2 lanes I said. But either way, the concept is there. They did force a rotation, and this is classic Void Dota right now.
What, lucky bashes?
Just bashing you and never dying, pretty much.
They will manage to find the kill, though, onto March. And maybe with a silence landing onto the Void, time walk coming up, he will manage to get a small distance away, but Mickey continues to chase him. Still, though, he's already healed up enough. They are beginning to cut into this jungle area. That allows this Lycan to keep the push going to bottom. And if they rotate to bottom, that allows this pressure in mid. They can start chipping away at that mid-tier 1 tower. So this is a win-win situation for Liquid right now when it comes to taking objectives. Even better if they can kill KP here. The telekinesis retaliate, maxed out stacks, but KP is still very tanky. Maybe if he had a phase boots though, he'd be tanky enough to survive this, but as it is, it looks like Boxy should be able to chase him down. KP is gonna try and juke his way through the trees with this Quelling Blade, but Boxy continues to cut down trees as well to keep some eyes on the KP, making sure he cannot juke his way out of this one. 0-5, Liquid. Still not holding a net worth lead, but again, they are matched up against an Alchemist, so.
Yeah, this is this is the deciding moment in the game, right? You have Alchemist Radiance coming out soon. You have 2 Midases on Radiant. Like, they are up by 1K gold, but you don't feel any of this net worth.
No.
You effectively have like 8,000 net worth on the Radiant side that does nothing. So this is when Liquid needs to do exactly this.
Running over Tim's, see if they can keep him chain stun, quickly blown up with a Fateful. Now Armel chasing him, it's gonna be silenced up, and look at Mickey coming in from the side here. They're looking to be able to steal stacks and maybe steal Alchemist's life away as well, as Boxy does not have another stun. They're gonna run out of damage here, and if they're not careful, KP may punish them for diving in a little bit too deep, but this is perfect. Liquid taking control of the jungles. This is what you have to do against an Alchemist, but can you keep that control? Doesn't look like it. Armel just comes right back to farm his stacks.
No breaks, Liquid. Keep going. Keep doing exactly what you're doing. You have to. You don't want to like feel panicked, but you do need to have a sense of urgency. The double Midas is already online. Lycan obviously going for the standard stuff, but what's there like naturally once you take the bottom tier 1, you do rotate to the mid tier 1. But you need more than just gyro. Like they need to have the fine balance of not too many resources, but enough to get the tower. And nice little tombstone donation there.
They're gonna make the commitment right now with at least the Centaur trying to catch out Tim's. Koipa himself not committing, but just using some of his summons to be able to chase him away. Now trying to take down that mid-tier 1 tower, but you could see TNC, much like Liquid last game, putting a heavy premium and trying to protect this mid-tier 1 tower, keep that map control, and that's where the Void comes in with the Chronosphere, looking to be able to blow up Taiga. They do manage to get him. Tims gets out the damage just before he falls, but it looks like March is going to get gobbled up by Mika as well, and eventually TNC, they will manage to make this hold. Even without the Radiance and the Chronosphere being used, Liquid have to back up. They just did not bring enough heroes to this fight, with the Centaur still occupying the top lane.
Yeah, that's concerning if they're going even on fights. Like I'm emphasizing, I think that's about 8,000 net worth on Radiant that does nothing. It's like a Sacred Relic and 2 Midases.
Yeah.
So you're effectively ahead by 8,000 gold on Liquid. And you're kind of losing, like it's an even fight. And like we said, this game doesn't get easier, so they need to just keep fighting. They need to force fights while there's no chrono.
Yeah, it's a little surprising that KP and Gabby were trying to force the fight at top lane. It looks like KP's going to get run down.
Yeah, that was
Tims
a little peculiar.
Does hit the LSA onto Boxy.
Oh.
I mean, you were just saying, like, you got to keep up on Liquid. You got to force fights, and TNC's the one running at Liquid with no Chronosphere.
That was particularly odd, and now he's got a massive Pidus. That hurts even more with the Ogre having the multicast. Is going for the Crimson Guard. Elected to go back for these like early stat items that I thought kind of should come before the Midas. But once they get those items, they're almost impossible to kill. But Liquid has this window right now to punish. And they're clearly aware of this, right? Like the way they're playing.
Another round of Shapeshift. The LSA does immediately land on Koipa, but he managed to get the Centaur stun onto Tims with the follow-up stun coming up from Boxy. That's going to be both supports immediately dead. And it looks like March is going to be chased down as well. The 3, 4, and 5 position, plus the mid-tier 1 tower all falling. Liquid taking huge advantage of this downtime. And I have to say, like, BSJ, at some point in time, you're saying, like, you have to take advantage of this timing. Isn't it also on TNC, like, don't you want to put the brakes on a little bit? Don't you not fight this lineup at some point?
You have to take, like, you have to select your fights very carefully. I think their fighting with Chrono is really good, but like you said, like, them, like, forcing the fight in top was really weird, and now that you don't have Chrono mid, you have to stall as much as possible. You have to force Liquid to bring 3, 4 heroes to take your towers, but then you have to be careful to not just like chain feed while your Chrono's on cooldown. You just question every time I see these types of games, you know, we see them ahead 12-2, but they are losing in net worth. I know it's an Alchemist, so it's kind of like you're kind of expected to lose in net worth to an Alchemist, and an even game may kind of promote okay for Alchemist, or the team against Alchemist, but I don't think it really works that way anymore, like with Alk. He's a hero that just comes online so quickly that early net worth can be felt.
It
used
feels
to be
like he's
like
way
6
more
slots.
of a mid-game hero than he used to be, right?
Yeah,
so we're
exactly.
not looking at an Alchemist 5 slots when he comes online. It's like 2 items.
Yeah.
maybe 3.
The
and
3
you're
or
ready
4
to go. It looks like the
items
initiation onto the Void. A big one with the silence follow-up as well. This carry's having a hard time getting out of all these disables and will fall. It looks like they're going to be able to catch March as well here. Taiga just keeps pace with him and eventually slow March with no boots. It's everyone's so greedy, and poor March has to pick up the tab on everybody else. He still has to buy the wards. They're not winning any fights. They're not getting any towers, and as a result, he's got no boots for his feet.
So yeah, we talked about like the way TNC played last game and the way KP played it. This is such a 180, right, from last game. It almost bothers me if they win this game on the side of TNC, where it's like, this is such a pub game where they're like feeding relentlessly randomly on the map, and yet the game's even because they have 2 Midases and an Alchemist.
You feel like they just shouldn't be
like,
able to win with this kind of greed, right?
Like, come on.
This shouldn't be Dota.
I could do this. Like, I could assemble 3 cores of players and be like, dude, just keep farming. They're going to kill us one by one, you know.
That's a North American specialty right there.
Yeah, man. Like, we're going to farm 3 lanes and feed. Like, this is what we do, you know. I wouldn't exactly model anything a team should do off of our region, but all
Tim's
jokes aside.
Poor Tim's. This is one of those deaths where you're just kind of running down lanes trying to kill creeps, right? You're just trying to create some space.
Yep, they have the net creep.
They're going to be able to keep him locked in. The silence is going to get there just in time before the time walk. This Grimstroke has been a bane of Void's life. Gabby just cannot get away. And I think Insania started off this game telling Gabby, hey, I'm gunning for you this game.
I mean, I think Liquid, carrying over from last season, they operate best when Boxy's allowed to run around the map killing people.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what situation TNC's given them. I almost think this is like a slap in the face by TNC saying, like, we don't give you any credit to, like, shut us down. You know, like, you're not going to do what it takes to shut us down here. Yeah, I mean, Liquid just needs to keep doing this. Like, we expected this in terms of, you know, one team's got the crazy-ass late game with Alchemist plus Void. But, man, TNC really put all their eggs in one basket of greed and to the next level here. And it's really forced them into this, like, dodge, push out lanes, and trade bodies for getting lanes pushed out. They're actually looking to take a fight now, it looks like.
Nice catch onto Lina. And at the same time, with this big Chronosphere, if they can actually take down Mickey, it'd be massive. The Stampede goes out with the multicast. That's going to keep Mickey in place long enough for Gabby to be able to get the double kill. But here comes the Lycan, trying to chase down KP. KP with no mana, very little health. It will eventually fall here. Armel, nowhere to run to use this unstable concoction until he spots him just barely. Does manage to get that one away. The stun does not implode on him, and Liquid will not be able to catch anybody, punish anybody for killing Mickey's gyrocopter. So a decent little fight there for TNC. I think well worth the trade-off for them.
Yeah, the massive Pitus.
Oh, again.
Again, man. Grant would be... He's probably shaking in his sheets right now. As you know, he's laying down, enjoying the game with them. Oh.
He's just sitting somewhere, watching some NA pubs, and he just feels a shiver down his spine. He's like, somewhere there's a Midas.
I can feel it. I can feel it. It's off cool. He's like, I'm going to pull up a Hector replay to make me feel better. Yeah, that's a pretty big death on the side of Giants. It's crazy, man. How do you have a game where they're up 19-4 and it just still feels like all the pressure's on them to get something done here?
Yeah.
Alchemist still crazy, skyrocketing in the net worth. Lycan falls off in terms of damage output. You're going to have a Shiva's coming out on Alchemist, and you have a Crimson being worked on slowly but surely by this Midas Ogre. Pretty funny to see that he had a free farm start and now he's below the Rubik in terms of net worth. Pretty standard Alchemist things when you're not having like a really good game. You kind of see the effect of not having a good game on the rest of the team, not the Alchemist himself. We do have the brief moment to appreciate the 420 in terms of kills. All them Sigrips in chat and all that kind of stuff.
True.
You gotta appreciate that.
20 minutes in, too.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate it, you know? Don't forget the memes.
We know the metrics are deceiving. So BSJ, give us your expert opinion Is Liquid winning this game? Are they performing this lineup as they need to? Or was this gyro pickoff too much?
Disclaimer, expert being loosely defined here.
The only expert we got.
Yeah, we're limited here. It's so funny that you say that because it's like, I really don't know. I'm like, I think they're doing what they need to do. Like, they're just killing them over and over again, and they're kind of getting objectives off of it. But is it enough? It's like begs the question. Like if I'm on their perspective, I'm like, we're killing them, and we're pushing lanes, and we're taking Roche, and yeah, why are we not like at their base right now? Why are we not winning the game already? So I think they're itemizing well. Lotus is really good against the time dilation, against the Alchemist stun, the Ogre stun, the Lina Laguna. There's a lot of good reasons for this Lotus Orb. It enables the gyro, like I said, we were talking about during the draft, you and I, that gyro works way better with saves, so kind of like a pseudo save in that regard, like an item to throw onto him. But man, Alchemist is such an annoying hero, man.
Yeah.
They just somehow have accrued this 2K lead despite everything, and he's going to have a Shiva's. In my past experience, whenever I play Lycan against these types of heroes, I eventually just do no damage in fights, and then you turn into this like weird split push game, and then it's like awkward because you're like this pace-setting hero that no longer wants to fight because you don't do anything. So it's not easy for him to kill the supports because they have like Alchemist and running at you and the Void to save them, and you're going to have the Crimson Guard on the Ogre, Medallion already on the Undying. With everything I just said, I accomplished effectively nothing in terms of answering your question. So.
It sounds like to me, you're saying Liquid's slightly behind.
I'd say
like
slightly.
They just haven't controlled the map quite well enough. They haven't limited the pickoffs just enough.
Yeah.
And another slip up or two, and this game is very rapidly going to get out of their control. But
yes, I would say one mistake in Liquid is SOL for sure here. Liquid is in control right now, but they are on thin ice.
Well, this is a pickoff they cannot afford. Lycan does manage to get off his shapeshift, though, before the stun came in, and he will manage to run away. So if he can just keep vision of some of these heroes, the rest of the team can cut across, and they should be able to get at least 1 or 2 pickoffs here. The Lina is going to be protected a bit by the Alchemist, but here comes the rest of Liquid. KP does spot him, trying to slow him down. The Stampede looking to be able to run down the Lina, does manage to get him. Jump forward from the Alchemist, going straight for Mickey right now with a buyback coming out from the Lina. Can they get him chain stun, or Mickey's just going to turn and fight? After all, he's got an Aegis. They can't really focus him down, and it's going to be Armel who dies instead. Mickey survives a little bit longer before that Aegis finally falls, but Gabby with a BKB, he still has a Chronosphere, and he's gonna let it fly just as the gyrocopter coming back alive. Can they save Mickey's life? No, they can't. The Fire Blast multicast is too much damage, and Koifa running around with no shapeshift is gonna be enough to be able to finish off this Lina and maybe get some damage on the KP, but Gabby, he still has a wealth of damage on him. He's gonna time walk off some of that to be able to finish off the Lycan. Now just 2 supports. Can they control him up? The X12, the silence isn't gonna be enough. Gabby will fall. KP looks like he may die to the 2 supports as well, but Taiga with the time dilation on him, he's too slowed. They have no magic damage left. Insania gets another round of his silence back, but he's just, KP's too tanky. He gets 1 more nuke out. The Wolves are slowing down KP as much as possible, but the armor's too much. He can't quite finish up this 100 HP Ogre because the damage is just not there, and KP will survive through it all, gets the double kill, and Liquid get wiped. BSJ, is that the slip up that was just 1 too many?
That might not be. I think we're kind of still at the same point that we were like a minute ago. Like, I think that was a wash, but at the same time, like I said, the longer this game goes on, I don't think this game is out of reach for Liquid yet. Like, that's not like the game-ending slip-up. Him dying here is...
He doesn't have the Aegis this time around. Does have 20 magic stick charges, though, and will be able to get some distance between him and Armel.
I was like, I just came back to saying it's not over yet, and then he's about to die on Gyro. That's the problem, though. By the way, Alchemist didn't BKB that last fight. He just didn't use his BKB, so he died. That was very strange.
March gonna get run down here by Koifa. You're not gonna feel super great about this use of shapeshift. You got a 5 position. Again, feels like Liquid, they need to be able to accomplish more.
I'm very happy with the itemization from Ogre. I highlighted the Crimson Guard. I think it's a big deal. The Shivas as like damage mitigation. I'm talking about like some games you're the team that has to worry about surviving, or you're the team that's worried about killing the other team. And in this game, pretty much when you have an Alchemist, you're always the team that's worried about surviving. Like, if you survive, you generally win the fight. And so they're going to build the damage, like make this Lycan do ignorable amounts of damage with the Crimson Guard plus Shivas, because the summons attack really slow. And obviously the Crimson Guard block for all of his teammates. Even a support is tanky with that. And the Gyro Flak, it's really good against that too.
Yeah.
Earlier we saw this, and I'm just fearful that eventually they're not going to be able to kill this Alchemist. And it's not just because Alchemist is tanky, but he also has this Void behind him. And so you can't afford to 4-man the Alch, because the amount of damage you need is from 4 heroes, and then you just get 4-man Chrono.
Yeah.
And they have plenty of damage to just dump into the Chrono. From the Lina as well, even just the Ogre nukes at this point. I like the Force Staff. It basically breaks like any combo that Liquid's gonna throw out at them. Like you have like a Centaur Blink into Grimstroke Stun into Rubik Lift. It like breaks the lift. Really nice to basically say we're itemizing to survive. It goes along with this whole theme. You know, I didn't really love the Rushed Midas, but KP really making it up to me with the items he's choosing to build now.
Taiga, nice chain stunning here. It's going to allow them to get a good follow-up from the Gyrocopter. And now a beautiful stomp on it too, but a better Chronosphere. Locking down the back line. That's 3 stunned up with the LSA over the top. The Laguna Blade to be able to finish off Big A. That is Liquid losing a fight big time. Koifa might be able to sneak away into the night here, as he will not tick out from the damage between the Radiance and that Ignite, but TNC still solidifying an easy win team fight into Tier 1 and Tier 2 towers.
That's exactly what I'm afraid of. 4-man focusing an Alch, and then you get 3-man Chrono. It's like, when you think about it as the fight plays out and each team is imagining how do we win this fight, it is so complicated for Liquid. For TNC, it's like just plan Alchemist in front, Crimson Guard him, and Chrono if they go on him. Like, it's just so simple.
A stomp. Oh, jeez, these beautiful stuns from Taiga. Once again, the telekinesis into the unstable concoction, setting up Boxy to finish off the Alch. And now, without that big damage dealer, they're free to chase down whatever TNC heroes they can catch. First is going to be March. Next is going to be Gabby, but he pops his BKB for fear of Taiga catching him once again. And, well, at least that'll be a BKB charge down. Liquid, though, they have to hit back hard at this point in time. They are losing control of this game as seen from that big Chronospheres fight. They're hoping for an early Roshan, but sadly it's not up for another minute and a half.
Yeah, I will say I'm being a bit biased right now. I'm like rooting for Liquid. I've already said it's not for any other reason than I just don't want an Alchemist with 2 Midases to win the game. Like, I just don't.
It should not be okay.
I don't want viewers to be like enabled, you know, by what they're seeing. You know, like, let's go into our 5-man stack, pick Alch, and buy 2 Midases.
Well, holding on to the unstable concoction, does manage to get it off on a KP, but Gabby does manage to get the Chronosphere, and only locking down the 2 supports though, with Boxy able to get the jump in to finish off that core Ogre, but it looks like Taiga is going to be ripped apart by Gabby, so he does manage to finish off those 2 supports, jumping in for more.
Alchemist
no time dilation to slow down these heroes. Boxy is unable to get away, had no blink up thanks to all those zombies, and now it's TNC's turn to look inside the Roshan pit and be a little disappointed.
No, he's gonna wait. March, no. Oh, well, I guess I'm rooting for Liquid, so they missed it.
What are you growing? We got 50 seconds until the next Roshan. Oh dear, that is not gonna feel great. But Koifa really didn't have it out either way. With no shapeshift, he wasn't gonna get away from that. Well, they know about that vision on the high ground now, but it's a bit too late.
Apparently I have a hard time reading it. I thought it was going to be up in like 10 seconds, so.
You're like, stay in the pit, and I'm like, what?
Just you know,
stay in
like
the pit
I know
for
what I'm talking
50
about.
more seconds?
Yeah, 50 more seconds, it's fine. At this point, obviously the momentum tipping in favor of TNC.
Yeah.
It's getting almost out of hand for Liquid, but we saw them burst down the Alchemist last time.
Oh, the telekinesis, they're going to be tossed together as well. Oh, no, didn't actually get the toss together, so Gabby not going to be chain stunned and will not die as a result. Another BKB charge being used, but...
That's just so brutal when you can't finish these heroes off. The Void Time Walk, the Alchemist obviously with just innate survivability with his ult. Going for the full Mjolnir as well. So like now that they've tanked up enough, now they say, now that we're living, we're going to kill you while we're living. That's like what the goal is for their item progression here. The concept is coming together. Like everyone on TNC is clearly on the same page in terms of the way they're itemizing and playing the game.
Yeah.
They are like lining up their timings really well, despite the flame on the fact that they have like all the greed. They did say all of our heroes are going to hit the power spike at the same time. We're all going to build the same way, survivability into damage. And 7,000 net worth, 31 minutes. Roche is the huge point of contesting here.
Here's another timing for you. The Ogre, who already has that Crimson Guard plus the Plate Mail, potentially Lotus Orb soon, the level 20 talent coming in.
Oh, the 40 strength, right?
The 40 strength. You're talking about surviving. Our boy Ogre.
If he's a man, he'll take the Bloodlust attack speed.
I could dig it. I'm okay with either
man.
one. I mean, you're with the
he's
Void
not a
in and
man.
out, but
He
come
decided to
on.
increase his health pool by 40%.
Yeah.
It's
31 armor is now a 3,000 HP Ogre. He's going to draw some attention somewhere.
Yeah, Gyro just can't stand against these types of heroes. Like as the game goes on, he gets Chrono, he's gonna die. He gets Blink Alk stun, he's probably gonna die, or at least lose like half his health and spend the entire fight running. So I worry for the fact that their main source of damage on Liquid is Gyro, and he is gonna get ran at for the entire fight.
Yeah.
And it's pretty impossible to like avoid what TNC's spitting out here. You have Chrono, you have Blink Alchemist with the Shivas for vision. There's really no way to position against this stuff. Similar to what we saw earlier with Alliance when they picked Sniper and the enemy team could just easily close the gap on him. Gyro's kind of the same thing, but instead he's going to be planted, 800 units closer because he's a short-ranged hero rather than a sniper. They do deny the DD. That was honestly probably a game-ending DD.
Yeah,
because he'd kill
especially
anybody
since
in Chrono.
Liquid can now take that opportunity to smoke up. Can they get the opening they need? Can they run into Gabby and burst him down? They're going to run into Marge. Not the best target, but it is a pickoff nonetheless. And he slips away with a force stab coming out from KP, and they do manage to get some control onto Mickey for a while. Now they jump in for the Chronosphere, and they can't really protect Mickey at all in this situation. Insania is being burnt down by Armel on the back lines. They finish up the supports. Taiga falls as well inside that Chronosphere. Boxy will manage to TP out, but no buyback for the Gyrocopter, not for another 2.5 minutes, and he's down for 95. This is looking like the beginning of the end for Team Liquid.
Oof. Man, it's so miserable to play Gyro in these games when you have no save and you're just against Void. You just get chronoed and you're like, oh, I'm dead. That's basically how it feels. Like when you don't have Aegis, when you don't have buyback, they're just going for the GG push. Lycan no ulti, Centaur no ulti, Grimstroke no ulti, dead heroes. They know he has no buyback because the timer. Actually, yeah,
Tier 4 down. And I mean, there's just no damage from this lineup. They're going to try and jump in with Boxy with the Inkswell. That will manage to blow up one of the supports. Lena's dead, but so is Insania as Gabby's quickly dealing with him. Boxy's trying to lay his damage out onto March. It's just not really doing anything, and Armel will finally turn to finish up the objectives. No, he'll finish off Boxy instead. A nice 3-man stun from Boxy. Can he get back to the fountain to regen up? He will. He'll be fine, but his tier 4 will not. And his throne is rapidly falling. Taiga's going to try and slow it down with a Fate Bolt. Telekinesis around. Koifa running around with his Shapeshift. Not sure what to do because he can't really do anything against this Alchemist. He's going to go for the backline, trying to finish off March. Again, Boxy with a sick 2-man stun. Armel, though, is able to pop his BKB Unstable Concoction. This time, the Centaur will get knocked out of the fight. KP quite low, but Koifa no longer having his Shapeshift. Again, no real damage there. Same goes with Taiga. That was genius indeed. TNC, a very clean game 1, and game 2 a bit scrappier, but their greed does pay off in the end with a 34-minute victory.
Don't emulate this in your pubs, guys.
But BSJ, I saw TNC build 2 Midases with an Alchemist.
Oh, it's painful. But hey, they played their strategy well, so give props to TNC there. Liquid did their best, ahead by 16 kills, and it wasn't enough.
Do you feel like, again, Liquid did not make that many atrocious errors, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't like that many mistakes by them. It just felt like TNC did a better job with their strategy and just executed pretty flawlessly.
And I think both games, TNC's strategy was more straightforward.
Yeah.
Like even if they are on the back end of this time, like playing the greedy way and they scale better, it is just easier to play the way they had to play.
Keep it clean, keep it simple. That's how TNC is doing it, and that's how we're also doing it on the panel.
Thank you very much, Jess. Yes, a 2-0 victory for TNC Predator. An impressive series win against Team Liquid. Gents, it's... I don't know where to start. Brian sort of said on the commentary at the end, Liquid didn't do that much wrong, if anything, during the two games.
Yeah.
TNC played very well.
I thought the one thing that they did a little bit weak was that a lot of the late game fights they would initiate on the Undying. Because basically what the problems come down to that Faces Void is a very good team fight hero.
Yep.
At some point he's going to Chronosphere a couple heroes, you're going to have a stun follow-up, and then the fight's over. And that happened a couple times despite the game being semi-even. When then eventually that's going to mean the game ends. So you need to initiate well to make sure that that doesn't go as well. Maybe initiate, try to kill the Void first or somebody else. It's not easy, but if they catch somebody more important, it's a good fight for you. But if they always go on the Undying and kill him at the start of the fight, even if he doesn't get Tomb off, as long as he's not the first person he gets gone on, he can always jump in and get a good chrono. So,
and they were trying that.
They got to turn it somehow.
They were trying that throughout the game.
Trying to what? Fight in a good way? I mean,
yes,
yeah, sometimes.
But not always successful. I mean, there were a couple of really good chronos in there as well. But
that's why initiations are important. You got to jump on the right guy if possible. Like, hypothetically, the perfect circumstance would be them jumping on and killing Void before he uses BKB to prevent Chronosphere reaction. But they never found him to start fights, so...
How impressed are you, Will, with TNC's playing these two games?
Oh, TNC's looking very good right now. I feel like they understand the conditions of their heroes very well. Their drafts feel very, very stable, which is what we expected out of March. And it just feels like they execute around a good game plan. Like, this is a team that right now, it doesn't look like they have too many holes. Like, they can demonstrate that they can play strats other than the Earthshaker morph. They seem pretty versatile, honestly.
Could they be the surprise?
Oh, I mean, I don't even know if they're that big of a surprise, right? Most of the teams had them. I think they were behind Vici and Alliance, like most people's like their team.
Yep.
It's very close.
Yeah, very much so in that top three, and they've demonstrated exactly well. This was a great chrono in the middle of the game.
Yeah, that one was really good. Especially with the stun follow-up afterwards. This is a good fight by Liquid, though. They Taiga stunned multiple heroes with a max level unstable concoction. The stun duration is amplified by him being Rubik. That's why it lasted so long. He did a telekinesis afterwards. It's like one of the really good fights they had. So.
Okay. Will, how do Liquid bounce back from that?
I mean, I think you have to go back, look at the drafts, see how you set things up, try to figure out your first pick a little bit better, and see if you're getting like the sort of trades that you're comfortable with. Because I feel like in both drafts, the trades that Liquid made weren't necessarily that favorable to them.
Yeah, it's like they were getting solo kills, and maybe that's the reason I'm getting disillusioned with Lycan, but it's very easy to get kills with your ultimate. Ultimate, Helm of the Dominator, go kill a guy. But if you're not near a building afterwards to kill it in melee form Lycan, then your gank was not that successful. You just got a kill, and then you go back to farming again. So it's like, okay, well, there's my big, long cooldown, and we got a kill, but if they can outfarm you with Midas's, you got to get kills and objectives to constrict the map to make that actually matter. And maybe there was something that the TNC was doing to prevent that from happening. It's hard to watch just from watching the game. It's one of those things you got to poke through on replay to really understand what they did.
Go back over and have a look at it again from a wider perspective. From Liquid's point of view, Kevin, what did they do that was positive that they can take out of that series?
I mean, 14-2 or what, 420? 20 kills versus the 4 of your opponents. That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of successful ganks and kills. And just watching it, like they were talking about, it just looks so easy from the TNC side. It's like, okay, everybody just farm, make sure we don't all die at the same time. And I just could think of like all the brain power that Liquid had to go through to set up ganks and execute them correctly and continue pressuring the map. And on the other side, they're just like Midas hit creeps, Midas hit creeps. It's like it's easier to execute in a lot of ways than when the fights come, you Chronos. So good for them, but maybe swap out a different. Maybe Lycan isn't as good as we all thought it was, despite it being a good hero in the last few weeks.
Disappointingly so. Still good in Underlords though. Let's grab a word with the winning team. KP is with Sir Action Slacks.
Hey, thanks, guys. I am here with KP from TNC. Hello, sir. How was that series for you?
First game was pretty good for us, pretty easy. Second game was a bit more tough. So, yeah.
I can definitely tell. Alchemist, I want to talk about this hero. TI, super broken, banned every game. They thought they fixed him. He seems to be still broken. I've seen him in every game, and he's going bananas. What do you think about the hero?
I think it's still not... I mean, it's been nerfed a bit. I think it's not like first pick anymore. So we kind of like 22 pick, which is like the last pick. So I think at least you don't see teams first picking it. It's not like that strong. So I think it's still like okay.
Okay, sounds good. Now, I did have a question for you with winning. A lot of players tell me you can only learn stuff from losing. Losing gives you so much information. In a series like that, you guys were very dominant against Liquid, seem to have not too many problems, except a little bit in Game 2. What did you learn from that series?
I mean, I feel like we did kind of lose the second game as well a bit. Like, just the early game, laning stage, and then the early game tempo. So I'd say we learned, like, how our drafts work and how we're gonna like do better in the early game for next time.
All right, well, lessons to be gleaned from that series. Thank you so much, man. We'll be seeing more of you. But for now, back to you guys on the panel.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Slack. Sorry about the sound on that one. I'll get that fixed. We'll stop meeting microphones or something. We're going to wrap up our series back with Purge and Blitz. Gents, just final thoughts on that one. Will, plenty for Liquid to think about.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's still a long tournament to play out. You sort of have to mentally reset yourself right now because TNC are still a very good team, but hopefully they learned a lot from that 2-0 throbbing.
Yeah, and Kevin, on the flip side of that, TNC will leave that with a ton of confidence now.
Yeah, I think they should. They've been playing very well. Their drafts are a little bit diverse. Their play styles are a bit different every game, so they've got to be happy with what they got.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on. Our next series, of course, we made an announcement earlier on. We're going to switch things up. We're actually going to go back to the original, which was Gambit versus Quincy Crew, because apparently Quincy Crew have managed to find a fifth with that. We'll bring you all up to speed with exactly what's been going on here at ESL 1 Hamburg after the break.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Fuel. It's domination in a can.
Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Pushing Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics.
I walk a different path.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
ESL 1 Hamburg 2019 continues into the evening here as we reach our final series of day number 1. Very interesting day so far. We've also mixed it up a little bit here on the panels. We welcome BSJ alongside Purge. How you doing, Brian?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
Just got off some casting with new partners.
Interesting couple of matches with some new men.
I love watching some clean Dota, and I also like. It's like unbearingly, you're watching the team lose to 2 Midases in the Alp, and you're just like cringing.
It's fine. You just have to ignore that, Brian. Don't look at the itemization. Just enjoy the game.
That's what I'm saying. Like at the same time, it's like you love to watch them suffer because that's just what Dota viewers.
Yes.
That's what we're all about, right?
Yeah,
watching
we're sadists, really.
It's fun to watch. Give a team an opportunity to beat it too. To see like, all right, let's see what they can do. Like, show me the answers that I know.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. And then at the end, you're just like, well. They tried.
Yeah, were you impressed by TNC?
Yeah, honestly, I haven't gotten a chance to watch them too much this season.
Solid drafts and really good execution.
Like I didn't think that was a fluke at all. I don't think Liquid played especially bad. I think they had a game plan and executed it to perfection on TNC, and that's always nice to watch.
They didn't look like they played that bad. There was no major mistakes in there. There was nothing you could kind of go, well, they lost because of this. There was nothing like that.
Yeah, there's no moment where you go, this is where it all went wrong.
Is that almost easier though, Brian? Like when it does happen, because you go, we lost because of that. Whereas they go back there and they go, how did we lose that? I don't really know.
As a caster, right? I was literally like...
I have my theory was that they initiated on Undyne a lot in the late game fights. And
they did.
I don't know how to necessarily find the right heroes and make sure the fights are perfect because obviously the good players are going to know where enemy teams are, something I'm always incapable of. But if they know about where the enemy team is, Undyne goes in the front. They find a hero, they're like, well, I guess I got to kill Undyne quick, and then they get chronoed, you know? How do you do the opposite? How do you find the pick in the back line? It's so hard, right?
Hold that
I don't know
thought.
what the solution is.
Hold that thought, Brian. We're going to get into our final series today very shortly, but before we do that, you know the CIS region, it can be a little crazy. Players can transfer and move around a little bit. Let's find out what Gambit make of the CIS region.
So I want to talk to you guys about the CIS scene in general right now. It's like big guys like VP, lots of roster shuffles. There's a lot of new players coming into new teams. What's the environment over there? Is there a lot of new people coming up, or is it kind of the same old guys?
It's kind of messy right now since the season only started, and some teams were not even ready for the qualifiers for some reason. I mean, not for some reason, because some people needed some rest after TI and so on, and we took our time because we started practice 1 month before the major qualifiers, and obviously we won them. And this is pretty much it.
You think things are going to stable out over the year, or is it just kind of chaos for now on in CIS?
To be honest, it's same like chaotic kind of in every region, right? Because if you look at NA, EU, and so on, it's it's pretty house everywhere.
Yeah.
Because some teams are not even playing Dota right now, like Secret and blah blah. VP have new roster in CS. Navi for some reasons struggled at qualifiers, and no one knows why.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to say what's gonna happen, but the idea is for us, we're just gonna work hard and we'll see what we're doing wrong, what we're doing right.
Sure. Yeah, you guys are working hard. You did make it to this first event. A lot of teams are taking breaks right now. Dream, are you the kind of guy that thinks breaks are good, or should you always be grinding, always working?
Я думаю, лучше постоянно работать и стараться, чем брать перерывы.
Yeah, he says that it's better to work all the time and do your best all the time than taking some breaks.
Yeah, all right, well.
He's too young. He's too young.
Good. I like workers. I like seeing you guys grind. Well, thank you so much for your time. I'm sure you guys are going to have a great time here in Hamburg, and it was a pleasure to see Gambit back in action. Thank you, guys.
Flex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, always a pleasure to see FNG and the boys back in action once more. Gambit returning to the pro scene for this new season, 2019 to 2020. See FNG right in the middle, ready to go into the draft, actually, already. We should quickly mention their opponents, which is Quincy crew, which are making a slight change because, unfortunately, Quinn has been taken ill. We're hearing that he's gone off to the hospital to be checked over and made sure that he's okay. I don't have any more information than that right now, but Sumail will stand in for him. Lucky that you've got a world-class coach standing ready to jump in for you, I guess.
And the perfect swap, right? Because when EG needed Sumail to miss a tournament or two because of visa issues, CCNC played with
was
them.
the guy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, these should be perfect swaps. Look at that beautiful beard. There it is. He didn't know he's going to be on camera today, probably. He's trying to secretly grow his beard off stage for once. First opportunity in his life. Unfortunately, Quinn ate something bad.
It's funny, actually, because you talk about hair. This man used to have very long hair.
That's true.
Yeah.
We're trying to distract from beards right now, Paul.
We are, yeah.
There's a lot of good beards on Quincy crew.
There are, but not on Gambit. If it goes on beards, they've already lost.
That's true.
Good job it doesn't go on there. Brian, what have you made of the meta at this tournament so far? I know it's only a small sample size, but it doesn't seem drastically different, does it?
Oh, no, but I've definitely seen drastic variance between teams. Like TNC has this very greedy, hit this timing sometime past 20 minutes, while Alliance has this 5-man heavy sustain with these dazzles of Addon type heroes. So
that's nice though, isn't it? Nice for us, isn't it, to see all that variance? I like the different styles.
That's what I love about Dota, honestly, is that different teams can take the same meta and just be like, this is our way of playing. I've talked to a few people behind the scenes and they say, we just can't play these heroes. That's not our style. So we take our own interpretation, and that's just the best part about Dota.
Do you think that's changed though over the year? Because I feel like in the past, maybe if you go back 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, a team or a region in particular, actually, mostly times it was a region that kind of defined the meta, and then everyone else went, oh shit, we have to play those? Oh, okay, we get it. We have to play those heroes. Well, we've got a different version of that that's even better. Yeah. And that was kind of how the meta would go, wouldn't it? Now it seems like teams just go, no, screw you guys. You might be able to do your weird Earthshaker, Morphling openings. We can't do that, though. We have to go over here and do this. Yeah, and we're really good at it.
Yeah, I think teams have spammed their heroes long enough in competitive where if you've played 100 Morphling games in competitive, you're just always going to be good at Morphling, if it's viable in some capacity. So over time, teams have become more specializing because they're just so good at specific heroes on specific players. So I think that's what's happened, where you can't copy a team if they're playing it 3 times better than you are.
I think it's also that truly understanding heroes, not just being able to play them mechanically at the highest level. You have to understand what shape is this puzzle piece.
Right. Yes.
What is it exactly used for? Yes. What is the key to it? Is it about defending a tower in a certain way?
I'm glad you said this, Kevin, because is that why a player like Fata, for instance, who has moved into this 5 role, suddenly is able to play it like he's been playing 5 all his life? Because he's already played all the heroes that he's supporting. He knows what an alchemist needs.
No, I don't agree with that at all. That's a real stretch.
You can just throw that back at me.
I was going to say something way better than that. But
damn it, man! Can we fix that in post?
No.
Can we rewind?
I'm off the track now.
Kevin,
continue.
No, I'm done.
We've rewound.
Never do that again.
We've rewound though, so that you could do better. We've opened with a Kunkka, and on the other side, the Gyro's back again.
Yeah, pretty standard when you have a melee support with the Gyro. Generally in the laning stage, he's just weak level 1 and 2 until he gets level 2 Rocket Barrage, so you kind of want to fix that. I'd like to see if they go for some non-traditional offlaner against the Undying, just because the strength offlaners kind of suck.
It does feel good to play Undying versus Strength Heroes. Yeah, that's real good.
We saw it last game. It was a level 2 Undying manning up against the level 4 Centaur. You know, it's like, come on.
Wonders in. Hello!
You can like zone 2 heroes at the same time sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, they hit
great.
for like 50 damage instead of 70.
It's like 45 or something.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
real. And you got a stout shield. You're like, I'll block half of that.
Yep, exactly.
It's good times.
It is quite funny wandering around because the movement's always made me laugh. It's always made me giggle.
Yeah.
The Undying movement is just the way that he moves around the map and just he looks clumsy all the time. So when he wanders into it, like 4 minute, you're just what's he doing? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's not Undying.
It's weak on viable muscle tissue. It's kind of rotted away a bit.
He doesn't look like a guy that's going to bully you away when he's rocking at you. There's definitely it's something I've never thought about, but
it's the counter to zombies. Actually, you just wait until mold, worms, and bugs eat them.
Okay.
And then you're good. In reality, it would only take about a month. And then
So
you're
would you
set.
say you let them decay?
Yes, that's exactly. I literally watched a video, like a BBC video about like how long it takes like bugs and stuff to eat a bunch of food, and it took like a month. Everything was bone clean. Zombies would not work. You just gotta wait them out.
But everything in Dota runs at 30 times the speed of real life anyway, so that's
Is that true?
Yeah.
So it's only a day in a Dota game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you start in the morning, by the evening.
Okay. Is this like one continuous day of Dota, or is it like have to be all in one game?
I mean, in
They
theory,
haven't gotten that
if you
far.
I've only ever watched a 3-hour game, personally.
I don't think I've ever seen one go longer than 3.
No. There was one the other day, wasn't there? I feel like there was a 4-hour game.
I don't know. Are we still talking about
Couple of weeks-
zombies?
I think
we're talking about how long do you have to
'cause if you
survive
played
for
an
the
Undying
zombies
4
to
hours,
decay?
would it actually decay?
Yeah.
Literally, like a month. Literally a month. As long as new fresh ones aren't being created consistently, you know, you just gotta like bunker down and then reemerge into civilization.
So we're also not only learning about Dota, but also like post-apocalyptic if zombies
But
were
this is all
to.
useful information if we need to
Hunker
down.
We've always talked about trying to apply Dota knowledge to real life, and we're just doing it right
Works. I'm just gonna build a flying.
Oh, I forgot the asterisk. Unless there's guys, the asterisk. Unless there's magic.
Unless there's magic,
then who knows?
At the post-apocalyptic
Now
point,
he tells us after we were all prepared.
that's a real wrench in the equation.
It is, yeah.
You never know with magic, you know.
Yeah.
Can't figure that shit.
Yeah, magic's dodgy.
Yep.
It's all dodgy.
I do like the bans from Quincy Crew. When you have Kunga, it's just annoying to play against the Shadow Demon or OD because they can just disrupt whoever gets X, so it kind of breaks your combo on anyone. So unless they pick like Jug Lifestealer type heroes, all the heroes that they pick will be susceptible to the X combo, and it's a first pick Kunga, so you want to be able to enable it as best you can. That hero is also susceptible to it.
It's a Grimstroke.
So far, it's looking like a nice Kunga game for first pick. I just think if he's a hero that's allowed to, or if in the game he's allowed to push buttons without having to worry about counters to the X, then it's just easy to play Kunga. It's very straightforward. You farm naturally. Usually you buy like Radiance, and then you just do a lot of damage. And then you buy a BKB, and they can't kill you. It's like a very easy hero to play. One of the reasons why, not only because he's a strong hero, but also pretty much every team plays him because of that, right? It's very, very obvious what he offers to the team.
I'm getting a little sick of being X marks combos.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's a little annoying.
I don't mind the like, hey,
little?
if fight's starting, I'm gonna guarantee my turret lands, but I hate the the fight is going kind of weird. Everyone's trying to spread out, and he's like, nah, you're not going anywhere. You're
come
staying
back.
over here. Yeah, the glimpse aspect of it. I'm
Running away from Kunga is about one of the most tilting things for sure.
I mean, they did nerf it. It's a 10-second cooldown now instead of 8, but still, it's pretty high uptime. I guess Torrent's 10-second cooldown, so they match now.
Do you not do the quickly run away in one direction, blink the other way, and then surprise?
You have to not take damage for that to happen for
sure.
3 seconds, and that's difficult.
It is difficult, actually. You're right.
If he's got Radiance, if he has Spirit Vessel, good luck. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, no, all right.
Look, Paul, it's your favorite hero.
It is my favorite. I haven't played it much recently, I have to say. It's weird. It's back in the middle, and I'm not playing it.
That happens to me a lot, actually.
I don't know why. I'm playing lots of Undying, lots of Ogre.
Yeah, when my favorite heroes are super meta, I'm almost like don't want to be a normie.
I am exactly the same.
You know, like,
and then they get nerfed and I play them again, and I'm like, oh man, I'm having great success. I just feel so dirty to spam them when they're good, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, maybe that is a little bit of it. Yeah,
I do that. Yeah, I'm exactly the same.
Not quite so good as you guys, so probably not for me. I should be probably playing it a lot right now.
Yeah, Jakiro's a fun hero. I like Jakiro just because of support. You have playmaking potential. You can push lanes. You can push towers.
And
He's like
still do a bit of useful stuff damage-wise.
A team fight contribution.
Team fight's good. A little bit of lockdown. It's got a bit of everything.
My favorite hero to pick first in a lineup, because I know that like I'm pretty good against everything. The only downside is they're going to pick Rubik half the time.
Weirdly, that's why I fell into playing it a lot, because it's not mechanically that challenging, so that's okay, because I'm not very good mechanically. And you're right, you can pick it, and it's not really countered by anything terrible.
I've been told that Legion and Abaddon are super annoying in the laning stage because they just like remove your all of your stuff.
But that's it. There's not.
Yeah.
And even then, you're like, whatever.
Yeah, I'm pointing it out here just because they picked it. You know, it's like, what do you do at that point? I guess you kind of just pull maybe and just like let the lane be.
You go to the side and you attack them with your 60 base damage approximately.
Okay.
And they're like, shit, I need to heal myself. They heal themselves and then slap them with the dual breath.
Yeah, okay.
You've been playing plenty of Jakiro.
That's some 60 chest right there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's slightly slow, but he's got really high base HP.
His turn rate's
He's
really
got
annoying.
good damage. His armor's a little bit low, but his mana pool's okay. It's just you just slap people and regen and dual breathe on them.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's ever annoyed me is his turn rate. It's just like, warning, large vehicle reversing.
That's true. he's very much like he's fun as well because he's a lot about follow-ups. Like you got to know when somebody's vulnerable and stunned, and this is a perfect time to get a follow-up stun because we can kill this guy. That I kind of look at him like he's kind of like a tower. You're standing around, you're throwing these abilities at the right time, trying to stay alive, not moving too quick, but that's okay because he's the engine of disable and damage output and works well as a 5.
And they have a ton of setups, so his animations and stuff isn't going to be much of a problem this game. They have the Rubik lift, the X, the Centaur Stomp. I will say that this Legion Commander pick is nice to save from these stuns, but they just don't have a way to deal with X. I don't know. This is a first pick Kunkka, and to anyone who gets X'd, they're getting X'd. Like
I was wondering actually, and I know this might be a bit of a fool's errand, but maybe they thought the Kunkka was a support because they picked it that early.
I don't know. Usually you only make it like a support or an off lane if you counter it.
I was thinking maybe they were like, oh, we'll just ignore the Kunkka. We think it's going to be a support, and then of course you ignore it, and they're like, oh shit, we forgot about it.
It happens once in a while, but probably it's unlikely thought pattern. Yeah. I mean, Legion can dispel the guy after he gets X-Packed and stunned. That's like one. I mean, if you dispel like the boat stun or the torrent stun, you can potentially get out. But I just like that Gambit, once they get on top of Quincy, they should be able to start killing heroes. Like BKBs will help a lot as well with that, of course. But Troll's a good pick here. Good against Legion.
BKB buyer.
Really good against Gyro too. Can you blind the Axe attacks? Is it the same as a regular attack?
No, you can't blind the. I actually, yes, you can. I'm
They
pretty
have a
sure.
lot of push in this.
On Quincy, I would agree with you if it wasn't support Jakiro. Jakiro doesn't usually prioritize that much liquid fire until later because Ice Path is so good. So, but if he was like a core, was going to get good levels, then yeah, it'd be fine.
Both teams have a ton of mid game. The Troll can't really participate though, like until he gets his BKB. He kind of just dies. They don't have like a way to save him, and they have a ton of damage. That his really only survivability tool is the Whirling Axes, and they just have a ton of magic damage on the side of Gambit. So I'm kind of expecting him to just neutral creep until like Maelstrom BKB, maybe Diffusal BKB, whatever option he wants to go. It's a nice lane matchup. They do go for the mid Ember, kind of a counter to Kunkka, but I'm just of the opinion that if you don't counter Kunkka like hard, that hero's just too good right now. So I really like the ease of execution for Quincy crew lineup, but by no means do I count Gambit out.
And they needed that though, didn't they? I mean, I know Samael's played with the team, but as a last second stand-in when they've made other plans and other arrangements to play in a different way, they need easy execution now. They just need to, let's sit down and just play.
Everyone knows how to play around Kunkka. Yeah. Very straightforward.
Yeah.
But it's still hard. I was like hearing you say that, but also listening to you complain about Kunkka earlier. It's like it's a very, very differing statements.
Yeah.
It's like you know how to do it, but it's still difficult. Having Ember's tools makes it easier. Yeah. X back, you can remnant back or slight dodge things. They have some options.
Yeah, knowing about it doesn't mean it's easy.
Yes.
By any means. Which draft do you like better, Kevin?
I think I like Ember a lot right now, just because his ability to like weave in and out of fights is kind of similar to how Kunkka plays. So they can like Kunkka can X you, but you're also going to root him, and then he's staying there looking like an idiot for 3 seconds. Just like
he's almost X'd you back and actually didn't want to. Yeah, now you can do more damage
your team
as well.
Can follow up.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Jakiro will be really nice for that too. Ice Path should be guaranteed stun when he gets brought back. So there's play potential.
A little bit,
but I think they have some of the right heroes that could help.
Brian?
Yeah, I think the Gambit has the potential to kind of just shut down this troll before he gets his BKB, but if he's able to have enough space and they hit this like Radiance, Kunkka, BKB timing on troll, I think their game is really easy to play comparatively, because BKB, they're unkillable.
Okay. Good stuff. Thank you very much, gents. Time to head over to our commentary team then for game number 1 and our final series of the day. They face some problems today, but hopefully they can get over them with their replacement. It's a decent replacement as well. Let's find out how they get on with Cap and Blitz.
That's right. The king is back to the mid lane. Samael is here to save the day for Quincy crew, who are unfortunately missing CCNC due to a bit of a health complications.
MSS just looks like a beast.
MSS does look like a beast. Shout out to him, and shout out to our odds, which is it's like favoring Gambit here. People picking up on the fact that Samael is having to stand in, but are you really upset about that?
I don't know. I don't even know if he has his gear on him.
That's true.
Right? Like, I actually have no idea what the situation looks like here.
And he's also been playing, like, obviously when he was on Quincy crew before, he was playing safe lane. He wasn't playing mid, so who knows how practiced he is in the mid lane. Maybe he's going to be a little rusty. We'll have to see what happens.
What lineup do you like better, Cap? Let's hear your thoughts first.
Oh, well, you're asking me my thoughts first?
I can give my thoughts first for once, and then you can try to follow up.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually my play, is that you say the smart things, and then I'm like, oh.
I think that Quincy crew have a much better lineup.
Uh-huh.
I think that Gambit is the better team, but I actually think that this troll is going to have a very free game. Like, I think they have a lot of lockdown. They have good team fight. They have good catch. They have tower taking ability. They have Roche. Like, I feel like Gambit have to like run over the lanes, and I don't even know if they have that many like winning lane setups. Like,
okay.
I think Kunkka does great against Ember mid. I think that Troll is like one of the better heroes against Legion too. Like, I feel pretty good about this right now if I were Quincy crew.
They do have, one of the things that surprised me is that we're going to watch the fight over the bounty runes here, and Quincy crew will manage to grab 3, actually, is in the bottom lane. They're going to get some extra damage onto Shotchlo as well, who's going to level up his press the attack to remove the dual breath. They're talking about that extensively on the panel, and how these heroes like Legion Commander and Abaddon are okay against Jakiro. They're able to offset the incredible amount of damage that dual breath does because they do have a purge ability, but Jakiro is still an incredible laning 5 position, and I always hate playing against Troll when I'm Legion Commander.
Yeah, every Legion Commander hates playing against Troll, because when you duel him, you're just helping him get stacks. It's really what you're doing.
Yeah.
So you can't really kill him ever. The control against him isn't very nice. It's not like the type of stun that you like, ideally, as an offlaner. He just has a lot of harass tools and ways to kill you in the lane too.
Yeah, he makes your laning phase really tough. As we see him being chased down, gets hit by the range axes, immediately has to press the attack to remove it off, and that's going to be one of the problems here. Is there's just too many things. So there's going to be running a Shotchlo, dealing problems. That is why FNG goes for the pull like this. We have the mid lane matchup of the Kunkka versus Ember Spirit, which I do believe is Kunkka favored Blitz Dota.
You would be completely correct, just because it's really hard for. Honestly, it's hard for like every hero to deal with this. Like, it's so annoying. Like, the only hero that does really well in this matchup would be, I'd say, like OD, because OD has his own harass mechanic back, and eventually, because Kunkka has such a bad mana pool, you just like hit him twice with the Arcane Orb, and all of a sudden, like, you don't have to deal with the hero very hard. But the splash is so nice against Ember. He doesn't really have his own sustain mechanic. Plus, like, it's hard for you to ever kill the Kunkka. He's so tanky naturally in lane.
Yeah.
All right, look at this. Look at how bullshit this is. This hero has 920 HP at 2 minutes into the game. Like, who decided that that was going to be a thing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's got 5 extra strength, to be
okay,
fair.
Cool. Cool.
You sound real okay with this. I think, like, I feel like whenever I'm watching mid Kunkkas, it's like playing mid on easy mode. You know? Like, you just can't really do anything wrong as this Kunkka, because all you have to do is hit creeps with Tidebringer.
Yeah. You're almost never going to miss CS. You're going to trade pretty favorably against everybody. Like, it just feels good to play this hero. because with two bracers, all of a sudden you pretty much have like what most heroes like would covet in terms
Top
of
lane,
HP.
MSS being run down. The combination of Soul Rip plus the Rocket Barrage, not quite enough to finish him up, but they have to deal with the Rocket, kill the missile, and MSS will survive unless Vampire...
Oh, the miss!
He's
gonna get first blood
missed,
now.
and now Vampire's gonna die. MSS turns around and claims first blood.
That was good teamwork. And this is...
Oh, mid lane does manage to get the X pullback here. Another swing of the Tidebringers coming up too, so GBK could have dropped very low. That was actually lower than I expected.
Yeah, you saw what they did too. He glyphs the wave so the Ember feels like he has to stay like for an extra second. And let me say, this matchup is like one of the best against Gyro. Centaur against Gyro, you just have so much base damage.
Yeah.
It's really easy for you to deny, and
you're tanky enough that you're not threatened by a lot of the... Like, a lot of heroes are forced to run away from the homing missile, but Centaur's like, great, I'll stay inside the creep wave so you can't rocket barrage me.
I'm super excited, by the way, about this mid matchup. Not to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Like GPK versus Sumail. Like one star versus like an up-and-comer.
Yeah.
GPK, of course, would like him to pass over that torch. FNG probably going to go down here. In fact, does.
I always feel like, you know, Sumail has like a lot of pride in himself as a player, and I feel like he's never going to give you those free wins, you know? He's like, I may be the old dog here, and you may be the new up-and-comer like I once was, but there are no free wins in this situation.
There are no free wins.
You have to prove that you can step to the king. 2-0, 1,000 net worth lead for Quincy Cruz. They are walking away with the laning phase advantage, as we talked about early on.
There's only one
in our
king that I
draft
recognize.
analysis.
That's Snake King.
He's the only true king.
He's the real king.
Well, we'll have to see how Fighting Pandas does.
I mean, it doesn't matter how they do. He's the...
I don't know, man. You can't really be a king and be losing all your conquests, you know? You're not much of a king at that point. Shots, though. You can see him. Feeling the burn, but he has actually done better in this lane than I expected, because he's actually almost evened up once CS SVG will intercept the bounty rune with a good ice path. That is going to be a problem later on, as the Jakiro in lane, you can kind of deal with him, but when you start going for those dual targets, it's easy ice path and macro pyres all over the place. That's also going to be a problem for Ember Spirit as well. GBK is going to have to be careful of his sleight of fist, because that just kind of sets up an ice path.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary part, right? Is that's why you need your laning phase to go really well.
Yeah.
If you're on the side of Gambit, which I think their laning phase is going like reasonably well, I'd say.
Yeah.
But it really comes down to like, I kind of need Dream if I'm on Gambit to make the first rotations of the game.
Oh, Telekinesis at the top lane, tossed back into the hoof stomp. Saberlight, though, did have the homing missile placed onto him. Dream doing a good job protecting himself before the combo was laid off.
Like, I wonder if Dream... Actually, maybe what ends up happening is like Dream goes to bottom, then they rotate the Ember Spirit down, like based on... It really just depends on the runes, which is why SVG is being so active, by the way, about getting them. Because I think this is pretty big.
Oh, well played by SVG, dodging that Inkswell stun. Tries to go for the kill onto FNG. GBK is trying to run him down, and FNG actually be given bottle hits. Really well done by this Ember Spear top lane. Saberlight does manage to get a stun onto Dream. You know, we haven't actually talked about the stand-in Saberlight. We talked about, obviously, Sumail, because that was the recent bit of news. But Saberlight also standing in for Quincy Crew while they are down a member. What do you think of this guy?
I mean, they were like one series away from qualifying for the minor?
Yeah, something like that. They were real close on that.
So it wasn't even like his team was bad or anything like that. Just maybe found a better opportunity. And I mean, this is how hopefully like the scene grows, right? You give players like this more and more opportunities to get better, and give them line experience. More importantly, like nothing really beats line experience. Like you can be online gamers, but you know you can also just be like random Demon Slayer teams. Where you just randomly decide to own at the right moments. As the first rotation of the game, GPK is going to come up to this top lane. Doesn't have the chains. Nice dodge, though.
Because you have Inkswell, and will be able to get on top of Saberlight enough to be able to finish him off. The boat's kind of come in. GBK doesn't really need to dodge it. He's got plenty of backup here. Bottom lane. Some damage coming out. Shanchlo trying to drag the creep away. You are trying to punish him. does not manage to get an ensnare there. I think he was really hoping those 2 hits he was finally going to get it disabled, but
yeah,
no
I do
such
like
luck.
the map movement so far. I would have liked to see it towards bottom lane, because I feel like you want to try to shut down this troll, but I guess without the chains anyways, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
Top lane, it works because he dodges the stun. It was very well done by GPK. And the move is even better because the Kunkka was forced to rotate up to top 2.
So why? I want to go back to it. Why were you so excited to see this mid lane matchup? Have you heard good things about GPK? Do you hold him in high regard as a mid laner?
Yeah, I think GPK was like an absolute beast. When Liquid scrimmed against, for the major, obviously you don't want to play against other European teams, right? So you just naturally gravitate towards CIS teams.
Yeah.
And he almost always seemed to have a good game. Like, personally, we thought that Gambit was the best team in the CIS quals. I think I echoed that sentiment to you today, too, before the game started.
Yeah.
Like, they make good rotations around the map. I feel like FNG is like a very, very good captain. He understands how map movement is supposed to work. His players are almost always in the right spots.
Feels like a little bit like PPD in that regard, in that his teams always seem to have a strong direction.
Yeah, exactly. I'm impressed by that. Because that usually means that like all your players trust you.
Yeah, they buy into the vision that you're selling.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can always tell, oh, this is an FNG team.
Yeah.
Like he sort of puts his stamp on it.
Boat coming in. Vampire going to take a lot of damage here. Low armor hero does take a wealth of physical damage from the Tidebringer hit. Sumail not quite enough to finish it up.
Yep.
And backs up. Still top CS board and top net worth as well for Sumail.
Oh, look at this rotation.
Kunkka.
So we talked about how we wanted to see, or I wanted to see, this gyrocopter move towards bottom lane.
Yeah.
But they've just sort of switched it out. So when you make this maneuver, the ideal situation is this, where simply you mirror it. Whatever they're dire doing, you mirror it, and you try to make a move towards mid.
And if you can make the more efficient move, right?
Yeah.
Less heroes you need to be able to take the tower that you're mirroring on, then you can make a play like in mid. Unfortunately, they don't get the kill on Ember, but it was a good attempt.
Yeah, exactly. Completely agree with your assessment there, as they're going to be protecting each other in this top area. They do see
small little stack. Take that one away. In fact, let's stack it up one more time. No. UR's the carry player at the end of the day.
Yeah,
you can't expect them to know pull times.
Don't got that Dota plus.
Yeah.
That's a free one.
Gotta invest in yourself, dude. But yes, the Ember Spirit is top net worth right now, followed up very closely by the Troll and Kunkka. All things considered, though, this is a very even game. Even towers, mirrored moves, and no one really coming out on top of the laning phase. But we did start at the start of this whole entire thing, right? This draft is going to be heavily snowball oriented for Gambit, right?
Yeah.
You want to be able to do well in the lanes, but if you can't like win the lanes, you need to hit hard in this early mid game point.
Their 5-man is incredibly strong.
Yeah.
They have this Legion who just buffs up, backs up heroes very well. Ember Spirit has probably the best, like, what's really annoying about Poke, let me say about Ember, it's not just the reach. I think people talk about that a lot, but it's the fact that when you hit people enough with Ember, like you get 2 or 3 sleight of fist, it forces a reaction out of the enemy one way or another. They either have to completely back up, or you force them to just like headlong rush into you. It's not just about having like the initiation potential. It's about the fact that like the hero just kind of forces the issue at all times, which is like the best part about him.
Yeah. I was going to say the same thing about Kunkka, though, right? Is that like this 5-man into towers, so they're going to try and stampede to run somebody down. Feels like they must have seen something on the map. Maybe it was like the Ember Spirit showing mid, but they immediately were like, we could take this fight. We are outnumbering them. Tried to hit the stomp.
Oh, that's like the third time they got for that.
Look at that. He's actually going to try and run down this Rubik. MSS taking so much damage from the DD. That slide of fist, not quite enough to finish him off as the Flame Guard stolen by MSS, protecting him from all that magic damage. It was a cool little list of plays there. Both GBK and MSS played that really well.
It's going to end up with MSS still doing okay, though. I mean, he's really farmed for Rubik.
Yeah.
I was talking to Purge about this backstage, about like how when you play Rubik, you want to last hit as many kills as you possibly can. Like you want this hero to really be a threat in the game, because he doesn't really have the best like his skill set by itself without items is kind of meh.
Yeah.
But like once you get items, everything is enabled. Your initiation range just becomes suddenly like infinite once you get blinks and forces. You just get like tankier and tankier as well. Yeah, the option of being able to like stand in the middle of fights and like steal abilities is such a big deal.
No, nobody really cares about the 5 Rubik that, yeah, he stole a spell, but he also got 1 shot.
Yeah, he has like 800 HP. Congrats.
Yeah.
And this
especially
move,
since they took away the magic resistance, making him even squishier.
You don't, I'm not in love with this move just because I feel like you can't really, you're not happy with whoever you find in the jungle here.
Yeah.
Personally, like you find Sumail, he'll get bowed off. And if you look at their lineup, like their burst damage isn't really there. It's like they're, without the Ember anyways, it's like their ability to just like sustain throughout a team fight. Like the longer a team fight goes, this lineup is going to be very annoying.
So this kind of fits into the narrative of Gambit feel like they need to be able to make a fight happen, but it seems like Quincy Crew's also reading that and kind of positioning appropriately, making sure they just run into frustrating heroes to try and gank.
Yeah, who was it? Was it BSJ? He was like, one team is okay with nothing happening on the map. And like one team...
Oh. Nice leash there, onto 2. Can they actually do this though? Shotshot's gonna try and run in and get the duel, but the stolen leash comes out from MSS, but he does manage to get the duel off finally, but an ice path lines everything up, but the Ember Spirit is here to be able to make sure both Quincy Crew supports fall, and the rest of Quincy Crew chased away. Finally, Gambit do get the fight they were looking for.
Yeah, and it comes on the heels of like Quincy Crew getting way too over-aggressive.
Yeah.
They just wanted a little bit too much there. But I think it was BSJ that said, like, in a Dota game, like, one team's okay with nothing happening.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably Quincy Crew, realistically. Like, I think if both sides are just farming up, this Troll, this Kunkka, this Centaur probably feels a little bit more comfortable. We'll see, though. I'm putting a lot on the Troll, personally.
You're putting so much on the Troll, but this is not a carry that we've seen a whole lot of lately. Why is that?
I think it's because a lot of the other cores that are like good against it are so meta. Like Bloodseeker, for example, just like Rupture and then
OD.
You chill, OD. Faceless Void feels really good against the hero too.
Yeah.
You just blow him up before he can get his ulti off. Like the hero feels really good when you always have a guaranteed way to get your ultimate off.
Trying to protect it with the ice path. SVG grabs it. Now can he get out? Shotchlo running fast with the face boots. GBK, he should be fine. It's SVG who's in trouble, but here comes the rescue TPs, an ice path, and now the hunted becomes the hunter. SVG turns around, does manage to grab Shotchlo long enough for the rest of his team to join in. The Ember Spirit stolen remnants from the Rubik, does manage to finish off that kill, and they got the Undying, and they got the Grimstroke. That was just perfect for Quincy Crew.
Yeah, that was way too... The chase was just too long.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that it took so long for Gambit to reverse their positioning. Like, Quincy Crew were quite obviously going to help out. Like, Jakiro's such a nice hero to counter-initiate for, just because he's got... Like, look at him. No stat items. Literally no stat items. He's got 1,100 health. What is that?
Plus the raindrop making you more like 1,300.
Yeah, meanwhile, CM's rocking like a casual like 600 with like 4 bracers.
Yeah, this...
Defend this hero cap.
I was talking about this earlier. This 5-position Jakiro looks real fun to play.
Yeah, because you just... the fun part about it is like the 5 supports that suck to play are the ones that you never get your abilities off, or as soon as you step forward and you're like, oh well, I guess I was like within 900 range of another hero and I got stunned and died.
Yeah.
But like Jakiro's not like that.
That's how FNG feels against this Kunkka right now. GBK making cheeky little moves, cuts one of the creep waves at bottom, then takes a few neutrals away from Quincy Crew in their own jungle.
GBK is playing very well.
Yeah.
He's taking the unsafe farm. Like he's always the one sitting mid. It's never the Legion, and it's making their game a lot better as a result. It's like he's taking a lot of the unsafe farm. He's just kind of relying on his mechanical skill. He's like, oh well, I'll just, I'll figure it out. I get X'd, I'll be all right.
Be as tanky as you want, SVG, but you will not survive Dream's gyrocopter.
Yeah, Shotchlo is like, please.
Any duels?
Just one duel.
Any duels
Any fans
here?
of duels?
Any duel damages? Etherland's already for MSS's Rubik.
This is not the duel damage. This is not the
Any
duel
duel
damage.
damage, sir, please.
Maybe mid, though.
Oh, maybe. Sumail threatens the torrent, still has the boat though, and telekinesis will buy the distance needed. But still, Quincy crew just making this very difficult for Gambit to find the fights they really want. Every single time they're kind of lured in, but aren't able to get the clean initiation, and as a result, they just don't have a way to take that tower. And if they can't take that tower, they can't start snowballing with their lineup.
Yeah, and you see that GPK continues to take like the unsafe farm. I mean, this guy just cut behind the creep wave.
Yeah.
I think part of that is because he thinks that the support duo isn't really a threat to him, which he'd be completely correct on. Like, even if they were to catch him, like, do they deal enough damage to Kiro Rubik? No.
Yeah, no.
So he's got to sort of press his luck here. Like, nope.
Oh, that's gonna break the smoke onto the Rubik and Slight. Okay, he's gonna jump over to his remnant. He actually gets caught by the telekinesis into the hoof stomp. Uh-oh! He relied on his mechanical skill, but he slipped up, Blitz.
Yeah, and he also threw that remnant like way too close to him. I mean, I appreciate
he just
the move,
happened to throw it into the four-man smoke. What you gonna do?
Yeah, what he's trying to do right now is keep the pressure away from his middle tower because Quincy crew what they want to do is take that tower. Oh, that's rough.
There's no worse feeling than smoking up and having it immediately break.
Oof. Because when you have Troll in a game like this, you want to Roche.
Yeah.
And Gambit are doing a really good job, credit to them, of keeping it alive. But I still feel like they're on the back foot. Like, as the game progresses, they should be behind here.
You see that Troll just farming up the top lane while Quincy crew threaten mid. Big difference between these two. Centaur has a way just to be able to chip away at that mid tower. Gambit do not have a hero that hits towers very well. Legion, Ember, Gyro.
Yeah.
Especially a Legion who's not getting any dual damage.
That is the team fight. That is like the team fight on team fight cores, though.
Yeah.
Like the entire point of this like tri-core is you're supposed to win fights.
I think that that's the, for me, I liked Quincy crew's lineup mostly because of the Kunkka, surprisingly, even though that was like first pick. Because any of these like really heavy 5-man, like just pure team fight lineups, I think they just hate playing against Kunkka. You know, like the boat's really terrible. You have this initiation that's sometimes forced upon you. It feels like you have to like, you either overcommit or undercommit against the Kunkka, you know? Like, you just see it right now. They're just constantly frustrated by the fact that this Kunkka is always kind of like blowing up creep waves, but he's too hard to really initiate on. If they do, and he gets bowed off, and the rest of the Quincy crew comes in, that could be a bad team fight.
Yeah. I will say, by the way, just because you feel like comfortable with nothing happening in the game, you still want to do things like take the mid tower. It doesn't mean that like you're devoid of like making any sort of plays whatsoever. It just means that if you're denied that opportunity, you don't feel too bad. But you still want to do things like take this mid tower, get into Roshan pit, force Gambit to come into you, get boated.
Yeah. And you got to take advantage of your timings, and they've got a beautiful one here with the Radiance on Sumail.
Yeah, but Gambit also have a similar timing.
What do they got?
They just got the Ags completed.
Okay. Ags
and
on
this smoke,
Gyrocopter.
by the way, is the most obvious thing in the world because no one is defending bottom. Like, no one's defending bottom, but they're also not showing anywhere on the map. That's why GPK, for once, is not making that, like, ultra-aggressive play towards mid. Is because that bottom play makes this one really obvious. But Quincy crew, I don't think really care too much.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't that fine?
Yeah,
you
because
smoked and you got mid tower.
Yeah, you got mid tower, and you're probably gonna get top tower. And now, what ends up happening is, if you get one ward down near the Roshan pit, by the shrine, it makes it really hard for them to contest this Roshan.
Yeah.
So you get one ward on the pit, and hopefully you have like one eventually like near the hill.
That, I mean, that's ward's the best of both worlds, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're seeing shrine TPs and you're seeing the rotations from mid into that.
So what
high
needs to
ground.
happen right now is somebody needs to be down here with FNG. Like, this move is actually too late. Instead of farming these neutrals right here, I'd like GPK to just like come down and hit the tower. Like, you want to trade here. Both of these cores jungling, I feel like is not it. Maybe I don't think it can be.
I think they're
Dream.
both thinking to themselves like, I'm not the tower hitter.
The problem is like Dream can't really go down there because he doesn't have BKB, so like if he gets X, he just dies.
Right.
But I actually think it's GPK's responsibility to come down here, skip the wave, hit the tower. Because now what ends up happening is you traded a tier 2 tower for nothing. And like he makes this move down here now, but it just feels a lot later. And during this time, they could have just been roshing.
Yeah.
Like, you're losing info. Like, this is a free tower, in my opinion. So GPK is finally going to take it. It can't be Dream because we outlined he doesn't have BKB, so he doesn't feel comfortable being down here. But that felt like an over min-max or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
It doesn't really get punished.
I'd like to
Quincy Crew
see...
didn't do much with that time.
Do they have another smoke? I'd be down to see them just smoke into the enemy jungle again on the side of Quincy Crew.
Okay.
Like, get control of your own jungle again, scout, root it out, and then just go smoke. Totally be down for that. Somebody does have to push out bottom, but that's why Sumail's X'd up. You let him come back in, and then you just draw the line straight into the jungle. And then if you win this fight, you go and Rosh. You show your War mid so that they think, oh, well, they're just clearing out their own jungle and farming. But what should alert Gambit to this move is that no one is showed towards his bottom lane. And so this is going to be a bit awkward. He's going to get the jump.
They're going to be able to get the torrent into the stomp, but it's going to be enough to blow up Shot Slow. Not quite enough. The boat, maybe it is. Is the liquid fire still not enough? He gets healed up, but he's going to be fine. Unfortunately, Vampire is not going to be as safe. He had to throw his life onto the pyre there. Throws out the tombstone and gives them a little bit of space, but they're still going to be caught. Oh, GPK does manage to get away. He uses his BKB and now turns. He's going to be able to finish off the Centaur. Looks like that's going to be dead on dying as well. He wants to be able to finish off. He's Sumail, who has that Radiance. They're going to be able to get the duel assist. The first one duel of the game it is. Winner, winner, chicken dinner for Shotslow. And now with the buyback coming out from Gambit, they really want to make sure they wipe everybody of Quincy Crew here. They're just going to continue to kite this troll around.
Nice.
He dies bit by bit. SVG is the obvious cleanup. Great team fight for Gambit. On top of their shrine area, just could not have been a better timing of that first BKB.
Yeah, GPK's BKB timing here is actually sick. It saves them. They're able to completely turn the fight. And Sumail just gets isolated from the rest of his team. Like, he went a little bit too aggressive. I think that he was like, oh, well, this is a winnable fight. He just runs in. But by that time, like, the boat buff runs out and Ember's naturally very strong. And that move alone buys them a lot of time now. I'd like to see them take the mid tower as a result of it, but there's probably just not enough time. So what it does is it sort of just resets the position again.
That is
and it
the
gives
advantage,
Gambit like
right?
another chance.
Of like, we're talking about like, okay, you smoke, you make this move into the enemy jungle. You are smoking into a shrine. That makes it difficult. But simultaneously, you lose that fight, you didn't lose any objectives.
Yeah, you just lose gold there.
Yeah.
Which kind of sucks, but...
It's like a little bit of a risk, but a high reward. You win that fight, you get Roshan. You lose that fight, well, we're not going to lose map control for it.
Yeah, because everybody, hypothetically, like, because you use the shrine in the middle of the fight, should be low anyways.
Yeah. Well, 10 to 10, 25 minutes in, even net worth. Are you still holding that Gambit bought themselves more time? Yes, but how much more time do they get out of that? Because this is still a top net worth troll. At what point does troll really start taking over the game?
I think he needs like Satanic. I think once he gets Satanic, it's really hard to kill him.
Third item troll is online.
If you don't have the lockdown for a Satanic troll, it just feels so good to play.
Yeah. All of a sudden, like, the damage aspect, right? You've got this gyro, you've got this ember, like not tons of control, but tons of burst damage. Well, Satanic is just gonna take all that out of the equation. You're gonna be too tanky to burst. You're gonna do more damage over time, or at least heal over time. And that's why Gambit need to get the lead out here. Need to find a way to take a fight on Quincy Crew's side of the map.
Yeah,
and
so they're
take
gonna
an
smoke.
objective. And they're going to go smoke up to top lane where Saberlight is very aggressively pushing in. Blinks away.
He's got
Don't
ulti.
let him get out. They're going to control him for the meanwhile. They do manage to get the silence on him. He's looking to be able to finish off that ghost.
He's
and then
really
pop the
tanky.
Stampede, but they're holding on to their disables. Another round of chains. Maybe now it's going to be the Stampede. Pops it as the chains run out, and into the back line comes Yuar. Does Ice Path? Misses, but Vampire's still going to fall here very likely, as he's got nowhere to run to, nowhere to
There's a lot
hide.
of zombies. He's got to reset this.
Yeah, Yuar is kind of stuck here. He does have BKB, though, so they're a little bit low to try and full and commit to him. That is a beautiful soul by now. The duel. Can they finish him up in time, though? He's fighting it out, getting a little bit of life steal. It's enough to be able to win the duel. No, no! Disaster strike strikes for Gambit as Yawar is able to turn this all around off the lifesteal. GPK fully committing. Now that the troll has used his ultimate, they will be able to get that turnaround kill. But the torrent hit the Fateful and bounced into the back line and finished off the gyrocopters, who even as Gambit do win the fight in the end. Losing their gyrocopter leaves a bitter taste in their mouth.
The zombies were way too annoying for them here. The boat does manage to save it temporarily, but I mean, the BKBs, they're quite nice for Gambit right now. This is their timing where they should be stronger.
Yeah.
With such healthy BKBs, 8 seconds on their Ember. I believe that was like the fresh 10 seconds on the gyro that was just used too. This is going to help out his game quite a bit. And that's just a weird situation. Like, at that point, you instantly have to drop the tombstone. And you could see he was like, in two minds, he was like, well, we're really strong. I mean, we should be stronger. We just want a 4-on-5. And not being able to take Roshan with that smoke play has really hurt them.
What if I put it to you this way, though, to make it more convincing for Quincy crew?
Hit it up.
They just gave the troll a mithril hammer. Right? That's what that is. They gave him 1,600 gold in damage, basically, because he won a duel. Especially in a troll that attacks really fast. I'm gonna feel real sad about that. Are you checking duel damage? Yeah, they've upped duel damage over time. It's no longer like the 10, 12, 14 it used to be like
that was so
2
garbage.
years ago.
Like,
it was so
this
bad
guy just
back
got.
then.
I was like, this guy straight up got 26 damage.
26 damage.
Yikes.
You gotta be careful with that duel now. But Gambit, if they can take this mid tower, start taking more map control. GPK, man, with the Shivas.
Dude, GPK is such a beast.
He's a big old beast, man. He walked away from that team fight. Real Farm does get hit by the just straight up stomp as he runs into Saberlight. No. Does manage to get off the Sleight of Fist, and he should be able to jump away, but he's low on mana. It's going to be the Legion Commander that ends up going down instead of our Ember Spirit, and possibly our Undying as well. Gambit.
They need a Rosh now.
They will pay for GPK's mistakes here.
Oh, man.
And Quincy crew, as you said, are going to head straight into the Roshan pit.
Shreshlo was so funny there. He like walks in and he's like, oh god, I've made so many errors. He just got punted into like the 18th dimension. Watch GPK just steal this Rosh. That would be a boss move.
That would be the bossest of moves. He's going to drop his bottle into his backpack. Dream's going to charge on in with the Inkswell, try and force out something out of UR. They actually just straight up get stunned. Can they finish off? He's actually very silent right now. He won't be able to get off his ultimate. He's finished up by Roshan of all things. Meanwhile, the back line, Legion Commander's dead once again. But Dream, with these low health heroes, is ready to fight if necessary. But they've all used their BKBs, and UR now having bought back.
There's no shrine either for...
They need to commit to this Roshan. They have to finish it up. But if Gambit could somehow stop this one, GPK, can he get inside in time? The Roshan's down. It's on the ground. The Aegis, no. He's committed. Just in time. GPK is now being controlled up by the telekinesis. Forced to use his BKB into the back line. FNG is going to die once again. Samael and Saberlight head straight to those squishy supports. They're going to kite around this troll as best as possible. Can't overcommit because of that Aegis. It is going to be wasted here.
This tombstone positioning,
and they set up into the duel. They're going to be able to catch this. Jakiro's trying to finish up that damn pesky tombstone that you were talking about. Yawar's now going to try and deal with it, but it's been soul ripped up. Yawar's like, damn it all. We have to finish up the tombstone. They'll get it now with the Saberlight into the two-man stun. They're going to be able to go for the Undying, wipe him out. Go for Shotslow next. Shotslow died so many times in these team fights. He's saying, please, no, not again. But GPK managed to save him for a moment. The chains, it helps, but the torrent brings him back in. Shotslow still in trouble, but the torrent, he's been controlled up. Can they finish off here? Yawar getting on top of the gyrocopter. Dream popping his BKB, trying to finish off the troll. They do manage to win the fight. They get down the big carry, but can Dream get out? Samael keeping pace with them, laying out those flat cannon shots. He looks like MSS almost gonna die here. The big bow coming in, advantage to finish off the gyrocopter. GPK out of mana, not gonna be able to go for those very, very low supports. They had the Rubik and the Centaur that were just on sliver of HPs, both in the back end, but unfortunately can't go for them, and the fight wears out finally.
And that fight looks completely different if GPK has mana. Then they can turn that.
Yeah.
But he was just kind of looking in the area, and you could see that desperation. He's like, I can't do anything about this.
Yeah. If he's able to like just dive in and finish off the Centaur and Rubik, you'd be like, all right, that was real good for Gambit. I mean, it wasn't bad as it was.
No, it was not. They immediately popped the Rosh.
Did they get the Roshan kill?
No, I think Radiant got it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure anyways.
Yeah. It was just a regular grab on Aegis. So.
No stolen here.
that still kind of goes back to the problem of, shouldn't Gambit be the ones taking Roshan with their lineup? Shouldn't they be the ones like?
You think so? I don't think it's easy for them to take Roche.
It's not easy for them to take Roche, but like they shouldn't be they should be controlling the map. They should be the ones like, you know.
Yeah, I would agree, if not for the fact that like they've just outplayed Quincy Crew in like 2 different fights. It did cost them buybacks, but like that's the best part about buybacks and the way that like the meta has evolved into using them. Before it was like only ever use this if like you're being high grounded. But now it's like, oh no, just use it to straight up win team fights and like buy yourselves.
Okay, let me put this a different way then.
What's up?
Gambit is outplaying Quincy Crew for sure.
100%. Yeah, GPK.
But isn't every subsequent team fight, isn't it just going to be harder and harder to outplay Quincy Crew?
I would
because
agree.
this troll is getting bigger?
Yeah, I mean, before the game I said that I thought that Quincy Crew shouldn't be able to lose this. I really like their lineup. But it's like a testament to how well I think Gambit is playing.
Yeah.
Like, just because I think that one lineup is better doesn't mean that I think like the team is automatically better. Just trying to give you some context. Like, but I think Gambit are playing their lineup very well. Especially, again, GPK, like the way that he took farm this game, he always cut into mid. He never got caught. I mean, he's juked Saberlight out of his shoes like 15 times.
Yeah.
Like the amount of times I've seen the Centaur go in, try to stun GPK, like that alone has probably been the big difference maker in these team fights, if anything. But they've got this Arcane Rune, Ember Spirit. There's no Aegis, there's no cheese or anything like that. So this is a straight up 5-on-5. I think Gambit with their Ember Spirit being as strong as he is. Oh, that's a Hex?
That's a Scythe of Vice?
Word.
Holy crap, FNG. Well, they're going to be able to run down SVG quite easily. Shout out to the G captains, by the way. Ether Lens plus Scythe plus the cast range talent. That is very scary when you get this on a Grimstroke. That is some long range initiation.
That is, oh boy.
I mean, for me, that item pickup does change things.
That changes things quite. I actually did not realize he was. He just casually. I was like, wait a second.
That's a late game winner right there. The double Scythe combo from like a billion distance.
Yeah. It's like you've got like a useful Tinker.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bro, did you see Whisper's Tinker earlier today?
Didn't it lose?
Yeah, but that wasn't on Whisper.
You could tell he was
Whisper
like,
tried
when
to
he
carry
bought
that game so
when they were
hard.
still able to win, I could tell he was mad.
He was
like,
real
oh, he mad.
35-minute bounty runes coming up. They do manage to get the Centaur initiation on the Vampire. Vampire maybe burst it down here, but it comes at cost with the lasso being controlling up both these.
God, this Tombstone.
They cannot deal with the Tombstone very easily, but at the same time, Gambit just cannot issue out the damage that they need to be able to burst down one of these cores. Saberlight's going to reinitiate onto this one. Buyback immediately coming out, but it looks like FNG, he's going to fall here. Traded out for the Centaur. Oh, a bash. First hit comes out for Yuar, followed up by a second hit in Snare, forcing out Dreams BKB. Yuar happy with this one, continues to chase off his ultimate, though. He has been forced far too deep from the battle trance. Just a little trigger happy with that one, and gets Quincy Crew into just an awkward position for a team fight.
Oh, I really feel like Saberlight's going way too ham in this game. I don't know if somebody's telling him just like go in, but it makes it awkward because at that point it's impossible to like uncommit yourself from that fight. So you see,
I mean, also Yuar, I don't know about that.
Once Yuar popped his ulti, he was like, all right.
Yeah.
He was trying to burst Dream.
Yeah,
but
I think he got like a little too happy about the second hit in Snare, and he was like, oh, I got him.
It's like, dude, he has BKB too. Relax.
Yeah,
calm down.
Chill.
They're sort of playing themselves into like this weird position. I can hear, I feel like I can hear Samil. He's like, go back, you idiots. This is exactly what they want. Because
this is why I left this team.
Oh, dude, I didn't even go there.
Full out Mjolnir now for the gyrocopter. And a dual initiation. Bye-bye SVG. Hello, dual damage.
Yo, pick on someone your own size, Churchill. Like, come on.
Shotchlo finally breaking over 100 dual damage for himself.
He was like, I am not winning fights against this troll, but this Jakiro.
And at this point, like, do you need the dual damage? You don't care about that. What you really care about is level 25.
Yeah, the 350 AoE press the attack is so sick. How much damage would you need to be given bonus for that to be useful to you.
I think it's literally, it doesn't, I think the damage bonus almost doesn't matter.
Really?
I think it entirely matters on what kind of game you're having as Legion Commander. Like if it's 150 damage, but you lose every duel, then like, isn't it a bad talent?
Is it though?
Meanwhile, if cleansing off your real carries is good, it'll always be good, you know? If you're owning the game single-handedly as a Legion Commander and winning duels like this.
What a jump.
What a jump. Shotchill finds it again.
Yo, the double
hex!
hex!
Be able to get the double hex with the gyrocopter. Dream pounces immediately, trying to finish off Saberlight. Well, this hero will easily fall to just the flak cannon shots, but Saberlight's just too tanky. Once again, they get fooled into thinking they can finish off this offlaner. GBK actually using his BKB to make sure he gets out. That is another buyback being used. Even if it is the 5 position, it's something.
The double buyback.
Double buyback.
Yeah, it was double buyback.
Both supports.
They thought this was going to be a bigger fight. I mean, it feels like they just don't have an easy way to kill this Ember, and that's making the fight so hard. Like Ember's able to play so aggressively, and the Tombstone is proving to be way too annoying. Like Vampire just runs in, he plops that thing down, and he's like, "Do something."
Can I just say, like, what if we replace this Yule's mech and we went the FNG route of just go straight
up
for the
hex?
side? Like, you need more disable for this Ember
You do need
spirit.
to pressure this Ember. You need to make it so that he doesn't feel like he can just jump in no problem.
Yeah, he's doing that without a Lincoln's.
Yeah.
He feels very little threat. Level 25 talent almost here for Dream and Shotchlo, both of them being 24. We already have 25 on GBK. On who's close on Radiant side? Nobody really. 2 level 23s. Samael's getting kind of close to 24, but maybe one big team fight. Smoke up, but at the same time, a successful scan from Gambit. They know they're around this Roshan pit. The question is, are they going to get there fast enough? Are they going to... Yeah, there it is. Okay, GPK is like, yeah, I can do... Oh, no, the telekinesis into the Stampede, into the Torrent as well. Completely controlled up, but there is going to be a buyback. They're going to wait for Quincy crew to overcommit, potentially be able to snag this Aegis away from them, but they're going to have to buy it out soon with the double sight device. This the time here comes GPK. Needs to be able to dive into the big crowd.
The snatch!
Snatches it away! Yawar doesn't manage to grab it, and Yawar now to force a fight out, does manage to use the battle trance, chasing away Dream, but that's just going to be the first Aegis. He did grab the cheese onto Yawar, so he's going to be able to use that one. Excess Vampire's going to be dying on the side. The duel! Oh, shots Lofana, beautiful initiation onto Yawar. No opportunity to use that cheese here, sir. Centaur following out. Next is going to be the chains on SVG. Another pickup for Gambit.
You're dying!
No! Oh, Samael! He's going to get caught eventually here, and he will die. SVG was also unable to TP away there, but an unfortunate death here for GPK, but a beautiful buyback that wins the fight for Gambit off the back of just a beautiful initiation from FNG.
Yeah, and Shotchill finding the free duel. He's really turned it on, finding his footing here in this game. He's got the 350 AoE press the attack, which is your own form of troll ulti. Some might say.
Yes? Yes.
Here we go, troll ulti them.
Dude, the fact that it applies to creeps too, I think it's just crazy. Because then it just means siege wagons bomb down buildings. Unfortunately, the glyph stopped a lot of that damage, pulling him back into the boat. Trying to force out any kind of reaction right now with the torrent into the second boat as well. They're going to be able to get the press the attack. Dream holding strong on his BKB, not popping it early here, because as soon as he does, they have to back away from this push. They'll be able to get one lane, back it up. Quincy crew holding on to their buybacks, because obviously that's more important than a lane of barracks at 40 minutes.
Jeez, Gambit is sick though.
Yeah, they are playing this.
Like, I think lineup-wise, I would have given it like a 65-35, and we were seeing that for some time, but like just the sheer amount of outplays that they've gotten.
Yeah.
So nice.
The impact of FNG with this sight device has been massive.
It was so funny when he first used it. I was like, what?
Yeah.
We both just looked at each other like, oh, okay.
Just the double check of like, that was FNG who used the scythe, right? That wasn't a gyrocopter scythe device or something, right? JJ's our ups, right?
Yeah.
He just doesn't. He just didn't click him ever.
Oh, jeez. You just throw JJ under the bus, huh?
Is under attack.
What, you think just because you're a coach now, you don't gotta treat your cameraman nice? Is that it?
No, I was saying like he was building up. What is the word for it? Like he was building up like drama.
Ah,
he like
the grand unveiling. I see what you mean now.
Yeah, he's like, oh, and he's got it.
Smoke up, Quincy crew. Trying to catch Gambit unawares, but FNG knows all. Perfect place to break a smoke. Still gets out thanks to his force staff that he just picked up.
This feels like a bit of a desperation smoke for me on the side of Quincy crew.
Yeah.
It's like when you don't know how you want to start fights anymore, you're going to smoke. Like that's when you know that you're real behind. Because normally like smokes are supposed to have like, they're like well thought out moves. You're like, oh, I think we're going to be in this direction. This is supposed to like catch people off surprise and like hope that you can get like an instant blink stun from Saberlight to like get something going.
But when you just kind of blind smoke to
the
only vision you have on the other side of the map that isn't showing a core.
Yeah,
you're just like, I hope a core ends up being there when we arrive. Lincoln's now for our Ember Spirit finally. So no more worries about the telekinesis. This is still a game that can swing back into the favor, well, really anybody at this point, because there is no buyback on the Ember Spirit. There is no buyback on Sumail's Kunkka, nor is there buyback on the Yawar Troll either. And that's only due to gold. Not something that Gambit may be aware of.
You wrap around. The positioning of the tombstone is going to be important here. The call down's laid out. They're looking for some sort of team fight.
Oh, Saberlight misses initiation. Dream does not get hit by that one whatsoever.
The double hex.
The soul bite into the side, thanks to the blowing up. You are no cheese again, and no buyback either. Is now Saberlight. He's going to be quick to fall. Dream is taking full advantage of a fully stunned Centaur. Sumail. He's trying to get out of here as the last core alive. Looks to swing a big Tidebringer hit that does nothing. A successful duel, and that is looking like the end of the game. Gambit thoroughly outplaying Quincy crew to end this game in style, wiping. With no buybacks left, that is going to be GG for game one. Well done by Gambit.
Dude, Gambit's sick. All props in the world to them, and you can see like they're hyped off that win. They knew they thoroughly outplayed them there.
The combination of, what they were doing in the qualifiers leading up to this event, and then, your own personal words about Gambit really seem like they are one of the best teams here at this event, and they surely proved it with a lineup like this, just thoroughly outplaying Quincy crew and being able to outplay the Troll into the late game.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit of disappointment on the side of Quincy crew. I think they realized like they blew a lot of opportunities in that game.
Yeah. Especially that you got to be feeling that one Roshan, man. That buyback from GPK, just a thing of beauty.
I will say, to be fair to like Saberlight, it's not easy when so many different people have like BKBs to get like that Centaur stun, because it's not like that instant initiation that you're hoping for. There's like that time where you have to raise your hooves for some reason.
All right, well, an exciting game one. We'll see what awaits us in game two as we head back to the panel.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Cap and Blitz, for the extraordinary good commentary in game number one. Very exciting between these two, perhaps more than we thought as well, after a standing issue, of course, for Quincy crew. Put up a decent fight, gents.
They did. It's a lot better than just taking the default loss. There was a Dota game that got played. They made some mistakes, but they kept it semi-close for all. Yeah.
And it was fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. There's a lot of skill-based plays, and I overestimated the BKB power for the Radiant side for the Quincy crew. I just thought, they're unkillable during the BKB, but the Ember Spear with the chains and a lot of poke damage that they had, and then eventually the sheep sticks, they were able to just kite them around, and it almost was like a little bit of cat and mouse during the BKBs, and right after the BKBs came off, they're like, okay, kill them. And then eventually they just killed them before they BKB'd.
Yeah, it's very smart. It's the counter to high net worth and good items. You just disable them before they get to use them, and then kill them, and then you're like, have fun with that net worth.
That troll did not look like he had high net worth at the end of that game.
There was some nice highlights in the mid. Always nice to see Sumail playing well. I mean, good early lead as well in that mid lane.
Kunkka's not that flashy right now, though.
No.
It's pretty straightforward. Like, just about any 5K player cannot mess up a next combo. So seeing Sumail do it, I'm like, eh. I mean, it's got to make good choices a lot of times. I actually thought UR underperformed on Troll a little bit. He definitely had some ultis that looked weird, and the leash definitely felt really obnoxious, which is interesting because like the evolution of the Grimstroke leash, it's significantly worse now than it used to be. It used to be like 30% slow through BKB. 0 slow now, but it's a little difficult when people get on like the extremes of the leash that like if they're not running the exact same direction, one of them will get caught and then nobody's moving. So it's like, I think you pointed out upstairs, it seemed like they were not playing around it very well.
Yeah, I mean, then the sheep stick eventually, I think he did a really good job of holding it. Every single sheep came out onto leashed targets. So not only were we talking about the Ember Spear plays, but it felt like overall fights were just played better by Gambit, and that's like a cool way to watch a team win Dota. Like I like to watch like flashy team fight execution, and I think like they tried to force fights when Troll had no BKB. I think it was either this one or the other one where Troll has no, it was before where he had to buy back. He had no BKB and they walked into the Roche pit. He's like full health and just dies instantly. And I said BKBs made them unkillable, but when you're outside of BKB, they had way too much damage. And I mean, they just melted. Troll's like not really picked right now because he relies on BKB too much. I think that's pretty much the reason the hero.
I was going to say that we don't see him as a carry all that often. But nice to see him in a game at least, even if it didn't quite work out this time around.
I'm just ready for Troll to have something new, I guess. His ulti remake, I think, has been kind of a miss as a whole.
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
It's kind of cool, but it's like so
and the rest,
easily
and the rest of
countered.
his kit is pretty predictable, isn't it now? Everyone knows how to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably. I mean, they tried to rework him a few. They changed his bash to like a root or whatever. Maybe it's just not that interesting, and I think his ulti is too easy to play against. So, it just like you said, BKB reliant, but then you also need maybe Satanic, and then you also kind of need a basher. So it's like he feels like
he's quite a lot.
Even by the time you get your item, you still need another item after that. And there's other heroes that just do his job better.
Yep.
The quality of life on his ult just doesn't feel good. Like a lot of ultis, you want it to feel good to use.
Yes.
So half the time I just use it and I run into the enemy team because the guy runs away from me and then I'm out of position and I'm like, oh, I'm dead.
The only time it feels good is when you use it in the early or mid game to increase your attack speed and get a kill.
And the guy's like stunned. The guy you're hitting is stunned, or you've already rooted him.
I can kill him. Press the ult. Every other time you're like, well, let's see if I can stay alive.
I can't tell you how many times I've ran into the opponent base because I'm like, oh, I'll pop my ulti, and then I'm at their tier 4s and I'm dead.
I don't have that.
Yeah, these two are going to carry on moaning about Troll's ulti. Not particularly good right now as far as they're concerned. Wasn't that particularly good in our first game of our final series either. Will the Quincy group pounce back after the break? Because that's where we're headed right now. We'll see you shortly.
Skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
So this is it. This is where it all started. The great business of DHL.
You remember when we still use these?
We have all come a long way since then.
Hey, Effie, my little buddy. I got a special job for you. And this is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby.
ESL One Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics.
Welcome back to Germany, and welcome back to ESL One Hamburg 2019, powered by Intel. It is our final game of our final series of the first day, luckily enough. Not the last day, that's for sure. We've got 5 more days to come, of course. We'll be in the arena from day number 4 as well, with all the passionate Dota 2 fans here in Germany that come out to support their favourite players and favourite teams. Right now, Quincy crew up against it, as we expected they might be with the stand-in, albeit a world-class stand-in, find themselves 1 game down in this series of 2 games in the group stages, and they came undone against a very impressive Gambit Esports, who bounced back after drawing 1-1 in their opening series, which I guess, gents, might have been a little bit of a surprise. I didn't necessarily think that they would do. I thought they were coming in. Everyone's telling me how good they've been in all their scrims, and every team's been playing them. They've been amazing. Gambit are probably the best team here, blah, blah, blah. Didn't they go and lose the first game against Wind and Rain? And you're like, what? That's not part of the script.
I think they've always been like a high variance team. Even when they had their run last year, they were kind of just real hit or miss. That's how I've always viewed Gambit after I've been watching them. A lot of CIS teams are kind of like that.
But this is a different team. Other than FNG, it's a different lineup.
Well, I think the captain defines the team. I think the captain defines the team a lot. I just want to say that much. I was going to say, I know it's a new roster now,
it's
but
all FNG's fault.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's funny because you see the personality of the captain a lot come out in like the style of the team, because they just kind of dictate the atmosphere of the team. I don't know. I think teams like this are teams that can shock you in events, whether one way or the other, and I like it because it makes for good storylines. You don't, as a caster, sometimes I don't know what to expect when I watch them. You don't know what you're going to get. Some teams you're like, yeah, they're going to win because they have a good draft here. They picked good heroes or whatever. With Gambit, you're like, their draft sucks, and then they just win. And I remember thinking that a lot last year.
Weird, isn't it? Yeah. FNG has almost a, I don't want to say a unique idea about how to play Dota, but there are some extreme ideas sometimes, aren't there?
I find that very difficult to answer because I am not on his team, and sometimes like
But in terms of the way they draft, sometimes it seems a bit wacky, bit out there.
I guess so. I guess I maybe haven't watched enough of his games to be like completely solid about this. But as time goes on, teams are more and more conservative. It feels like drafts aren't too weird these days. Not like they were like 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
Although, did you watch some of the South American stuff in the qualifiers?
I did not.
Because there was some fun stuff in there, Brian, wasn't there?
Okay. Yeah.
Let's go punch techies.
Yeah.
Okay.
South America's got their own flavor. I'll say that much.
I'm not even joking, Kevin. It was... I watched a lot of South American Dota over the last month, and it was crazy stuff down there. Shout out to the Brazilians and Peruvians and Argentinians playing in those matches, though, because they were a lot of fun to watch.
Talking about like consistency of teams, I mean, if we think about TIs, even excluding OG, we've had like Secret winning tons of majors, VP winning tons of majors, before that OG winning lots of majors. It's like there isn't that much variance in placements in top tier Dota 2, and that's partially because the tournament design, it's always like lots of chances to get knocked to redeem yourself after getting knocked out. So even if like EG starts lower bracket, they can always get to where their placement should be. So I'm happy to see, I think, a little bit more variance in team placements, and that's why I'm most excited about this DPC season, is because all of the long-standing teams have finally shattered again and are reforming, so it makes things a little bit more varied. Obviously, there are still some teams that are sticking around, and we'll see if the big three that have taken a step back will do the same as previous years. But I'm excited to see some new finals results at all of our favorite.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, OG taking a break, Old Liquid not here, not yet deciding what they're doing, Secret taking a break, VP breaking up. Like, whoa, hold on a minute, that's 4 of our probably top 6 teams from the last 2 years, and then EG kind of moving around a little bit and trying something a bit different. That's a lot of teams, Brian, out of the
players
way.
like swapping regions, even Ramsey's going to NA, Resolution going back to CIS. Kind of the pot that you have boiling in every region is kind of just got different ingredients to it this year. Not only the teams themselves, but the players. A lot of people shifted. So I'm curious as the season goes on. I like to watch, you know, who was the success factor on their team last year? You know, what players have success follow them while others may fall short.
Right, and I like that you've picked that up because I was going to pick up on 33. I think he is world class. I've watched him for the last couple of years, enjoyed watching him just flourish in front of the pro scene, mostly under the guidance and tutelage of PPD, obviously, in the team. But now out on his own, goes to a completely different team, and suddenly they're doing really well in a very short space of time alongside Nico. So I think he's a really key player, and I don't know if he gets the credit he deserves.
Yeah, Peter, I talked to him last year. He kind of said that NIP lacked some core components to be a top-tier team, and he never once mentioned 33 being that factor. And I think he's sick. I agree with you. I think it's mainly his concept of his role in the game, his itemization, his he's just an enabling player. He always is in the right place at the right time. And really the only offlaner I've ever seen that I've said that about was Universe.
Yeah, I was going to say Uni's probably the next one, isn't it?
I've always thought of him that way. And you just know what you're going to get out of him in a reliable way as a teammate, and I think that's a huge thing. I think it means that he can kind of play with anybody.
I'm surprised you said he was underrated.
I just don't think he gets the plaudits maybe that some of the other offlaners do in the world.
I think that is not true. I think he is well regarded as an extremely good player. I think what's maybe causing some of the misconception is that he hasn't been on like a massively dominating team yet that has had amazing results consistently, and therefore the praise has not been like, man, he's an amazing player and he's winning constantly. I think the praise that you would hear, the roar, would be just so much more if it was like, he's good and he's winning.
And he's
I think
top 3 at majors or something.
Exactly. Like
if he'd been on a secret maybe last year and then while they were winning majors.
Yeah, win like 2 majors, win 3 majors, or win 3 tournaments, and all of a sudden people are going to start throwing him into your top 10 players of all time list kind of a thing because he's still so good. But he hasn't quite got there yet. Maybe he can this season.
But again, as Brian pointed, we come around all the way to the original point is chance to shine, isn't it now? Because players have broken up and we'll now see who was quite good in their previous teams and who was doing quite well if it continues for them in their next team.
But still, it's hard to tell.
Of course, because
what
there are
the
other
magic
components.
was. It was the same thing with Resolution. Doing amazing at TI6, joining OG, didn't look good. And since then, he still looks like a good player, but we're missing some of the magic still. And it's hard to tell. People thought Iana was bad for a long time. Well, he's won 2 TIs now, and it's clear that he was definitely some of them. I think the top
Did anyone really think he was bad, Kevin? I don't think anyone's.
He was getting a lot of flack on Reddit
for mistakes, but no one thought he was bad.
There's times that he had performances that looked a little weird, and that's probably just game comfortableness kind of a thing. It's a lot of factors.
Maybe a mental game too.
Maybe his mental stability. There's a lot of questions about that. He left the team and came back so many times you can't help but doubt like what the hell is going on. He left the team in the first place and it looked like, does OG think he's bad? There's a lot of like tells that can easily be misinterpreted the wrong way that makes you think maybe he's a bad player. And I think they won 2 TIs because him and Thompson are very similar types of players. They do kind of crazy shit and it puts people on the back foot and then they don't know how to react to it. Now that they had 2 Magic players instead of just one, that's my personal opinion about it now. So it's so difficult to tell what really makes the best player.
It's part of the enjoyment of following the season, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about not knowing the crucial pieces to like what makes a successful team. The players don't know it always either, right? That's why they're trying these random lineups. Sometimes you put really 5 good players together and they just flop. And that's hilarious.
I've actually had someone, and I'm not going to tell you who, but I actually had someone last season, not this season, but last season, came to me and said, if I bought one player, who would it be? And I was like, just buy Samael. And like, okay, and then I could build a team around. Wow, hold on, because they were like, "Can I ask him who he wants to play with?" No, that's not gonna. That won't necessarily work either.
Yeah,
it's because he was like, "What's the chemistry then for a great?" I don't know.
Yeah, explain the dynamic of a Dota team to
all
somebody
who. Is they all need to get on for an extended period of time, and they all need to be high skill. It's like, well, that can't be that hard.
Yeah,
hold my beer.
The thing about like OG when you said that like they needed the double X Factor players, like the way that Anna and Thompson play, all 5 players need to be on this wavelength of like we're running and just killing everybody for the first 20 minutes of the game in a row. And if you have one player that's not on that wavelength, it just crumbles.
And that can happen from day to day, not just
absolutely
like, continuously, but like one day you can
when
be
the
like,
meta shifts,
we're all in, like,
like,
everyone's on the same level, and
that-
today we're amazing, and then the following day you're just like, what, guys? Why does nothing work?
Well, it's like you can be on the same page for one meta, and then suddenly the strategies change, and you interpret what's good now differently than what your teammates do, and that chemistry that was once there is no longer there, and sometimes
people
you're
ask me like, why is that fun? Well, it's brilliant because it's always maneuvering, it's always changing.
And when you can't master something, that makes it innately more like entertaining, right?
I think so. Very challenging. We are into draft, our final draft of the day here at ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. It's been an interesting day. So a lot of very different teams already today. Still got a few more to watch, of course, tomorrow.
I think Quincy crew didn't really plan to have Sumail on the Kunga last game. I think they picked it first and then expected it to get countered.
Yeah.
And they're like, it's just not countered, so I guess we'll leave it mid.
What was I saying, Kevin?
Sorry, I'll stop talking about
Kevin,
last
what was
game
I saying?
now.
Touch techies out of freaked out.
Well, we're going to get techies sanking.
Is this their gyro counter? Like, is this what they think? You pick a stun plus techies?
That's what they think, yeah.
I'm curious if Quincy crew respects this and puts the gyro mid and picks some more durable safe laner. You know, something like a Lifestealer type-esque, Wraith King maybe.
It's a pity we can't go to a live shot of Toby 1 right now.
I don't think that's allowed on Twitch TV.
Yeah. Legion, I want to say that gyro type heroes, the ones that don't have any innate survivability with their kit, kind of like Troll last game, I think they need a Legion, a Bad, and Omni type hero on their team to like play Dota at their greatest potential. Last game, it seemed much easier for the gyro to play because he had the Legion, so I like that Quincy crew went ahead and picked that up.
I think one thing I really like about Techies as a hero, though, is just that his ability to, like, once or twice a game to just solo kill the enemy carry. I'm sure you felt this pain.
I don't enjoy that.
Once in a while, you find the mind patch, and it's in a smart place, and it blows you up, and you're like, oh, well, I just lost momentum for a couple minutes, and that was a huge-ass kill. You know, and that's something that Techies can definitely do if you're placing green mines well. So against a hero like Gyro, who farms fast, but not incredibly fast, a couple of those pickoffs, I think, can really change the trajectory of the game, not to mention that laning pressure that you alluded to earlier.
I like the ban on Anti-Mage, really good laner against Sand King. And then also, as the game goes on, you obviously tank up naturally against the magic damage of the techies. Wonder... this is when you get to learn, because I don't play any techies myself, so it's like, what carries does techies not want to play against? So you ban out the anti-mage.
And
What
the
else is there?
Void
Something
anyway.
Yeah, you
That
know.
wasn't for the techies.
Yeah, well,
That's
do we
just
get
Void
do we get like a jug ban? Is it a Lifestealer? Sometimes
Yeah,
TA
jug
can
makes
be
sense.
super obnoxious from the mid roll, just because she can like walk through places with refraction on.
In the same vein, though, like, you can always silence some trees before they see it coming, silence the spin, you know. Maybe some kind of like lane sustainer would be, but then you're typically not playing a hard carry anyway, so I don't know if that works. Maybe
what about the Bat Rider?
as a carry?
No, the
Oh,
techies.
just general hero.
Yeah,
It's
to ban-
definitely
to ban.
It's definitely good against techies because
Yeah.
you can spot mines a lot easier. Because most of the time I feel comfortable playing against techies when I'm playing support. I'm like, get a quelling, cut the trees out, deal with the mines. But if the techies are good, I played against one recently. It actually made the game difficult in laning stage more than I expected. So you can definitely
The difference between
make a big
like
difference.
a decent techies player and a master techies player, like ones that play them all the time, is definitely day and night noticeable.
I had too much like lane. I spent so much time trying to deal with mines in the laning stage that I never got really anything else done. Any got me once or twice.
Yeah, and then you died like once, and you've been spending all that time dealing with mines. As a carry, the biggest thing for me is that oftentimes your farming patterns are, I won't say oftentimes, almost always dictated by the opponent's movements. And Techies just throws this wrench in the equation that no other hero does, where you can potentially not be allowed to farm a particular part of the map that the opponent has no heroes in.
Or just be scared to do so, right?
That's what I
'Cause you're
mean, like-
I know he was over there for a while.
I don't know where it's mined, and because I don't know where, I kind of just have to assume it's everywhere.
Right, and then you have to ask the support to go first, put some sentries down. And
How about Zeus?
Oh,
that can work.
I don't hate it.
That reveals the.
Yeah, I don't hate it. It's
reveals the green mines.
It does.
So you're still gonna have to deal some red.
Sure.
Oh, we got the Earthshaker Morphling. Okay, so Gambit's pulling out all the cheese right now.
Yeah.
All of it.
Double techies mines.
I don't love Earthshaker Morphling here. Like, I just worry about it getting ran over because Techies is also kind of fragile on the laning stage.
This is so disgusting from Gambit.
It is. This definitely blocks all the picks that are like good safe lane if they don't want to put Gyro safe lane. Like all these like Jug Lifestealer heroes, you're never picking it into Morphling.
Does it have some weaknesses though? I mean, they don't really have good initiation until Sanking gets Blink Dagger.
Very level dependent lineup.
Yeah, they definitely I was realizing they were missing something like early game kind of.
Is this Techies 5? I just realized it's probably Techies 5, right?
Yeah, it could be.
Huh.
In fact, more likely now. Isn't
Yeah, I think it has to be.
So put the
Unless it's like
Sanking
a
in the
mid shaker,
off
it has to be
lane.
Techies 5.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I wonder what the meta on Techies 5 is. Like, do you just suicide? Is that the play?
Probably.
Well, there's 3 Mind Placers this game actually.
Wow. That could be the most mines we ever see.
No, that's not. Any long game with.
Oh, they go for the Drow. Okay,
That's
it's really nice against Morph. We saw it earlier against Void. These
good
heroes
against
that die
Techies
to
too.
silence.
Kill them instead of free suicides. Decent against Sanking for similar reasons. It's actually a really good game for Silence is godly against Gambit's lineups.
It is. You can even blow the Sand King out of Sandstorm.
Yeah, that's true. It's like a rare time where Jaw Ranger actually looks legitimate as a hero pick. And there's a lot of good Gust talents that could make a difference.
But are they? This means they're probably saving their 5 for last. Doesn't really matter, I guess, if you're first pick. But all I'm concerned about is Quincy being fragile for like the first 2 or 3 levels. Gyro, a little bit weak the first few levels. Same with Drow. These heroes come online real quick though. So I think if they can get a support that kind of just, Ogre's a good ban. Just give just a support that helps you get past that first few levels.
You need like an anti-run at you here, like the typical thing that Gyro lineups are missing. Although I think Gyro is like a nice pairing here because despite being a ranger, he's actually an upfront, run down kind of hero.
Yeah.
Would you change your item build on Gyro by having somebody like Gyro? Like, do you need Ags? Is it better just to go like BKB Butterfly or something?
I wouldn't doubt he skips Ags this game. I think I've seen Sumail go like almost like Veil type builds too from the mid lane. I'm not saying that's what he's gonna do, but you have so much like innate damage now without really any items, so you kind of just do what your team needs you to do. And I think in this game he needs to be running in. So anything that just makes him, I mean, he might go Ag simply because it's good stats. You want to be the hero running in, so it makes Legion's job easier. She sits behind you and saves you. When Legion like knows who she's using her press the attack on, it makes it a lot easier for Legion to play. Coddle gives them the team fight aspect, also gives them like the D push. Their supports are like really good at taking over the lanes for heroes like Drow that don't want to show on the map. Makes it so that the team fight is like a big deal because they didn't really have too much. They had single target disable on Quincy crew, and that was it. So now this really rounds out their lineup well. It doesn't give them the anti-run at you though, so I am a little bit scared. Like I said,
just push them around a bunch.
Yeah, I guess you can blind them.
Go this way. Lift. Go this way.
I just want to say, if you knock back Techies during his suicide, it cancels it. So they have like a bajillion ways.
Oh, that's cool.
With the Gust, with the Coddle, with the Rubik, all these heroes, you can like cancel the Techie's suicide midway. So I almost feel like this Techie is going to be completely useless.
I just love games like this where you see weird stuff get picked and then other stuff in response, and I just want to see like who's going to win, what's going to be good, like the battle of the minds.
Weird is contagious.
Who's figured it out?
Yeah, weird is contagious in Dota because like whenever the enemy's weird, you have to
get weird
a little
yourself.
weird to respond to the weird.
But it's also there's sometimes a little bit of tunnel vision in the drafts, isn't there? Someone picks out a Techie's weird thing and then they spend most of the draft thinking how they're going to counter it rather than focusing on what they're actually going to draft. So they're going to pick up a Wish Doctor in the end. So does that make it a core Techies now?
It's core Earthshaker.
It's core Earthshaker. Okay.
God no.
Wait, so who are they? That's a mid shaker, right?
It does still look like Techie's 5 though. FNG played 4 last game, right?
So. Yes, FNG was the 4. That's quite a weird last pick.
It's a very weird last pick. But
Both
I
teams
guess they feel like the
pick.
Techies isn't that.
I mean, Maledict is gonna solve a lot of their early game damage problems that they're definitely encountering with like Sand King, Earthshaker, Morphling. It takes time for them to get online. Maledict is a god tier skill. Even like Cask against like a Drow Ranger is going to be kind of anti-run at you. So it's kind of like a lane stabilizer that also gives them kill potential in the laning and mid game.
So
I
was
kind of like
this
it.
a Techies 4?
It's 5.
I think
we
it's 5.
And the
Yeah.
FNG plays the Witch Doctor
4.
as a 4?
But I think it's like a lane. I think of Witch Doctor as a lane counter to Legion because she
Yeah.
can't press the attack off the.
So maybe it
the
doesn't really
Paladin.
matter too much. True.
So, but then like if you're running, you know what I mean? Then it's like, so who is the? Maybe it's like it's
he
a.
might buy some wards. I could see
Yeah,
it.
yeah. We'll just have to see because this is definitely a game
can
where
5.
there's a lot of theory
Yeah.
crafting that will
Yeah.
be answered in a short period of time.
It's easier for FNG to play 5 than it probably is for Techies to try to play Techies 5.
Yes.
So
That's what I was
buy the
thinking,
damn
so.
wards.
I'm with you. Buy the damn wards indeed. Men that do warding very, very well, of course, are in our commentary box right now to bring you the final game of the day.
That's true. Both of us, we play support on occasion. We're both good warders, right, Blitz?
Me, no, I'm a garbage warder.
Okay, well, he's a garbage warder.
I'm a 4
good.
player.
I nerd out about wards.
Me 4.
I like a good new ward spot. See the odds of this game much more even.
What? After
than,
they saw last game, they were like,
after game 1.
Maybe it's the techies.
Could be the techies.
Just don't believe in the tech.
They don't believe in the techies, but Gambit certainly does, right? This is not the first time they've drafted techies.
Yeah. We scrimmed against it and lost to it in 15 minutes. That was something else.
15 minutes. How do you lose in 15 minutes?
You know, like Techies is an annoying hero, man. Like he's tilting to play against. He's such a strong laner. You don't feel like you can go into like multiple areas of the map.
Yeah.
Like he just takes away space as much as he creates it.
For me, I think Techies was one of the most underpicked heroes at TI. I think I think very few people felt comfortable enough to try and run this hero, but I think he is very legit.
I could see this Drow strat beating it though.
Yeah.
Like, it's nice against Morph in the early game, just because of the silence forces you. It makes it so that you can't go Lincolns against the LC, which is really annoying. You have to get Manta.
Yeah.
Or you can get like some combination of items, but it means that most likely you have to go 2 defensive items to play Dota. Because like BKB alone doesn't do enough. So
we'll see how fast Quincy crew is with their fingers and whether or not they're going to be able to get the... well, not here. That's going to be your first blood. That's going to be Vampire with the first blood even. So
yeah. Last game's Undying, who was an absolute terror on that hero.
Yeah.
Like his tombstone placement made it so that Yawar, who probably should have carried the game, never found an opportunity to get out on the map at all. It was always, that tombstone is like a little bit, it was in perfect position because it was just outside his reach where he could just naturally hit it down.
Yeah.
But it was placed in such a way where he couldn't ignore it either. Like stuff like that matters. As the mid lane, Sumail, we've seen this happen to him a few times. He's going to drop the ward, the first hit, the second hit, FNG. You're going to tilt the king.
Dirty.
I will say as a mid player, I hate that.
You feel like it's a low skill way to win the mid lane?
Yeah, it's like, come on, man. Give me that one-on-one.
Vampire, by the way, is going to be playing a 4 techies. Our panel was possibly talking about a 5 techies. I'm going to shoot that one down right away.
Let me say, that hero's not a 5.
Play. Yeah.
Because you don't have the time to just like walk around warding.
Yeah.
You're setting up.
Yeah.
And the aggressive techies.
And thanks to the first blood, he's going to have a very fast soul ring at this rate.
Yeah. The way to deal with this hero is actually like finding a hero that can get him out of the tree line. And if you can't do that, then he's just death from above constantly.
Yeah. They do have 2 different abilities that can stop the suicide with the gust as well as the blinding light. Any sort of push, like the movement pushes, will stop techies exploding if you can hit him midair.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
Works that way for, like Mars is one of my go-to, right? Because both the spear and the W, they both stop. So you always have an option.
It does the damage though, right? You just stop it.
No, it doesn't. He doesn't explode.
He doesn't explode. Okay.
Yeah, it's like you disarm the bomb. That's what happened. You pulled out the pin.
Interesting. Does it make it go on CD?
Back in. Huh?
Makes it go on CD, everything?
Yes, it does.
Oh, wow.
The CD happens when you first jump. You do the little tail wiggle, like the cat about ready to pounce on prey. And then as soon as you leap out, that's when the cooldown starts. So we'll see how fast you are in SVG are with being able to cast those abilities to stop that, because right now they have not been able to pull it off once. Maybe they'll be able to kill Vampire though? No.
I will say, this is made even more annoying by the fact that like Sand King, I think naturally lanes very nicely against Dro, just because you have the ability to like gap close on her.
Yeah. You are a hero that can be, he is dealing with, I never love playing against Coddle as Sand King because there is a possibility you get pulled out of your Sandstorm from the Blinding Light. But if you stand directly in the center, you should always be fine. But obviously you don't usually stand directly in the center. GPK having a rough time with homing missile after homing missile. I mean, you talk about cheesy ways of winning mid. Sniping the courier is one way, but gyrocopter mid, that's a whole nother kind of cheese.
Is gyrocopter mid cheese?
I mean, you literally just cast W on the enemy mid laner over and over again.
I don't think it's cheesy.
Okay.
Me thinks that might be the wrong term.
Okay. What would you call it?
I say annoying, but like,
okay.
Gyro's mid's pretty standard.
Yeah. For sure.
It's just annoying because you're playing Earthshaker. But you had to put Earthshaker mid because of the situation.
Yeah. Let's just say he's not winning mid through traditional means. Out CSing.
Oh man, yeah, you really press that rocket
You just
button.
press W over and over
Cap's
again.
ideal world, you just don't press buttons on the enemy mid laner or it's cheesy. Did you see that Luna cast Laguna Blade? What a cheese ball.
Oh, come on. You seriously saying that when you play against Gyrocopter mid and he just casts homing missile on you every creep wave?
Oh, the Blinding Light. He wasn't in the middle like you said,
He wasn't in the middle. He got pushed out of Sandstorm, but he's leading him into the trap right as they get in range of the mine. Shotshlow goes for the stun, allowing the mine to blow up in SVG's face. And now Vampire will in turn blow up in SVG's face for the kill. The second kill for Gambit.
He couldn't even walk fast enough. Like, that's a sad death. SVG knows it's coming and he can't do anything about it.
And even more annoying that you know Vampire is just going to suicide again soon. Reset, head back to base, probably bring Shotshlow some regen.
That's like the third time I've seen this happen.
Yeah. It's not fun to play in against him. Kyle kept on trying to convince me in all these. Oh, he's going to turn around, see if he can get the suicide coming in. Oh, there's the silence.
Boy's a beast.
Finally, they get him. Finally, they're going to punish this techies. Bring him down. He denies the bounty rune, though, before he goes. One last spiteful screw you from the grave.
Real talk, Vampire might be the most annoying four techies I've ever seen. Like, that sequence of events alone. The fact that, like, it was on his mind to do that.
Yep.
He's like, if I can't get it, then no one shall.
Yeah, that's truly a techie's mentality right there. SVG gonna rearm the rocket barrage. That's gonna allow so much damage onto GPK. Homing missile, bonk, and that'll finish him off. Sumail gets the kill.
A little love tap.
You gotta watch out for those low cooldown abilities. SVG, he's stuck. He can't get out. He does have the blinding light, so if he pops it here, that's why Vampire fakes out the suicide. But can he get close enough? The long range shot.
He's fine.
He healed himself just enough.
And he's got raindrops. Like the favorite Migos song.
Yes. Now, where's his drop top? How's Stream doing? We haven't really looked at the top lane, because honestly, techie lanes, from a viewer's perspective, are so fun to watch. Not fun to play against, but they are fun to watch. But top lane, Dream is doing fine, 32 and 1.
Do it for the fans.
And he's leaning up against Legion Commander, who's 31 and 4. So Legion's actually getting a lot out of that lane, more than the Sand King, which does say a lot.
I mean, what are you going to do against this Legion as Morph? Like, Morph, I think, operates really nicely when you get this huge lead.
Yeah.
But he's very easy to pressure.
Yeah. And I don't think Witch Doctor really pressures you that well, level 1 or 2. Without some sort of like decent harassment combo or something. Pushing this Drone Ranger way back. Stacking up the creep wave a little bit.
Radiant are scanning.
Getting some damage on the tower as a result.
Middle tower is under attack.
Vampire not going to try and go for a mine on the tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
SVG and Samael, though, making their way over. Going to run into both the mines. One of them blows up. That's not a good start. There's a second one that's going to blow up onto the gyrocopter. Samael is still tanking up, though. The homing missile on its way. Boom! Vampire turns around, gets the double kill. He will fall to Yawar, but...
Oh, no. That was such a big rotation, too, from Samael. He's the highest CS hero in the game. He thought he was just going to get a freebie by going down there. The Sand King was in between the towers. He thought this was going to be so easy for him, and instead they both die. Not nearly worth it, as the Techies is not even that strong right now.
Yeah, that's only a level 4 Techies. But he is bodying Quincy Crew right now. Tries to go for the pushback. Doesn't get him out of the sandstorm, but Shotslow challenges the drone ranger again. They managed to run just barely in range of the remote mine, and Shotslow sees the opportunity to stun him, allowing the mine to explode in Yawar's face.
GPK, he knows the rotation is coming. Had vision of it the entire time, not even going to chance things. Knows that call down is available.
Rotation heading up to the top lane too, but Saberlight.
I mean, I'm not sure why Vampire's up here. I don't think they can get this kill unless they get some fortuitous cast bounces. And
yeah, off the range creep, this is possibly perfect. They managed to get the suicide and the adaptive strike, and not even close.
What the? I feel like he should just be bottom right now.
Is there a 4th and 5th nuke that was missing? He was very, very healthy.
Yeah, not really sure what the upside there is for a gank like that. The rocket flies in. I think MSS has been waiting here for quite some time. I think he's going to start getting impatient now.
Yeah. He's not loving it right now.
The problem with that gank was that GPK was like hanging around close enough. He kept baiting him a little bit, and MSS was probably thinking to himself like, maybe he doesn't know that I'm here. Like he rode the perfect line, I feel. He's in a position where he's not necessarily being spotted off the bat, but at the same time, like he's not being baited into like a position where he feels like he can be comfortable just like giving up on that gank either.
Well, I see FNG making his way over to bottom. Ooh, Saberlight getting a little low there, but should be fine. Phase into drums rather than the bracers builds that we've been seeing of late.
What a surprise.
10-minute bounty runes, though, are coming up. And where is Quincy Crew? You can see immediately they're going to try and contest the right-hand side here. Dealing with the mines.
Not going to find the ward, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Shotslow is able to grab that one. 2-for-2 split. I mean, Quincy Crew definitely has the more early game lineup, right? And I'm not saying they need to be like super far ahead right now or anything, but they got to hit a good 20, 25 minute timing with this lineup, right?
Yeah, I think that they've got to have some urgency, which is why I think Saberlight has come towards this mid lane.
When did he use Echo Slam? Well, either way, it's been stolen by MSS.
Well,
not that it's a great ability for a Rubik. Doesn't usually do a whole lot with
pretty much all 5 heroes just in this mid area.
Yeah, what's going on here? Fisher trying to slow this push down as much as possible. The Siege Wagon does end up dying. And this Fisher is still blocking him in, so they're going to be able to get the 2-man. And the suicide over the top as well with the Death Ward. The Echo Slam being used by MSS doesn't really do any damage there as they lose 2.
Dude, Echo is, by the way, like one of the worst abilities to steal.
Yeah. Without Aftershock, it's a real bad ability.
Bad?
Bad.
Does not feel good having it as the draw comes up here, but Dream more than prepared for this. Everybody started morphing.
Oh, Carry comes up to the off lane. Dream says, okay, I'll do the same. There are 4 heroes of Quincy Crew down here, though.
I would like to see Shotslow TP top. I'd like somebody to TP top. Just defend it. Don't let the Drow just get a free tower.
Oh, I'm going to try and get the initiation. Telekinesis, a little bit overlap stuns there. The follow-up. They do have the cask onto the Legion Commander, preventing the duel, but a big nuke coming in, finishing off FNG. Tried to get the duel onto GPK. Still not going to land, though. Saberlight unable to find anything there. Stolen Fissure by MSS. A big opportunity to block these heroes off, but Burst Strike over that Fissure. Dream fighting, dueled. Oh, Saberlight finally got his initiation. The Blinding Light, not quite enough damage until the duel fades. Before he can jump away in the waveform, he does fall. Now GBK does have another Fissure, another round of homing missile, another round of blast from the Coddle. Not quite enough though, thanks to the magic wand stacks they add. These two tanky strength cores will survive, but the big carry of Gambit falls.
Yeah, quite close, but that was just a weird commitment from Gambit. Like, they were out clean. They could have just exited nothing. Like, nothing gets traded out there. But instead, they stood around. SPG, I like that Blinding Light. Just checking to make sure that no one's hiding in that tree line. He's got the haste rune. They're going to get a free mid tower. And they were so earnest in defending it 5-on-5, but it just goes down to the solo Coddle in the end.
And yeah, just this chip damage over time built up.
Yeah, once again, I mean, this is a very similar start to what they had last game. They took the mid tower first. They're able to defend their own. Good plays overall, but of course, Gambit ended up winning in the end.
I'd be even more concerned if I was Quincy crew if this game does take a similar turn heading into the mid game, because Gambit, they're the ones probably with the better late game, and they obviously had the better execution in the last half of game one. Samael just asserting his dominance. The mid lane is mine and mine alone to farm. This phase double Wraith Ban into Aghanim Scepter build. And everyone's just down to farm. For the most part, like.
Who would you like to see make a move then?
I don't think Quincy crew, like obviously they're the ones who eventually need to make the move first, but I don't think there's any rush for it. Right? Like you want to make sure your Drow Ranger's like well and farmed up before you try and activate her. Otherwise you just end up beating in team fights and lose, and you just completely miss your timing. You got to hit that strong mid-game window. Got to get the Aghanim Scepter on Gyrocopter. I don't know what Drow Rangers build nowadays.
I guess BKB. Dragonlance BKB. They're both going BKB. I think they're trying to hit this like really good timing.
Oh, you think that Ogre Axe is going to go into a BKB for
the
Gyro?
I think you should.
Okay.
There's a lot of control on Gambit. What's the point of having Ags if you can't get your damage off?
Okay.
There's 4 stuns.
Doesn't that mean you lose your scaling a lot? Oh, that is a nice little V formation with a beautiful call ultimate. Unfortunately, Legion Commander's just a little bit too far away. Will be able to get the duel onto Dream if he wants, but with the Strength Morph already going out, he doesn't feel comfortable with this one. Now the Epicenter charged up by Shotchlow, and Saberlight just in the middle of no man's land. Blast after blast comes in from SVG, but Gambit are more than healthy enough to be able to continue to hunt down heroes until Vampire goes a little bit too far into the high ground, completely blind, gets caught by the cast that bounce around, causing destruction. That's going to be a Techies going down first. FNG will survive thanks to that little hidden spot in the trees. I mean, you are just chilled out, farming up. You can see that Fissure block out from MSS didn't really allow Saberlight to get the initiation he wanted. And
I mean, it's awkward anyways, though, when you run into a morph.
Oh, yeah. I think he wanted to duel like the Witch Doctor, whoever was next to the Morphling. I didn't see, but
then he just sees Dream with like 4,000 HP, and he's like, "Do I really do this?"
Yeah, and he just didn't decide fast enough, you know.
Yeah,
like,
he was between two minds.
I gotta get out of here. GPK caught up, telekinesis duel. Oh no! The Echo Slam happens first. Saberlight got a little greedy there in trying to press the attack before going for the duel. And that may have just cost them the pick off on an Earthshaker. That is not gonna feel great. You can see the epic kill that happened long ago from Vampire.
That was my reaction.
That was a sick reenaction of your reaction, Blitz Dota.
Thank you.
That was that kill from double kill from that laning phase 9 minutes ago. Yeah. Might have been a Might have been a little bit of time, but it's been an action-packed game. Blitz Dota, 14 kills in the space of 17 minutes. If this was League of Legends, that would be like a world record.
Radiant's top tower.
I was watching, because I was trying to support Liquid, and I was watching with somebody, and they're like, they're down by 1,000 gold. I was like, oh, cool, we're only down by 1K. They're like, it's over. I was like, what?
What?
It's like, wait, unironically, I'm not even like, you know me, I never should.
We're down 1 kill and 1,000 gold, and it's over?
I was like, the score's 3-4. What do you mean when it's over? Like,
that's the way it do.
I bet their early games are hella exciting, though, because of it.
Let me just say, I'm thrilled I'm a commentator for a game that has so many kills happen. Makes play-by-play a lot more enticing.
There was an Overwatch joke here that I didn't find fast enough.
It's okay. Just throw it out there anyway. People will appreciate it.
Memes. All right. As Haste rune bottom, maybe Dream picks it up.
Or maybe Samael gets baited into it. No. So it is BKB, as you said, Blitz Dota.
Thank you for the love tap.
That's not what you think it is, but...
What is the point of getting an Ags if you can never get your shots off?
So they are, I mean, in the next 5 minutes, Quincy Crew should be running at Gambit.
Yes,
right?
sir. Completely agree. You just have to set the pace of this game now because you have double BKB. You wanna show off your BKBs.
Yeah.
Fresh new purchase.
I mean, if you don't run at the enemy team, then you will wish you had an Aghanim Scepter on Gyrocopter instead, and you were farming very quickly.
I mean, not necessarily, because I think the BKB also allows you to farm aggressively. It's like if you look at Gambit's lineup, you'll always get your BKB off, or you should anyways.
You have 2 Blinks instant stunners.
Yeah, but you're tanky. You've got a lot of HP. You've got Coddle. Okay. Like Coddle's the main reason for that. Like if Coddle always sits behind one of the 2 BKB cores.
Yeah,
it's hard.
For sure, for sure. That ultimate is a combo breaker for sure.
Yeah, it's like you get the first stun off on Sand King or Earthshaker, and then all of a sudden like Coddle. You get your call down off with your BKB, and then it's wipe your hands clean because you just wiped everybody. All right, let's see the replay at bottom again. I'll replay it for a 3rd time. Wait, I'm not. Don't actually do it.
Let's remix it. Let's run it in reverse this time.
Is this a replay?
Vampire running up in high ground areas, blind. Dying again.
Oh, be careful, SVG. Those hills are not your friends.
Blinding Light pushback. Duel? No. Cask instead. Saberlight. Not sure what he's going to be doing here. Gets caught by the Burrow Strike underneath the Death Ward. He dead. He dead, and it looks like Coddle's dead too. SVG with his dying breath gives Samael a little bit of mana.
That's a friend right there.
Yeah. Here, sir. Refresh your cooldowns. Be full mana. No! No!
Dude, you know I saw him place like 4 of those, and I eventually knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
I was like, you're really pressing your luck. You know that the Techies was up there for like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Eventually it was going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's Techies things. You know, I love watching Techies, suicide lane and stuff. I hate watching him get remote kill mines,
Why?
Or remote mine kills, whatever way you want to say that.
Why?
I mean, one is a super fun, active, dynamic way to play Dota, and the other one's playing Minesweeper. Let me just say, that game is not that entertaining, Blitz.
Dude, I'm really bad at Minesweeper.
Yeah?
I don't understand how it works.
You don't understand the numbers?
I don't. It's very confusing.
Saberlight is more than tanky enough to survive through that blast, but is he tanky enough to survive through the suicide? He is. Spoilers, see, he is. But is he tanky enough to survive through the secondary blast?
No, that was like the 3rd, dude. Come on. 1, 2, 3.
Well, it was Mind Blast, and then Suicide, and then a secondary Mind Blast. How about that?
Why is SVG...
I don't know.
The tower's not low.
I'm not sure, but
the tower's really not low. Like,
yeah.
He blinded him away like that last 3 hits were the difference between life or death.
Guys, it only has 400 health.
Like, I don't know what the upside was.
What was the positive They're about to die again. Oh, they're about to die again. Samael does manage to spot XF Vampire and gets a homing missile on him.
That's fine, that's fine. I was about to get real hype.
But mines are blown. But the Gyrocopter survives, backs up. He's ready to farm. 7-13, 2,000 net worth lead for Gambit. And XF Vampire, he's ready to be able to suicide. Dunk, Echo Slam onto 2 with a suicide over the top. That's going to finish off Yawar. And it looks like maybe the Legion Commander as well, as he's been used up into another Enchant Totem. Let's see if we can make it a hat trick and find ourselves a Rubik hidden in the trees. Got him with the Burrow Strike. Meanwhile, Samael does manage to kill FNG. MSS is getting away with a Burrow Strike, but a Fissure comes in. And Telekinesis, oh man, it is taking so long. MSS is actually going to be able to get a disable. He has a Burrow Strike to follow this up as well. The Sand King's completely controlled up and he's dead. MSS did it. He got away.
That Burrow Strike actually got him killed and allowed him to survive. They are going to lose bottom tower though, as the trade-off. Dream is having the freest of games.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, this is a Morphling not only with an Earthshaker, but against a Gyrocopter. Isn't that the dream?
It is the dream. There's no bad targets here.
Still gonna go straight for the Aghanim Scepter. Let me just say, Ice Frog, if you're listening, surely you've seen this combo enough and said, this is not okay.
I mean, Genesis Bros or whatever almost won the quals off of this.
Yeah, like why is this Morphling able to jump 4,000 units and hit for 600% damage because there's an Earthshaker in the game? Like, surely that's not okay. Let's not forget about the... Do you still have the reduced cooldown and cast range?
No, right?
I can't remember.
I don't think you get the cast range.
Mana cost reduction 50%, bonus cast range 600. Yeah.
Okay.
So you still get the cast range. That's why you can jump 1 billion range.
Oh yeah, you do jump further. I actually knew that as I said that. I'm an idiot. You can flame me for that, chat.
Yes, the great Blitz Dodo will allow you to flame him for that one.
I'm just bad. That's why I'm quitting casting. I'm just garbage.
Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable. I'm bad at Dota, so I'm going to stop casting and start coaching.
I wasn't meant for this life.
25 minutes in. Bonnie Runes. Oh no, they're going into the mines again. Blitz Dota, what's going to happen? They're going to try and blow it up. Legion Commander's almost dead here, and they'll get out while our TV almost shuts down. Ah, got it. They almost died to the same mine situation. But at the same time, Blitz, like, you can't just not go for bounty runes.
Can't you, though? Dude, bounty runes are overrated.
Are they, though?
No, they're not. They're like the freest gold ever. You actually need them a lot.
I feel like I know in my... Oh! Swing and a miss.
Calm down.
Okay. All right, a little trigger happy there. That would have been a good amount of damage. Could have maybe stopped this Roshan attempt. That's currently happening from Quincy crew. They are getting very low. Look how low Saberlight is.
This is way too late.
To finish up Roshan, get the Aegis into Samael's hands.
Don't make the mistake of fighting after you've given up.
Dude, Saberlight! Chill! They do have the ultimate coming out for the Coddle. That is a beautiful interception, but here comes the big bad Morphling. Looking to be able to chase down heroes with his Enchant Totem Aghanim Scepter, but with no support. Maybe he can't actually do this at all, especially since he can't actually fight the Gyrocopter. He's got the extra life. The missile, watch out for the missile, Dream. He's going to heal himself up a little bit. Silence onto the Earthshaker. Yule Scepter to be able to take that off. You are trying to beat down FNG right now and does manage to get the kill. Maldic still on him. He's going to be taken down very low, but MSS, he's going to be grabbed onto Dream, not able to execute him fast enough. Shot slow with the Burrow Strike, but a beautiful Enchant Totem coming out from Dream. That's going to be able to nail 2. Here comes the Epicenter. Long range from Shot Slow. Not going to find anything, but the Echo Slam will find 2. That's Yawar and SVG for dead. Gyrocopter will limp away, beaten and humiliated, but alive.
Yeah, and Dream really, really saved Shot Slow from looking real bad there.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like it was going to be pretty rough for them, but actually, the Witch Doctor getting that full duration ulti off made it so that Gambit had a free fight. The Dro was way too late to ever engage 5-on-5 as a result. Like, I thought that he was just being suicidal. But
nah, he saw the silence used on the Earthshaker, and he's like, now's my time to shine.
And they had no other way to disable him.
I felt like also the Witch Doctor was abnormally tanky.
Yes.
What was that?
I think he was just too close to him.
Yeah, that could be it.
So he never got his Zara.
You know how big crazy they'd be if they gave Witch Doctor the Crystal Maiden treatment?
Oh, no.
The armor while channeling.
That's the only thing that makes CM like remotely playable with their ulti.
Yeah.
Before it was like you had to have BKB.
Oh. Not the great synergy between those two. 8,000 net worth lead. Aghanim Scepter now for the Earthshaker. So we're going to have jumps and hoops galore, but they are going to find the initiation and duel on the FNG to start things off. Mines after mines. Oh, three-man Fisher coming in as Dream managed to find his initiation on Ismail, quickly blown up SVG on his way out. Half-health Gyrocopter, dead Coddle, and a free escape too. Oh, what a way to play a carry.
It's really just, it's the double fissure as well. The amount of resets that you get, the 2 HP bars, like, this combo feels quite strong. It's both of them just kind of swinging around.
See if the stolen remote mines.
All right,
but
I don't know who's first.
Oh, what a pincer! Can they actually finish off this Gyrocopter though? With the extra help of the Burrow strikes the mill, so tanky though. Now the Coddle ultimate holds the Earthshaker in its place. GPK falls. 3 dead from Gambit. They thought that was going to be the sickest flying V you've ever seen in your life, and instead it just baits them into going on a Gyrocopter.
He had Aegis still, right?
He sure did. Boy, that was a terrible idea.
That was the worst idea.
That was an even worse idea than I originally thought it was. All right, well.
All right.
Gambit just gave Quincy crew an out.
You can win fights if they dive in front of the tower in front of 4 heroes and Dro finally gets space to hit.
Yeah. I mean, all this mobility, they do have some okay options for catch.
Let me just
silence out of the Dro.
They got duel. They got way too excited there because they got the fissure 1-2 off.
They're like, bro, you be on that side. I'll be in this side. We're going to flank him.
And then they just got silenced. Dream had like 200 HP and he realized it too late.
Well, this is what happens when you just try and look cool for the camera.
They did look cool though.
You lose the tier 3. And maybe losing more, because I think Quincy crew, they want to do what Pyrian Flax calls the regoose.
Yeah.
They want to catch Gambit with their pants down. But unfortunately, the mines make it really obvious where you are.
Yeah. Another aspect.
Lincoln's almost up for the Morphling. That will protect him against the duel. He already has the Manta against the Silence. There is still that AoE catch of the Keeper of the Light, though.
Yes. Which is why this lineup's just sort of annoying for him to play against. Because he's got to itemize for like 3 different things. Yeah. He's never going to be able to cover everything. I mean, maybe if he went like BKB plus Liquid or something. Or Liquid. Lincoln's. That was like some weird slip.
Yeah, that was a Freudian slip for sure.
Who's got this game, Cap? Gold lead is still in favor of Gambit. Just pay.
Oh no! Man down. All right, well that's a Drone Ranger. I have to I feel like it's a little bit like last game where I'm siding with the team that I think has better late game, which in this case is Gambit. But that last team fight made me question things. Sumail turns around with his BKB. They do manage to get the duel. There is going to be a Bro Strike trying to prevent GPK from falling here while Dream goes to the back line, finishes off the support. No buyback available for the Drone Ranger or the Legion Commander, so they're left by themselves as a trio against the 5-man of Gambit, who have not lost anybody in that assault on the base.
Gambit's crazy. They go from losing a fight to saying, let's run it back and do the same thing. And somehow this time it works.
Well, this time around, Dream didn't try and do any sort of combo play.
Also, they didn't go like 1 by 1 into the Dro. She was actually dead.
Yeah.
Vampires, techies.
Well, they also had a double damage on Morphling, so maybe that's part of the reason why.
They're just going to hit this tower down. It's going to go down pretty quickly, too. They've got to be careful about this. The double enchant on the ground. Tower's going to fall.
All right, well, shrines unlocked for both sides. That is some hefty base going on right there. Excess Vampire. He does have the Aghanim Scepter. Is getting some sneaky mines right in front of the enemy base. Not sure how effective that's going to be, though. It seems like Quincy crew is aware. And they are currently actually smoked up as a 3-man heading towards bottom. I'm not sure what this is supposed to accomplish. But if they did run into a team fight, I'm not sure how good they would feel about it.
MSS showing mid, has the gem. He's got to be pretty careful. Let me say, especially with like the Sentry nerf and stuff like that, losing your gem at this phase of the game against a Techies and a Sand King feels absolutely miserable.
Yeah, because this guy has Lotus Orb, so you can't rely on Dust to be able to spot out the Sand King.
And there's just so many sentries that you get to play with. Just buffs heroes like that naturally.
I don't know when they bought their first gem, but I feel like in any of these games, you have to buy gem early, understanding that eventually you're going to lose it, and you need that cooldown to come off on the second gem.
Get it soon. No problem.
Oh, MSS. Playing a little risky here, trying to blink forward and catch the Sand King.
MSS has got to be careful. His life is... It means a lot right now.
Radiant's top shrine has fallen.
JJ, can you check on the gem cool? Never mind.
Also,
you can't do that.
Yawar almost died again. He's got to be careful.
He almost died of mines again?
Yeah. This is a first pick Techies. You got to. There's got to be better. I can't live in a world where this just wins.
You're sounding like BSJ now. With that that Alchemist lineup.
There's got to be counters to this, right? Because it's just uncounterable.
He's like, this can't be acceptable. You can't just win with 2 Midases and an Alch.
You love to see it.
Liquid didn't have the answer to that. Does Quincy crew have the answer to the infamous Gambit Techies right now?
Gambit's
not looking
Gambit's
great.
going to send a message if they win with this.
Oh, yeah. You have to be aware of this, Techies.
You really want to waste a first ban on Techies?
Oh, hey. Another double damage rune. This time with an arcane rune. So you could enchant Totem as many times as you want, and you can hit for 1,000 damage. You can hippin' and hoppin'. Dream's like, don't worry, guys. I'll get the other bounty runes at the bottom. Quincy crew. I mean, do they have vision? Like, Sumail is just balling up here. They're going to be able to get the duel. Opening on FNG, and SVG just caught the Earthshaker as well. Mid-enchant Totem locks him down. He's going to have the opportunity to jump away. No, that ball of light just lasts too long.
Well done. There's no real easy counters to them on that right now.
And it's time for Roshan. It's time for Biox. Oh, no!
Come on.
You can't go into the Roshan pit
just
like
wait.
that. Uh-oh. No, Burrow Strike with no Legion Commander. They're feeling okay about this one. Oh, a long-range Burrow Strike up from Dream as they run back into the pit. SVG dies to another mine. Looks like they almost finish up the Burrow Strike. Sand King, he does manage to get on. MSS controlling him up beautifully. He does manage to get that forward position, but Yawar has been chased away. Oh, that Burrow Strike, such long range with the waveform after that. Dream is an escape artist who is not going to be slowed down by this missile. Oh, but a Burrow Strike comes out from MSS before he can actually land a Dream. He gets away. No further control. Oh, no! The Echo Slam coming in from GBK. That'll finish off
Dream actually went back in.
Sumail. He did manage to kill that Morphling. What happened to Dream?
I'm not sure. It looked like he was by his base at the front of it, and then I think he waveformed in and just got right-clicked once and died.
Okie dokie.
Sometimes these things happen. And all of a sudden, they're in a decent-ish position. They're still very afraid because they can't split up ever.
Did he, like, the gyrocopter got stunned, and so Morph's like, sick, I'm going in, and he got hit by, like, the auto attack,
Yeah, I think so.
the Aghanim Scepter auto attack.
Can we? No, we can't see that. There's no replay for that because JJ wasn't watching it.
Damn it, JJ.
Damn it, JJ. What is the Twitch emote for it again?
Oh my lord. Stop. They gotta find a way to get Vision inside that pit. Can you drop the gem to reveal inside of Roshan like you do Cliff?
I can't imagine that's a thing.
I kind of feel like
they've got to be careful. And MSS, I mean, he's pinging upwards. They spotted him. The mine sees him.
His Morphling's been dead for like 40 seconds. And they can't actually do Roshan because the mines have just done too much damage. He's going to start chucking in some more. They do throw out the dust immediately. There is the Lotus Orb, but they found FNG.
What is that
FNG
position?
bought back earlier. So that is going to be a little bit lengthier of a death timer. But he brought some time for the Morphling. Morphling up in 5 seconds.
They actually saved this
half health Roshan. They got to deal with these remote mines. The Burrow Strike up forward from MSS. Doesn't quite catch GBK. Does manage to enchant Totem himself up into the high ground. Roshan now at a quarter HP. Gambit, are they going to be able to jump in at the right time? They're going to get that big AoE vision out for the gyrocopter. Shotzel, who's going to go in? They try and jump in now, but the edge has already been picked up. They leap away now from GBK as they realize this is the Gambit that has failed them. They're going to have to try and retreat with as many cores as possible, but MSS is on the case. He's able to get the Yule Scepter, lead out. Now the Burrow Strike, follow up telekinesis, but saved out from Dream, who's managed to get a beautiful fissure over the top, finished off the edges of the gyrocopter. Now he leaps forward, hoping to be able to help out GBK one more time. Dream, though, he can't stop the duel, and the duel should spell the end of GBK's life here. As he bought back earlier. That is 2 minutes on the clock. Whoa, Saberlight.
Saberlight.
Almost getting caught by those mines.
Just made it over that hill. And Dream understands, without a techies... Oh, okay. That was a full Ags.
That was an Aghanim Scepter for who?
That's not good.
Was that the Aghanim Scepter for Rubik, or?
You know what I love about techies games, by the way? They're never normal games.
Yeah.
You never, no matter what happens, you're never playing like the average game of Dota.
Yeah.
But with 2 heroes dead, you know that the techies has been mining up everywhere aside from his high ground. They don't even need the gem to know. And they want to end this game. They want out.
Oh yeah, that was the Rubik Ags. Yeah, they're just going for it.
They're saying enough of this.
70 seconds. They have 5 seconds till the techies is up. He will have buyback, so he can maybe do some sort of suicide shenanigans, but they forced out the glyph. Reset. Okay, Burst Strike trying to slow things down, but they managed to get through the telekinesis in the duel. Oh, the Morphling's in trouble, and he's been blown up, and he doesn't have buyback. Quincy crew, they say, I'm over this, Gambit. Get the hell out of this game. We've just taken down your 2 cores, and now it's up to the off lane and the 2 supports to somehow stop this, but they don't have creeps. They don't have creeps. They're going to slowly peg through this tier 4 tower. Now the Sand King's been caught as well. Shotslow's in trouble. Ran over. He does have a buyback. Silence coming in. Does manage to get hit. Techies, he also has a buyback. Both him and the Sand King trying to come through. But backdoor protection is still up. Look at FNG. He's trying to make sure there's no more creeps left. Saberlight actually dies as a result. But the creeps are now coming in, and the backdoor protection will start fading. The telekinesis into the silence. Immediately just managed to get the Lotus Sword, remove the silence, but the Burrow Strike coming out from MSS gets a little bit of time. 2-man Burrow Strike doesn't result in anything. Excess Vampire. He was doing so much work as the techies this game, but Quincy crew will spitefully kill him before the game is over. Quincy crew will even up the 2-game series. They will walk away with a 1-1.
Yes, and there were a lot of moments that led me to believe that Quincy crew were going to lose this game, but in the end, they even things up. Gambit played this game pretty well, and then they had 1 or 2 moments where you're just like, did you have to do that?
Yeah.
It all started with like that, when they got like that sick fissure on fissure action mid. I mean, they don't even look that bothered by it. They had a good time.
Well, they should be a little bit bothered because I think they lost at least 1 game in their previous series, right? Am I wrong in that? I think they lost to Wind and Rain or something like that.
Gambit? I think they did.
Yeah, so they shouldn't be too happy about this being, they are one of the favorites of this tournament, walking away, just tying everybody in their group. They
I will say, by the way,
higher than that.
You got to give them credit. Everyone always thinks that like techies are like cheese strats, but like they first picked it in a real tournament. Like they don't think it's a cheese, so.
Yeah,
all right.
Watch out for that Gambit techies, and we'll have to watch out more from both Gambit and Quincy Cruz. The tournament continues, but that's it for the last series. We got the panel, though. Exciting panel.
Bye, friends.
Needs to talk about the analysis, so don't go away. Listen to them.
Thanks very much, gents. Yes, final commentary from Cap and Blitz in our final game of the final series of day number 1 here at ESL 1 Hamburg. We've got Purge and BSJ alongside me to break down what was a fun game in the end. It could have gone either way, backwards and forwards a little bit, some funky techie stuff going on in there, some great morph stuff.
There's a lot of disgusting things.
It was some pretty disgusting. I didn't want to say that, but you're right. There was.
Those are really good techies. He played excellent. Like laning stage wise, they had all the perfect lane counters with the coddle to be able to just counter his jump if they see him in time. But he knew how to play against it well. He had great mind. I loved the try mines he was doing. Right, normally you only put like 2 mines in a line and get one of the stasis, but he had like all these try mines. Like in this example, this is like his second clump, and he put 4 in this grouping of areas where people don't normally put mines that early, and as a result, it gets a double kill. Dude's techies is legit.
We need like a diagram, the Purge Weatherman of the techies placement, the geometry.
I think that needs to be something you need to do when you get home. is break down this game just from a techie's point of view, because it was a lot of fun. Ultimately, it didn't work.
Yeah, I think we all kind of had an idea of what we were going to see this game. It's like, you're kind of rooting for the techies, you know, in the sense that they first picked techies, like, these guys got some balls, but at the same time, you're also not rooting for the techies, because nobody likes techies, so there's really a lot of emotional back and forths as well, not just in the game, like in terms of the action, but in the hearts of, oh, they're going to crush this game with Morphling Earthshaker, and then they just die at the tier 2 and all die, and then...
Yeah, I'd put the game more in those guys than the techies.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the techies was like what impact you'd expect from a 5 or a 4. I mean,
I mean the only thing that lacks is techies and team fights is not as good, obviously, as a typical hero's contribution. But all the out of team fight contributions, amazing, especially even for a techie. So it just felt a little throwy by some of the cores. A couple fights that were kind of weird. They could have maybe slow played. It is hard to go high ground as a techies for the same reason. You can't force a fight very easily. Sometimes Roche fights don't go well either if you're not set up. He was set up a couple times, it worked, but that other time didn't work out. So they forced that one Roche fight. They didn't get the Aegis or the cheese, and then they all died. So it's kind of like, oh shit, the game's over.
Yeah, that was the snowball moment, wasn't it, after that? Because then they were struggling to get back into the game. Another word as well about Gambit overall performance, Brian. They've gone 2-2 today. They've dropped 2 games against 2 teams which, if they're going to win this tournament, they can't afford to do that.
Yeah, I like that you're picking techies and you're like mixing it up with the draft, but you can't have it be that versatile or volatile with your play. Like you said, they just did some stuff where you're like, what? Getting a little antsy, just even though you're playing this weird draft, kind of just play a Dota game rather than it looked nervous almost or just uncomfortable or antsy. Like what's the word you'd go with there?
Like they knew they were going to win, and then they just made
cocky.
A couple. It looked like one of those like, I'm winning, we're having a good time, we're dominating on techies. We've got Earthshaker and Morphling. It's a core Earthshaker, by the way, so he's got crap loads of items too. It's like it felt like they could do almost anything they wanted to, and they were going to win the game. But then there's a couple missteps, and then props to Quincy crew for crossing the map and eventually like forcing some important tactical moments, even with the worry of techies' mines being there. The surviving the mine, killing the Roche, and then just going high ground and just being like, oh, let's end it. No mines here. He's been dead for a bit.
I mean, other than a couple of getting caught out by some of those try mines, if you like, as well, they did play around the mines very well. As much as they could.
I would say yes.
I mean, early game, no.
It definitely felt like one of those moments where like the meta gets advanced by the offending player, the techies, who's doing a good job, and it's just one of those things you have to, as a player, get used to. Oh, this is the new way to play it, and now this is how I have to adjust in the future.
It happens to you once, and you realize like you can even adjust in the middle of a game, not even just in the future of like later games. You could be like, it happened to me at 15 minutes. We know we go up this high ground we haven't been to in a long time. But even then, the Legion blinked into the Roche pit and just died to the mines. It's so easy to forget. Like no other hero in the game, you have to worry about the ground.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple other mine clumps that they did dodge. The other one, Legion, by the cliff near Roche on Dire side, he blinked away from it as it exploded, and there's a few more clumps that they evaded. And that's really all you need to do, because you have to think of those clumps as how much time that hero spent setting up. And if your mine cooldown's 10 seconds and you've got 8 mines there, that's a whole minute. Or over a minute. I didn't do my math wrong. I was just trying to
it's fine. It's
clarify for time.
Math, whatever.
I believe
a lot of wasted time.
A lot of math. Good stuff. We're going to move on, and we're also going to get some more from these two in just a moment as we wrap up the first day. But first, let's check in with SVG, who's with Sir Action Slacks.
Thank you very much, folks. I am here with SVG of the Quincy crew. How was that series for you, sir?
Bit of a mixed bag, but I guess we came out of it okay. So.
Okay. Absolutely. Now, I do want to talk to you about what it's like facing off against a first-pick techies. Kind of disgusting move there. Do you get a lot of practice in that competitively?
I wouldn't say on land, no. We've actually played against a hero a few times. He's not that weak a hero, especially if you know how to utilize him. So, I mean, it seems kind of like a cheesy game, but we were just kind of playing a normal game of Dota with a bunch of people who are just, you're going to die to mines.
So you wouldn't have reported that, techies, if you were playing a normal matchmaking game?
I mean, you only report if you lose to him, right? If you win it, you get MMR, you move on. So.
Very well, sir. I want to talk to you a little bit about that first game. A little bit shaky on there. Any idea what went wrong in that one?
I mean, this team is just a bit over anxious. Sometimes we get ahead of ourselves, especially in team fights and stuff. So, as long as we iron out that, I think we'll be pretty good.
All right. Well, we can expect these guys to be doing pretty good as the tournament continues. Thank you for your time, SVG. Best of luck, and back to you guys over at the panel.
Yeah, congrats to SVG and to Quincy crew for finishing the day on a high. And obviously, if Quinn's been watching, we hope you're feeling better, Quinn. And if not, we hope you get better very shortly and very soon to make sure you get back to playing with your team. But yeah, team have recovered a little bit today, at least taking a game. That's, it's positive something at the end of a tough day. We're going to take a look at the results for the whole of the day, actually, bring you right up to speed as to where we are after day number 1 here at ESL 1 Hamburg. Gents, just as we go through, I'm just going to go through, we'll cycle through some of the scores and I'll talk about the standings themselves. Not that surprising in Group A, Brian. Vici Gaming going 4-0 and Alliance going 3-1. Kind of what we expected.
Yeah, I think the groups are, for the most part, no surprises. I'm kind of disappointed in Beast Coast. I'm not trying to say
0-4 today. That's not what we thought. But they've played the best 2 teams.
Yeah, I guess the reason why I'm disappointed is just in the sense that this is the team I said was going to be having their defining moment.
Everyone
in this tournament.
did. Nahaz has got them in there as one of the. They could be really, really good here.
They were the chosen one.
They were the chosen. We were the chosen one.
They can come back, like you said. They did play their 2 hardest opponents.
Yes.
So
they played Vici in Alliance, so now everything else after that in theory should be a lot easier. Over in Group B, TNC went 4-0, and they look very good quality for that as well. They were fantastic earlier.
That was the best Dota of the day I've seen. That was impressive. I just like to see. Not only are they individually playing well, but all of their timings are lining up. They are clearly on the same page with their items and the way they're building. There's so much cohesion and so much fluidity with their draft and game plan. It was enjoyable to watch.
They're like an all-star team, but it's not just 5 different players to make an all-star team. It's 3 players that know each other well and have played a lot together already.
And
then you add a
2
couple
players
more
that have also done that together.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Kind of so a 3 and a 2 have gone together. Finally, word for Team Liquid as well. They're 1 and 3, the bottom of Group B.
Yeah, that's a disappointing result
good.
For sure. But I think the important thing to remember is that their overall win-loss is not great and they disappointed at the previous tournament, but I still think they're right on the edge of being a super good team. Watching the games that they play, I don't get disgusted with their play. I don't get disappointed. No. I'm they're making good moves. They're playing Dota individually well. They're just a little bit worse than their opponents and not enough where it makes them look really bad. So I think they're just need to jump the leap a little bit. And
other than TNC in that Group B, it's all pretty close. Anyone can still qualify from that. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, I think teams like Team Liquid are suffering a little bit due to the meta shift slightly after TI. The meta shift to this sustain heavy 5-man lineup. That's not really what they do. They kind of play this skirmish heavy, run around the map killing you. And we've noticed that both games I watched them play, they were killing them, and then TNC just has more net worth anyway.
I was going to say, but there wasn't any big mistakes in there. There wasn't anything we kind of went, oh, look, they did that, and therefore that's why there was nothing like that.
They were up 20-4 in kills, and the other game, I think they were up in kills as well, and they were just losing in net worth, and that's, for whatever reason, the meta shifts drastically sometimes, and right now it seems to be this efficiency-heavy, get your items, hit your timing, and they don't want to do that. They just want to kill you over and over again, but eventually TNC got their timing, so...
I know this is... I know it's early, and I know neither of you are probably going to give me a straight answer, so that's fine, just throw anyone in there if you want, but Mercedes-Benz MVP, just to shout out, is open now, so you can go and vote. But gents, have you got any ideas? Has anyone stood out for you today? Has someone gone, yes, I make an early claim for MVP?
It's hard. It's so early.
It is tough, isn't it, on day one?
I mean, it's easy to pick somebody from TNC Predator, probably, just because they've been winning more.
I think KP's had a great day, isn't he?
I was going to say KP
he's had a very good day, but there's been a lot of players that have had a really good day on that team, so it's very, very early. maybe it might be one of those days where you want to default to saying the drafter because it feels like they've outdrafted all of their games, but they've only played 4. We'll see as it develops. It's very difficult to determine.
Shout out for our boy March today.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that makes it really fun to follow teams when they are new. It's like, who do you give the credit to? In a game like Dota, it's so difficult because not only do you have 5 different roles, we also play different heroes every single game. So there's so many different things to take into account. You got your role bias. I'm going to probably MVP a support. You're going to probably MVP some carry. You know, it's the soup of MVPs.
It's fine.
Who knows what it'll be in the end?
It's fine. Trust me, it's fine on this one. If you feel like you want to vote for somebody, just ignore Kevin. All right, that's the advice we're going to give you from here. He's very logical. He's very well thought out. It makes a lot of sense. But really, just go and vote for someone that you really like and has played really well, impressed you today in the Mercedes-Benz MVP. That is it from us for today here at ESL One Hamburg. We hope you've enjoyed the extended coverage that we brought you through 8 different games today. We'll be back same place, same time tomorrow for day number 2 of ESL One Hamburg. We'll see you then.
I was dancing on my own when you spilled that ramen coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette, that is first sight. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. Next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. You give me that high pitch feel, baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL One. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city.
motivation in a can.
Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.